Chapter 1. Chun Z. Have you lost your mind? You know how difficult it is to obtain that entry qualification? It is the entry qualification for a Tier 4 world, and you just gave it to Lu Qingxia. Now, you can only draw from the unknown world permissions like those unfortunate students who didn't get selected. I truly believe you are insane. In a haze, a somewhat familiar voice echoed in his ears. Jiang Qin's consciousness gradually returned, but he was momentarily taken aback when he discerned the person before him. Why? How come you look so youthful? A peculiar voice rang out. Jiang Qin's expression was one of confusion. Before him stood his best friend and confidant from high school, Yu Yang. Yet, the bald head had vanished, replaced by a youthful visage and cheeks still marked with acne. What do you mean, why? Shenzi, have you heard what I said? Hurry to the academic office and tell them that the transfer was forced. There's still a chance if you act quickly. Otherwise, if you log in randomly, you'll be in serious trouble. Yu Yang spoke with exasperation, his expression tinged with anxiety. What login? Listening to the familiar yet somewhat juvenile words, Jiang Chun felt even more bewildered. Instinctively, he glanced around, and upon doing so, his pupils involuntarily constricted. For he was not in his cramped room, but rather in a spacious classroom. The familiar podium, the sounds, both familiar and strange, surrounded him. Boom! Memories exploded in his mind in an instant. In the next moment, a torrent of memories surged into Jiang Qin's consciousness, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Of course, while he was in a daze, Yu Yang remained oblivious, continuing to speak urgently. Qinzi, I'm not joking with you. You know that the annual random login death rate exceeds 70%. If you go up, it's almost a guaranteed death sentence. In contrast, logging into the Tier 4 World Ninja not only grants you a 90% survival rate, but you are also currently the lucky one in our class, with the school providing you with second-tier intelligence. This will undoubtedly enable you to quickly ascend to the ranks of first-tier extraordinary beings. Hurry, or it will be too late. Chunzi. As his voice mingled with the surrounding urgency, Yu Yang suddenly realized that Jiang Chun seemed somewhat lost in thought. This made him feel exasperated, prompting him to shake Jiang Chun vigorously. The jolt brought Jiang Chun back to reality. However, his expression remained dazed as he glanced at Yu Yang and then at himself, unsure how to react. A torrent of chaotic memories flooded in. At this moment, Jiang Chun finally understood what was happening. He had been reborn. No, it would be more accurate to say he had transmigrated. He had crossed over to a world that mirrored his previous life. The only difference was that this world was not grounded in materialism, but rather imbued with extraordinary powers. 300 years ago, the world underwent a monumental transformation. The dimensional gates swung wide open. Humanity gained the ability to connect with the dimensional gates, thus acquiring the opportunity to step into various dimensional worlds. This opportunity to enter dimensional worlds was known as universal login. Once one entered high school at the age of 16, they would receive such an opportunity. What surprised Jiang Chun even more was that most of these dimensional worlds were inspired by the anime, films, and novels he was familiar with from his previous life. For instance, the dimensional world obtained by Shaoxin City's 8th high school seemed to be the world known as Ninja. Even with just a few pieces of information, Jiang Chun could ascertain that this was undoubtedly the world of Naruto. Hey, Chunzi, you don't actually want to forfeit this opportunity, do you? This is no joking matter. Hurry up. His mouth slightly agape, his expression one of shock, while Yu Yang's voice continued to resonate beside him. He was even pulled along by Yu Yang's insistence. The physical tugging snapped Jiang Chun back to reality. I'm afraid I can no longer reclaim it. He turned his gaze towards his friend and confidant, opening his mouth with a sense of helplessness. Cannot reclaim it? You haven't already bound yourself, have you? A sinking feeling struck Yu Yang as his expression changed, unable to restrain himself from speaking out. Yes. Jiang Chun nodded wearily. At this moment, he, having absorbed all the memories of his predecessor, was acutely aware of the situation. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Good gracious! Although this world was nearly identical to the previous one, with people and events mirroring each other, the world itself was different, and so was he. In this world, he had a childhood sweetheart named Lu Qingxia, for whom his predecessor had sacrificed everything. In fact, he had been extraordinarily lucky to draw the known world ninja entry permission, which he had bestowed upon Lu Qingxia. That was a Tier 4 world, a rare opportunity even in the capital of Jiangnan province, let alone in the capital of the Great Xia. Not only had his predecessor granted it, but he had also taken a year to gather a wealth of intelligence about ninja for Lu Qingxia. It should be noted that the permissions to log in a known world were limited. One could only gain corresponding login opportunities after partially conquering an unknown world. Compared to unknown worlds, known worlds offered more intelligence, greater opportunities, and higher survival rates. Unknown worlds were filled with uncertainties. No one knew what kind of world they would step into or what scenes they would face. The death rate was not above 90% only because many worlds were simply too mundane. Although death in the login world did not equate to true death, if one perished, they would lose the opportunity to log into that world unless someone was willing to grant them a new chance. However, the Great Xia nominally only provided one opportunity to students who reached the age of 16. Any additional chances depended on one's abilities. Thus, under normal circumstances, as long as conditions permitted, everyone preferred to choose known world logins. To ensure fairness, the Great Xia employed a lottery system, overseen by an intelligent system to eliminate any cheating, meaning that who would gain entry relied purely on luck. Moreover, once obtained, the transfer of rights could only be executed by the person themselves. No one else could usurp it. Even coercive transactions were prohibited. Such actions would be detected by the Great Xia's intelligence system, and those involved would face severe penalties from the Federation. Thus, it was relatively fair. However, the predecessor had genuinely transferred the rights with heartfelt sincerity. Moreover, the predecessor had taken it a step further. Not only had he relinquished his own qualifications, but he had also directly bound himself to the unknown world login. That truly left no room for regret. Even at this moment, Jiang Chun could not help but feel a pang of regret within. Naruto, that was Naruto. Especially considering that without the transfer, with his 20 years of experience as a fan of Naruto forums, he could have easily entered a top-tier academy. At this moment, Jiang Chun truly wished he could slap himself. How could one be so foolish? This was an extraordinary world, and yet he played it so recklessly. He could hardly fathom what he was thinking. Indeed, the devoted always meet a bitter end. Yu. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yu Yang was utterly speechless. He was at a loss for words. Enough. I've made my choice, and there's no turning back now. Why? By the way, what world did you log into? Jiang Chun spoke with resignation, as if recalling something, his gaze inadvertently shifting to his friend. What other world could it be but the Tier 4 fruit world? Getting ahead in that world would be quite challenging. Yu Yang sighed helplessly and shook his head as he spoke. Fruit world? Jiang Chun paused for a moment, but soon a flood of memories rushed back, and he quickly understood the situation. The fruit world, based on his recollections, must be the world of One Piece. Unlike the Naruto world, the One Piece world had been under conquest for some time, with much more intelligence available. Moreover, the chances of ordinary individuals rising to prominence were not high. After all, devil fruits were not something just anyone could stumble upon. Although joining the Navy headquarters was an option, it was not so easily attainable. In previous logins to the One Piece world, the number of individuals who gained extraordinary powers was quite limited, with a proportion of less than 1%. And most of them did not possess particularly powerful abilities, except for a few extraordinarily lucky individuals. Exactly, it's the fruit world. You, with your good fortune, have missed out on a Tier 4 world that has only just begun to be conquered. Yang nodded, his impatience growing, and he could not help but voice his grievances. Why? You should be aware that my sister has been specially recruited due to her exceptional talent. I possess some unique intelligence that you might consider exploring. Jiang Chun shook his head, a flicker of intrigue crossing his mind as he spoke softly. Xiaoxi? Is that true? Yang, who had initially been complaining, suddenly brightened with excitement. Indeed. Are you familiar with a naval hero? Jiang Chun glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them before quietly addressing Yang. Of course, he is a legendary figure in the Navy. Yang, somewhat puzzled, nodded slightly. As they ventured further into the world of One Piece, certain fundamental details had naturally become known to him. Though his knowledge was not exhaustive and contained numerous discrepancies, key figures were no longer a mystery. This included the 3 admirals of the Navy, the fleet admiral, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the 4 emperors, as well as several notorious pirates. The naval hero, Garp, was a prominent figure in the world of One Piece, and Yang was well aware of his significance. According to what I know not, just from my sister, Garp has a grandson residing in Fusha village in the East Blue. If you can make landfall there and forge a good friendship with Garp's grandson, ideally becoming sworn brothers, you will undoubtedly be taken under Garp's wing for training at the Navy headquarters. Jiang Chen stated. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to lend a helping hand to his close friend. After all, their friendship spanned decades in his previous life, and he trusted the other's character and integrity. As for why not to opt for alternative methods, such as the thunder fruit from Skypiea or the black market devil fruits, Jiang Chen merely brushed the thought aside. Such matters were far too reliant on luck. For his dear friend, the priority remained the initial step. In comparison to others, the paths of Kobe or Sabo were far more suited to him. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yang's eyes lit up. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Is what you say true? After a moment of tension, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with anxiety. Of course it's true. You don't believe me? You must trust my sister. Jiang Chen retorted, somewhat exasperated. Right. Chensi is now a special recruit at Dasha Academy. I almost forgot. Yang exclaimed, slapping his forehead, his excitement palpable. Meanwhile, during their conversation, a graceful figure entered the room. All right, everyone, please settle down. A gentle voice resonated, seemingly imbued with a subtle power, compelling all chatter to cease. Jiang Chen and Yang's dialogue came to an abrupt halt as well. Their gazes turned towards the podium, where a young woman in her 20s had taken the stage. With her long purple hair, exquisite features, and stunning physique, Luo Qingzhu, a top student from Dasha Academy, appeared unexpectedly at this ordinary school. In his previous life, this homeroom teacher had been quite enigmatic, and in this life, she was evidently even more mysterious. Everyone should be prepared by now. In an hour, it will be time for our landing. I have reiterated the important points countless times, but I must emphasize one more thing. That is, to survive, you must survive to have everything. Even if you do not gain anything initially, simply surviving is paramount. Each year, various academies not only recruit exceptional students, but also reach out to society as a whole. As long as you can acquire better abilities in the dimensional world, you can be specially recruited. Her melodious voice flowed from Luo Qingzhu's lips. In the audience, the students exhibited varying degrees of tension, excitement, and seriousness. None dared to be negligent. Compared to the previous life, this world was far more ruthless, and the students were acutely aware of the rarity of opportunities. Extraordinary individuals and ordinary people existed in 2 distinct realms. Extraordinary beings could ensure a life of abundance for their families, even enjoying privileges unattainable by ordinary folk, while the latter were confined to the lowest rungs of society. The choice was nearly self-evident. As she surveyed the students before her, Luo Qingzhu could not help but sigh inwardly. She was well aware that few among this ordinary class genuinely possessed the qualifications to enter the academy. As for the elite institutions, there would be none among them. Of course, there might have been one candidate, but unfortunately, that possibility had vanished. With this thought, her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at Jiang Chen, who was seated in the corner. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glance, quickly averted. Everyone had their own choices, and whether right or wrong, one must bear the consequences of their actions. Especially since these students had no retreat left, having directly bound themselves to the unknown world of landing. Even if she wished to intervene, there was little she could do. At that moment, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to Luo Qingzhu's internal reflections. He felt a peculiar sensation, an inexplicable notion that Luo, the teacher, was observing him. However, amidst his bewilderment, beside him, Yang gently nudged him. Jiang Chen instinctively turned his head. Hey, did teacher Luo just glance at me? Yang whispered, his face betraying a hint of excitement. Why? Are you aware of the three great illusions of life? Jiang Qin's lips twitched before he spoke with a trace of a smile. What? Qinzi, you haven't yet revealed what the three great illusions of life are. No, I just saw Teacher Luo looking at me. As soon as Teacher Luo's figure departed, Ye Yang could not contain his eagerness and turned to Jiang Qin. All right. Teacher Luo was indeed watching you. Jiang Qin replied with a hint of exasperation, unable to suppress his incredulity. Yet, just as his words fell, his phone rang. Instinctively picking it up, he discovered it was a call from his sister, Jiang Shi. It's my sister's call, Jiang Qin exclaimed, swiftly stepping aside to answer. Hello, Xiaoxi, what is the matter? He asked as soon as the call connected. Brother, regarding the information about the ninja world that you wanted me to look into, I asked my teacher for assistance, and now I have some fresh intel. This is the newly acquired content from the first phase of the Great Xia Academy strategy. You should study it thoroughly. This world is said to hold great value. And if you can seize the opportunity, you will surely gain entry into a prestigious academy. Her melodious voice resonated through the phone, accompanied by a notification sound. Glancing at his phone, Jiang Qin noticed a document had been sent. Upon viewing the file, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Just like in his previous life, his sister had gone to great lengths for him. Even in such circumstances, she had urgently procured more detailed information for him. However, at this moment, it seemed Jiang Shi was unaware that it would soon be of no use to him. Jiang Qin felt speechless. Jiang Shi seemed quite busy. All right, brother. That's all I wanted to say. I have other matters to attend to. Wishing you all the best. After confirming the document had been sent, she hastily concluded the call. The line went dead. Jiang Qin shook his head. His right hand instinctively clicked open the document. As it unfolded before him, lines of text came into view. Brother, first and foremost, the intel is inaccurate. It is advisable not to select the strongest ninja village, Chunin, for landing. Instead, consider a Wagakure or Konohagakure. Although the information suggests that the Leaf Village has fallen into decline, with the young fourth Hokage already perished and only the elderly third Hokage remaining, it is likely that future events will transpire in the Leaf Village. You may opt for the Hyuga clan. According to the strategy information from the first volume, the Hyuga clan is destined to become the foremost ninja clan in Konoha. Do not choose the Uchiha clan, as per the current main storyline. They will face annihilation in 7 years. Additionally, based on the Great Xia Academy's information, traces of the final boss of this world have already been faintly detected within the task space, and it may soon be possible to clear it. This boss is named Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Leaf Village, who, in the future timeline, will kill the third Hokage. Known as the strongest shadow throughout the ages, it is best to steer clear of him. The historical context made Jiang Qin's lips twitch at the mention of Kakashi, uncertain of how many had fallen victim to that statement. Regarding the Hyuga clan, the situation was even more dire. It is undeniable that subsequent films provided the Hyuga clan with a patch, yet it remained merely a patch. Their overall potential was still too limited. Furthermore, the distinctions between the branch and main families were akin to a bottomless pit. For an ordinary person lacking foresight, choosing the Hyuga clan would essentially spell doom. Shaking his head, Jiang Qin promptly closed the document. So, did Xiaoxi provide you with new intel? Ye Yang inquired eagerly, leaning closer after Jiang Qin concluded the call. She provided some information about the ninja world, but unfortunately, I cannot utilize it at the moment, Jiang Qin replied softly, shaking his head. Alas, listening to Jiang Qin's words, Yu Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Let us depart. I must begin my preparations, as the landing is imminent. Observing Yu Yang's slight despair, Jiang Qin shook his head and promptly shifted the conversation. All right, we shall proceed first. Yu Yang nodded. The two stepped forward and swiftly exited the classroom. The landing site was located at the center of the school's dimensional realm. Half an hour remained until the commencement of the landing, and at this moment, numerous students had already made their way to the dimensional center. As Jiang Qin and Yu Yang walked, they encountered several other students along the way. Just as the two arrived at the classroom door, a charming figure suddenly appeared before them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Yang's expression turned instantly cold. What brings you here? Yu Yang asked icily. Jiang Qin, didn't you mention that Jiang Shi would provide you with another piece of information today? The figure replied, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Yu Yang couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. With his right hand, he instinctively tugged at Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin, gazing at the familiar figure before him and listening to the other's words, found himself at a loss for words. Goodness. This was truly a level of shamelessness beyond measure. At this juncture, they still dared to approach him. Jiangchen was left utterly speechless. Qinzi, Ye Yang called out anxiously, instinctively. Let us go. Jiangchen chuckled softly, his figure swiftly darting past. There were no words exchanged, nor did he offer a reply. He was not the one to grovel. He had no need to do so. Since there was no necessity, he saw no reason to pay any attention. As for the information provided by his sister, it was indeed of no use to him at present, but why should he share it with a gold digger? His mind was certainly not in disarray. All right. Upon witnessing Jiangchen's actions, Yu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly followed suit. However, this scene instantly left Lu Qingxia momentarily stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her expression bore an air of disbelief. She had never imagined that such a scenario would unfold. Jiangchen. The exclamation slipped from her lips instinctively, tinged with urgency. The information regarding Jiang Shi held immense significance for her, and she was determined to obtain it. However, his response merely caused the figure ahead to pause momentarily before resuming his stride, seemingly oblivious to her plea. This scene swiftly attracted the attention of numerous students, who began to murmur among themselves, eliciting a flush of embarrassment upon Lu Qingxia's fair visage. She stamped her foot in frustration and hurried inside. At this moment, the center of the realm had already gathered a considerable crowd. This world was fundamentally different from her previous life. Typically, the entrance examinations would lead to a division, allowing only the gifted students to qualify for high school. Although Shaoxian City's 8th high school was not a prestigious institution, the first-year cohort boasted around 300 to 400 students, most of whom had convened at the realm's center, awaiting the commencement of their journey. An air of tension enveloped the students, for their futures hung in the balance. Indeed, Qinzi, it seems you have finally recognized the truth about her. I told you. That woman is not suitable for you, Yu Yang remarked, unable to resist giving Jiangchen a thumbs up. Jiangchen merely smiled in response, choosing to remain silent as his gaze surveyed the surroundings. They stood upon a vast platform, adorned with intricate, enigmatic inscriptions that rendered the atmosphere profoundly sacred, as if one had stepped into a realm of the extraordinary. What do you want now? Just as Jiang Chun was scanning the area, Yu Yang's disgruntled voice broke through again. Jiang Chun instinctively turned to see Lu Qingxiao approaching once more. Jiang Chun, I'm so sorry. I can go to the movies with you next time. You know how important this is to me, please. As she caught Jiang Chen's gaze, Lu Qingxiao adopted a pitiful demeanor once more, her voice soft and feeble. Ye Yang couldn't help but sneer, ready to speak once more. Lu Qingxiao, I recall that you have yet to fulfill your last promise to me. Furthermore, you seem to have agreed to accompany me for a late-night snack the time before that. And the time before that. Before Ye Yang could utter another word, Jiang Chen's amused voice interjected. I apologize, Jiang Chen, but this time I assure you, I beg of you. This is of great significance to me. Lu Qingxia's expression shifted continuously. However, she gritted her teeth and spoke with a pitiful tone. Jiang Chun had long since recognized this demeanor. He had already acquiesced. Unfortunately, he was no longer the person he once was. Even though the information he possessed was not of great consequence, as previously stated, why should he share it? Lu Qingxia, do you perceive me as a fool? The information is undoubtedly unattainable for you. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance. Are you not concerned about others misinterpreting your intentions? What are your true motives for drawing so near? Jiangchen could not help but scoff. You. Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Lu Qingxia's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white. Jiangchen, however, paid her no heed and turned away once more, striding towards another direction. Watching Jiangchen depart, Lu Qingxia's face grew increasingly pallid. Yet, as she gazed at his receding figure, she stamped her foot and, gritting her teeth, decided to follow him. Jiangchen, I was in the wrong. Can't you find it within yourself to forgive me just this once? How have you become so petty? Lu Qingxia spoke, her voice tinged with desperation. Stingy? Am I stingy? Where did the name tag on you come from? And where did the latest model of your phone originate? Lin Shiyun. Jiangchen scoffed once more, and then he spotted a figure, prompting him to call out. As he spoke, a graceful silhouette immediately turned her head, curiously gazing at Jiangchen. Jiangchen, what is it? She inquired, somewhat perplexed, yet instinctively responding. I possess a piece of intelligence regarding the ninja world from Daxia Academy. I can offer it to you for 50,000 star coins, Jiangchen proposed. From Daxia Academy? The young girl paused for a moment, her eyes brightening instantly. She promptly approached him. Jiangchen, is this information prepared by your sister? The girl could not help but ask, her expression tinged with excitement. Indeed, and what of it? Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. Certainly. The young girl exclaimed eagerly, I can transfer the funds to you right now. Ding dong. In the next moment, the sound of funds being credited echoed from the bank card. I will add you. Well, it has already passed. Thank you. I am truly grateful. After this, I shall treat you to a meal. Lu Qingxia's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the scene before her. You see, with this piece of information, I could easily offer it to anyone and receive 50,000 star coins, not to mention garnering goodwill and a complimentary lunch. What have you provided in return? A sour face devoid of even a simple thank you? Do you think I am a fool? Observing Lu Qingxia's expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle again. Meanwhile, as Jiang Chen spoke, Lin Shiyun glanced at Lu Qingxia, her expression contemplative, though she quickly broke into a smile. You. At that moment, Lu Qingxia finally reacted, her delicate face turning an ashen hue. Instinctively, she felt a surge of anger, yet in that instant, she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only leave, her countenance marked by embarrassment. Laughter resounds. You have me in stitches, just as it should be. Observing Lu Qingxia leave with a pale face, Yu Yang could not help but smile, his expression radiating an undeniable sense of exhilaration. All right, it is time to prepare. The moment shall arrive swiftly. Remember my previous words, for that is your sole opportunity. Should you miss it, embarking on your journey will prove exceedingly arduous. Jiang Chen shook his head, not overly concerned with the recent events, but once again urged his steadfast companion with earnestness. I understand, Ye Yang nodded. After imparting his advice to Ye Yang, Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment and proceeded to compose a message to Lin Shiyun. Thank you. As a token of my gratitude, I shall share an additional piece of information. After selecting the Hinata clan, you might consider visiting the women's bathhouse, where unexpected delights may await. Once he dispatched the message, Jiang Chen chose to disregard it entirely. Lin Shiyun had aided him significantly, and even in this new realm, he was willing to extend his assistance in return. The Hinata clan indeed represented the finest choice for ordinary individuals. As for the caged bird, it posed no substantial threat to the primary world. The potential impact was predominantly confined to the landing world, yet even that was considerable. As long as one survived until the grand conclusion, all could be resolved. However, that was the extent of it. Revealing too much would incur excessive risk, and this information sufficed. On the other side, Lin Shiyun was initially engrossed in analyzing the intelligence provided by Jiang Chen when she abruptly received a message. Upon reading it, her expression momentarily froze. Instinctively, she glanced at the information Jiang Chen had sent, then back at the new message, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. After a brief reflection, Lin Shiyun hastily composed a reply and sent it forth. However, her message vanished into the void, eliciting no response. She found herself at a loss, contemplating her next move with precision. But at that very instant, a soft hum resonated, and in the next moment, inscriptions began to illuminate on the platform. All students, please prepare yourselves. The login process is about to commence. Kindly remain at your designated login platform. The principal's voice echoed through the broadcast, causing Lin Shiyun to halt her intended steps momentarily. It has begun, someone exclaimed with excitement. In the next moment, countless faces were tinged with a flush of anticipation. Ye Yang and Jiang Chen were no exception. A soft hum resonated as a ripple expanded further, and in the next instant, all the inscriptions illuminated brilliantly. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's vision blurred, and it felt as though his consciousness began to ascend rapidly in that fleeting moment. Time became an abstract concept. He could not discern how long it lasted before his awareness abruptly sank. As his consciousness dimmed slightly, he found himself enveloped in a vast, white expanse, a desolate realm devoid of any discernible entities. In that instant of intertwining awareness, a series of mechanical and emotionless voices echoed within his mind. Dimension Explorer detected. Data binding in progress. Binding successful. World localization underway. Accompanying these pronouncements were lines of text that traversed the blank void. A flicker of anxiety crept into Jiang Chen's heart. Although many worlds were familiar to him based on the information at hand, the nature of this arrival remained random. Even he could not ascertain whether the world he would enter would be one he recognized. Should it prove unfamiliar or merely mundane, he would find himself in considerable trouble. After all, he was uncertain how long it would take to secure another opportunity. Amidst his tension and anticipation, he awaited what was to come. Positioning successful, the world is currently in the process of matching. The familiar mechanical voice resonated once more. In the next moment, a resonant hum reverberated through the vast, white expanse. As ripples swiftly spread across the landscape, alongside this undulation, fragmented images began to materialize, revealing fundamental information about the world. World name, unknown world level, unknown immediate matching, yes or no. A mechanical voice echoed once more. Yet, at this moment, Jiangchen was oblivious to it all. His mouth fell agape, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The fleeting images that appeared in the blinding white realm were sufficient for him to discern the nature of the world he had randomly entered. By heavens, Dragon Ball! Jiangchen could not suppress an exclamation. His lack of composure was not due to his temperament, but rather the overwhelming realization of the world's magnitude far exceeding his expectations. Among the known newly formed worlds were titles such as One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, Hunter x Hunter, Attack on Titan, and many others, either from his past anime or novels. However, the power levels within those narratives were relatively modest. Yet here, before him, stood the world of Dragon Ball. At this moment, Jiangchen found himself momentarily dazed, struggling to process the revelation. He scrutinized the images multiple times, and the recognizable scenes, including the iconic Kame House, unmistakably affirmed that he was indeed in the Dragon Ball universe. Would you like to initiate login? Please select your method. The familiar mechanical voice returned, jolting Jiangchen back to reality. A flush of excitement washed over his face. Dragon Ball, this was truly a momentous occasion. In this known realm, nothing surpassed the Dragon Ball world in terms of prestige. His previous apprehensions and anxieties dissipated, leaving only exhilaration in their wake. A higher-level world, one that was familiar. Jiangchen could almost envision the bountiful rewards that awaited him. Please select your login method. The voice reiterated amidst his excitement. Choose fixed identity login. Jiangchen inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart, and spoke with conviction. Fixed identity selection in progress. Please choose your identity. Note, you may select from humanoids, humans, or beasts. The mechanical voice announced, followed by a series of simple images representing the respective identities. Jiangchen's lips twitched at the sight of the options. It was evident that this iteration of Dragon Ball was merely the first chapter, with the available races primarily belonging to those found on Earth. Selecting these options would clearly offer little in terms of future potential. However, Jiangchen was aware that the identity choices extended beyond mere suggestions. Theoretically, any identity or race present in the world could be selected, provided a corresponding match existed. Unfortunately, most individuals were unaware of the world's intricacies, thereby limiting their selection criteria. However, Jiangchen was not among them. I choose Scion, he declared after taking another deep breath. Identity detection in progress. Detection complete. Identity verification in progress. Name, Aspera, Jiangchen. World, unknown identity. Scion from Planet Vegeta main mission. Survive the destruction of Planet Vegeta remaining time, 1,095 days. Identity verification complete. Would you like to log in immediately? The familiar mechanical voice echoed once more. Upon gazing at this information, a flush of crimson involuntarily graced Jiangchen's face. Indeed, it is possible, Jiangchen whispered, her expression brimming with excitement. Without further hesitation, a thought stirred within her. Login, accompanied by a surge of intertwined thoughts. In the next moment, a resonant hum echoed through the air as a vast ripple spread across the boundless expanse of whiteness. A colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating Jiangchen in an instant. As the radiance enveloped him, Jiangchen's figure vanished without a trace. Concurrently, in the heart of the capital city, amidst the Dachau realm, alarms blared urgently. Warning! Warning! A large-scale world is being extracted. Countdown to world invasion has commenced. The frantic sound of sirens stirred the denizens of the capital, rousing them from their reverie. With a swift motion, several figures appeared in an instant. What is happening? A deep voice emerged from the lips of an elderly man, his expression tinged with gravity. Minister, a student has initiated the login to a vast world. It appears to be a random login. A staff member promptly reported. Random login. Immediately assess the scale of this world. Additionally, explore the possibility of forcibly executing a second login. The elder's brow furrowed momentarily before a realization struck him, prompting him to swiftly issue commands. Each year, random logins may present various issues. Unfortunate individuals occasionally find themselves selected for vast worlds. While this is a misfortune for those chosen, it is a boon for the Great Xia. After all, the assistance provided by a large world is unparalleled by that of smaller realms. Should they successfully conquer it, The strength of the Great Xia would ascend to new heights. It can even be asserted that the higher the world's tier, the greater the benefits for the Great Xia. In light of this, the Great Xia's dimensional center has long since devised a comprehensive response plan. Indeed, we are currently engaged in a forced matching process, which may take some time. The staff nodded, swiftly manipulating the relevant instruments and equipment. Unbeknownst to Jiangchen, the commotion from the Education Bureau accompanied the descent of the light column, and he once again experienced a sense of drowsiness. When he regained his senses, he felt as though he had plunged into a warm liquid, an overwhelming sensation of comfort enveloping him, reminiscent of a return to the womb. What is this? A sense of bewilderment stirred within him. Yet, amidst his confusion, he perceived the sound of footsteps echoing around him. Simone, is the inspection complete? A peculiar intonation resonated. And although Jiang Chun had never studied this language, at that moment, he understood it perfectly. Detection complete. Among this group of children, the one with the highest potential must be the lad from the Nappa family, boasting an impressive combat power of 500 points, truly befitting of a scion noble lineage. 500, such an astonishing figure. Indeed, this one, however, possesses merely a rudimentary combat strength, having recently been assessed with an initial power level of only 5. 5. Are you certain? Indeed, I initially thought there was an error in the detection, so I conducted the test once more, and it truly registered a mere 5. TSK. It is astonishing that a scion newborn possesses such a low combat power. 5. This must be among the weakest even among low-ranking warriors. Ha ha, it seems so. Well then, let us cease this discussion. A new batch of scions is about to arrive, and it appears that Lord Rick's eldest son will be among them. I wonder what his combat power will be. Yes, let us hurry over. The voices gradually faded away, and Jiang Chen's consciousness subsequently became fully alert. Combat power 5? Could it be me? Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat peculiar, though it was merely a fleeting oddity. Ultimately, he remained indifferent to his own combat prowess. At this moment, he hastily began to assess his condition. Upon inspection, he swiftly realized that he appeared to be ensconced within a vast nutrient chamber. Behind him, he vaguely sensed the presence of a fuzzy appendage. Instinctively twisting around, he was met with the sight of his own long, sinuous tail. Success, murmured Jiang Chun, his expression betraying a hint of excitement and exhilaration. A scion, indeed a scion. It is undeniable that within the realm of Dragon Ball, numerous beings possess talents, strength, and abilities that surpass those of the scions. For instance, the frost demons, the angels, and the gods of destruction. Yet, this world fundamentally revolves around the tales of the scions. In terms of potential, even the most formidable of late-stage monarchs may not rival the scions. Furthermore, one's identity must align with their capabilities. For example, if one were an ordinary human aspiring to become an angel or a supreme Kai, that would be nothing short of fanciful thinking. The dimensions of one's being and the identity one wishes to assume must occupy the same tier. Previously, although his strength was likely slightly superior to that of an ordinary person, his scion combat power was merely 5. It was impossible for him to assume the identity of a scion with a combat power of 100 or even 1,000. Hence, under such circumstances, the array of available racial identities was rather limited, with the scions undoubtedly standing as the optimal choice. Name: Aspala, Jiang Chun. World: unknown identity. Scion from planet Vegeta. Main quest: survive the destruction of planet Vegeta. Current reserve time: 1,095 days. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him, and in the next moment, a line of text materialized before his eyes. This was his personal attributes list, a crucial aspect of his initial login. Typically, upon the commencement of a login, the dimensional realm would proactively issue a main quest. Only upon the successful completion of this quest could one depart with rewards, and such quests were predominantly fatal in nature. Failure meant certain demise, as evidenced by his own task. The main quest was to survive the obliteration of planet Vegeta. Success would naturally yield no need for elaboration. Failure, however, would lead to his annihilation alongside the planet. Thoughts cascaded rapidly through his mind as Jiang Chun contemplated his next course of action. At first glance, this main quest appeared manageable. However, in reality, it posed significant challenges. Referring to the original narrative, excluding the movies, apart from the Vegeta team and the early transported Goku and the exiled Broly, not a single scion from planet Vegeta survived. Goku and Raditz were fortunate due to Bardock's wish made at the Dragon Balls of planet Cereal. The primary reason for this outcome was not solely Frieza's intent to eradicate the scions, but rather the decree from the god of destruction, Beerus, to annihilate them. Given the stature of a god of destruction, the survival of the Scions could be regarded as a miracle. For him to add himself to this list was far from simple. For others, it seemed a dead end. Even if someone logged into Dragon Ball and became a Scion, they would remain oblivious to Frisia's plans for planet Vegeta's destruction, rendering escape impossible. However, Jiang Chun had several strategies at his disposal. Firstly, he could choose to embark on an expedition to another planet, akin to Kakarot. By altering the coordinates and severing communication, he could navigate the vast cosmos unnoticed. As long as he did not draw excessive attention, Frisia would likely overlook this insignificant existence. Secondly, he could infiltrate the Vegeta team. If he successfully replaced Nappa, his chances of survival would substantially increase. Thirdly, he could attempt to establish contact with Beerus, which might resolve his predicament in one fell swoop. Lastly, he could join Bardock's team and journey to planet Cereal, where acquiring the 2 Dragon Balls could perfectly resolve his issues. At this moment, myriad thoughts flickered swiftly through his mind. However, his juvenile form was evidently ill-equipped to handle such an influx of ideas, and soon, Jiangchen began to feel drowsy. Moments later, he succumbed to slumber. Life within the nutrient pod was far more agreeable than he had anticipated. It was not overly monotonous, after all. A significant portion of the time required him to sleep. In the nutrient pod, he spent nearly a year before being released, though this was calculated from his birth. From the login perspective, only 3 months had elapsed. Upon emerging from the nutrient pod, his experience diverged from expectations, with a combat power of merely 5. He was not dispatched to conquer lower-tier planets, but rather remained behind for foundational training. It seemed he had assumed the role of a logistical support staff member. The reason for this was Bardock's intervention. Indeed, Bardock himself. The rationale was that the father of this body had once been a comrade of Bardock, who, despite having perished in battle, still offered Jiangchen some degree of care. Jiangchen felt a surge of exhilaration. He had never imagined that his login identity would be connected to Bardock, one of the most pivotal figures in Dragon Ball lore. Bardock, a character absent from the main storyline, yet whose legacy permeates the entire saga. He is not merely the father of the savior Kakarot, but is also heralded as the pioneer of history, the defier of fate, the legendary Super Saiyan. In the genesis of an endless struggle, Jiangchen was uncertain whether this aligned with the main storyline or the older version of Dragon Ball. But it was evident that Bardock was special in either context. The former marked the commencement of a series of subsequent tales, while the latter represented the inception of a legend. Jiangchen could hardly fathom that this identity could facilitate a direct connection to such a figure. With this connection, many of his previously seemingly infeasible ideas now appeared plausible. After all, Bardock was not only the catalyst for everything, but also possessed immense strength. More importantly, Bardock differed from other Scions. Unlike the typical cold, brutal, and unfeeling nature of his kin, Bardock stood out as one of the few Scions with profound emotions towards his comrades, his wife, and his children alike. This truth became evident to Jiangchen the moment he first encountered Bardock. "Ah, Aspera," he chuckled heartily. "Look how much you've grown. How have you been? Are you eating well?" In the modest confines of the room, Bardock effortlessly lifted Jiangchen, his voice filled with warmth and laughter. "Bardock, Aspera has been quite obedient lately, starting to assist me with cooking. You may not be aware, Bardock, but Aspera possesses a remarkable talent for culinary arts. Her dishes have now surpassed even my own in flavor." Jinai looked at her husband, Bardock, who was cradling Aspera, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Is that true? Aspera is truly remarkable." Bardock couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration. Any kind. Jiangchen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had to admit that he lacked culinary talent. As an alternative, or rather one of the best options, he aimed to get closer to Beerus and Whis. If he could manage that, he wouldn't just fulfill the main quest, he could soar to great heights. Thus, after emerging from the nutrient pod and gaining independence, Jiangchen began experimenting with gastronomy. Unfortunately, whether it was due to the inhospitable culinary environment of planet Vegeta or his own lack of cooking skills, after a year, his creations could only be described in one way. At least they were edible. With such fare, not only was he unsure if he could impress Beerus and Whis, but he feared he might even incur Beerus's wrath. Although, due to the nature of interdimensional travel, Beerus's destructive powers might not harm his essence. It also signified that his future would be bleak. This was not the outcome Jiangchen desired, prompting him to contemplate new options during this time. "Haha. Our Aspera has become shy." Observing Jiangchen's expression, Bardock and Kind misinterpreted the situation, exchanging knowing smiles. Faced with their misunderstanding, Jiang Chun chose not to clarify, but instead, intrigued, asked, "By the way, Uncle Bardock, what brings you back recently?" He was eager to learn about the timeline. Currently, there was no clear record of time on planet Vegeta. The only thing he knew was that Nappa was born the same year as him. Though he wasn't certain if it was that very Nappa. "I just completed a mission and had some time to come back for a visit." As for Raditz, the king has assigned him to follow Vegeta, Bardock explained with a smile, ruffling Jiang Chen's hair. "Raditz, my brother?" Jiang Chen felt a tightening in his chest. Although he still lacked clarity on the timeline, Raditz joining Vegeta's team indicated that the destruction of planet Vegeta might not be far off, perhaps a year, maybe 2, or even 3. The only solace was that Kakarot had not yet been born, which meant there was still time. Indeed, that boy is quite worrisome. If only Aspala could be half as obedient, Kind lamented. "By the way, Aspala, this is for you. You're 3 years old this year, and already a competent warrior. I likely won't be on planet Vegeta for your birthday in a few days, so consider this an early birthday gift." Bardock grinned as he tossed a standard Frieza Force Battle suit to Jiang Chun. "Thank you," Jiang Chun exclaimed as he hurriedly accepted it. Bardock smiled and shook his head. Aspala was unlike most scions, endearing both him and Jin immensely. In less than a year, they had grown accustomed to treating Aspala as if she were their own child. "Let's go eat. I am eagerly anticipating tasting the delicacies Aspala has prepared." Jiang Chen felt a swirl of emotions, while Bardock and Jin were less contemplative. Bardock, wearing a smile, spoke up. The three then entered the room. Scions were indeed renowned for their prodigious appetites. Even Jiang Chen, a mere child, consumed the equivalent of 20 servings meant for earthlings, while Bardock's consumption was even more astonishing, amounting to 300 servings. Such a grand scale of feasting could elucidate why scions rarely indulged in gourmet cuisine. After the meal, Jiang Chen pondered momentarily before seeking out Bardock to express his request. "You wish for a device to regulate gravity?" Bardock inquired, somewhat surprised. "Yes, Uncle Bardock. I wonder if it's feasible?" Jiang Chen replied, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Faced with the inability to pursue the best path, he had to contemplate alternative routes, all of which necessitated enhancing his strength. For science, the simplest and most direct method of augmentation was to flirt with death and subsequently revive. This approach was nearly flawless, provided one remained within certain limits. Unfortunately, lacking the magical beans, the Dragon Balls, and the Namekians, Jiang Chun dared not entertain such a strategy. The risk of genuine death was too great. Beyond this method, the only other option was gravity. While ordinary individuals might fret over the potential adverse effects of a gravity chamber on their development, scions had no such concerns. At just 6 or 7 years old, Goten and Trunks could frolic within chambers that exerted hundreds of times Earth's gravity. Although Jiang Chun was only 3, he was confident that he would likely fare well. As for acquiring a gravity apparatus, it was quite simple. The scions were currently in service to Frieza and could easily commission such a device from extraterrestrial allies. While he was incapable of doing so himself, Bardock certainly could. It had been nearly a year since Jiang Chen's arrival. When he first landed, his power level was a mere 5, classifying him as a low-tier warrior. He had been retained as support personnel for training due to Bardock's influence. As a low-tier warrior, his innate talent was nearly negligible. A year had passed, and his battle power had barely improved from 5 to 10. At this rate, it was uncertain whether he would reach 100 by adulthood. If he faltered, he would become the scion with the lowest battle power in history, a disgrace to his kind, assuming planet Vegeta still existed by then. The primary reason for such a low power level was that he had chosen not to train in the past year, nor had he utilized his precognitive abilities. To him, it seemed more prudent to wait for Beerus and Whis. By accompanying these two formidable figures, he could not only navigate the primary quest but also soar to new heights. A far better option than aimlessly training. However, after a year of experimentation, Jiang Chun had to concede that he was not cut out for that path. With Beerus and Whis off the table, he was left to reconsider his choices. At this juncture, gravity became paramount. A gravity control device. Very well, I shall inquire shortly. It should pose no significant issue. Bardock, though puzzled, quickly nodded in agreement. For him, this was not a troublesome task. Despite being a low-tier warrior, Bardock's own battle power had reached 7,000, making him stronger than many elite warriors and elevating his status considerably. "Thank you, Uncle Bardock." Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. "Ha ha ha. No need for thanks. I will take care of Raditz's matters first, then assist you," Bardock chuckled, ruffling Jiang Chen's hair. Jiangchen reciprocated the smile. Soon after, Bardock departed for the palace. The following day, he returned, presenting Jiangchen with an item resembling a wristband. Aspala, it's ready. However, this device can currently only adjust gravity up to 10 times. Use it for now, and when I visit the Frisia Force headquarters, I will procure a more advanced version for you, Bardock said with a smile. Thank you. Jiangchen's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly nodded once more to express his gratitude. He had not anticipated any further developments. I've told you not to say thank you, you little rascal, yet you remain so polite, Bardock remarked, his expression stern and tinged with mild irritation. Understood, Uncle Bardock. Jiangchen replied with a cheerful nod. That is correct. Aspala, I shall depart tomorrow. Remember to take good care of yourself. Bardock nodded in satisfaction, then gently ruffled Jiangchen's hair once more. The following day, Bardock quietly left, watching several spacecraft ascend into the sky in the distance. Jiangchen couldn't help but exhale a long breath of frustration. The next step is to enhance my strength. Whispering this to himself, Jiangchen immediately calmed his inner thoughts. Having relinquished the best choice, it was time to embark on the next course of action. With the gravity ring and the knowledge gleaned from his past life, he was confident that before the explosion of Vegeta, he should be able to elevate his power to a new level. As for the extent of his progress, that would depend on future developments. Raising his right hand, the gravity ring materialized before him. He gently touched it, and in the next moment, a virtual screen appeared before his eyes. Please adjust the gravity multiplier, a mechanical voice intoned. Twice. Jiangchen's heart stirred, and he whispered softly. The gravity parameters have been set. Gravity loading is in progress. Buzz. A mechanical sound intertwined, and in the next moment, a ripple spread forth. With a sudden thud, Jiangchen staggered, nearly toppling over. Although the gravity was merely twice its usual force, with his meager combat power of 10, he found it difficult to withstand the pressure. His face flushed crimson almost instantly. In a hurry, he deactivated the gravity ring. As the weight vanished, Jiangchen felt an immediate relief, the overwhelming sensation dissipating from his body. With a sigh, Jiangchen exhaled a breath of stale air and proceeded to reactivate the gravity ring. Please adjust the gravity multiplier. A mechanical voice resonated. 1.5 times. Jiangchen exclaimed. In the next moment, he felt his body sink once more. A wave of pressure enveloped him entirely. Fortunately, compared to the ordeal of enduring double gravity, 1.5 times was still bearable. In less than a week, under the strain of 1.5 times gravity, Jiangchen had managed to adapt to a semblance of normalcy. A month later, the basics of daily living posed little challenge, aside from minor inconveniences. Although he had acclimated to 1.5 times gravity, Jiangchen refrained from recklessly attempting to engage with double gravity. Despite the formidable nature of Scion physiology, he was merely 3 years old. Not a descendant of super Scions like Trunks or Goten, and Jiangchen was acutely aware of his own limitations. As time quietly slipped by, a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this year, under the pressure of 1.5 times gravity, he not only began to live, but also embarked on fundamental training. This training incorporated techniques from the science of this world along with methods Jiangchen had learned in his previous life. After a year of relentless daily training, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. On a vast plain, panting heavily, Jiangchen came to a halt. With a sudden thought, he activated the detector in his left eye. Ding! The numbers fluctuated rapidly. Moments later, a surprisingly pleasing value appeared before his eyes. 65. Has my power level reached 65? Jiangchen couldn't help but smile softly. Such a meager combat power is insignificant for a Scion. However, considering that he was born with a power level of only 5 and is just 4 years old, it is quite rare for a low-level warrior to exceed 50 at that age. Yet, in merely 1 year, his combat power has surged to 65. This is without even initiating gravity training. Otherwise, it could have potentially reached 100. Typically, a power level below 30 at birth classifies one as a low-level warrior, while a range from 30 to 100 denotes a mid-level warrior, and anything above 100 is regarded as a high-level warrior. Low-level warriors generally cap their power at around 2 to 300, seldom exceeding 4 or 500. Achieving 65 at the age of 4 places him among the stronger mid-level warriors, as many in that category may not even reach such a power level at that tender age. After all, Scions experience their most significant growth between the ages of 18 and 50, with limited power enhancement prior to 18. On the western plains of planet Vegeta, a small figure sat with eyes closed. A whirlwind began to swirl around him, gradually intensifying until the figure was lifted into the air. Only when he was fully suspended did he slowly open his eyes. Truly, he is a scion. In this moment, feeling the immense energy within him, Jiangchen couldn't help but marvel. He vividly recalled that in Dragon Ball, it took Bidalai a considerable amount of time to master energy control, even under the guidance of the martial arts master Gohan. Although Jiangchen possessed memories from his past life, they were ultimately fragmented, and he had prepared himself for a lengthy period of exploration, perhaps even a year or more. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly smooth. On his first attempt, he sensed the energy's presence. Even the levitation technique was successfully executed merely by following the guidance of Gohan from his previous life's anime. It was inevitable. The energy within Scions is overwhelmingly vast. Even as a child and a low-level warrior, his energy far surpasses that of an ordinary earthling. Particularly after a year of rigorous training, his energy has grown significantly without him even realizing it. All these developments seemed to unfold naturally. Moreover, what delighted Jiangchen even more was that as he began to master his energy, his combat power appeared to rise once again. Beep, beep, beep. With a gentle touch of the finger, the combat power detector above the left eye flickered momentarily, and in an instant, a series of values began to fluctuate rapidly. After a brief moment, the values settled on an entirely new figure. 85. A surge of 20 points. Jiangchen murmured, unable to suppress a flicker of excitement within. To achieve such a remarkable increase from merely a few simple exercises left him in awe. He could hardly fathom the extent of his combat prowess should he acquire the martial legacy of Master Roshi or the Earth's Supreme Kai. 100. Or perhaps even several hundred, such a notion was almost beyond comprehension. Yet, Jiangchen quickly tempered his enthusiasm as he found himself on planet Vegeta, where the prospect of obtaining the martial teachings of Master Roshi or the Supreme Kai was virtually unattainable. His only recourse lay in training, drawing from the memories of his past life. Shaking his head, he gathered his thoughts. Jiangchen's figure gradually descended from the sky. From this day forth, he would begin to acclimate to the gravity of 8 times that of Earth. He whispered softly, then adjusted the gravity control device on his wrist. Please adjust the gravity multiplier, a mechanical voice responded. 1.8 times. Jiangchen felt a surge of inspiration and softly murmured. The gravitational parameters have been set. Gravitational loading is underway. Buzz. The mechanical sound mingled with the air, and in the next moment, a ripple spread forth. Jiangchen felt a slight heaviness in his body. Yet this time he did not stumble as he had previously, after enduring prolonged training under 1.5 times gravity. Even an increase of 30% in gravity could not impose the same overwhelming pressure he had initially experienced. At this moment, he merely sensed a significant weight upon him. After a brief attempt, he realized he could maintain his stance. Taking a deep breath, Jiangchen resumed his training. Time flowed slowly. The days on planet Vegeta were monotonous and dreary. Apart from the mandatory training sessions provided by the logistical staff every 7 days, he immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. Drawing upon memories from his past life and various anime and films, he began to experiment with the training methods he had encountered. Although the results were not remarkably pronounced, his strength was steadily and systematically improving. Before he knew it, over 6 months had passed. During this period, everything on planet Vegeta remained tranquil. Bardock had yet to return. However, a sense of unease crept into Jiangchen as he noticed Aunt Jine's belly growing increasingly round. If all went as expected, Kakarot would soon be born. The arrival of Kakarot signified the commencement of the countdown to planet Vegeta's destruction. Jiangchen was uncertain whether this Dragon Ball world adhered to the official timeline or the original timeline. Regardless, it was evident that time was not on his side. A twinge of anxiety settled within him. Despite his preparations, the matter at hand was of paramount importance for his future endeavors. A failure could spell trouble for him ahead. Yet, at this moment, what weighed most heavily on his mind was the impending conclusion of his first period of entry into this world. His initial stay was set for 3 years, and now less than a month remained. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the land, Jiangchen arrived at Jine's home. He was eager to assist her with any tasks within his capability. Jine was nearing 9 months into her pregnancy, and if all went well, she would give birth within the next 2 months. Even though Jine did not require assistance, Jiangchen remained steadfast in his commitment to support her. And Jine, I'm here, he called out, bustling about energetically. Aspera, you truly are considerate. Not like that little rascal of ours. I hope Kakarot turns out to be just like you, Jine replied, her face aglow with happiness. Kakarot. Has Uncle Bardock already chosen a name? Jiangchen inquired curiously, glancing at Jine's pronounced abdomen. Yes, just a few days ago. Marduk contacted me and decided on the name Kakarot. How does it sound? Aspera. Jine said with a smile. It sounds wonderful. Kakarot is destined to be a formidable warrior. Jiangchen affirmed earnestly, nodding his head. Absolutely. He will be the savior of the universe, he added with a laugh. Thank you, Aspera. Jine beamed, clearly delighted by his words. After sharing lunch with Jine, Jiangchen slowly made his way back home as the sun dipped below the horizon. 1 month, perhaps? It is said that during the first landing, one can return wielding all their power. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Whispering softly, Jiangchen could not help but feel a surge of excitement. As conquerors of the multiverse, they possess certain privileges. For instance, after the initial landing, they are permitted to carry all their strength and even transform into a landing identity to return to the primary world. Although this privilege is merely temporary and the power they bear does not wholly belong to them, but rather is a transient bestowal of strength, it is imperative to note that should they fail to complete their main mission, this privilege will be revoked without hesitation. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, the prospect is exhilarating. Especially after enduring over half a year of training and cultivation, his abilities have ascended to a new echelon. While his prowess may seem insignificant within the Dragon Ball universe, it is an entirely different matter in the realm of reality. Ding ding ding. The readings on the left eye's detector fluctuated rapidly, and in an instant, the values came to a standstill once more. 123. Is that a combat power of 123? Jiangchen murmured softly, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. After more than half a year, his combat power had surged from a mere 80 to nearly 120. At this moment, if one were to consider only his combat prowess, he could rival some of the lowest-ranking elite Scion younglings. After all, he was merely 5 years old. Typically, Scions experience fluctuations in combat power during their first 5 years, but the increase is generally modest. Yet, Jiangchen had ascended from a mere 5 to an impressive 132. Should this revelation escape into the world, it would undoubtedly astonish countless Scions on planet Vegeta. However, it was evident that Jiangchen had no intention of drawing such attention to himself. Today marked what should be the final session of logistical training. With a soft murmur, Jiangchen glanced at the sky and swiftly manipulated the gravity control device with his right hand. Please adjust the gravity multiplier, the mechanical voice intoned. Twice. Jiangchen felt a surge of inspiration and whispered softly. The gravity parameters have been successfully established. The gravitational loading is now in effect. A resonant hum echoed as a ripple spread outward, instantly overwhelming him with an almost explosive sensation within his body. His internal organs experienced an unprecedented constriction. Ordinarily, Jiangchen would engage in his training under a mere 8 times the force of gravity, reserving the higher intensities for training sessions. After all, the enhancement of his combat prowess was exceedingly conspicuous. Should it be discovered, it could easily attract unwanted attention, which Jiangchen was keen to avoid. Therefore, during his journeys to the training grounds, he typically employed a gravity bracelet to impose a greater gravitational suppression. Under such intense gravitational pressure, both his energy and aura would be reduced to their bare minimum. Beep. 55. The numerical value fluctuated. As his right hand made contact with the detector, a brand new figure swiftly emerged. Was double gravity no longer sufficient? Gazing at this new reading, Jiangchen couldn't help but shake his head. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly increased the gravity by an additional 0.5 times. The force of gravity increased by an additional 50%. Jiangchen staggered momentarily, nearly losing his balance. His internal organs felt as though they were on the verge of bursting. Beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead. His body suddenly felt remarkably heavier. With great difficulty, he lifted his hand to activate the detector. Ding ding ding. 25. The numerical value fluctuated once more, revealing a brand new combat power. Under the pressure of 5 times gravity, his fighting capacity was once again diminished. At this moment, Jiangchen finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Although it was unlikely that anyone would intentionally activate the detector to scrutinize their group of logistical personnel during training, one could never be certain, especially since their destination was the logistics center on planet Vegeta, a place teeming with experts and formidable warriors, where unexpected occurrences were abundant. The best course of action was to prevent such possibilities from arising. With heavy steps, he trudged toward the logistics training center on planet Vegeta. It must be said that the Scions, whether in terms of physicality or adaptability, were truly formidable. As he continued to walk, Jiang Chun was gradually able to acclimate. Despite some lingering issues, he appeared outwardly untroubled. Even the deep footprints he left behind began to fade. This was not due to the disappearance of gravity, but rather because Jiang Chun had started to employ a technique akin to water walking from Naruto, using his energy to support his body. This approach not only helped him remain inconspicuous, but also allowed him to practice energy manipulation as much as possible. Over the past 6 months, Jiang Chun had engaged in countless hours of practice. Now, even with the increased gravitational pressure, he remained unfazed. As the morning sun ascended to its zenith, Jiang Chun arrived at the logistics center on planet Vegeta. At this moment, planet Vegeta had truly been transformed into a bastion of warfare. Apart from the royal palace, everything was being prepared for battle. The logistics center was no exception, bustling with numerous aliens and scions. Their primary purpose was to provide support for the scions embarking on campaigns against foreign planets. If all went according to plan, Jiang Chun would soon become one of them. The entire service center was constructed from the most resilient metals in the universe, making it exceedingly difficult to breach, even with planet-class artillery. Upon entering the service center, Jiang Chun finally felt a sense of relief as the energy supporting him dissipated and his feet met the cold metal floor. At that moment, his complexion paled slightly, a consequence of the considerable energy expenditure. Although he had become quite adept at controlling his energy, the demands of this water-walking technique were not negligible, especially under the current strain of 2.5 times gravity. Aspara, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, you would have missed this opportunity. A voice called out as Jiang Chun stepped inside. A keen-eyed alien quickly recognized him, their eyes alight with excitement as they rushed over. "What's the matter, Phil?" Jiang Chun inquired, surprise evident in his tone as he regarded the alien before him. He recognized this individual, a Philanorian, also trained at the logistics service center on planet Vegeta. "Hey, you won't believe it. Just a short while ago, Lord Bardock successfully conquered planet Kanasa, a high-ranking planet. It seems he is set to return today, and if you wait any longer, you might miss the chance to see Lord Bardock," Phil exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, his eyes reflecting boundless admiration as he spoke of Bardock. "Bardock? Planet Kanasa?" Jiang Chun's brow involuntarily twitched. It was not merely due to the mention of Bardock, but rather the reference to planet Kanasa. In the Dragon Ball universe, there have always been 2 distinct versions of the lore. The older version depicts Bardock as being cursed by the inhabitants of Kanasa during his invasion, granting him the ability to foresee the future. In contrast, the newer version narrates how Bardock ventured to planet Cereal, where he made a wish upon the 2-star Dragon Ball. Jiang Chun had long speculated whether this was the old or the new version, but at this moment, it seemed clarity had emerged. "How thrilling. Come quickly with me. Lord Bardock will arrive at planet Vegeta in an hour, and we shall all have the opportunity to meet him." Phil, observing the astonished Jiang Chun, mistakenly assumed his shock was akin to his own excitement and thus pulled him along with a grin. In the vastness of space, several spacecraft descended like meteors from the celestial dome. Inside one of these vessels, Bardock furrowed his brow, uncertain if it was the final curse of the Kanasans. But he could not shake off the fragmented visions that occasionally invaded his mind. These snippets appeared to be glimpses of future events. What deeply troubled him was the impending fate of his team members, Toma, Serapa, and Pubgen, who were fated to fall at the hands of the Frisia forces Dodoria in the not-so-distant future. "Impossible. This must be an illusion," Bardock murmured to himself, shaking his head vigorously. Although he held reservations about Frisia, he recognized that Frisia had no motive to target them. Their squad, though not the weakest within the vast Frisia force, would serve no benefit to Frisia if eliminated. Toma, Celepa, and Pabu were soon to return to planet Vegeta. For now, they should rest and prepare for their next mission in 6 months. Regaining his focus, Bardock activated the power level detector and transmitted a message to his fellow teammates. "Yes, Captain," came the cheerful response. "Haha, Captain, I've heard that your youngest son is about to be born. It seems another elite warrior is on the way." "What are you saying, Toma?" "I believe the captain's son will undoubtedly become an elite fighter." "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Laughter and light-hearted banter echoed from the power level detector, gradually easing the worried expression on Bardock's face and bringing a smile to his lips. The primary reason for his hasty return was the impending birth of his youngest son, Kakarot, a prospect that filled Bardock with anticipation. Inside the spaceship, the group continued their jovial exchanges until they descended upon the logistics center of planet Vegeta. The hatch opened swiftly, and they stepped out. "Haha, we're finally back. This blasted journey through space has been far too long," exclaimed a burly scion with a curse. "Dodoria, Save your complaints. This time, our journey was relatively smooth. Replied a cool, melodic voice as a stunning female scion emerged. Bardock and another tall scion followed suit. As they emerged, the surrounding aliens promptly offered their respects. And even the passing scions did not falter in their deference. Although Bardock was merely a lower-class warrior, his power level had previously reached an impressive 7,000. Having conquered a high-level planet, it was likely that Bardock's strength had surged even further. Look, there is Lord Bardock. I wonder what Lord Bardock's power level is now. Phil exclaimed, excitedly pulling Jiangxin beside him as he retrieved a power level detector. Beep, beep, beep. The detector pulsated rapidly. Soon, a value was locked in. Hiss. 9,900. Phil gazed at the figure before him, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Meanwhile, Jiangxin raised his brow in surprise and swiftly activated his own detector, soon revealing the same astonishing value. Oh no. Lord Bardock seemed to be approaching us. Aspala swiftly turned off the detector. Amidst Jiangxin's astonishment, Phil's expression shifted, and he spoke with urgency, his demeanor becoming somewhat flustered. However, in the midst of his disarray, Bardock and his companions had already arrived. Ah, Aspala! Bardock exclaimed with a smile. Uncle Bardock, Uncle Toma, and Celeba, Uncle Pabujan. Upon hearing these familiar words, Jiangxin couldn't help but smile. Little Aspala, it's been a while. You should call me sister, not aunt. At Jiangxin's words, the female scion beside Bardock and the plump scion nearby couldn't help but smile. Humph, kid. Why is your combat power still so low? Haven't you been training at all during this time? Pabujan remarked with a snort, expressing his dissatisfaction. Pabujan, don't be like that. Aspala is still young and not a warrior, Celeba retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Humph. Pabujan could not help but emit a cold snort. Jiangxin chuckled softly, not overly perturbed by it. They had been logged in for a considerable time, and he had gained some understanding of the members of Team Bardock. Much like Bardock himself, both Pabujan and the other two members were, in truth, relatively good-natured scions. Pabujan was genuinely concerned for him, albeit in a somewhat aloof manner. Celeba shook her head and then turned her gaze towards Bardock. Captain, we shall return now. Simply notify us when it is time to assemble. As she spoke, her right hand instinctively reached out to ruffle Jiangxin's hair. Very well. You all should take some time to rest. Bardock nodded. After his nod, several individuals waved goodbye to Bardock and Jiangxin before departing. Even Pabujan let out a cold snort, reminding Jiangxin to practice diligently. Let us go, Aspara. We should return as well. Watching their teammates leave, Bardock smiled and addressed Jiangxin. Uncle Bardock, I still have training to complete. You may return first. Jiangxin replied with a smile. Training? Bardock glanced at a nearby alien. My Lord Bardock, it's quite simple. It is merely a matter of logistics, personnel onboarding, and assessment. You may leave for now, and I will send over the necessary documents later for Aspala to complete. The alien accompanying him felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly spoke up. Ha ha ha, that will suffice. Come, let us return. Bardock replied with a smile. And in the next moment, he effortlessly lifted Jiangxin into his arms. However, at that instant, Bardock's expression momentarily faltered in surprise. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment before he resumed his usual demeanor. They then exited the logistics center, leaving behind a stunned Phil and a sweating alien in a flurry of concern. Aspala, he, Phil murmured, his eyes wide with astonishment. After a prolonged pause, he finally regained his composure, only to be overwhelmed with excitement and exhilaration. He could hardly believe that the scion he knew had such a close relationship with Lord Bardock. This thought caused his cheeks to flush with warmth. At that moment, neither Jiangxin nor Bardock were aware of the implications. Bardock soared into the sky, holding Jiangxin, heading towards his home. The logistics center was not far from Bardock's residence, particularly with Bardock's speed. Even without exerting himself fully, they would reach home in just a few minutes. Bardock. Upon witnessing Bardock's expression, a flicker of excitement instantly appeared on Kind's face. Bardock, do indulge yourself. Wait. I shall fetch it immediately. Aunt Janae, allow me to assist. Within the room, the voices of the three resonated, creating an atmosphere of warmth that felt particularly comforting. A smile, one that had long been absent, spread across Janae's face. For her, nothing brought greater joy than the safe return of Bedak. After the meal, Jiangxin initially intended to take his leave, wishing not to intrude upon the rare reunion between Janae and Bedak. However, just as he was about to bid farewell, Bedak called out to him. In the courtyard, Jiangxin looked at Bedak with a hint of confusion. Uncle Bedak, is there something you need? He inquired instinctively. Aspala, you have activated the gravity bracelet, correct? Would you mind temporarily deactivating it? Bardock pondered for a moment before speaking with curiosity, his right hand instinctively pressing the detector. Observing Bardock's actions and listening to his words, Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and he quickly grasped the situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement and swiftly maneuvered to deactivate the gravity bracelet. Beep, beep. In the instant the gravity bracelet was deactivated, the detector before Bardock began to oscillate rapidly. His expression shifted from anticipation to utter astonishment. Especially when the final reading stabilized, his pupils dilated in shock. At that moment, the fluctuating value settled at a figure he had never anticipated, 108 points. His energy had been significantly depleted, resulting in a decline in combat power. Even though Bardock had suspected something extraordinary about Jiang Chen's weight earlier, he now understood that the enhancement provided by gravity to his scion was exceedingly pronounced. As Aspera had kept the gravity bracelet activated for an extended period, it was evident that his combat power would receive a substantial boost. However, he could scarcely fathom that the opponent, once regarded as among the weakest of lower-class warriors, had ascended to a level comparable to that of an ordinary upper-class warrior. 100 points, that was a staggering combat power level. If a reassessment were to occur at this moment, it was not far-fetched to believe Jiang Chen could be classified as an upper-class warrior, or at the very least, a mid-class warrior would pose no significant challenge. Of course, circumstances do not allow for hypotheticals. The ranks of scions are typically determined at birth, and even with enhanced abilities, they remain unchanged. Otherwise, he would have long since been recognized as an upper-class warrior, or even an elite warrior. Uncle Bardock. Observing the myriad changes in Bardock's expression, Jiang Chen instinctively spoke, his face reflecting a sense of conflict as he contemplated how to articulate his thoughts. After all, while this matter was not of monumental significance, explaining it seemed rather complex. Let us reinitiate the gravity ring. Taking a deep breath, Bardock softly uttered, "Oh." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and nodded earnestly. In the next moment, a ripple surged forth, and in the next moment, the gravitational bracelet illuminated once more, suppressing Jiang Chen's combat prowess yet again. However, this time, having distanced himself from the logistics center, Jiang Chen merely activated a gravity setting of 8 times. It was time to restore the previous gravity. Although his body struggled somewhat, it should be able to endure it, albeit with difficulty. Just as he initiated the gravitational force, Bardock's voice resonated once more. Indeed, Jiang Chen felt a surge of inspiration within, and without the slightest hesitation, he activated the 5 times gravity once more. With a resounding thud, the ground emitted a faint sound as the gravitational force intensified to 2.5 times its normal level. During this period, you have endeavored to maintain this elevated gravity. Soon, I shall procure a more advanced gravity bracelet from the Frisia Force for you. However, it is imperative that you remember not to exhibit a battle power exceeding 50. This matter must remain confidential. Do you comprehend, Aspera? Bardock observed the battle power being suppressed once more before speaking in a low voice. Understood, Uncle Bardock. Jiang Chen felt a tinge of confusion in his heart. Yet he promptly acquiesced. Although their time together had been brief, he was well aware that Bardock would not cause him harm. Very well. You should return and rest for now. I will be at home during this period. Starting from tomorrow morning, remember to come over. I shall commence your training. Bardock nodded, offering no further explanation, instead pondering momentarily before speaking. All right, thank you, Uncle Bardock. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he quickly nodded in agreement. Despite possessing numerous fragmented memories from his past life, those recollections had become somewhat inadequate for his current cultivation needs, having only been effective during the initial stages. The training under Bardock would undoubtedly set him back on the right path. Bardock currently boasted nearly 10,000 points of combat power. Even though planet Vegeta lacked profound cultivation methods, it would suffice for his short-term training requirements. As for the earlier confusion, he chose not to inquire further. If Bardock were inclined to share, he would have done so already. If not, Jiang Chen had no intention of pressing the matter. With excitement coursing through him, he departed. It was only after Jiang Chen had vanished that Jin appeared beside Bardock. That little one possesses an astonishing combat power of 100? Wasn't his initial assessment merely 5 points at birth? Jin remarked softly, her expression still one of shock. It should be more than that, possibly even higher, Bardock replied, shaking his head lightly. Although he lacked understanding of key training, Bardock was cognizant of its principles and recognized that Jiang Chen had expended considerable energy. Thus, He could surmise that 108 points was not Jiang Qin's ultimate limit. Listening to Bardock's words, Kine couldn't help but feel even more astonished, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Qin was merely over 5 years old, yet possessed a combat power exceeding 100 by adulthood. His strength would surely surpass 1,000, making him no weakling among the Scions. While Kine was taken aback, Bardock chose to remain silent. For some inexplicable reason, images began to resurface in his mind, stirring his emotions once more. Alas, he whispered inwardly, as Bardock gradually subdued his thoughts. The night slowly passed, giving way to the morning sun's gentle embrace. Early in the morning, Jiang Qin arrived at Bardock's residence, and indeed, Bardock was at home. Let us begin. From this day forth, I shall endeavor to cultivate you into a worthy warrior. The path ahead will be arduous, Aspala, and I fervently hope you possess the fortitude to endure. In the midst of an expansive meadow, Bardock gazed intently at Jiang Qin, his words imbued with an unprecedented gravity. I understand. Jiang Qin exhaled deeply, then nodded in affirmation. Not correct. Not correct. Your attack stance is all wrong. Right foot, right foot. Yes, over there. You ought to strike with your left elbow. As long as your combat power is not exceedingly superior to mine, it is utterly insufficient to thwart me. On the vast plain, two figures engaged in a relentless clash. Bardock's instructions were both straightforward and brutal, devoid of elaborate techniques. Each move was forged in the crucible of life and death battles. There was no structured training akin to that of Master Roshi. There existed only the singular method that Bardock honed through countless struggles for survival. However, for Jiang Qin, this was more than adequate. Setting aside the influence of the gravity training device, within less than a month of rigorous practice, although his combat power had not visibly surged, his prowess had advanced by leaps and bounds. Jiang Qin could almost perceive the enhancement of his abilities with the naked eye. Bardock, too, was taken aback. Jiang Qin's talent surpassed his expectations. This was not merely a matter of heightened combat power, but rather an exceptional aptitude for learning. This phenomenon transcended combat capabilities. One could possess significant power, yet lack the capacity to learn, as exemplified by that giant from the Nappa family. Numerous scions exhibited similar traits. Yet, Jiang Qin possessed a remarkable capacity for learning, often making substantial progress through his own exploration, even without Bardock's guidance. With Bardock's instruction, his advancement accelerated even further, leaving Bardock himself in a state of disbelief. Bang! Another collision. In midair, two figures came to a halt. All right, we'll conclude our training for today. I will need to pause for a while, as Kakarot is about to be born, Bardock announced. Understood, Uncle Bardock. Jiang Qin responded, a flicker of emotion passing through him as he nodded in agreement. There were no objections to this. After all, the birth of Kakarot held far greater significance than their training. This also provided him an opportunity to take a brief respite. After a year of rigorous training, he was not a scion solely driven by muscle. He too felt the strain. Let us depart, Bardock exclaimed with a smile. The new gravity bracelet that I previously requested from Torma to craft for you should have arrived at Frisia's headquarters. So soon? Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that a new gravity bracelet would be completed in less than a month. Fortune favored him, as the Frisia force had conveniently established a base on planet Sarka, not far from planet Vegeta. Bardock smiled and provided an explanation. Planet Sarka? Jiang Qin could not help but raise his eyebrows, a flicker of joy gradually dissipating from his expression. It was evident that Frisia had commenced surveillance on planet Vegeta. Otherwise, establishing a base on planet Sarka would be unnecessary. However, he was perplexed, as logically, Beerus had yet to arrive, and the Scions should still be Frisia's most loyal subordinates, rendering such measures superfluous. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he instinctively glanced at Bardock. Could this truly be the original timeline? His mind whispered softly, sending ripples through his consciousness. What is the matter? Bardock seemed to notice Jiang Qin's unusual demeanor and instinctively inquired. No, it's nothing, Jiang Qin replied, shaking his head as he hastily tucked away his thoughts. He then turned the conversation, casting a curious glance at Bardock. Uncle Bardock, could you share with me the details of your previous mission? Phil mentioned that you conquered a high-level life planet. Is that true? Jiang Qin asked with intrigue. Ha. Of course it's true, Bardock chuckled in response. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way back home. However, what troubled Jiang Qin was that during their conversation, Bardock did not mention anything about the curse of Kinesa. Whether it was due to an absence of events or Bardock's decision to remain silent, it left Jiang Chun in a state of renewed hesitation. During this period, he had gathered some understanding. Yet, the more he learned, the more peculiar it became. On one hand, the entire Vegeta planet resembled a new version, while in certain aspects, it coincided with the old one. Yet, amidst his uncertainty, a familiar figure appeared at the doorway of the room. Uncle Tom, Jiang Chun exclaimed hurriedly. Captain. Tom S. swiftly approached the two, a smile gracing his face. Ha ha ha, little Aspera, your Uncle Tom S. has spent his precious vacation time for you. With a chuckle, Tom S. affectionately ruffled Jiang Chun's hair before presenting a metallic box. Thank you, Uncle Tom S., Jiang Chun responded promptly, expressing his gratitude. Apologies for the trouble. Bardock chuckled as he spoke. Captain, I'm merely jesting. This is hardly a bother. By the way, I must take my leave now. Celeba has summoned me. Tomas quickly waved his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Bardock nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Tomas swiftly ascended into the sky. Let's give it a try? Bardock turned to Jiang Chun, smiling as he spoke. Very well, Jiang Chun nodded slightly. He then removed the gravity bracelet he was wearing and donned the new one. Buzz. Is the gravity bracelet activated? A mechanical sound reverberated, followed by a series of texts that materialized. Upon reading these words, Jiang Chun could not help but feel a surge of joy. Truly, this was a product of the Frisia core, even if it was merely a subsidiary. The caliber of this gravity bracelet far exceeded the previous models. Not only had the gravitational force escalated from 10-fold to 30-fold, but it also possessed the capability to monitor various bodily data. However, following his initial delight, Jiang Chun's expression shifted slightly. He took off the gravity bracelet. What is the matter? Is there an issue with Aspala? Observing Jiang Chun's actions, Bardock displayed a hint of confusion. Uncle Bardock, could you assist me in taking this for inspection to check for any surveillance or monitoring devices? Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before speaking up. Surveillance? Monitoring? Bardock was taken aback for a moment, but soon grasped the situation, furrowing his brow slightly before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall arrange for an examination in the coming days. Bardock accepted this with alacrity, evidently having contemplated the matter himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun reattached his gravity wristband, once more activating the 5 times gravity. After a month of rigorous training, under this weighty influence, his combat power surged to over 30 points. However, this was inconsequential. A combat power of 30 was still among the lowest echelons among the Scions, merely avoiding the bottom tier. Few would take notice of such a triviality. Once the gravity was adjusted, Bardock promptly escorted Jiang Chun to the logistical center on planet Vegeta. Kakarot was on the brink of birth, and Jine had been relocated to the logistical center a week prior. After a brief visit to Jine at the center, Jiang Chun returned home. In the following days, he found himself with rare moments of leisure. Aside from maintaining his gravity training, he set aside other pursuits. It was not until 5 days later that he hastily returned to the prenatal center at the logistical hub on planet Vegeta. At this moment, the facility was lined with numerous Scion-stamped incubation pods, each containing a Scion infant. It did not take long for Jiang Chun to spot Bardock and Jine. Uncle Bardock. And Janae. Jiang Chun hurriedly approached. Little Aspera, you have arrived. At this moment, Janae displayed no signs of weakness. The Scion physique is unimaginably robust, allowing her to swiftly recover even after recently giving birth. Indeed, Jiang Chun nodded swiftly, his gaze inevitably drawn to the infant incubation chamber before them. Within it lay a tiny baby, a cherubic figure with a crab-like head and a rosy body. Is this Kakarot? Jiang Chun inquired with curiosity, taking in the sight of the future protagonist of Dragon Ball. Yes, this is Kakarot. He is as tranquil as you and Aspera, exclaimed Janae with palpable excitement. Indeed, Jiang Chun nodded with a smile. However, amidst the conversation among the few, the nursery suddenly stirred with a hint of unrest at that very moment. What is the matter? Bardock exclaimed, grasping a being from another world with a furrowed brow. Lord Bardock? The extraterrestrial, initially taken aback and somewhat irked by the capture, quickly recognized his captor and spoke with the utmost respect. What is happening? Bardock inquired once more. It is reported from Area A that a Scion infant possesses an extraordinarily high battle power, causing the incubation pod to explode, the alien promptly responded. An exceptionally high battle power that leads to an explosion of the incubation pod? Bardock's pupils widened in astonishment. It is well known that the incubation pods for Scions are constructed from specialized materials. Even a battle power reaching 2 or 3,000 would not suffice to shatter them. Yet, it appears that an infant has caused such a catastrophe. Indeed, indeed. The alien nodded vigorously. Bardock then relaxed slightly, and the alien exhaled in relief, hurriedly departing. Let us go and investigate. Bardock pondered briefly before addressing the two. I shall not accompany you. You may proceed. Jine shook her head with a smile. Very well. Aspala exclaimed. Let us go and take a look. Bardock nodded in agreement and then called out to Jiangchen. All right. Jiangchen felt a stirring within, as if lost in contemplation. However, upon casting a glance at Kakarot beside him, his brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion etched upon his countenance. Yet, despite the uncertainty that lingered, he chose to follow Bardock. Before they could reach the designated area, a group of scions had already encircled it. Bardock's expression grew tense upon realizing that these warriors were none other than the palace guards. Lord Bardock. As Bardock approached, the palace guards felt a rush of apprehension and quickly bowed in deference. In the realm of planet Vegeta, where strength reigns supreme, Bardock's formidable battle power, nearing 10,000, commanded the respect of these royal sentinels. What is the matter? Bardock inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Lord Bardock, the incubation chamber was assaulted by the Zephyrians. The king has dealt with the situation and is now commanding us to maintain strict vigilance to prevent any further incidents, a scion respectfully replied. Zephyr people? Bardock was taken aback for a moment, instinctively speaking out. Indeed. However, the matter has been resolved. The figure nodded respectfully. Was it not said that a scion infant with formidable combat prowess had been born? Bardock inquired with astonishment. Lord Bardock, that was merely a system malfunction. Caused by the Zephyrians sabotaging the birthing system, the figure quickly clarified, shaking his head. I see. Since it has been addressed, let us move on. Bardock nodded and beckoned to Aspala to return. Jiangchen remained silent, following Bardock as they departed. Unexpectedly, that group of Zephyrians had resurfaced, managing to infiltrate the birthing chamber. Bardock furrowed his brow, his expression grave. His youngest son was still in the birthing chamber, and such a thought weighed heavily on his mind. Uncle Bardock, do the Zephyrians truly possess the capability to infiltrate the birthing chamber? Jiangchen interjected suddenly, having overheard Bardock's murmurs. What is the matter? Bardock paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at Jiangchen, his expression tinged with confusion. To my knowledge, the Zephyrians should have perished long ago. They ought to lack the capacity to infiltrate the nursery. Even if they could, what would be their objective in destroying the nursery? To annihilate the scions? The nursery comprises 5 distinct sections, which are not interconnected. Unless they can obliterate all of them, their efforts would be futile. Moreover, I have not witnessed any signs of combat. After a moment of silence, Jiangchen began to speak slowly. He did not believe a single word of the scion's earlier statements. The Zephyrians are an exceptionally intelligent race with a highly advanced civilization, scarcely featured in the canonical Dragon Ball narrative. While one cannot entirely dismiss the events of Dragon Ball GT, that is a matter set decades into the future. The likelihood of the Zephyrians causing trouble now is exceedingly low, if it exists at all. Are you suggesting that it is not the Zephyrians? Bardock inquired, momentarily taken aback, his voice laced with uncertainty. It is quite possible, given that the alien had just mentioned a baby with extraordinary combat power. Jiangchen nodded, gradually articulating his thoughts. At that moment, a particular figure crossed his mind, one that does not appear in the main storyline of Dragon Ball, yet has been integrated into the lore. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. This character exists in both the new and old versions, and in either incarnation, he undoubtedly aligns with the description provided by the alien. More importantly, if it were indeed Broly, then everything would begin to make sense. King Vegeta would certainly not welcome the emergence of a being who could pose a threat to him. Even Bardock had begun to harbor reservations about King Vegeta, who had even placed Raditz beside Prince Vegeta as a form of leverage, let alone a Broly whose innate combat power rivals his own. Disposing of Broly under the guise of the Zephyrians would be the most prudent course of action. The only dilemma lies in the fact that if this world were aligned with the older version, Broly should be situated near Son Goku. Yet the outcome places him entirely outside of Goku's domain in Area A. However, this possibility cannot be entirely ruled out, especially considering the alien's recent statements, which serve as further evidence. Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Bardock couldn't help but furrow his brow. After finishing with Janae, Jiangchen bid farewell to the two and exited the nursery. However, he did not leave the logistics center. Instead, he proceeded to another area within the center, where he found his colleague, Phil. Are you here? Aspera? Upon the arrival of Jiangchen, Phil expressed a hint of confusion. His colleague, having been absent from work for an extended period due to his association with Badak, had unexpectedly chosen to come back this time. Phil, have you been dealing with matters at the nursery recently? Jiangchen pondered briefly before speaking. Indeed, Aspera, you may not be aware of the numerous issues concerning the nursery. I have been quite overwhelmed with tasks these past few days, Phil replied, his tone laced with a touch of grievance. Is that so? I inquired, curious to know if a child of the Paragasian people had recently been born. Jiangchen's expression brightened momentarily before he fell into contemplation and posed the question. Yes. The Paragasians, he replied. I was just attending to them a few days ago. They seem to be residing in Area A. How do you know them? By the way, it seems there was a massive explosion in Area A today. Apparently, it was caused by the Zephyrians. Those damn Zephyrians are going to add a considerable amount of work to my plate. Phil nodded and began to voice further complaints. However, for Jiangchen, the latter remarks faded into silence. Indeed, she murmured softly. Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Jiangchen expressed her gratitude and soon departed from the logistics center. All right. Go ahead. Phil waved his hand, his expression tinged with envy, yet hesitant to voice it. Jiangchen swiftly departed from the logistics center. It was not until he stepped outside that he exhaled a long, heavy breath. Was it truly Broly? He murmured to himself, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Among all the scions throughout the Dragon Ball saga, there are but two true legends. One is Son Goku, also known as Kakarot, who evolved from a mere scion low-class warrior with a power level of 2 to the universe's most formidable fighter. The other, without a doubt, is Broly. In the annals of scion lore, every millennium heralds the emergence of the universe's mightiest super scion, characterized by a bloodthirsty and combative nature, wielding terrifying combat prowess. Broly epitomizes this legendary super scion. In the earlier iterations, Broly's strength was immensely formidable. In the movie adaptations, he single-handedly overpowered Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, Piccolo, and Gohan, exhibiting an overwhelming dominance. Even upon re-emergence, Gohan was easily subdued. In the newer version, Broly's might is even more fearsome. Upon his introduction, he was not even a Super Saiyan. Gradually, however, he could contend with Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan God forms, even the Super Saiyan Blue, ultimately falling short only against the strongest warrior, Gogeta. Jiangchen had not pondered this deeply before, having received no news on such matters. Kakarot's birth had not revealed Broly's presence. Yet, he never anticipated Broly's appearance, though the narrative diverged entirely from his recollections. Had Broly been alongside Kakarot, he could have affirmed this was indeed the original Dragon Ball. However, Broly found himself in a wholly different Zone A. Simultaneously, Bardock had experienced the planet Kanasa, leaving Jiangchen momentarily perplexed. Perhaps the only certainty now was whether planet Vegeta would encounter Beerus in the coming years. Only with Beerus's arrival could definitive conclusions be drawn. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Even if Beerus were to come, given King Vegeta's temperament, such an embarrassing matter would likely remain concealed. Thus, he found himself back at square one. Well, I might as well focus on my training. Jiangchen vigorously shook his head, ultimately letting out a sigh. Given his current status and position, discerning certain truths felt exceedingly challenging. Moreover, it seemed pointless at this juncture. After all, he first needed to navigate the initial main quest before contemplating subsequent issues. If he failed to surpass this first hurdle, all would be in vain. Once he succeeded, he could address such matters in due course. With his thoughts settled, Jiangchen suppressed the turmoil within and returned home. In the ensuing days, with Kakarot's birth, Jiangchen resumed his previous training regimen. On the third day, Bardock returned with a new gravity ring and handed it back to Jiangchen. He began utilizing the new gravity device, and under such intense training, his strength visibly surged. Within the span of 3 months, his combat power escalated to an impressive 180 points, just a step away from 200. It is noteworthy that most Scion low-class warriors, upon maturity, possess combat levels of merely 200 to 300 points, with only a select few reaching 400 or 500 points. For instance, Aunt Gina has a combat power of just over 200 points. At this moment, Jiangchen had yet to turn 6. And such a high combat level already placed him on par with a typical upper-class warrior, even nearing Raditz. It was said that Raditz's combat power was only around 210 points. Thus, Jiangchen needed to bridge a gap of less than 30 points, and at this rate, he could catch up within 2 months. However, time was of the essence, Only 3 days remained until the conclusion of the first landing. After 3 days, this landing would come to an end. Given the current circumstances, the impending main quest crisis would likely surface during the next landing. After all, Kakarot was merely months old, and there remained at least 2 years before Frieza would annihilate planet Vegeta. This realization brought a sense of relief to Jiangchen. Even if complications arose, he had means to escape. Perhaps extending his stay would be beneficial, allowing him to enhance his strength significantly while ensuring relative safety. After all, the universe is not a benevolent realm. A combat power of merely over 100 points cannot guarantee one's safety. Jiangchen estimated that he should aim to elevate his strength to 400 or even 500 points, ideally surpassing 1,000. Furthermore, he aspired to master the technique of creating artificial moons. With these two conditions met, his departure would be deemed safest. After all, a combat power of 400 or 500, coupled with an artificial moon, would equate to a staggering 4,000 or 5,000 points, rendering him no longer a weakling in the vast universe. He would even be considered formidable. Despite the multitude of warriors in Frieza's army boasting power levels exceeding 10,000, they are under the dominion of Frieza, the cosmic overlord. In reality, any warrior with a power level above 10,000 could be classified as a top-tier fighter in the universe, exceptionally rare to encounter. Beyond combat strength and artificial moons, another critical aspect for Jiangchen was how to maintain his sanity during the Great Ape transformation. If he could master this, it would not only facilitate attempts to transform into Super Saiyan 4 in the future, but simply enhancing his strength would be immensely vital. However, compared to the previous two aspects, controlling the rationality during the Great Ape transformation proved far more challenging. Even after nearly 3 years, he had yet to uncover any viable methods. In contrast, he had heard some insights regarding the artificial moon technique from Bardock. It was said that to qualify for learning this ability, one must be part of an elite squad among the Saiyans. The definition of an elite squad is straightforward. Any team capable of independently conquering a high-level life-sustaining planet is deemed elite. For instance, Bardock's team currently falls into this category. Should Bardock's team successfully ascend to elite status, they would gain the opportunity to learn the artificial moon technique. Assuming all goes as planned, Jiangchen would merely have to wait for Bardock to acquire the knowledge of the artificial moon before seeking it himself. Regarding combat power, given the current situation, he merely needed to anticipate his second landing. With an additional year or two of training, he was confident he could reach 500 or even 600 points. Time passed steadily. Although the conclusion of the landing approached, Jiangchen remained steadfast in his training, adhering to his regimen. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. As the countdown reached its end, the first landing concluded. Returning. Please hold on. Countdown. 19, 18, 17. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in my mind. As the countdown approached its final moments, anticipation filled the air. A resonant hum echoed as a radiant beam, visible solely to Jiangchen, descended from the heavens, enveloping him in its luminous embrace. In that instant, he felt a profound heaviness descend upon his mind, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Moments later, as his vision momentarily blurred, he found himself once again in a vast, wide expanse. The initial login had concluded. Data synchronization is currently underway. Matching complete. A mechanical voice announced. In the next moment, a radiant light swiftly converged before Jiangchen, revealing an ethereal card. Name, Aspera Identity, Scion from Planet Vegeta. Combat Power, 195. As the card's information materialized, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind, elucidating the card's purpose. Although he had not completed the main quest, rendering it impossible to bring forth the existence from the world he had logged into, including his Scion form, he still received a card formed from his entry into this realm as a privilege for his first safe landing. This type of card would allow him, upon activation, to temporarily harness the power of his identity within the logged world. At that moment, should he choose to utilize the Aspera card, he would possess the full might of Aspera, akin to his experience upon entering the world, with the sole distinction being that he would only retain this power for 3 minutes. To genuinely attain Aspera's strength and form, he would need to complete his initial main quest. Typically, interdimensional conquests are categorized into several stages. By fulfilling specific tasks within these stages, one can gradually acquire corresponding abilities, items, and more from that realm. Only upon completing the first stage can one be deemed a qualified interdimensional conqueror. As it stands, he could more accurately be described as merely an apprentice. With a deep breath, Jiangchen exhaled a cloud of stale air. Then, with a flicker of thought, His form began to be enveloped by a radiant light. As the brilliance expanded, his figure swiftly vanished into the misty white expanse. In the outside world, at the central dimension of Shaoxin City's 8th high school, Jiangchen was abruptly assailed by a cacophony of sounds, prompting his eyes to flutter open involuntarily. As soon as he opened his eyes, a familiar voice resonated beside him. "How are you? Chinzi, how is your whimsical world? Which world is it?" Ye Yang's words were laced with concern. Jiangchen promptly opened his eyes and was immediately met with Ye Yang's face hovering close to his own. Startled, he instinctively took a step back. "Hey, don't get so close. Otherwise, others might think we're, you know." Jiangchen retorted with irritation. "Go to hell," Ye Yang exclaimed. "Quickly tell me, which world are you in? Have you completed the main quest?" He spoke with irritation, unable to resist giving Jiangchen a light punch. "It's a world called Dragon Ball. The main quest won't be available until my next login. What about you? How's it going with Luffy? Have you become brothers yet?" Jiangchen shook his head, then looked curiously at his friend and confidant, recalling that the latter had logged into the world of One Piece. "Heh. Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's a piece of cake for me. I've already become the best of brothers with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. But those three are absolute monsters. Their physical capabilities are on another level." Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Ye Yang's eyes lit up, and he excitedly chimed in. Yet, as the conversation progressed, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. When he first logged in, feeling his body, which was nearly the same as it had been at 6 or 7 years old, he had been ecstatic. However, upon witnessing Sabo, Ace, and Luffy, he was utterly dumbfounded. They were in a league of their own. If it weren't for the fact that the three of them didn't care about such things, he felt he would have been left far behind. Of course, those three are destined to become significant figures. There's no way an ordinary login could compare. But don't worry. As long as you follow Carp into the Navy headquarters, becoming a top-tier powerhouse might not be a problem at all, Jiangchen said with a smile. He understood Ye Yang's frustration. While those who gained access to high school and login opportunities generally had decent physiques and talents, they paled in comparison to the likes of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. It was akin to him just logging in as a scion, instantly elevating the minimum battle power of scions. Naturally, Ye Yang's situation wasn't much better. Really? Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Yu Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. His expression became somewhat animated. Why would I deceive you? In your world, where the 4th tier reigns, isn't it quite effortless to give birth to a 1st-tier powerhouse? It seems so. In the realm of reality, the extraordinary system is remarkably intricate due to its connections with various dimensions and worlds. Over a century ago, the non-extraordinary inhabitants of this reality devised a comprehensive and novel system. The classification of this system is quite straightforward, organized by the levels of worlds. Those who reach the pinnacle of the 1st-tier world are designated as 1st-tier extraordinary beings, while those who attain the same in the 2nd-tier world are referred to as 2nd-tier extraordinary beings, and so forth up to the 4th tier. Presently, humanity has classified extraordinary beings into 6 tiers. The tiers from 1 to 6 have thus become the standard for evaluating extraordinary individuals. However, due to the disparities among worlds, even within the 1st tier, there exists a range of strengths. 1st-tier extraordinary beings are further categorized into 4 levels: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak. The same applies to the other tiers. As for the world of One Piece, recognized as a 4th-tier extraordinary realm, as long as Yu Yang can accompany Carp to the naval headquarters, the prospects of encountering 4th-tier or even 3rd-tier extraordinary beings are quite promising. The challenges posed by 1st and 2nd-tier beings are negligible. With a stroke of good fortune, should he assist by providing additional intelligence, ascending to the 3rd tier would not pose a significant obstacle. Despite humanity's classification of 6 tiers, the actual number of 1st-tier extraordinary beings is not particularly high, and 3rd-tier beings are even rarer. Generally, 3rd-tier extraordinary individuals can enter major military factions, attaining the status of a school-level officer, or remain in prestigious academies, becoming professors of note. Very few graduates from high-ranking academic institutions manage to reach the 3rd-tier level, let alone beyond that. By the way, what is your main quest? Jiangchen seemed to recall something, his voice tinged with curiosity as he inquired. He was intrigued about the primary mission bestowed upon Yu Yang in the world of One Piece. The main quest appears to be surviving amidst the inferno at the terminus. Yu Yang paused momentarily before responding. Are you certain? Jiangchen paused for a moment, his lips involuntarily twitching as he spoke. Is this really it? What's wrong? Is there an issue? Yu Yang suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. No, no problem. Jiangchen replied with a resigned shake of his head. He was aware of the arson incident at the terminal station. In the world of One Piece, the Sapphire Pirates had colluded with the royal family to set the terminal ablaze. However, his concern was not with that, but rather with the seemingly low difficulty of the main quest. Glancing at his own main quest, he felt as though he was being unfairly targeted. Especially if it weren't for his foresight, completing this main quest would be utterly impossible. As long as there's no problem, that's a relief. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Yu Yang exclaimed, patting his chest. During their conversation, a cacophony of sounds began to emerge around them. Instinctively, they turned towards the source of the noise, only to see a young girl approaching. Is that class leader Lin? It seems she is walking towards us, Yu Yang remarked, momentarily taken aback and puzzled. Meanwhile, Jiangchen raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the approaching girl. At that moment, a multitude of eyes converged upon her as she drew nearer. Thank you. Lin Shiyun approached and softly spoke to Jiangchen. At this moment, her emotions were indeed somewhat complex. Although she had only entered this world for 3 years, the magnitude of her achievements within that time was known solely to her. The boundaries of bloodshed exceeded her imagination, and once she could complete the main quest and obtain the rewards, her admission to a prestigious institution would pose no difficulty. No need to thank me. This is merely a transaction, Jiangchen replied with a smile, shaking his head. He did not place much significance on the matter. Perhaps for you it is so, but for me, it is not, Lin Shiyun retorted, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks as she spoke softly. How about this? Jiangchen, are you free tomorrow? I would like to treat you to a meal. Yu Yang's eyes widened in surprise at her words, and Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback as well. However, he quickly shook his head. No, thank you. I have other matters to attend to tomorrow, he replied with a smile. At this moment, he had no inclination for such things. After all, he had traversed into another world. Who had the time for romance? Strengthening himself was paramount, especially since his initial arrival had been in the realm of Dragon Ball. With over 10 days remaining until his second entry, he certainly needed to seize the opportunity to clarify his thoughts and prepare himself for the upcoming journey. Oh, I see. Lin Shiyun expressed a hint of disappointment, yet managed to stammer. Well, when you have time next, classmate Jiangchen, please do reach out to me. After uttering these words, his figure swiftly retreated. Observing this scene, Jiangchen found himself at a loss for words. However, in that very moment, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Jiangchen exclaimed, startled by Yu Yang's intense stare, his tone tinged with irritation. And what about you? When did you start getting involved with class leader Lin? You've made me worry about you. And that woman, Lu Qingxia, Yu Yang retorted, clearly displeased. What do you mean by involved? Don't speak nonsense. Didn't you see it was merely a transaction? Jiangchen replied, his irritation evident. Really? Ye Yang inquired with a hint of skepticism. Of course, indeed. Let us depart. If we linger any longer, I sense impending trouble. Jiangchen spoke with irritation, casting a sidelong glance at the numerous male gazes that made his scalp tingle. He hastily tugged at Yu Yang to leave. However, in his departure, he failed to notice a pair of disdainful eyes in the distance. Lu Qingxia was seething with anger. The sight of Lin Shiyun together with Jiangchen only intensified her fury. Although she harbored no fondness for Jiangchen, she relished the feeling of being pursued by him. Yet, at this moment, the figure she sought was ensconced in another's embrace, provoking her extreme vexation. The recollection of Jiangchen's previous demeanor made her grit her teeth in frustration. Even if Jiangchen had perceived Lu Qingxia's expression, he would not have been overly concerned. He was not his former self. While similarities existed, he had not inherited the obsessive devotion of his predecessor, nor did he share any affection for Lu Qingxia. Her thoughts and expressions were of no consequence to him. At present, his mind was preoccupied with logging in and the Dragon Balls, rather than anything else. He and Yu Yang exited the central hub of their realm. As they traversed the campus, Yu Yang's thoughts swiftly returned to the logging world, and he excitedly recounted his experiences to Jiangchen, who occasionally interjected with a chuckle. Following the conclusion of the first login, a mere registration was required before the holidays. In just 15 days, they would return to school for the second login. This represented a significant shift from their prior academic progress. After the initial login, the school would conduct a registration, as the nature of the logging world differed, leading to variations in login durations. Some students embarked on main quests, while others did not. Thus, following the first session, the school would initiate a new round of registrations, or more precisely, a reallocation of classes. Indeed, a reallocation of classes. This round of registration primarily aimed to exclude students who had failed their main quests. Unsurprisingly, these students had forfeited their extraordinary potential, however, as students eligible for high school. Even those who lost their logging qualifications possessed greater innate abilities than the average individual. Consequently, in such circumstances, class reallocations would occur. Students who successfully completed their main quests or had yet to finish them would be redistributed into a new class. After a brief exchange, Jiang Chun and Yu Yang returned to their classroom, where their homeroom teacher, Luo Qingzhu, was already present. Congratulations to all on completing your first login. I need not elaborate on the subsequent procedures. Please fill out this form shortly, Luo Qingzhu announced softly, waiting for all students to settle before clapping her hands to capture their attention. That, Teacher Luo. However, at the very moment her words fell, a faint voice emerged from within the classroom, accompanied by a hesitant hand raised in the air. Li Qinghua, what is it? Observing the figure that had raised their hand, I couldn't help but shake my head, yet still address the student. Teacher, I am preparing to return to assist my parents. The figure stood, confronting the gazes of their peers, tears glistening in their eyes, and their speech faltering. Upon hearing their words, many students in the class instinctively lowered their heads. Even a girl burst into tears. For them, this represented their sole opportunity. Should they miss it this time, the likelihood of a second chance in their lifetime would be nearly non-existent. The weight of such pressure and anguish is simply unimaginable. I understand, said Li Qinghua. You may proceed to the administrative office to complete your withdrawal procedure shortly. Others may do the same. I will also endeavor to petition the school to see if we can obtain a refund of some tuition fees. Luo Qingzhu observed the reactions of many in the class, along with the sounds of weeping that permeated the air. She let out a sigh, offering no words of comfort, instead softly uttering a phrase. Her words only seemed to amplify the sorrowful cries within the classroom. Even some students who had yet to complete their main tasks felt a pang of melancholy. Luo Qingzhu shook her head and called over a student, distributing the forms. As the forms were handed out, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted from his classmates back to the form before him. The form was quite straightforward. Name, gender, world, main task, and a summary of the world, merely 5 items. It was evident that this was a census conducted by the Daxia Federation, aimed at understanding both the students and the world as thoroughly as possible. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before he began to fill it out. The first 4 sections were completed swiftly. However, he hesitated slightly on the 5th item. Yet, an idea soon dawned on him. Within a few minutes, Jiang Chen had finished filling out the form. Hey, Chenzi, do you think I should include what you mentioned? Just as Jiang Chen completed the task, a head leaned in curiously at Yu Yang, bearing an expression of indecision. However, he was swiftly met with a look of incredulity from Jiang Chen. Ahem. I was merely speaking casually. By the way, Chenzi, you have yet to reveal what kind of world you inhabit. It is said that the randomness of the login can be quite significant, leading one to either an ordinary realm or an exceedingly advanced one. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Yu Yang involuntarily cleared his throat twice, feeling somewhat foolish, and swiftly sought to shift the topic. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a familiar figure approached to collect the reports. Yu Yang promptly fell silent, nudging Jiang Chen discreetly. Have you finished, Jiang Chen? Came the soft voice of Lin Shiyan. It has been completed. Trouble. Jiang Chen nodded, smiling as he handed over the report. Lin Shiyan received it, returning the smile and nodding in kind. Hey, am I mistaken? Lin Shiyan has definitely been watching you since she stood up, Yu Yang exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Can you stop with that? You should first consider how to proceed with the second login. The naval headquarters, entering is easy now, but leaving won't be as simple, Jiang Chen retorted sharply. Don't change the subject. Speak up. You two undoubtedly have something going on. Yu Yang couldn't help but insist, his frustration evident. Jiang Chen chose to ignore him. This fellow had always been insufferable in his past life, and it was clear that this world hadn't changed him either. His thoughts drifted as he began to contemplate the upcoming login matters. Noticing Jiang Chen's disregard, Yu Yang couldn't help but smirk, casting his gaze toward a distant figure, feeling a slight sense of relief. Of course, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to all of this. On the podium, Luo Qingzhu was equally uninterested in the unfolding drama. After organizing the reports, her voice rang out once more. All right, classmates, starting today, those who have not completed the main quest, or those who have already finished it, will become members of the Transcendence class. Other students will be reassigned to regular classes, and you may apply for withdrawal. I will do my best to request a partial refund of the tuition from the school. As for the class schedule, The regular class begins promptly at 7 tomorrow morning. Remember to report to the Transcendence class located on the first floor of the Dimensional Center in 3 days. Class is dismissed. As Luo Qingzhu's words resonated, they marked the conclusion of the lesson. Following this class, it was likely that many would never cross paths again in their lifetime. They were irrevocably separated from one another, especially those who had already completed their main quests. Even if their gains were modest, they were sufficient to grant them admission to prestigious academies, setting them apart from the ordinary populace, truly existing in a different realm altogether. Let us go. Hastily, they made their way back, for today marked the update of Ragnarok. And I had refrained from logging in for an entire month in anticipation, engulfed by the fervor. Jiang Chun felt a surge of emotion as his body was abruptly seized by Yu Yang, who hurriedly urged him towards the classroom exit. A sense of helplessness washed over Jiang Chun, yet the heightened emotions began to wane. Shaking his head, he chose to follow Yu Yang out of the classroom. However, just as they stepped outside, a familiar voice echoed behind them. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Yang's expression darkened slightly, while Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow in response. Let us proceed. Do not pay her any mind. Ye Yang exclaimed with irritation, pulling Jiang Chun along as they continued onward. Jiang Chun chuckled softly, and then, pausing for a moment, resumed his steps in unison. Jiang Chun. The voice behind him shifted from complexity to anger, unable to restrain a sharp exclamation. This outburst instantly drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Jiang Chun could not help but halt his steps again, his expression darkening. Observing him stop, Lu Qingxia hurried over. Jiang Chun, have you developed feelings for Lin Shiyun? She questioned, her voice laced with ire, her teeth clenched, and her eyes aflame with fury. Lu Qingxia, please be mindful of your words, Jiang Chun replied, furrowing his brows and taking a deep breath before speaking coldly. Jiang Chun, tell me, do you have feelings for Lin Shiyun? Lu Qingxia persisted, seemingly unwilling to relent. This only attracted more attention from those nearby, many of whom regarded Jiang Chun with a glimmer of disdain. Lu Qingxia, I have already stated that you should watch your language. We are not acquainted, and I have no obligation to report anything to you, Jiang Chun retorted icily, before turning away and striding off into the distance. Jiang Chun, stop right there. Jiang Chun, Lu Qingxia exclaimed in anger. However, Jiang Chun completely disregarded her. This scene immediately sparked whispers among the onlookers, and hushed conversations ensued, causing Lu Qingxia's face to flush with shades of green and purple, her expression a mix of shame and fury. When had she ever been so blatantly ignored by Jiang Chun? This infuriated her to no end. Yet, her frustration was in vain. Jiang Chun paid her no mind, rendering her usual tactics utterly ineffective. Anger surged in her eyes as Jiang Chun and Yu Yang had already departed from the school. Hehe, Chinsi. Is this how it's done? Lu Qingxia, she must think you're a fool, Yu Yang remarked with a grin. Jiang Chun shook his head, amused. All right, why? I'm heading back. Don't just remember to play games. I'll send you a new set of materials shortly. Make sure to organize it well for your next login. At least we should give Uncle Yu something to be proud of. Hey, you're not going to play? Yu Yang exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun chuckled and shook his head. In his previous life, his two major passions were fawning over Lu Qingxia and playing League of Legends. But that was a different era. This world was so wondrous that he had no desire to dwell on those past pursuits. You have changed, Yu Yang began, his expression laden with a sense of betrayal. Begone. He's gone. Jiang Chun spoke with irritation, then waved his hand as he boarded a bus that had just arrived. Watching Jiang Chun depart, Yu Yang muttered to himself, it seems he has indeed changed, before stepping aside to hail a taxi and leaving as well. Jiang Chun's home was approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from the school, and the bus ride took about 20 minutes. Soon, he arrived at his residence, situated in a dilapidated neighborhood on the outskirts of Shaoxian City. The apartment was merely 60 to 70 square meters, not purchased by Jiang Chun's parents but provided by his uncle for the family of 4 to reside in. Their living conditions were exceedingly poor. He recalled that it was not until his sister graduated from university that their situation began to improve. Staring at the familiar door, Jiang Chun hesitated, feeling a pang of uncertainty about knocking. Though the world had changed, the people remained the same. He felt an immense sense of indebtedness towards his parents, leaving him at a loss for how to approach them. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to compose himself. However, before he could even knock, the door swung open, revealing an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman. Xiaochen, you're back? Upon seeing Jiang Chun, the woman paused for a moment, but her expression quickly transformed into one of surprise and joy. Mother. Jiang Chun gathered his thoughts and then spoke with a smile. Quick, come in. Why are you standing at the door? The middle-aged woman spoke irritably, casually placing the trash at the entrance. Very well. Jiangchen nodded and then entered the room. Dinner will take a while. Your father is returning home later than usual today, as there are still numerous matters to attend to at the factory. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. Very well. Jiangchen replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. He then stepped into the room, where a brief exchange occurred between mother and son. To his surprise, his mother did not inquire about the matter of his arrival in the new realm. Jiangchen opened his mouth several times, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had not merely stepped into the world of Naruto, but rather into an entirely new universe, and the main quest remained unfulfilled. Half an hour later, after having lunch, Jiangchen returned to his modest room. Measuring a mere 50 square meters, the space was divided, with his bedroom reduced to less than 10 square meters. He approached his desk, took a deep breath to steady himself, and began to gather his thoughts anew. As night fell gradually, the door creaked open. A soft, cautious voice could be heard from outside. Moments later, a whisper floated into the room. Li Hua, didn't Xiaochen just log into the new realm today? How is it going? Shu, I'm afraid it's not looking too good. When I disposed of the garbage earlier, Xiaochen didn't even dare to enter the house. Please refrain from saying anything further. Well, sigh? The soft murmur transformed into a sigh. Fragmented and intermittent, Jiangchen listened with only partial attention. Instinctively, he considered rising, yet hesitated before ultimately abandoning the thought. Everything can wait until he completes his primary mission. No matter how confident he felt this time, it was merely confidence, not reality. If unforeseen complications arose, discussing such matters now would only lead to his parents' unwarranted joy. Shaking his head, Jiangchen's gaze fell upon the densely packed information on the blank paper before him. If someone from the Dragon Ball world were to arrive at this moment, they would discover it filled to the brim with details pertaining to that realm, just as he had discussed with Yu Yang. Preparations for his second landing commenced the moment the return began. While he possessed foresight, he still needed to figure out how to effectively utilize that foresight, which required organizing the knowledge swirling in his mind. As night deepened, it was not until midnight that Jiangchen succumbed to sleep. The following day, he awoke at 7. The prolonged training on Vegetas planet having ingrained a routine in him. Shaking his head, he glanced at the sky and decided to rise and prepare a meal for himself. He then resumed the organization of the relevant information he had been sorting through the night before. Meanwhile, as Jiangchen busied himself contemplating his next landing, the entire Daxia was anything but tranquil. A strategy for a level 4 world was underway. This was of paramount importance even for Daxia, as a well-utilized level 4 world could yield numerous 4th-tier powerhouses. Such 4th-tier beings would be considered mid to high-end forces even within Daxia. Thus, following the conclusion of the first landing, a deluge of intelligence began to converge upon the Daxia authorities. Naturally, the prestigious Daxia Academy, as the leader of this nascent world, was also involved. In an office within the Daxia Academy, a woman furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the stacks of documents before her, her expression laden with confusion. Yet, amidst her puzzlement, knock, knock. The door was gently rapped upon. Come in. The woman called out, and in the next moment, a girl of around 14 or 15 pushed open the door, carrying a substantial stack of documents. Teacher, the materials have been delivered. Jiangxi spoke softly. Should I place them here? Just leave it there. The woman nodded without raising her head. Meanwhile, Jiangxi set the documents aside, preparing to depart. Xiaoxi, wait a moment, come here. However, before she could step out of the office door, the woman called out to her. Yes, teacher. Jiangxi hurriedly nodded and approached. Xiaoxi, this world seems somewhat askew. It is not as splendid as I had anticipated. I am considering providing you with a different initial world to log into. As Jiangxi drew closer, the woman lifted her head, her brow furrowed as she spoke. Ah! Jiangxi exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening in astonishment. The initial world holds immense significance. The realm I chose for you, known as the Ninja World, was based on our investigation, which suggested it to be a world of the utmost 4th tier limit, an ideal outcome for you. However, upon preliminary exploration, it appears that our initial predictions may have been erroneous. This world seems to be merely an ordinary 4th tier realm, perhaps even ranking among the lowest echelons of such worlds. The woman let out a soft sigh, her voice tinged with resignation. This turn of events was unexpected. Despite the initial high assessments, the results have proven to be disappointing. A top-tier 4th world would undoubtedly be the best choice for my newly acquired student, providing a solid foundation for extraordinary development. Yet, an ordinary 4th tier world, especially one that ranks low even among fourth-tier realms, is far from an optimal choice. My student possesses remarkable talent, and I do not wish to squander it. Teacher, perhaps we should reconsider, Jiangshi suggested, feeling conflicted but mustering the courage to speak up. Xiaoxi, this is no trivial matter. The initial world is crucial to determining how far you can progress in the future. We cannot afford to be careless, the woman responded, her brow furrowed, her tone turning serious. I understand, the teacher said. I believe this world is quite remarkable, and as you have mentioned, it is indeed a fourth-order pinnacle world. Although our exploration has not yet yielded significant discoveries, this may not necessarily indicate a flaw within the world itself. It could also be attributed to our limited understanding of it thus far. Jiangshi spoke earnestly. Indeed, upon hearing Jiangshi's words, the woman became engrossed. Teacher, I believe this world suits me perfectly. Observing her intense focus, Jiangshi clenched her teeth and spoke again. Xiaoxi, are you certain? The woman took a deep breath, her gaze returning to her student. Teacher, I am certain. Jiangshi nodded, reaffirming her stance. Very well, I hope you do not come to regret your decision. Take a look. These are the preliminary statistics of the information gathered, which should assist you in your initial foray. The woman gazed at the resolute Jiangshi and let out a slight sigh. She then nodded, choosing not to say more. Each individual possesses their own choices. And with Jiangshi's unwavering determination, she felt it unnecessary to voice her concerns, instead opting to acknowledge her. Yes, teacher. Jiangshi nodded and walked forward. As Jiangshi picked up the documents on the desk, the voice of the woman beside her began to resonate. According to the information currently available, this world is not insignificant, nearly as vast as reality itself. The extraordinary system in this realm is represented by the existence of ninjas, who wield the powers of the 5 elements, wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, as well as the dual forces of yin and yang. Presently, the structure of this world is organized into nations and ninja villages, with the 5 great nations and their corresponding ninja villages serving as the primary governing powers: the land of fire's Konoha, the land of lightning's Kumogakure, the land of wind's Sunagakure, the land of water's Kirigakure, and the land of earth Esawagakure. Among them, the most formidable ninja village at present is Kumogakure. Following the ascension of the 4th Raikage, Kumogakure has been diligently expanding its military might. The second most powerful is Konoha, once the foremost village in the ninja world, yet now in decline. During the last ninja war, Konoha suffered devastating losses at the hands of the other 4 major villages, and 6 months prior, the 4th Hokage, the successor, perished in a tumultuous event. Currently, only the aged 3rd Hokage has resumed leadership over Konoha, resulting in a village diminished in talent. Following Konoha is Awagakure. As for Sunagakure and Kirigakure, they are regarded as the least significant. The woman's voice was gentle, gradually imparting information to Jiangshi. Teacher, did you not mention earlier that according to the latest intelligence, Konoha is the strongest? Jiangshi could not help but interject, her heart tightening. Ha ha ha, do not be hasty. Little she, I have not finished yet. This is merely the surface information. In truth, Konoha is indeed the strongest. According to the higher-level intelligence from the Daxia Academy, Konoha's strength is far more profound than it appears. Although the 3rd Hokage is elderly, he is reputed to be the most powerful Hokage in history. It is said that in the future, this venerable Hokage will have the capability to contend single-handedly against 3 Kage. The woman spoke with a smile, softly elucidating. The most powerful Hokage in history? Jiangshi's eyes sparkled at the woman's words. Indeed, the most powerful, and Konoha boasts the greatest number of formidable ninja clans, each possessing unique and extraordinary abilities, making it the optimal choice for initial entry. As I previously mentioned, the Hyuga clan possesses a special ability known as the Byakugan, which is immensely powerful. Take a look at this. The woman chuckled, retrieving another document from the drawer and handing it to Jiangshi. Eagerly, Jiangshi accepted it, her gaze irresistibly drawn to the words inscribed upon it. Her attention was entirely captivated by the text. After a moment, she put down the document with a sense of delight, looking towards her teacher. Have you finished reading? How is it? The Byakugan is quite formidable, is it not? The woman inquired with a smile. Yes, it is very powerful, Jiangshi quickly nodded. Even though it was merely a simple textual description, it conveyed the strength of the Byakugan. The previous feelings of anxiety and tension dissipated entirely. Ha ha ha, little she. You must understand that the Byakugan is one of the 3 great ocular jutsu in this world. Apart from the long-lost Rinnegan from the mythological era, the Byakugan may well surpass another ocular technique known as the Sharingan. After all, it is said that the Sharingan is an evolution of the Byakugan. Moreover, The abilities of the Byakugan will greatly aid you even in your future endeavors in other worlds, which is why I did not fully dissuade you. The woman nodded, then spoke earnestly. I comprehend. Teacher. Jiangshi nodded earnestly, her expression inevitably filled with excitement and fervor. Go ahead, prepare yourself. Since you are unwilling to make any changes, let us commence with this second login. Moreover, take some time to thoroughly study these materials. The woman waved her hand and then spoke. Indeed. Jiangshi responded respectfully, swiftly exiting the office. As she awaited Jiangshi's departure, the woman furrowed her brow once more. Such an intense energy could not possibly originate from a mere fourth-tier beginner's realm. Could it be that there was an issue with the detection? She murmured softly. Her brow knitted in confusion, yet she soon shook her head, casting those thoughts aside for the time being. In light of this, she deemed it more prudent to address her own matters first. The initial landing had concluded, and as one of the vice deans of the Great Xia Academy, she had numerous affairs to attend to. Meanwhile, Jiangshi, having left, was eager to return to her quarters. As a specially admitted student of the Great Xia Academy, she possessed an independent living space. I wonder how my brother is doing. Jiangshi mused quietly, pulling out her phone to make a call. In the early morning, within his room, Jiangchen was engrossed in organizing materials when suddenly, the phone beside him rang. The abrupt sound jolted him from his reverie, and he instinctively picked up the phone. Upon seeing the caller's identity, a smile spread across his face. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, Xiaoxi. What is the matter? Jiangchen's voice resonated. Brother, I have obtained some intelligence on my end. I'll send it to you, so please make sure to receive it. Upon finishing her sentence, a serious tone emanated from the other end of the line, belonging to his sister. This. Ding dong. Before he could fully comprehend, a message chimed on his phone. Brother, I've already sent it to you. This time, you are choosing the Hyuga clan, right? You have no idea. Just now the teacher informed me that the Hyuga clan in Konoha possesses an immensely powerful ability. As long as you can successfully complete the first main quest, you will undoubtedly gain admission to a prestigious institution. Accompanied by the sound of the notification, his sister's voice echoed in his ears once more. Listening to those words, a warm current flowed through Jiang Chen's heart. In his previous life, his sister had tirelessly worried for him, and it seemed that in this life, it was no different. Even if he did not peruse the materials, he was well aware that his sister had likely invested considerable effort. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, initially intending to decline, but ultimately uttered softly, Brother, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that. On the other end of the line, Jiangxi paused momentarily, her voice tinged with confusion as she inquired. Nothing at all. Jiangchen replied with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Brother, are you free today? Jiangxi's voice rang out with a peculiar tone. What do you mean by free? Enough of that. I am still preparing for the second landing. Thank you once again for your assistance. Jiang Chun responded with a hint of annoyance. That is more like it. With that, I shall not disturb you any further. Do take a good look for yourself. This information is indeed quite precious. Jiangxi chuckled as she spoke, then promptly hung up the phone. Jiang Chun shook his head in amusement and casually opened the message sent by his sister. As expected, compared to the previous intelligence, this time the information was undoubtedly much more detailed. To Jiang Chen's surprise, it even contained snippets regarding certain upcoming plot developments in the world. Although the details were fragmented and many were inaccurate, it was still quite astonishing, leaving him somewhat taken aback. This world? Jiang Chen murmured softly, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. Though he had only received fragmented and rudimentary information, he sensed something unusual lurking within. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head, consolidating his thoughts. For him, the second login was of paramount importance. As for the secrets of this world, they were not his immediate concern. Xiaoxi, as a special recruit, would likely commence her login ahead of schedule next year. He hoped it would be a familiar realm. With a quiet exhalation, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze back to the documents he had completed. Time passed slowly. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Subsequently, Jiangxi sent him several pieces of intelligence. On the third day, Jiang Chen gathered his thoughts and stepped out of his home towards the school. He took the bus to the school and entered the classroom. Compared to the previous class, the number of students present was noticeably reduced by more than half. Following the first login, the 8th High School of Shao Xian City had divided the first-year students into 2 categories, ordinary classes and transformative classes. There were 3 transformative classes in total, and collectively, the number of students in these 3 classes did not exceed that of the previous single class. Jiang Chen's class comprised a mere 25 individuals. Furthermore, This number was already dwindling. It was anticipated that with the commencement of the second login and the onset of the main quest, more than half of these 25 might be eliminated. If luck were to run low, a 70% elimination rate was quite likely, based on past experiences. It was common for only one class to remain by the time students reached their second year. The ordinary classes would not fare much better. Having lost the opportunity for the extraordinary, continuing their studies would render the financial expenditure disproportionate to the benefits for most families, leading many to opt for withdrawal. Chunzi, over here. Upon entering the classroom, he was greeted by Yu Yang from a corner. Jiang Chen smiled and walked over. How have you been? You haven't been playing around these past few days, have you? Jiang Chen inquired curiously, casting a skeptical glance at Yu Yang, who sat beside him. Of course not. I've been diligently preparing. How could I possibly waste my time? Yu Yang exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Really? Of course, it's true. Chunzi, you have no idea that my father has cut off my internet, so even if I wanted to play, I couldn't. Ha ha ha, serves you right. The two of them exchanged laughter as more and more students filled the classroom. Soon, all the members of the 2A fan class had gathered. At the entrance, Luo Qingzhu also stepped in. As a top student of the Daxia Academy, she naturally became the current homeroom teacher of Jiang Chun, who was once her student. All right, everyone. Please settle down. Luo Qingzhu announced as she approached the podium, her gentle voice resonating throughout the room. An invisible force spread around, instantly silencing the classroom. Even Jiang Chun and Yu Yang paused their conversation. Once everyone had quieted down, Luo Qingzhu's words echoed once more. Dear students, I trust that you have adequately rested over the past 3 days. It is now time for us to strive forward. Your ability to gain admission to this academy, and perhaps even to a higher institution, will determine the course of your futures. I hope that each of you will not take this lightly. Though Luo Qingzhu's voice was soft, it reached the ears of every student. Responses arose from all corners, and at that moment, no one dared to voice dissent, not even those who felt particularly anxious. It was as if their innermost passions had been stirred to life. Very well, let us commence our first lesson. This is also your inaugural class since entering this realm. Observing the expressions of the students, Luo Qingzhu nodded in satisfaction before turning to the blackboard to inscribe a line of text. Her handwriting was not as delicate as one might expect. Instead, it bore an air of authority. Dark Era, murmured Jiang Chen, his gaze instinctively drawn to the inscription. Dear classmates, could anyone elucidate what the Dark Era signifies? A melodious voice resonated, restoring silence to the classroom. Yu Yang shrank back, and Jiang Chen could faintly hear him muttering not to be chosen. This brought a smile to Jiang Chen's face. Just as he was amused, Luo Qingzhu's voice rang out once more. Yu Yang, it's your turn. Her voice, as enchanting as ever, instantly drained the color from Yu Yang's face. This. The Dark Era was the most significant upheaval in human history. Yu Yang instinctively began, yet his words faltered intermittently. This was a key topic from the first semester of their freshman year, and crucial knowledge at that. Yu Yang, is this how you studied? Luo Qingzhu's voice turned icy, her exquisite visage momentarily veiled in frost. Startled, Jiang Chun promptly stood up. The Dark Era refers to the monumental turmoil that began 300 years ago and lasted until a century ago. Due to dimensional fluctuations, the world underwent a profound transformation. The gates of dimension swung wide open, granting humanity the ability to connect with them, thus providing opportunities to traverse various dimensional realms. However, as humans gained access to countless worlds, innumerable terrifying entities also descended upon our realm, plunging it into 2 centuries of chaos. This chaos is what we term the Dark Era. Fortunately, having assimilated the knowledge, Jiang Chen swiftly recalled the details and provided an answer. Indeed, what Jiang Chen has stated is correct. This is the Dark Era, marking the prologue to our present age. Jiang Chen, you may take your seat. Yu Yang, please stand at the back. Luo Qingzhu spoke coldly. Yu Yang, head bowed, retreated to the rear of the classroom. Jiang Chen chuckled and then sat down. At that moment, after her words, Luo Qingzhu began to inscribe 4 new characters on the blackboard with swift strokes. World Conquest? As she gazed upon the newly inscribed words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Dear classmates, do any of you know the purpose of entering the world? The voice of Luo Qingzhu resonated, accompanying her words. The figures below exchanged glances. After a brief moment, someone timidly spoke up. Teacher Luo. The purpose of entering the world should be to acquire extraordinary power to fend off the invasion of the dimensional realm, right? The speaker was a young girl from the front row. As she voiced her thoughts, many gazes converged upon her. You are correct, yet not entirely so, Luo Qizhu acknowledged, her voice flowing gently. The initial purpose of entering the world was indeed to obtain extraordinary power to resist the incursion of the dimensional realm. However, as time has progressed, the objective has evolved into something greater, world conquest. Each world possesses its own level, much like the worlds you have chosen to enter. Some are level 1, some level 2, and others level 3. The world we inhabit is no different. These intertwined dimensional realms are exceptionally unique. Theoretically, if we can conquer them to a sufficient degree, they will serve as nourishment, merging into our own world and elevating its tier. Thus, at present, entering the world encompasses not merely the pursuit of extraordinary power, but also the conquest of worlds. Luo Qingju nodded, her words flowing with poise. Listening to her exposition, the students below wore expressions of astonishment. Even Jiang Chun was no exception. He had never anticipated that the endeavor of entering the world encompassed such an aspect. The notion of dimensional realms transforming into fuel and integrating into the primary world felt utterly astounding, even to merely hear it. Teacher, can dimensional worlds truly merge with ours? At that moment, a student could not restrain their curiosity and asked aloud. The others, too, bore expressions of incredulity. Indeed, in our current world, we have already integrated into more than a dozen others, with several still in the process. For instance, the world of fruits is also undergoing integration. It is said that the progress has reached 20%. Once we achieve 100%, complete assimilation will occur. Besides the world of fruits, many other realms are also merging. Theoretically, once the conquest begins, it can be deemed the commencement of integration. Listening to the astonished inquiries from the students, Luo Qingju nodded earnestly. She could naturally grasp the surprise of the crowd, as she too had been astonished when she first learned of this. Teacher, what constitutes the beginning of conquest? Amidst the chorus of voices, a sudden question emerged. Though the voice was not loud, it could not be overlooked. Luo Qingju instinctively glanced over and immediately recognized Jiang Chun. She paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun wore a contemplative expression. The integration of worlds was indeed something he had not anticipated. Just moments ago, he had not considered it deeply. But he soon realized that his own world was markedly different from others. Whether it be the world of Naruto or One Piece, these realms, while commendable in level, barely reached 4 or 5 ranks at most. They posed no significant threat to the overarching world and would not present considerable issues. To put it simply, humanity possesses the capacity to suppress these worlds. However, he was from the Dragon Ball universe. What level does the Dragon Ball world hold? Jiang Chun was uncertain 6th rank, 7th rank, or perhaps even higher. It was evident that regardless of the rank, once integrated, it could lead to substantial complications for the entire main world. Thus, he could not help but voice his concerns. In his anxious state, Luo Qingju clapped her hands to quiet the classroom. Her melodious voice resonated once more. Classmates, Jiang Chen's inquiry pertains to the most critical aspect of world conquest. While the landing in a world signifies the commencement of the conquest, certain conditions must still be met for it to truly begin. Firstly, world landing necessitates capturing a world or randomly locating one. Regardless of the method, the initial quota for landing is limited. Once these participants exert sufficient influence on the world, the true conquest can commence, leading to the gradual manifestation of entities arriving in the main world. If we can vanquish these arrivals, we can expedite the conquest process, gain relevant intelligence, and secure additional landing slots. A year ago, the captain of the Black Pirate crew descended upon our Shaoxin city and was slain by the city lord, granting us a portion of the landing rights to the world of fruits. Luo Qingju's voice echoed throughout the classroom, and at that moment, everyone listened intently, including Jiang Chun. As he absorbed the information, he began to grasp the intricacies of world integration, conquest, and the landing across myriad realms. According to Luo Qingju's explanation, world integration was no simple feat. It required achieving 100% conquest. To attain this, not only must the number of participants increase, but it is also imperative to defeat all the formidable beings that arrive. In light of this, Jiang Chun realized that meeting these conditions from the Dragon Ball world would be exceedingly challenging. The prospect of integration in the near term seemed nearly impossible, which elicited a sigh of relief from him, dissipating his worries entirely. As his concerns faded, the time that followed passed swiftly. Before he knew it, the first day's lessons had concluded. Compared to earlier sessions, significant changes had unfolded. Firstly, the education concerning the myriad realms had intensified, providing more information about world landings. Secondly, the curriculum began to include training for personal combat abilities and various physical attributes, occupying nearly half of the lessons. This focus was understandable in the realm of world landings. Personal strength ultimately reigns supreme. The greater one's innate power, the more formidable the capabilities obtained upon landing, although the enhancements were limited before acquiring extraordinary abilities. Even the slightest improvement could have profound implications during world landings. The Great Xia Federation had conducted extensive research in this regard. As time gradually progressed, Jiangchen became deeply immersed in this environment. Although his current gains in strength might be less effective for his landing identity compared to others, perhaps even negligible, he refrained from standing out. On one hand, he desired to avoid drawing excessive attention. On the other, he recognized that even the smallest enhancement was still an enhancement, and thus, he believed it prudent not to overlook it. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed at the school. During this period, he had gained a deeper understanding of this world and a clearer perception of the concept of myriad realm landings. Simultaneously, he gradually integrated into this new reality. As night fell, the room remained illuminated. On the blank pages, fresh lines of text began to emerge. Next, after departing from planet Vegeta, I can choose Namek or Earth. No, it would be best to select both Namek and Yardrat. However, how can I rescue Aunt Jine and Uncle Bardock? Jiangchen murmured, his expression slightly furrowed. Over this time, while he absorbed the teachings of the school, he endeavored to refine his plan for his second landing. After more than 10 days, his strategy had steadily evolved, with the only lingering issue being Jine and Bardock, though it was merely a landing in a world. He had spent 3 years alongside Jine and Bardock. If possible, Jiangchen still wished to rescue them. Ji was relatively easier to save, as a lower-ranking warrior. He had a significant chance of escape. However, rescuing Bardock was akin to scaling the heavens. After all, Bardock had seemingly become the second most powerful individual under King Vegeta. Whether Frieza had received orders from the god of destruction Beerus, or merely feared the Science, there was no chance he would allow Bardock to escape. To save Bardock, one would need to possess strength surpassing that of Frieza. Otherwise, it appeared there were no viable options. This was not merely a matter of finding a spaceship and soaring into outer space. As the second strongest among the Scions, Bardock's every action would be scrutinized by Frieza's forces. Thus, any plans he devised would be exceedingly challenging to implement. This was also the reason why Jiangchen found himself stalled during his second landing attempt. If Bardock were not a consideration, Jiangchen could ensure that his second landing would be a resounding success, propelling him to greater heights. Unlike his first landing, once he departed planet Vegeta, he would truly be free to explore the vastness of the universe. At that moment, the latent potential of the Scion within him could be fully realized. Rather than merely having improved his combat power by less than 200 points over 3 years, taking a deep breath, Jiangchen shook his head and glanced at the sky. After organizing his thoughts, he proceeded with his nightly routine. Yet, just as he fell into slumber, an imperceptible wave swept across the entirety of Shao Exine City, unnoticed by anyone. With a resounding splash, an ethereal tide surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, ripples began to radiate outward. Faintly, a series of illusory images intertwined in a constant dance. Invisible waves swept across the entire Shao Exine City. And upon gazing down at the planet, one would discern that such ripples were not confined to Shao Exine City alone. They reverberated through the grand capital of the Great Xia, Jiangnan Prefecture, and Dongbei Prefecture, each place experiencing a similar fluctuation. Amidst the spreading waves, the illusory images continued to intertwine. In the capital of the Great Xia, within the Ministry of Education, the moment the waves surged, a cacophony of alarms erupted within this most critical institution of the Great Xia Federation. Alarms blared, announcing that a Level 1 descent was imminent. Target points were being identified, and the targets had now been confirmed. Jiangnan Prefecture's capital, the western urban area of the Great Xia capital, Yangqing in Dongbei Prefecture, and Shao Exine City in Jiangnan Prefecture. The intensity of the descent was currently under evaluation. Evaluation completed. Currently, the descent level stands at Tier 2, within the Great Xia capital. The Jiangnan capital has been classified as Tier 1, while Shaoxing City in Jiangnan and Yangqing in the northeast have been designated as Tier 2. Efforts are underway to establish contact with the local station forces. A cacophony of mechanical sounds reverberates through the Ministry of Education of Great Xia, as countless individuals rush back and forth in a flurry of activity. With a swift motion, an elderly figure emerged. Minister. As his figure emerged, a staff member promptly greeted him, showing utmost respect without any hint of negligence. However, the elderly man paid little heed to their formality, instead directing his gaze toward the enormous screen before him. His brow slightly arched in surprise. A first-level descent, and yet there is a second level? The old man spoke with astonishment, his attention drawn to a figure hastily approaching. Yes, Minister, we have completed the assessment. It is indeed a second-level descent. The figure replied respectfully, not daring to exhibit any sign of indifference. The elderly man, despite being a significant figure even within the Grand Daxia Federation, held true dominion over the Ministry of Education. How intriguing. It appears this world is far more complex than one might have imagined. Upon hearing the words, the old man paused momentarily before a smile graced his lips. Minister, do you mean? The figure was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Maintain close surveillance. Ensure that any new intelligence acquired is delivered at the earliest opportunity, the elderly man instructed softly, providing no further explanation. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Indeed, although taken aback, the figure quickly responded. Meanwhile, the scene unfolding here was unbeknownst to others. As the news swiftly spread, both the Northeast and Jiangnan prefectures were inevitably shaken, particularly in Shaoxing city of Jiangnan Prefecture, within the Grand Lord's mansion. What? Second-tier descent? Xiong Kou suddenly rose to his feet, a flicker of shock evident in his expression. As the lord of the Shaoxing Bay city in Jiangnan Prefecture, Xiong Kuewu's strength was not particularly remarkable, standing at merely the pinnacle of the second tier. After all, the Shaoxing Bay city could only be considered a small, fourth or fifth-tier settlement. Under normal circumstances, such prowess sufficed to deal with ordinary descending entities and dimensional invasions. He had previously dealt with the formidable beings from the fruit world without issue. However, this was clearly not a typical scenario. The revelation that their small locale was facing a second-tier descent was alarming. A second-tier descent implies that the descender possesses at least second-tier strength. And it may not be an ordinary second-tier entity. It could very well be mid-tier, late-tier, or even at the pinnacle of the second tier. Should it be the latter, the entire Shaoxing city could face catastrophic losses. With his complexion shifting repeatedly, although Xiong Kuewu felt a surge of internal turmoil, he recognized that this was not the time for hesitation. He swiftly issued commands and began to strategize. The night passed in silence. Jiangchen awoke from a deep slumber, roused by the jarring sound of alarm bells in the morning. What is happening? Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback, a trace of confusion flickering across his expression. He swiftly rose to his feet. Is Xiaochen up? Just as he stood, his mother's voice, tinged with urgency, echoed from the doorway. I'm up, Mom. Jiangchen instinctively replied, then moved to open the door. Upon doing so, he was met with the anxious countenance of his mother, Yang Lihua. What's wrong, Mom? He inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Shaochun, the Eastern District has initiated a state of Level 1 combat readiness. It has been sealed off. Your father is still over there. What should we do? Do you think it's the arrival of another dimension? Yang Lihua spoke, her voice laden with apprehension. Level 1 combat readiness. Jiang Chun paused momentarily, instinctively voicing his concern. Indeed, he had just seen the news, and earlier that morning, numerous military vehicles had rushed past. Yang Lihua nodded, her expression increasingly troubled. In this world, most ordinary individuals possess little in the way of security. Whether it is dimensional invasion or descent, either can utterly devastate a family. Particularly due to the collision of worlds, no one knows in what manner or form they may arrive. Mom, please don't worry. Everything will be all right. How about this? I will head to school immediately. I should be able to gather more information. Jiangchen quickly reassured his mother, striving to calm her anxiety. In his mind, a flurry of thoughts raced through. Yes, the school will have detailed information. Xiaochen, hurry to school. Yang Lihua finally realized and nodded in agreement. All right, Jiang Chun responded, hastily departing his home without pausing to organize his thoughts. However, once outside, he chose not to follow his mother's advice to head to school. Instead, he swiftly turned his body towards the Eastern District. While the school indeed possessed detailed information regarding each dimensional invasion and descent, primarily intended for educational purposes, Jiangchen sought something far more urgent than mere information or instruction, the safety of his father. As he closed his eyes, a translucent card materialized before him. Upon once again gazing upon the Asparla card, Jiangchen's tension dissipated entirely. Although Asparla was merely an underage scion, relatively weak among their kind, this was ultimately the Dragon Ball world. In the primary realm, As long as he did not encounter opponents of the 5th or 6th tier, there should theoretically be no significant issues. With a swift motion, he spotted a shared electric bike by the roadside. Without a second thought, Jiang Chen scanned the code and mounted it. His speed was remarkable. After extensive training, his physical capabilities had significantly improved. If he had previously been considered weak, he now possessed a combat prowess of at least 6 or 7 points. His strength had consequently increased as well, and he rode like the wind toward his destination. At that very moment, the Eastern District was effectively sealed off by a contingent of base city guards, while a multitude of civilians hurriedly evacuated. Fortunately, as the Eastern District housed a cluster of factories, the evacuation proceeded more smoothly than in typical urban areas. Nonetheless, despite its relative ease, the sheer expanse of the area meant that even after a night of evacuation, vast regions remained uncleared. Meanwhile, in the void, a spectral image was nearly coalescing into substance. It depicted an expansive forest, within which a massive serpent, towering several stories high, slithered. Numerous figures appeared to be engaged in combat with the serpent. Yet, even disregarding the figures, the mere sight of the colossal snake instilled an unparalleled sense of dread. How much longer? A burly figure inquired, casting a glance at the commander of the city defense forces beside him. At least another hour. The inner city is still in the process of evacuation. The commander replied gravely, his expression equally solemn. It is too late. Wu Hao, please notify everyone to evacuate immediately. Additionally, activate the city's defense system to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Xiang Kuei-Wu spoke swiftly. He understood all too well that there would be no time left. At the current rate of manifestation, the fragment of dimensions would fully descend within a mere quarter of an hour. Indeed, Wu Hao opened his mouth, but quickly responded. His figure swiftly departed. Just as he left, in less than 20 breaths of time. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently. In the next moment, the surrounding edifices began to collapse rapidly, while countless trees were uprooted from the ground. With a resounding crash, the ethereal tide surged forth, momentarily causing the entire world to tremble. How swift! Xiang Kuai-Wu's expression shifted, a trace of astonishment evident in his demeanor. Alas, the lord of the city has descended. From a distance, a figure emerges. Meanwhile, the robust silhouette of Xiong has vanished from sight. Yet, the entire East District is undergoing rapid transformation. Countless structures collapse and disappear, the once concrete and steel landscape beginning to be shrouded in earth. Towering trees rise from the ground, while new buildings flicker into existence. At this moment, the dimension has descended. In contrast to a dimensional invasion, the descent of a dimension is an inevitable process in conquering worlds. When a world is extracted and the landing occurs, it intertwines with the primary world. As more individuals arrive from the main world, the antagonists of these realms begin to manifest, and only by vanquishing these entities can one gain new opportunities for landing and acquire further intelligence about the worlds. Generally, the peril associated with dimensional descent is relatively less severe than that of an invasion. After all, stronger beings only descend when a certain level of conquest has been achieved, unlike the uncontrollable circumstances of an invasion. However, despite the relatively lower risk, there remains considerable danger. Just like at this moment, with the descent of the dimension, the terrain of the entire Shao Xian City East District is rapidly transforming. Some citizens, unable to evacuate in time, have been swept away by collapsing buildings and emerging trees. In the heart of the East District, within an auto repair shop, Jiang Huaqing struggles to evade the crumbling structures and burgeoning trees. Thankfully, his previous military service and long-term engagement in high-intensity physical activities have endowed him with a physique superior to others. Though it is a struggle, he manages to keep himself safe and even looks after a few of his co-workers. Are you all right, Lao Hai? Jiang Huaqing pulls his friend up with concern. Damn it. We're in big trouble now. The dimension has descended right here. Lin Haitian cannot help but exclaim. Leaving? It may not be that simple now. We have no idea where the descent extends, Jiang Huaqing replies helplessly, his gaze drifting outside. What was once a bustling thoroughfare has now vanished without a trace. In its place stands an impenetrable expanse of towering forest. Each bush looms hundreds of meters high, with their growth spanning not just centuries but possibly millennia. In such a drastically altered landscape, amidst the descent of the dimension, the direction of its spread remains unknown. The prospect of escaping feels utterly futile. Alas, what shall we do? The dimensional descent has occurred, and we are utterly unaware of what it entails or the number of beings from other dimensions that may emerge. We possess no extraordinary powers. Lin Haitian's expression darkened as he could not help but speak out. Jiang Huaqing's face mirrored his gravity. For ordinary individuals like them, ensnared in the chaos of the dimensional arrival, the situation appeared nearly hopeless. Unless the Great Xia Federation could swiftly address the dimensional incursion, which seemed an arduous task. After all, judging by the scale of the event, resolution would not come easily. Let us retreat for now and see if we can procure some weapons, Jiang Huaqing suggested. Taking a deep breath, although the faces of those around him were marked by anxiety, they swiftly acquiesced. The group then made their way back into the distance. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a tremendous roar erupted, and in the next moment, a colossal python, measuring over 100 meters, materialized before them. The moment it appeared, an aura of terror enveloped the surroundings. Merely sensing that presence, the countenance of the imposing bear, who had just darted into the jungle, shifted dramatically. Second peak. Damn it, he exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure in that moment. The pinnacle of the second tier was already exceedingly formidable, let alone in the presence of such a behemoth. At this moment, Xiong Kuei-Wu found himself doubting his ability to prevail. After all, his own strength merely reached the second tier's zenith. Confronting a typical second-tier peak was challenging enough. Facing a creature of this magnitude was an entirely different matter. Din Zhong, Din Li, Xiong Kuei-Wu bellowed. Yet, just as his words fell from his lips, his expression shifted once more. For at that instant, as the colossal beast materialized, the manifestation was far from complete. Waves of ripples spread outward, and simultaneously, figures clad in peculiar garments and adorned with strange headgear began to materialize as well. Is there really more? The voice of Xiong Kuei-Wu trembled with a hint of trepidation. The arrival of dimensions typically manifests as fragments from a dimensional realm descending upon the primary world. These fragments may represent the past, present, or even the future of the dimensional world. Upon their arrival, they transform from mere illusions into tangible realities, becoming an integral part of the primary world. Furthermore, due to the intertwining of dimensions, these entities inherently harbor hostility towards the primary world and will strive to wreak havoc upon it. Only by vanquishing them completely can one consider the dimensional incursion resolved. However, achieving a stable resolution is not always feasible. Even during the relatively tranquil century that preceded this moment, numerous base cities have been utterly annihilated by dimensional incursions, including those that were once the capital of Jiangnan province 70 years ago. The nature of these arrivals is uncontrollable, while it is possible to detect the level of incursion. This merely indicates the severity of the situation and does not account for the number of arrivals. At this very moment, as the colossal serpent descended, an array of bizarre figures also emerged. Xiong Kuei-Wu's expression darkened with concern as he recognized that among them were even second-tier entities. Director Zhang, Director Li, you must contain them. All city defense forces, obey my command and eliminate every dimensional foe, Xiong Kuei-Wu declared, his voice resolute in the face of urgency. His original strategy was swiftly altered. He had intended to confront the giant serpent alongside the two directors. However, with the emergence of additional second-tier entities, he was compelled to reallocate forces to combat these new threats, leaving him to confront the massive serpent alone. Boom! As the words fell, he took a step forward in an instant. In the next moment, his muscular form began to swell rapidly. Strands of mane sprouted forth, and his pupils gradually transformed into those of a beast. A resounding roar erupted, and in the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into a colossal brown bear towering at least 4 to 5 meters high. A tempestuous aura swept through the air as he charged directly towards the giant serpent. Meanwhile, two elderly figures descended swiftly into the jungle, intercepting the shadowy figures clad in ninja attire. Old Zhang, it appears we are truly in trouble, one elder remarked with a bitter smile, his expression laden with gravity. We must hold them off as best as we can. The Jiangnan government should dispatch reinforcements shortly. The other elder shook his head and spoke softly. As principals of two major high schools in Shaoxing City, they both understood that, given their capabilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand this onslaught. Setting aside whether the bear could contend with the equally formidable beast of the second-tier peak, it remained uncertain whether they could endure the battle unfolding before them. Though both were already at the second tier, their aging bodies rendered them less capable against these dimensional invaders. Particularly in light of their unfamiliarity with these foes, their prospects appeared dim. Yet, at this moment, they had no choice but to endure. Should they abandon their line of defense, the sheer number of second-tier powerhouses, alongside the peak-tier giant beast, would be sufficient to annihilate the entire Shaoxing base city. The battle erupted instantaneously. In the distance, the brown bear collided with the giant serpent. Nevertheless, his size paled in comparison to the serpent's immense form. Each swing of the serpent's tail forced him to dodge desperately. Damn it, how could it be so massive? He thought anxiously, casting his gaze towards the horizon. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. A significant number of city defense troops had already fallen, their numbers dwindling at an alarming rate. Even the two directors appeared to be under severe pressure, compounding his urgency. The bear was acutely aware that despite having called for help the moment he burst forth, it would take no less than a quarter of an hour for the Jiangnan government to reach Shaoxing City. The question remained, could they truly hold out for that long? His expression shifted constantly, anxiety deepening with each passing moment. At that moment, on the street, Jiang Chun was swiftly riding a shared electric bike towards the scene. After several minutes, he finally arrived in the eastern district. It was then that the colossal illusory image descended with a thunderous impact, and Jiang Chun beheld the dramatic scene unfolding before him. What's this? The figure halted, gazing at the colossal serpent in the distance, then glanced at the silhouettes engaged in battle not far away, a peculiar expression crossing his face. A familiar scene. Familiar sand shinobi and sound shinobi. In that moment, a memory of a scene he had once witnessed involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. Chunin Exams, she murmured softly, and in the next moment, not daring to be negligent, her consciousness instantaneously reached out to the card nestled within her mind. A ripple swiftly expanded, and in the next moment, Jiang Chen's form underwent a remarkable transformation. The youthful physique of a 16-year-old gradually morphed into that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, and it suddenly arose above his posterior, and in the blink of an eye, a brown, furry tail burst forth, tearing through his garments. Simultaneously, his facial features and hair underwent a striking metamorphosis. More significantly, within him, an immense power surged. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to planet Vegeta, truly embodying the Scion Aspera. No, it was not merely a semblance. He truly was the Scion Aspera in that instant. The sole distinction was that he could wield this power for only 3 minutes. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from within, Jiang Chun could not resist clenching his fist. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and his figure gradually began to levitate, hovering in midair. At that moment, he perceived the unfolding situation with unparalleled clarity. In the distance, a towering bear was engaged in combat with a massive serpent. Nearby, a contingent of city defense troops was locked in battle with the sand and sound ninjas. It was evident that their occupation was far from smooth. The giant bear was clearly being overpowered by the enormous snake, while the city defense forces were rapidly suffering casualties. Caught off guard by the relentless onslaught of the ninjas and their myriad assassination techniques. With a resounding boom, a surge of energy erupted, and Jiang Chun no longer hesitated. Enveloped by this aura, he swiftly advanced toward the location of the colossal serpent. His speed was remarkable, with nearly 200 combat points. He traversed thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, plunging into the depths of the jungle. Boom! With a resounding crash, the trees swiftly toppled. The formidable bear, transformed from the stout figure of Xiong Kuei, struggled to evade the onslaught. His expression grew increasingly grim, and at that moment, one of his already beastly hands exhibited an irregular contortion. What troubled him more was his inability to resolve the situation. Even with all his might, he found himself unable to withstand the might of the colossal serpent before him. His countenance fluctuated with uncertainty. Suddenly, a change flickered across Xiong Kuei's face as his gaze shot towards the sky not far away. Upon seeing what lay above, he was momentarily taken aback. In the heavens, the figure of a child appeared before his eyes. Indeed, it was a child, seemingly no older than 5 or 6, perhaps even younger. Yet, at this moment, the child hovered in midair, radiating an aura that sent shivers down Xiong Kuei's spine. It was terrifying and unimaginable dread. To the eye, it was merely a child. But to the instincts of a beast, it represented an exceedingly fearsome creature, far surpassing the monstrous snake before him. As he momentarily hesitated, the serpent seized the opportunity, its tail descending with great force toward Xiong Kuei. Boom! The air erupted with a thunderous roar as the wind howled fiercely. Not good. Xiong Kuei's expression changed dramatically. His figure instinctively attempted to evade, but it was already too late. A colossal shadow descended directly from above. His pupils widened, and a trace of terror flickered across his countenance. A dull thud resonated, yet the excruciating pain one might expect did not follow. bear-like in stature. He instinctively opened his eyes, only to behold the calm gaze of a child. As he turned his attention, he realized that the child, who had just moments ago been suspended in midair, had inexplicably appeared before him. With a singular hand, the child effortlessly grasped the immense serpent's tail. This astonishing scene left him utterly astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief, a look of involuntary terror etched upon his face. "Leave this to me," the child declared. "You must confront those intruding entities, otherwise, the city is bound to face grave peril." Jiangchen, unperturbed by the elder's astonishment, had summoned the cards with the sole purpose of addressing the impending crisis. Thus, as soon as Bearlike turned his gaze toward him, Jiangchen's words emerged, tinged with a hint of irritation. "All right, I shall go at once." Upon hearing that somewhat youthful voice, Xiongku suddenly came to his senses. He nodded earnestly, casting a deep glance at Jiangchen. In the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, Xiongku swiftly departed. Although he remained uncertain about Jiangchen's identity, it was evident that the latter had come to his aid. That alone was sufficient, as Jiangchen had articulated. The most pressing matter was to swiftly resolve the current predicament. His figure rapidly vanished from sight, merging into another part of the battlefield. With Xiongku involvement, the situation on the battlefield stabilized quickly. While the Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi were formidable, especially the former, being one of the 5 great ninja villages. Even at their weakest, they could not be underestimated. The forces that had descended were merely a fraction of those invading Konoha, yet their strength remained significant. There were 2 J-nin among them. Although they lacked an elite J-nin like Maki, they were still seasoned J-nin. Additionally, there was a considerable number of elite CH-nin and several special J-nin. Such prowess posed a considerable challenge for the city defense forces and the 2 academy heads, who were struggling to cope. In a brief span, they had already suffered substantial losses. Fortunately, Xiongku returned promptly. Although he bore significant injuries, he was, after all, at the peak of the 2nd tier. With his presence alone, he managed to restrain 2 J-nin and even suppressed the 2 Sand Shinobi J-nin. Meanwhile, the remaining special J-nin were swiftly subdued by the 2 academy heads. With the high-level threats being contained, the city defense forces were then adequately equipped to handle the ordinary elite CH-nin, and Genin. Boom. With a resounding thud, Xiongku delivered a powerful punch, striking directly at the cranium of an elite shinobi while enduring a slicing wind blade. The elite's eyes widened in terror, and in an instant, his head exploded. A surge of information flooded into Xiong's mind, but he had no time to process it. With a swift pivot of his body, he unleashed a devastating kick towards another elite shinobi who had just cast a ninjutsu. Wind release, vacuum wave. The second elite's expression changed drastically as he quickly formed hand seals. Opening his mouth, he unleashed several wind blades aimed at Xiong, attempting to forcibly alter his trajectory. However, with a swift motion, the wind blade cleaved through the body, causing a spray of crimson blossoms. Yet, the burly figure did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he relentlessly drove his right foot into the chest of the Sand Ninja. With a resounding crash, the body was sent hurtling backwards. The internal structure collapsed, plummeting to a halt 2 or 3 dozen meters away. Yet, there was no sign of life remaining. It was evident that that single blow had abruptly extinguished his existence. A streak of light surged forward, bringing forth a new revelation. With a deep sigh, the imposing bear exhaled a cloud of stale air. After momentarily regaining his composure, he swiftly turned his gaze towards the distance. Upon doing so, his pupils widened in astonishment. Behold, his voice trembled with a hint of trepidation. At this moment, the heart of the forest lay in ruins. Jiangchen hovered in midair, and beneath him yawned a colossal pit, stretching over 100 meters deep. Within this abyss lay a massive serpent, its life force extinguished. This formidable creature, summoned by Orochimaru, was undeniably powerful. During the Chunin exams, even a typical Jonin would struggle to subdue it. Ultimately, it was Jiraiya who, alongside his own jutsu, managed to quell it by summoning a toad. However, within the realm of the Hokage, Jiangchen found this serpent to be an effortless challenge. His combat prowess approached 200 points. To put this into perspective, Master Roshi, with merely 120 points, could obliterate the moon. While the moon in the Dragon Ball universe differs from that of the primary world, it scarcely measures up to the mere shell of the moon in the Hokage universe. Nevertheless, Jiangchen's strength eclipsed 120 points, nearing the 200 mark. It was inconceivable that he would struggle against Orochimaru's summoned snake. Even if Orochimaru himself were to confront him, Jiang Chen was confident he could vanquish him outright. With a swift flash, a stream of light surged forth from the location of the serpent, instantly penetrating into Jiang Chen's mind. This is? A look of astonishment flickered across his expression. However, as the flow of light surged in, a wave of information swiftly materialized in his mind. With his eyes closed, Jiang Chen soon opened them again. Chunin Exams. The alliance of sound and sand ninjas whispered softly, and a peculiar expression flickered across Jiang Chen's face. At that moment, fragments of information regarding the Chunin Exams and the world of Naruto surged into his mind. It was evidently a reward earned from vanquishing dimensional intruders. This served as the primary means for the main world to acquire dimensional intelligence. Typically, the more formidable adversaries one defeats, the more information one obtains, thereby enhancing the advantages for the next descent. However, it was apparent that this information held little relevance for Jiang Chen. Suspended in the air, he was observed from a distance by the burly bear and the two headmasters who had just finished their opponents, their eyes widening in astonishment and disbelief. Old bear. Who is that? Dean Zhang stammered. Unclear. They must be a world conqueror, Bear replied, shaking his head as his gaze fell upon the tail that swayed behind Jiang Chen. When did Shaoxing City acquire such a formidable world conqueror? Bear's voice echoed as another figure descended, equally perplexed. Shaoxing City was merely a small base city. With its strongest being Bear at the peak of the second level, they had no recollection of such a powerful existence. Let us go see. Bear inhaled deeply, beckoning the two to follow as he stepped forward. The two exchanged glances before hastening to keep up. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen quickly snapped out of his reverie. Shaking his head, he surveyed his surroundings and began to dive downwards. He had not forgotten the primary objective of his current endeavor. Enveloped in energy, with nearly 200 points of combat power, Jiang Chen's speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of Bear and the two others. Startled, the trio quickened their pace, yet Jiang Chen's velocity was unfathomably rapid. In an instant, he was gone without a trace. Stop searching. It seems they do not wish to show themselves. Dean Zhang sighed wryly. Bear and the others felt a tinge of helplessness. Let us move on and address the battlefield. There are still many intruders to deal with, Bear remarked, shaking his head in resignation. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, the three refrained from pursuing further. Given Jiang Chen's apparent awareness of their presence, it was clear that his sudden appearance was not without reason. They dared not offend such a powerful world conqueror, choosing instead to suppress their thoughts for the moment. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chen was not intentionally evading them. He was solely in search of his father. Skimming low through the air, he swiftly covered thousands of meters. In a dense thicket, his eyes narrowed as he vanished in an instant. Once within the former factory grounds, only 2 out of the original 20 workers remained. They had retreated to the factory and managed to procure some weapons for survival. However, a mere quarter of an hour ago, a dimensional intruder had abruptly appeared. From over 20 individuals, only these two remained after such a short span of time. Hua Qing, it seems our time here is up, Lin Haitian said, wielding an iron rod with a bitter smile directed at Jiang Hua Qing, who was drenched in sweat, his gaze fixed ahead. Truly weak, came a mocking voice. Belonging to a sound ninja clad in traditional attire and wearing a sound ninja headband. Despite being merely a genin, dispatching ordinary people was a trivial task. In just 2 minutes, he had eliminated all 20-plus individuals, and his chakra consumption was barely half. The survival of these two was merely a game to him, and now he had grown weary of the sport. It is over. Your body shall be left as materials for Lord Orochimaru. The sound ninja sneered, and in the next moment, his figure moved in an instant. Chakra enveloped his form. However, in that fleeting moment, his chakra suddenly became sluggish. Subsequently, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. With a resounding crash, he felt as though he had been struck by a colossal mountain in the final moment of consciousness. Subsequently, he succumbed to a profound darkness. Behold, Jiang Hua Qing and Lin Haitian felt as though they were on the precipice of death. Yet, in the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before their widened eyes. They witnessed an incredible arrival as the figure was propelled through the air. In mid-flight, his body unexpectedly erupted, leaving behind only a small child, approximately 5 or 6 years of age. The child was adorned in peculiar attire, with a fluffy tail swaying gracefully behind him. Thud! Lin Haitian could not help but swallow hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Huaqing also felt a shiver run through him. However, at that moment, a faint glow emanated from the child ahead, revealing a familiar figure. Upon seeing that recognizable silhouette, Jiang Huaqing was momentarily taken aback. Little Chun? A voice, laden with astonishment and a hint of disbelief, broke the silence. Damn it, there is yet another newcomer. Huaqing, seemingly even more formidable. This time I am truly doomed. Lin Haitian murmured softly, engulfed in a deeper despair. Meanwhile, on the other side, the radiance began to wane. Is it over? Jiang Chun murmured softly, shaking his head in disbelief. As he had yet to complete the main quest, the time at his disposal was merely 3 minutes. From the moment of his arrival, to the slaying of the giant serpent, to the subsequent search, a full 3 minutes had elapsed. The power of the cards had converged. To wield them once more, he would need to re-enter the world. This was the current limitation. Only with the gradual progression of his main quest would there be any hope for change. Xiaoqin. Amidst the intertwining of thoughts, a familiar voice resonated. Jiang Chun swiftly gathered his thoughts and moved towards the sound. You, do not approach. As Jiang Chun drew near, Lin Haitian instinctively recoiled, despite the changes in his appearance. Dad, are you all right? Jiang Chun spoke softly. Yet his words left Lin Haitian momentarily stunned. Is it truly you, Xiaoqin? Upon seeing Jiang Chun and hearing his voice, Jiang Huaqing could hardly contain his disbelief. You are Xiaoqin? Lin Haitian was also jolted back to reality, and in that moment, he realized that the individual before him was indeed the son of his dear friend. However, recalling the scene that had just unfolded, he could not help but express his astonishment. It is I, father. I merely harnessed the power of the world strategy a moment ago, Jiang Chun explained with a smile. World conquest? Did you successfully log in? Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Jiang Huaqing was thoroughly convinced, unable to contain his surprise. Lin Haitian beside him also wore an expression of astonishment. Indeed, luck has favored us this time. Father, Uncle Lin, we must depart from this place. The city defense forces will likely commence a sweep soon. Jiang Chun nodded and then spoke softly. Indeed. Jiang Huaqing responded, quickly nodding in agreement. The three of them promptly stepped towards the exit. With Jiang Chun leading the way, there was no need to worry about their bearings, as he had already familiarized himself with the surroundings prior. After half an hour, they reached the exit, which was now bustling with a considerable crowd. Although the dimensional incursion was immense and caught many off guard, thanks to Jiang Chun's intervention, the situation was swiftly brought under control, and a significant number of survivors remained in the vast East District. However, those who survived were required to stay for registration, as the base city typically offered some compensation. By the time the trio emerged, the queue had grown quite lengthy. They seamlessly fell in line at the back. After more than an hour, it was finally their turn. The three of them first passed through a colossal light gate, which was said to be used for verifying the presence of individuals from the primary world. Naturally, Jiang Chun and his companions encountered no issues. They soon arrived at a nearby station for registration. The process was quite straightforward, requiring only their names, genders, and residential addresses. They completed the forms swiftly. However, just as the trio finalized their registration, a sudden commotion erupted near the light gate. With a resounding boom, a figure was sent flying through the air. Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows in surprise, for the one who had been launched backwards was none other than a sand ninja. So they truly infiltrated us, he murmured to himself, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He had previously contemplated that with the use of transformation techniques, it would be relatively effortless for a ninja to blend in. It was only when the luminous portal appeared that he had felt a sense of relief. Little did he expect that the presence of an intruder would be confirmed so swiftly. A slight commotion rippled through the crowd, though it was quickly quelled. After casting a glance at the scene, Jiang Chun and his companions decided to depart from that place. At a fork in the road, Lin Haitian expressed his gratitude, his demeanor becoming earnest. Thank you very much, Xiaoqin. He was acutely aware that without Jiang Chun's intervention, he might have faced dire consequences. Although Jiang Chun's primary objective was undoubtedly to rescue his father, he had indeed been saved in the process. Uncle Lin, you are being too polite. Jiang Chun replied with a smile, shaking his head. Lin Haitian solemnly disagreed, and then he bid farewell to Jiang Huaqing and Jiang Chun. As they walked home, the father and son fell into a contemplative silence. Jiang Huaqing attempted to speak several times, but found himself at a loss for words. Finally, after a brief moment, he could no longer contain himself and spoke in a hushed tone. Xiaoqin, have you completed your main quest? His voice trembled with a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. No. Jiang Chun shook his head. It's all right. There's no need to feel anxious. You will undoubtedly succeed. And even if you cannot, it is not a matter of great concern. Jiang Huaqing quickly interjected. Papa, you are certainly capable of accomplishing it. Mid-sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly interjected. Rest assured, father, I am confident I can complete the first phase of the main quest. Observing his father's unease, Jiangchen smiled, fully aware of his father's concerns. As a pivotal step akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, it is challenging for anyone to remain composed, especially for a family like theirs, which often felt somewhat lacking. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he provided a reassuring response. His primary objective in the first phase of the quest was to survive the destruction of planet Vegeta. Given the preparations he had made, theoretically, no issues should arise. That is good, that is good. Ha. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's affirmative words, Jiang Huaqing's eyes brightened with excitement as he spoke. Successfully completing the first main quest meant that Jiang Chen would undoubtedly gain admission to the academy. Such a prospect was a source of immense joy for him. In an instant, the previous tension and anxiety seemed to vanish. Jiang Chen smiled, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace as he gazed at his still youthful father. Half an hour later, they returned home. Upon seeing her husband, the mother's earlier apprehension and anxiety completely dissipated, and a look of joy involuntarily appeared on her face. She even glanced around, checking on her husband to see if anything was amiss. Dad, Mom, I'm heading to school now, Jiangchen called out, observing the affectionate exchange between his parents. All right, be careful on your way, his mother replied without turning her head. Jiangchen chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Without further hesitation, he swiftly left the house and boarded the bus to school. The arrival of the dimensional shift was imminent. Theoretically, all students were required to head to school at once. He realized he was already running late and needed to hasten his pace. An hour later, Jiangchen arrived at school. As he reached his classroom, a furrow appeared on his brow. To his surprise, the entire class was already present. Jiangchen, why did you arrive at this time? Don't you know the dimensional shift is happening? This is a critical moment, one student remarked, frowning discontentedly at Jiangchen, while his peripheral vision inadvertently drifted towards Lu Qingxia. Mind your own business, Jiangchen remarked coldly, having naturally taken note of the situation. What did you say? The moment he spoke, the young man's expression darkened, and fury ignited in his eyes. He stepped forward, obstructing Jiangchen's path. It was an unwarranted interference, a meddling in affairs that did not concern him. How could one be so ignorant of human discourse? Must I reiterate my words? Begone, Jiangchen scoffed disdainfully. You. The young man was about to speak again. In the next instant, he felt his body lighten. Immediately after, a sharp pain pierced through his abdomen. A soft thud resonated, followed by his figure bending into a shrimp-like posture. Jiangchen did not even cast a glance, simply circumventing the scene and proceeding towards his designated spot. This spectacle instantly stirred a murmur of surprise within the classroom. Lu Qingxia wore a displeased expression, while Lin Shiyun appeared somewhat astonished. Many observers exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. That fool thought Lu Qingxia would pay him any heed. Now he is facing the consequences, Yu Yang remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. By the way, what realm did you just enter? That fool possesses a formidable physique, boasting a score of 7. After indulging in his delight, Yu Yang's thoughts turned skeptical. Jiang Chun's recent display was evidently extraordinary. He had not exhibited such prowess previously. Igniting his curiosity about Jiang Chen's world once more. Physical attributes do not equate to strength. What is the situation? Has there been any news from the school? Jiang Chun inquired casually, his curiosity piqued. As for his earlier action, it had merely been instinctive. The strength of his current body was indeed lacking. It was even inferior to that of the male student, yet it could not withstand the months of practical training he had undergone with Bardock. Provided the challenge did not exceed a certain threshold, it would be rather simple to resolve. I am uncertain. This time, the information seems to be delayed. Even teacher Luo has yet to arrive, Yu Yang replied with a furrowed brow, but his attention soon shifted elsewhere. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the teachers of the 2A fan class and relevant school officials were assembled. Has the principal still not returned? One teacher could no longer contain their impatience. Not yet. This time, we are likely to encounter considerable trouble in Shaoxine City. Upon hearing these words, a school administrator couldn't help but let out a wry smile. What is the matter? The teacher, who had just begun to speak, felt a sudden pang in her heart and could not help but voice her concerns once more. This time, it was rumored that a peak of the second tier was descending, and it was not a solitary event. It seemed that even the lord of the city might not be able to cope with this situation. The school administration leader let out another heavy sigh. Second Order Summit? Is it not singular? Listening to the words of the school administration, the figures present could not help but feel their brows twitch slightly. And some even found themselves unable to restrain their voices. In an instant, the room became somewhat tumultuous. A few members of the administration exchanged glances but did not intervene. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, ahem! Two soft coughs suddenly resonated. The familiar sound instantly silenced the clamor within the room. As everyone's gaze converged, expressions of joy spread across their faces. One by one, figures respectfully began to speak. At that moment, a silhouette, having appeared at the entrance unbeknownst to them, stepped forward. The matter had reached its conclusion, and everything returned to normal. Director Zhang surveyed the crowd and calmly addressed them. Principal, you mean it has already concluded? A look of astonishment washed over the attendees upon hearing Director Zhang's words, with some voicing their incredulity. Indeed, it has been resolved. Director Zhang nodded, a smile gradually illuminating his countenance. The esteemed teachers and administrative leaders exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. Yet, Dean Zhang refrained from offering any explanation, merely gesturing dismissively. Despite their lingering confusion, the assembly quickly dispersed, leaving only one figure remaining. The principal. Wasn't this a manifestation of the second-tier pinnacle? Had the lord of the city achieved a breakthrough? The figures spoke, a hint of astonishment in their voice. No, unforeseen developments have occurred. You shall soon understand. You may take your leave for now. Dean Zhang shook his head and waved his hand once more. Surprising? The figure expressed astonishment, yet retreated nonetheless. Soon, only Dean Zhang remained in the room. A peak of the second tier, or perhaps at least the third, possibly even stronger. When did Xiao City ever boast such a formidable world conqueror? Dean Zhang murmured to himself, his expression fraught with bewilderment. At this moment, many shared his confusion, including the burly Xiong Kuowu and the principal of Xiao First High School. Xiao City was merely a small base city, and they were undoubtedly aware of the strength of its inhabitants. Yet, the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar figure left them utterly perplexed. This unexpected presence undoubtedly captured their attention. Upon returning, Xiong Kuowu immediately set about investigating. However, it was evident that achieving any conclusive results would be nearly impossible. After all, following the use of the card, Jiang Qin's aura, appearance, and other characteristics had undergone a complete transformation. Although Lin Haitian had taken note of this, he was unaware of the scenes from Jiang Qin's prior battle and thus had nothing to recount. In the Lord's mansion, is there nothing? Xiong Kuei furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the commander of the city defense forces, Wu Hao. Indeed, there was no means of inquiry. The surrounding surveillance had been obliterated at the moment of dimensional arrival. Even retrieving information about the nearby circumstances proved impossible. At present, only records of the dimensional incursion existed, which merely delineated the area of the incursion, leaving the surrounding locations untraceable. Wu Hao let out a wry smile, speaking with a sense of helplessness. Is that so? Kuei-Wu furrowed his brow, then shook his head. Well, then. By the way, has the casualty count concluded? He shifted the conversation to other matters. Since inquiries were futile, he had no choice but to relent. Meanwhile, the two deans were nearly in the same situation. In the classroom, Jiang Chun was unaware that his presence had stirred significant waves in the Xiao base city. His figure was engaged in a casual conversation with Yang, while his thoughts were immersed in the impending world landing. Should any mishaps occur, the second landing was imminent. Jiang Chun felt a tinge of anticipation for this upcoming event. Hey, Chunzi, what do you think the world we are about to enter will be? Could it possibly be the fruit world again? If so, I would have even more intelligence for the next landing. I am truly looking forward to it. What is there to anticipate? Let us not forget that the realm of fruits is a fourth-tier world. Should a fourth-tier powerhouse emerge, it would spell doom for us all. Ahem, surely not. However, one can never be too certain. Do not frighten me, one of them said, as laughter and conversation filled the air, time slipping by swiftly. It was not until the sun began its ascent towards noon that Luo Qingzhu finally made her entrance. With her arrival, the classroom fell into a hushed silence. Every gaze fixated upon her. Dear classmates, the event of dimensional arrival has now concluded. The issues at the City Lord's mansion have been resolved, and the pertinent videos have been uploaded for your viewing, Luo Qingzhu announced, taking a deep breath to steady the tumult within her heart. Her right hand deftly manipulated the terminal equipment on the podium before her. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated the room, and a phantasmagorical scene materialized atop the podium. As this ethereal vision unfolded, the attention of the students was utterly captivated. The recent arrival pertained to a new realm, the 4th-level ninja village, featuring a total of 108 entities, including a peak 2nd-level beast and 2-dimensional figures at the nascent 2nd level, with the majority being 1st-level existences. Luo Qingzhu began to speak, and with her words, red dots began to appear within the surreal imagery. In the distance, a colossal serpent loomed ominously. Ah, how immense! This. The hidden village, it is indeed the world of ninjas. As voices emerged, many could not help but gasp in astonishment upon witnessing Orochimaru. Alas, so many, Jiangchen exclaimed, unable to suppress his expletive. It was truly overwhelming. The sheer scale of it all. Even as mere trainees, they could sense the extraordinary nature of the situation. Trouble has arisen, someone murmured, their expression tinged with gravity. As if to corroborate his words, the collective strength of the base city was swiftly subdued by the arrival of the dimensional beings. The losses continued to mount. These invaders seemed to possess an endless array of abilities, catching the entire city defense forces off guard. Even the 2 deans were instantaneously overwhelmed. In the classroom, many began to breathe heavily. In this world, everyone understood what the arrival of the dimension signified, and they were acutely aware of the dire consequences if the base city failed to withstand the onslaught. Numerous individuals clenched their fists tightly. Jiangchen could distinctly hear the sound of labored breathing. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the screen. In the next moment, every student in the class widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. What is that? Alas! By heavens! This. Resolved. What a terrifying force. A cacophony of voices filled the air, and beside Jiangchen, even Yu Yang exclaimed with a thunderous what the hell. In that moment, it was not just him. The entire classroom mirrored his astonishment. What had they witnessed? That colossal serpent, which had threatened the city lord of Xiaoxian, was instantaneously vanquished by the descending figure. With a mere flick of its hand, an immense pit was carved into the ground, and the giant snake lay defeated within it like a mass of muck. Thud. Someone instinctively swallowed hard, opening their mouth, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Elder. Teacher. Who is that person? Amidst the shock, one individual could no longer contain their curiosity and finally spoke up. Unclear, she mused. It should be the world conqueror. Luo Qingzhu shook her head with a wry smile. Upon first viewing the video, her astonishment far surpassed that of the students around her. Perhaps even deeper. As a distinguished student of the Great Xia Academy, she comprehended that such prowess could not merely be compared to a 2nd tier. It was at least at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, possibly even higher. For even a fleeting glimpse sent a shiver from the depths of her soul. What left her in disbelief was the force wielded by the other party. Even she, as a top student of the esteemed institution, could not discern its nature. Ah! The world conqueror, so formidable. If we complete the main quest, might we also attain such strength? The classroom buzzed with excitement as students engaged in animated discussions. Many gazed at the small figure in the video, their eyes gleaming with wonder. All except Jiangchen, who, upon witnessing the scenes depicted, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the base city had recorded such footage. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. While Jiangchen remained indifferent, the other students were exuberant. Particularly Yu Yang, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, his words tumbling out in a fervent stream. It was not until a moment later that Luo Qingzhu's voice rang out, gradually silencing the clamor in the classroom. All right, everyone, please settle down. Now, let us discuss the existence of this dimensional descent. Her cool voice resonated, sending invisible ripples through the atmosphere, quieting the room. Once the chatter ceased, Luo Qingzhu began to elucidate. The recent descent pertains to a realm known as the Ninja Village world. Currently, our knowledge is scant, but it is confirmed that the entities involved are from Suna Village and Odo Village, both of which possess extraordinary abilities known as ninjutsu. This foundational extraordinary power in the Ninja Village world encompasses elemental transformations, manipulating the attributes of wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, and yin-yang, among others. To become a ninja in this world, one must harness chakra, which, when combined with specific hand seals, facilitates the use of ninjutsu. The known ranks include Jinin, Chunin, Special Jonin, and Kage. As she spoke, Luo Qingzhu began detailing the pertinent information regarding this descent. The students listened intently, particularly Lin Shiyun and Lu Qingxia, whose expressions sharpened with focus. Meanwhile, Jiangchen pondered deeply. The main world's understanding of the Naruto universe had evidently advanced several tiers after just one descent. It was clear that the information acquired post-resolution of the dimensional descent was substantial. He recalled obtaining some intelligence after defeating Orochimaru. Presumably, others who vanquished the invading entities also gained relevant insights. Though fragmented, these details, alongside the continuous information from the world descent, would gradually enhance the main world's comprehension of the Naruto universe. Of course, this held little significance for Jiangchen. His thoughts flitted away, and he soon dismissed the matter. Unless the entire world was conquered, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to rival his foresight. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the world he had descended into was not Naruto, leaving him with little reason to concern himself with these developments. As time passed, Luo Qingzhu continued to impart knowledge about the Naruto realm, even compressing the time originally allotted for physical training. It was not until nightfall that the class concluded, marked by the ringing of a bell. The students rushed out of the classroom like a stampede. Jiangchen, however, took his time, methodically gathering his belongings. Just as he finished, a figure approached him. "What do you want?" Yu asked, frowning. Jiangchen looked up to find Lu Qingxia before him, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. "Jiangchen, I am grateful for your assistance with the Ninja Village World Descent. However, do not presume that I owe you anything. I will repay you for the opportunity to descend," Lu Qingxia declared, taking a deep breath and speaking with a forced seriousness. "Huh." Upon hearing Lu Qingxia's words, Jiangchen couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. He then cast a glance at her. "Let's go, it's time to return," he said. Jiangchen picked up his belongings, called out to her, and then stepped out decisively. "Very well." Ye Yang disdainfully glanced at Lu Qingxia, and then hurriedly followed suit. "You." Lu Qingxia's face flushed instantly. Jiang Chun remained silent. Yet that single scoff seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. One must possess self-awareness. "What do you have to offer for this first opportunity?" A cool, composed voice emerged as Lin Shiyun spoke calmly. "Lin Shiyun, what are you saying?" Lu Qingxia's eyes blazed with fury, her gaze fixated on Lin Shiyun. "I believe you are quite aware of what I mean. Moreover, I am not as accommodating as Jiang Chun. Do not attempt to engage me with that same rhetoric." Lin Shiyun replied calmly, subsequently ignoring Lu Qingxia and departing with purposeful strides. At this moment, Lu Qingxia's complexion shifted to a deep shade of purple. "Xiaochen, you're back. Hurry, come in. Your mother has prepared your favorite roasted duck today." As he stepped into the room, a wave of familiar aroma enveloped him, just as Jiangchen was taken aback. His father Jiang Huaqing's cheerful voice resonated. "Roast duck." Jiangchen's eyes sparkled, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. "Yes, let me wash my hands quickly." Jiang Huaqing nodded with a smile, his demeanor radiating pride. On this day, he was filled with excitement. Although his son had yet to complete the main quest, successfully logging in for the first time was indeed a momentous occasion. Observing his father's elation, Jiangchen chuckled and obediently headed to wash his hands. Meanwhile, their mother was busily bringing out a sumptuous dinner. "You child, you successfully logged in and didn't even mention it to us, making us worry," young Lihua remarked. A hint of reproach in her voice, yet her face bore a warm smile. At the dinner table, Jiang Huaqing was all smiles. The three of them shared a rare moment of ease. In this world, the ability to successfully log in was almost a determinant of a family's future. Jiang Chun had succeeded in logging in. Setting aside everything else, at the very least, this moment granted Jiang Chun an opportunity to enter an academic institution. There was nothing more significant for the Jiang family than this. "By the way, Xiao Chun, I've heard that Xiaoxi will be logging in soon as well. Has she sent you a message?" As they conversed, Jiang Huaqing seemed to recall something and looked at Jiang Chun with curiosity. "Xiaoxi is going to log in? But she is only 14. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. "Yes, it appears to be a decision from the Great Xia Academy, indicating that there is a world particularly suited for initial logins, and Xiaoxi's mentor assisted her in applying. I only learned today when I called Xiaoxi that she was extremely delighted to hear about your successful login, Xiaochen," Jiang Huaqing said with a grin. As parents, what could be more exhilarating than seeing both of their children thrive? He had previously been anxious about his eldest son's pivotal moment, especially since the first login had an elimination rate exceeding 50%, leaving him uncertain about his son's success. Now, however, having passed the first login, the likelihood of success had significantly increased. While not guaranteed, there was certainly a substantial hope. "Is that so? I will make a call to inquire shortly." Jiangchen nodded, a hint of surprise flickering in his expression. Meanwhile, in a casual conversation among three family members in Shaoxian Bay City, Jiangxi furrowed her brows slightly at the Daxia Academy. "What is happening?" Jiangxi murmured, a hint of perplexity in her expression, as it seemed that there was no existence with a tail. Earlier, when her father had called to inform her of her brother's successful first login. She had felt a surge of joy. Although the main quest remained unfinished, it was indeed a promising beginning. Thus, throughout the day, she had been diligently researching relevant information, hoping to discover ways to assist her brother in his next login. Yet, after sifting through copious amounts of data, particularly the latest intelligence, Jiangxi had found no indication of any tailed beings in the world of the ninja villages. Just as her bewilderment lingered, her phone rang. Upon picking it up, she realized it was a call from her mentor. A sense of curiosity washed over her, yet she promptly answered the call. Teacher, Jiangxi spoke respectfully. Xiaoxi. New intelligence has arrived from Xiao City, along with several videos for your review. You are about to embark on your mission, and this information will undoubtedly prove beneficial for you. A gentle voice emanated from the other end of the phone, followed by a series of notification sounds. I comprehend. Thank you, teacher. Jiangxi expressed his gratitude hastily. Prepare well. This will greatly aid you in the future. Came the encouraging voice from the other end of the line before the call ended. Jiangxi felt a stirring in his heart as he turned his attention to the several documents that had been transmitted. He opened the file and began to examine its contents. This time, the information was far more detailed than previous intel, evidently acquired from the recent dimensional descent. With this data, one would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage upon landing. However, upon completing his review, Jiangxi's attractive features knitted together in concern once more. For within the contents, he still found no mention of the entity his father had described. How peculiar. Jiangxi murmured softly, her right hand casually activating a video. The screen flickered to life, revealing a lush jungle, accompanied by figures clad in strange attire and a massive serpent looming in the distance. Ninjas and summoned beasts, perhaps? As she gazed at these enigmatic figures and the colossal creature, Jiangxi instantly recognized the counterparts from her intelligence reports. However, in that very moment of her whispered contemplation, her pupils involuntarily widened in astonishment. Tail. What is that? With her mouth slightly agape, Jiangxi's gaze was fixated on a figure suspended in the distance. It was not the act of flight that captivated her, but rather the striking resemblance of the diminutive silhouette to the brother her father had described to her. The same tail, the same peculiar hair and attire. Suddenly, Jiangxi came to her senses. In a swift motion, she advanced the progress bar once more. The scene reappeared. The small figure stood poised in midair. With a single strike, the ground transformed into a vast crater. The colossal beast was instantaneously vanquished. Thud. Jiangxi could not help but swallow hard, momentarily taken aback. Of course, at that moment, Jiangchen was completely unaware of all that transpired. After finishing dinner and taking a brief respite, he intended to call his sister to inquire about her well-being. However, to his surprise, it was Jiangxi who called him first, accompanied by a video. Brother, is that you? Quickly tell me. Moreover, when did the ninja world acquire such formidable beings? This must be at least a third-tier entity. And how could you have such a powerful character upon initial login? Incredible, truly astounding. Jiangxi's words were infused with excitement and enthusiasm, her speech flowing rapidly. Jiangchen hastily held the phone away from his ear, barely able to endure the onslaught of her exuberance. Hey, can you please ask one question at a time? How am I supposed to respond to all this? After waiting for Jiangxi to momentarily pause, he spoke, somewhat exasperated. Oh, you must have seen the video I sent you. Dad mentioned that it was when I transformed into a 5- or 6-year-old child with a tail. Is that what the video depicted? Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Jiangxi managed to regain some semblance of composure, though she could not resist chiming in. Video? Jiangchen raised her eyebrows and instinctively opened the clip. Indeed. It was the scene of the previous battle with the serpent. Have you finished watching it yet? Before she could wait a few seconds, Jiangxi's clear and eager voice rang out. Indeed. What is the matter? Jiangchen replied with a hint of annoyance, initiating the conversation. This is indeed a significant issue. During the initial login, I have never encountered such formidable strength. Isn't everything determined by one's essence? How did you achieve this? Brother, please teach me quickly. My sister is about to log in as well, and she will be entering the same world as you. Surely, you wouldn't want to see your poor sister face a dismal login experience, would you? Jiangxi spoke excitedly, her face slightly flushed on the other end of the line. Wait a moment, you are logging into the ninja village world? Upon hearing her pitiful tone, Jiangchen raised an eyebrow, his expression one of surprise. Yes, indeed. The ninja village world. My dear brother, please impart your knowledge to me. Jiangxi nodded eagerly, resuming her endearing tone. When will you be logging in? And how do you plan to make your choices? Is the timing for the login world confirmed? In the room, Jiangshan furrowed his brow slightly, his demeanor growing serious. In a few days, it will be your second login. As for my choice, my teacher advised me to stick with the Sarutobi clan. It is said that they are the family of the most powerful Hokage, even more formidable than the Hyuga clan. Moreover, the time seems to be the 48th year of Konoha. What is the matter? Jiangshi inquired with a hint of surprise. I previously vanquished the Great Serpent and acquired some crucial intelligence. Now, pay close attention to what I am about to say. Hearing his sister's words, Jiangshan's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, this piece of information seemed even less reliable than the last. The Sarutobi clan. If this were to be true, it would spell disaster. Brother, what do you think? Jiangshi's eyes lit up, and her expression grew more serious. In the year 48 of the Mai era, you have two choices, the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan. Do not choose the Sarutobi clan. Jiangshan spoke slowly. But brother, isn't the Uchiha clan on the brink of annihilation? It seems that only one person remains of the entire clan. And why shouldn't we choose the Sarutobi clan? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is said to be the strongest Hokage of all time. Listening to her brother's words, Jiangshi couldn't help but interject. Listen to me, Jiangshan said with irritation. On the other side, Jiangshi stuck out her tongue but refrained from responding further. The reason I urge you to choose between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan is due to their superior potential. The Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan. Although awakening it is challenging, it can evolve into the Mangekyou Sharingan, which can undoubtedly lead to the pinnacle of the third tier. And achieving the fourth tier is not outside the realm of possibility. The Hyuga clan, on the other hand, not only holds one of the three great ocular techniques, the Byakugan, but also has the opportunity to evolve into the more advanced Rinnegan. Once one attains the Rinnegan, ascending to the fourth tier becomes highly feasible. As for your concerns regarding the impending extinction of the Uchiha clan, there are ways to navigate that. Should you choose the Uchiha clan, you have several options. Strive to align yourself with the legendary three ninjas. If you can secure a mentor, you should encounter minimal issues. I will send you a document outlining the essence of the Will of Fire shortly. However, I strongly recommend opting for the Hyuga clan for greater safety. Upon your initial arrival, make every effort to become a disciple of Orochimaru. You can bring some modern biological knowledge to share with him, and he is likely to accept you. Remember, if Orochimaru is not an option, seek out Jiraiya and Tsunade. Otherwise, at a certain point, you may find yourself ensnared like a caged bird, which would be detrimental to your future. Jiangshi paused, while Jiangshan continued his discourse. As an elder brother, he naturally cared for his sister far more than anyone else. Since his sister was about to enter the world of Naruto, he felt it was imperative to lay a well-paved path for her. Given his familiarity with the Naruto universe, achieving this goal was almost effortlessly within his grasp. Do you remember? After the words were spoken, Jiangshan immediately continued. Remember. On the other end of the line, Jiangshi was momentarily stunned. However, under Jiangshan's words, she quickly regained her composure. After nodding, she found herself in a bit of a dilemma. Brother, isn't the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan not as formidable as yours? Jiangshi's voice was somewhat timid and tinged with embarrassment. Stop overthinking. I did not log into the Ninja Village world. Due to certain circumstances, I opted for a random login. Upon hearing Jiangshi's words, Jiangshan replied with a hint of annoyance. Random login. Brother, you won't let that woman into the world of the hidden village, will you? Upon hearing Jiangshan's words, Jiangshi immediately became agitated, her voice rising in volume. Something has happened, but you needn't worry. Can't you see that I am perfectly fine now? Remember what I just said. Did you hear me? Listening to his sister's animated tone on the other end of the line, Jiangshan couldn't help but sigh. Swiftly changing the subject. Brother, you cannot continue like this. Lu Qingxia does not harbor any feelings for you. It was evident that his sister was not swayed by this. As her words persisted, Jiangshan felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, he had to repeatedly assure her before calming down his hot-tempered sister. By the time the call ended, over an hour had passed. The sky had completely darkened. Jiangshan tidied up a bit before succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Jiangshi began her preparations. This time, she had a rare opportunity. Her brother had defeated a peak second-tier invader, and it was clear that he possessed the most comprehensive and detailed intelligence available, especially the information she had never even heard of before. At this moment, acquiring it meant an undeniable advantage for her. The night gradually wore on, and a new day quietly approached. In the following days, in class, Luo Qingzhu continued to discuss matters related to dimensional incursions and the state of the hidden village world. At Daxiao Academy, Jiangshi was still organizing her login plans. 3 days slipped by unnoticed. During this time, Jiangxi was thoroughly prepared, and Jiang Chun was nearly ready as well. The new login was about to commence. That evening, Jiangxi dialed Jiang Chen's number once more. "Brother, I have made my decision." As soon as the call connected, her voice filled the air. "Have you made your decision?" Jiang Chen inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Are you certain about choosing the Hyuga clan?" Listening to his sister's words on the other end of the line, he was taken aback. He had initially assumed that she would opt for the Uchiha clan. After all, in comparison to the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan appeared to have a far more favorable trajectory and development prospects, with no discernible limitations, while the Hyuga clan boasted a higher ceiling of potential. Achieving that pinnacle was no simple feat. Their initial strength was rather unremarkable. Even if the Byakugan were developed to its utmost, the Hyuga clan could at most reach the pinnacle of the second tier, and whether they could ascend to the third tier remained uncertain. In contrast, the Sharingan, once awakened, could easily attain the pinnacle of the third tier, with only a step remaining to reach the fourth tier. Given his sister's impetuous nature, Jiang Chun had anticipated that she would choose the Uchiha clan. "Certainly, I have no desire to associate with that group of lunatics. The Hyuga clan is preferable, and besides, did you not mention, brother, that as long as one can attain the bloodline abilities of the Otsutsuki clan from the moon, one can evolve into the Rinnegan? If that fails, one could merge a multitude of Byakugan, which would suffice. With the extensive information I have prepared for Orochimaru, it would be a disgrace not to cultivate several thousand pairs of Byakugan." At the other end of the line, Jiangxi's cheerful voice resonated. "As long as you are certain. Also, did you remember what I said about other matters?" Listening to his sister's words, Jiangxin felt no need for hesitation. For the average person, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly superior to the Hyuga clan, yet for Jiang Chun, both are rather comparable. His sister's choice of the Hyuga clan seems more stable, and his recommendation also leans towards the Hyuga clan. "Understood. Brother, I need to hang up now. The teacher has asked me to gather. Wishing you a successful login." Jiangxi smiled and nodded. "Wishing you success as well, Xiaoxi." With that, the siblings ended the call. The journey has begun. Jiang Chun gazed out at the rising sun, releasing a long breath of weary air, a smile once again gracing his face. Without further hesitation, he swiftly gathered his belongings and bid farewell to his parents. "Xiaoqin, do not be anxious. You will surely succeed." That, amidst the concerned, anxious, and apprehensive gazes of his parents, Jiang Chun waved his hand and made his way to school, Shaoxin City No. 8 Middle School, in the Transcendent class. By the time Jiang Chun arrived, nearly all the students in his class had gathered. "Why are you so late? Today marks the second login," Yu Yang remarked in a hushed tone as Jiang Chun settled into his seat. "Isn't there still an hour and a half until the login?" Jiang Chun responded, somewhat taken aback. "Aren't you feeling anxious?" "This time, most of us will need to complete the main storyline tasks," Yu Yang replied, his voice laced with surprise as his gaze scrutinized Jiang Chun. "What is there to be anxious about?" Jiang Chun asked, bewildered. "I am at a loss for words. Let's not dwell on that. You are indeed correct. My success in this main quest hinges upon you, so please do not lead me astray." Yang felt somewhat exasperated, but soon an idea struck him, and he leaned in closer, speaking softly. "And nah, worry not, I could hardly let you down. However, remember to be diligent upon entering the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, you may find yourself eliminated, and you cannot blame others for that." Jiang Chun spoke with a hint of irritation, genuinely concerned for this fellow. Thanks to Luffy's connections, KB managed to infiltrate the Navy headquarters, so Ye Yang should not face significant difficulties. The only issue lay in this person's propensity for laziness. Should he become complacent and fail to meet the qualifications of the Navy headquarters, he would face expulsion, and Garp would not be inclined to intervene on his behalf. "Rest assured, who do you think I am? You need not worry, I would never be lazy," Ye Yang asserted, thumping his chest. However, he was met with Jiang Chen's skeptical gaze. "What is with that look?" Ye Yang bristled. Just as his words fell, the figure of Luo Qingzhu appeared at the doorway. With her entrance, the classroom fell into silence. The login was about to commence, and the students should have prepared themselves. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter, but I must reiterate one crucial point. During dimensional login, the utmost priority is to survive. As long as it does not pertain to the main quest, regardless of the circumstances, survival is paramount. Only by remaining alive will you have the opportunity to attain extraordinary abilities, including those who have already completed the main quest. Should you perish upon entering this world, it signifies the loss of your ability to log into that realm. That you may still access other worlds, the majority of powers across different realms are incompatible, making rapid growth considerably more challenging. Luo Qingzhu approached the podium, and as all eyes turned towards her, her solemn voice resonated with seriousness. Beneath the podium, the students exhibited signs of tension, even those who had successfully completed the main quest. The initial login was of utmost importance to everyone. It not only represented a pathway to extraordinary power, but also determined the extent of their potential journey. As Luo Qingzhu articulated, the duration of one's stay in the initial world dictated the level of extraordinary power one could achieve. This, too, bore significance for each individual's future. Well then, I have said what needed to be said. You may now proceed to the Dimensional Center for assembly. I wish you all the best of luck. With that, Luo Qingzhu's voice trailed off, and she exited the room. In her wake, the students promptly rose to their feet. Let us hurry, Yang exclaimed, pulling Jiang Chun along. Why the rush? Jiang Chun replied irritably, yet his figure was still pulled by Yu Yang towards the center of the realm. Concurrently, other students followed suit. By the time Jiang Chun and his companion arrived at the center of the realm, a considerable number of people had already gathered there. However, it was evident that compared to their initial landing, the crowd had diminished by nearly half. Just as the two had arrived, a robust figure once again stood in their path. Jiang Chun. Li Linfu glared at Jiang Chun with fiery eyes. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Do you not know that? Jiang Chun cast a glance at the figure he had previously bested and spoke with a tone laced with annoyance. You seek your own demise. Li Linfu's expression instantly turned ashen. His figure instinctively prepared to strike, yet Jiang Chun was swifter. With a swift motion, the right hand pulled, and the left foot executed a knee strike. In the next instant, Li Linfu's body bent like a shrimp, his eyes bulging in astonishment. Jiang Chun, however, paid no heed to this spectacle and turned to leave. Just then, a cool voice interrupted the moment. Jiang Chun, how could you resort to violence? Lu Qingxia spoke with a furrowed brow. Lu Qingxia, do not instigate trouble. It was clearly Li Linfu who sought confrontation. Yu Yang retorted with evident displeasure. Even so, one must not resort to violence, Lu Ru interjected, her brow knitted in concern. Oh, do you have an objection? Jiang Chun replied, a hint of impatience flickering in his gaze. You. Faced with Jiang Chun's gaze, Lu Qingxia couldn't help but take a step back, words lodged in her throat. Jiang Chun averted his eyes and proceeded with Yu Yang to another side. You should not have given her that opportunity to log in. Lu Qingxia is nothing but a petty individual. Yu Yang could not restrain himself from speaking. All right, let us patiently await the login. It will commence shortly. Jiang Chun shook his head, indifferent to the matter, considering it trivial. In his previous life, such issues might have posed a nuisance, but in this realm, they were inconsequential. What truly occupied his thoughts was the impending login. His mind was wholly immersed in the world of Dragon Balls today. Beside him, Yu Yang opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Time slowly passed. Many gazes were cast in their direction, but they quickly withdrew, including that of Lin Shiyun. As time progressed, the moment of login arrived. Buzz. As always, a ripple spread forth. In the next moment, inscriptions began to illuminate on the platform. All students, prepare yourselves. The login is about to commence. Please do not leave the login platform. The principal's voice resonated through the broadcast once more. All students, prepare yourselves. The login is about to commence. Please do not leave the login platform. It has begun, Jiang Chun softly uttered. In the next moment, a hum resonated, and a ripple expanded further. In the next moment, all the inscriptions illuminated brilliantly. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun's vision blurred momentarily, as if his consciousness surged to unprecedented heights in that fleeting instant. Time became elusive, and he could not discern how long this transcendence lasted, until suddenly, his awareness plunged deeply. His senses gradually returned, and in the next moment, a gentle breeze caressed his nostrils, accompanied by a warm sensation enveloping his body. In a room, Jiang Chun abruptly sat up. This is? He instinctively glanced around, a familiar sensation enveloping his heart. However, before he could gather his thoughts, a well-known voice echoed from outside the room. Ah, Aspera. The voice resonated, jolting Jiang Chun into complete awareness. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily descended from his bed. The door creaked open. Aspera, what troubles you today? Bardock's figure emerged, his gaze imbued with concern as he looked at Jiang Chun. Uncle Bardock, it's nothing serious. I simply practiced too late last night and accidentally overslept. Jiang Chun replied with an awkward smile, scratching his head. At this moment, He had naturally re-entered the Dragon Ball world. In contrast to his initial entry, this second arrival allowed him to bypass the vast, wide expanse and directly access the starting realm. Training must be approached with moderation. You are still young, and I wouldn't want you to strain your body. Bardock advised with genuine concern. Perhaps you should take a day off and resume tomorrow. No need for that, Uncle Bardock. I have already rested sufficiently. Jiang Chun responded with a cheerful shake of his head. Very well. Bardock carefully observed Jiang Chun, confirming that all was well before giving a slight nod of assent. Jiang Chun promptly tidied himself up and followed Bardock out of the room, stepping into the Dragon Ball world. Soon, several days had passed. During this time, Jiang Chun had remained inactive, merely accompanying Bardock in his training. Despite having devised several plans for the future during his absence, he understood, as previously mentioned, that strength was paramount. It was only with adequate power that he could address his current concerns. While Jiangxin trained on planet Vegeta in the world of Naruto, she suddenly opened her eyes. Character loading complete. Information binding in progress. At that moment, a series of system notifications sounded, and data began to circulate before Jiangxi's eyes. Name, Jiangxi. World name, Hugashi. Age, 5. Level, no data presented. The information was exceedingly simple, lacking even attributes, which was entirely reasonable as she had merely just logged into this character. Have I succeeded? This is the world of the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiangxi murmured, her expression brimming with excitement. Yet, amid her exhilaration, a gentle knock echoed at the door, pulling Jiangxi back from her reverie. She swiftly rose to open the wooden door, revealing a figure standing outside. The individual appeared to be in their 30s, possessing a square-shaped visage and adorned in the distinctive garb of the Hyuga clan. Upon seeing the person before her, Jiangxi instinctively recognized their identity. This was Hyuga Hisashi, the younger brother of the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, and also her paternal uncle in this current incarnation. Jiangxi's father, alongside Hyuga Hayashi and Hisashi, were blood brothers. Today you turn 5, and it is time for you to learn chakra extraction, he said in a gentle tone, presenting a scroll to Jiangxi. There was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Prior to the outbreak of the Third War, his brother, Jiangxi's father, had perished while saving him and their elder sibling. This loss deepened his affection towards his niece. Thank you, uncle. All right. Jiangxi nodded eagerly. After Hyuga Hisashi departed, she hurriedly began to unroll the chakra extraction technique, diving into her practice. Unlike Jiangxi, as a specially recruited student of the Great Xia Academy, possessed an undeniable talent. Her progress in chakra extraction was remarkably smooth. In fact, at the moment she began to extract chakra, her Byakugan instinctively activated. As she experienced the unparalleled 360-degree vision and the astonishing capabilities that came with it, a radiant smile blossomed on Jiangxi's delicate face. How incredible! What my brother said was indeed true, she murmured to herself. After a brief moment of admiration, she retracted her Byakugan. This was not the time to reveal such abilities, as she was not yet prepared. In the ensuing time, Jiangxi diligently continued her training. Her innate talent, stemming from her initial status, made her progress exceptionally smooth, particularly in the realm of chakra extraction. Meanwhile, Jiangxin remained oblivious to the happenings within the world of Naruto, fully immersed in his own training under Bardock. The passage of time was simple yet fulfilling, yielding remarkable results. As previously mentioned, although his combat strength had not visibly increased, his battle experience and techniques were advancing at an astonishing pace. Compared to before, Jiangxin could distinctly sense the transformation within himself. Boom! In midair, two figures collided. The next moment, Jiangxin was sent flying backward, skidding several paces along the ground before coming to a halt. Uncle Bardock, you truly are remarkable, Jiangxin remarked, feeling the tremors within his body. Gazing at Bardock before him, he could not help but be filled with admiration. Bardock was indeed the protagonist's father, the legendary creator. Remarkably, he had now seemingly grasped some rudimentary control over Ki. It is worth noting that planet Vegeta lacked any established methods for cultivating Ki. More likely than not, Bardock acquired this knowledge during his conquests across various planets. Indeed, Aspala, your combat skills have improved significantly. Once you reach adulthood, your battle power will undoubtedly exceed 2,000. Bardock commented, reflecting on the past few months. While accompanying Jiangxin in his training, he was continually astonished by Jiangxin's capacity for learning. Anything placed in Jiangxin's hands would be mastered swiftly. After several months, Bardock found himself at a loss for what else he could teach. In comparison, his eldest son Radit's talent appeared rather inferior. Uncle Bardock, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go, Jiangchen chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of embarrassment. By the way, today King Vegeta will instruct our team on the ability to condense artificial moon. We shall conclude our training here for today. When I return, I will teach you this skill. You should come to my home for dinner. Raditz seems to be returning today, and it has been quite some time since you last saw each other. Bardock seemed to recall something and promptly addressed Jiangchen. Understood. Uncle Bardock. Go ahead. Jiangchen's eyes sparkled, and he nodded eagerly. The artificial moon was a technology he had long aspired to master. With it, his departure from planet Vegeta would be truly assured. After all, a tenfold increase in power was the most suitable form of explosive strength in the absence of the Kaioken technique and the Super Saiyan transformation during the initial stages. Bardock's figure soared into the sky, swiftly disappearing from view. As he watched Bardock leave, Jiangchen refrained from heading directly to the Kind family home and instead continued his training. For him at this moment, every day on planet Vegeta represented an opportunity to grow stronger, and he was determined not to let it slip away. It was only as dusk gradually descended that Jiangchen tidied himself up and departed from the expansive meadow, flying towards Bardock's residence. 15 minutes later, his figure landed at the entrance of Bardock's home. However, as soon as he touched down, a voice emanated from within the room. What? Kakarot only has a battle power of 2. How could my brother Raditz have such a useless sibling? The astonished voice echoed. Raditz, what nonsense are you spouting? That is your brother. No matter how weak he may be, he is still your brother, came Kind's dissatisfied retort. I don't have such a useless brother. That Aspera guy is already enough of a liability, and Kakarot is even worse. The voice resounded once more. Raditz, be quiet. You're nothing but a waste. Listening to the voices reverberating within the room, Jiangchen could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Ahem. A gentle cough echoed twice. Its sound not loud, yet instantly stirring a slight commotion between the two individuals in the room. After a brief pause, Jiangchen softly rapped on the door, his voice soon following suit. And Gnei, her voice was gentle, exhibiting little variation. The door creaked open. Ah, Aspela, you have come. Jin's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment. Lady Janae. Raditz. Jiangchen smiled lightly, showing no concern, and even called out to Raditz at the door. Humph. Raditz's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment, yet he averted his gaze and let out a cold snort. Quick, come inside, Janae urged, swiftly changing the subject as she ushered Jiangchen in. Thank you, and Janae. Jiangchen smiled and nodded, stepping inside. His gaze shifted to Raditz. At that moment, although Raditz was merely 6 or 7 years old, he already boasted a cascade of lustrous black hair. In contrast to his later, more menacing appearance, he appeared quite endearing now. As Jiangchen glanced over, Raditz activated the detector. Beep. 32 points. Raditz exclaimed, his disappointment evident as he berated Aspera. How can you still be so incompetent? At this rate, how will you carry out your missions? The earlier hint of embarrassment had completely vanished from Raditz's demeanor, replaced by a scornful attitude. Raditz, remember that Aspera is now part of the logistics team, Gnei interjected sharply. Moreover, you should not speak of him that way. He is your brother. The logistics team? How pathetic, Raditz scoffed, though he refrained from further argument. Aspera, don't take it to heart. Raditz is just like that. Let's eat first. Bardock might take a while to return, Gnei suggested, her tone softening with a hint of embarrassment. I understand, Aunt Gnei, Jiangchen nodded, not overly concerned by the exchange. Following Gnei's words, Raditz chose to remain silent. Before long, Gnei brought forth the food, and they began to eat heartily. Amidst their meal, a colossal dinosaur leg was presented to them. Here. Raditz turned his head away. Thank you. Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback, but he soon smiled and accepted the dinosaur leg. It was evident that the person before him was not as harsh as during the original timeline. Witnessing this scene, Gnei couldn't help but smile as well. After dinner, Jiangchen chose not to leave. Instead, he decided to stay behind. He wanted to wait for Bardock's return to learn about the artificial moon. Aspela, you are utterly useless. Come here, I have some time to teach you. Even though you are merely a lower-class warrior, I cannot afford to lose face. However, as he awaited, Raditz's haughty voice echoed. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Jiangchen's expression became somewhat peculiar. What? You do not wish to learn? Raditz glanced at Jiangchen's strange demeanor and furrowed his brow. Just as he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky. Uncle Bardock. Jiangchen's eyes brightened as he hastened to greet him. Father. Raditz felt somewhat uneasy. In the open field, the stars adorned the vast sky. On the grass, Bardock was earnestly instructing Jiang Chun and Raditz. Artificial moon. This is a unique skill of our Scion race. It allows us to create a moon and unleash the blood's waves to transform ourselves into a great ape, even in the absence of a natural moon. However, this moon can only last for 30 minutes. Aspala, Raditz, pay close attention. The first step is to concentrate and gather energy, Bardock explained, while Jiang Chun listened intently. As he absorbed the information, his eyes suddenly brightened. The ability to create an artificial moon was far simpler than he had initially imagined. The only challenge lay in controlling the ki, but for him at that moment, it was hardly a significant obstacle. Over the past 3 years, his mastery over ki had reached a level that could be deemed superior to most scions on planet Vegeta. After Bardock's explanation, he grasped the essence of the technique. He summoned the ki within him, and in mere moments, a luminous orb materialized in his hand. Although still somewhat unstable, it was indeed a sphere of light. Observing this orb, Raditz's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite his own struggles to manipulate ki, Jiangchen had managed to condense it so quickly. Aspala, your learning ability is truly remarkable. I've been at it for half a day, Bardock exclaimed in admiration. Humph. What use is quick learning if you remain a low-class warrior? Raditz murmured under his breath upon hearing his father's praise. Raditz, Bardock frowned, directing his gaze towards Raditz. Father, I am not mistaken. Not every low-ranking warrior is like you. Raditz could not help but speak again. Raditz, who told you that low-ranking warriors are inherently weak? Your Uncle Toma and Uncle Dodoria are both low-ranking warriors. Their battle power has now approached 4,000. Even your adult battle power may not reach such heights. Bardock stated with a cold tone. They are different. Raditz spoke again, albeit in a softer voice. In what way are they different? He queried. Moreover, Aspera is not weaker than you, Bardock added, as Aspera released the gravity-restraining device. Very well. Jiangchen glanced at Raditz with a smile and nodded without hesitation. It was indeed beneficial to challenge Raditz. This fellow was born as a superior warrior, yet decades later, his combat power barely exceeded 1,000. Although Raditz was not fully matured at that time, had he lived to adulthood, his combat power would likely have reached 3,000. However, even that figure would place him at the bottom tier of superior warriors, as some fortunate intermediate and even lower-class warriors could surpass such a threshold. On planet Vegeta, the threshold for lower-class warriors typically ranged from 4 to 500, while intermediate warriors fell between 4 to 500 and 3,000. Superior warriors ranged from 3,000 to 5,000, with a few reaching 7 or 8,000, and elite warriors were between 5 and 7 or 8,000. Based on his portrayal in Dragon Ball Z, Raditz was undoubtedly at the bottom among superior warriors, which was evidently abnormal. This likely stemmed from Raditz's lack of combat experience, coupled with his stubborn adherence to his status as a superior warrior, despite being born into a lower-class warrior family. Shaking his head in amusement, Jiangchen subsequently released the gravity control device. His aura began to rise noticeably. Now, look at the combat power of Aspera, Bardock remarked, somewhat irked. What could it possibly be? Just a lower-class warrior. Raditz remained somewhat unconvinced, mumbling under his breath, yet he did not cease his actions. Ding! The numbers fluctuated rapidly. 50, 70, 100. Oh, 100 already? How astonishing! Raditz felt a surge of surprise. However, in the next moment, his astonishment transformed into intense alarm as his pupils constricted sharply. 150, 170, 200. It was inconceivable. How could he possibly possess 200 points of combat power? However, what astonished him even more was that it did not stop at 200, but continued to rise until it reached 220 points. 220 points. Impossible. The detector must be malfunctioning. Raditz could not help but voice his thoughts. In that moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze intently on Jiangchen. As if struck by a sudden realization, he hastily removed the detector. Here. Bardock said nothing further, but instead threw another detector over. Raditz hurriedly caught it. Beep. The reading reached 220 points. The value fluctuated once more. Faced with the same figures and identical data, Raditz found himself utterly unable to maintain his composure. He hastily removed the device again to conduct another self-assessment. Beep. 210 points. Thud. The familiar numbers reappeared, and Raditz could not help but swallow hard at that moment. Do you understand now? Bardock's voice resonated with gravity as he spoke. Aspala, who was born with a mere combat power of 5, had now surpassed you at the tender age of 220, while you, with an initial combat power exceeding 170, now only reached 210. Are you truly certain that you will eventually surpass Aspala? Bardock had long harbored the desire to impart a lesson to his eldest son, yet the opportunity had eluded him until now. Jiangchen smiled softly, choosing silence. He was well aware of Bardock's intentions and bore no resentment. The Bardock family had shown him considerable kindness during his time with them, and he was more than willing to lend a hand in any small way he could. Behold, as he listened to his father's words and gazed upon Jiangchen, Raditz' heart was consumed by astonishment, leaving him utterly unsettled. Did you believe that elite warriors were invincible? Countless superior fighters have perished each year in their quest to conquer planets. Do not be deceived by your current combat power of merely 200 points. Even 3,000 points holds little weight when confronted with the formidable might of higher-tier planets. Bardock's words echoed incessantly in Raditz's mind, compelling him to lower his head in humility. His former pride began to dissipate. His father, Bardock, was exceptional, a fact Raditz had typically dismissed. He had also overlooked the prowess of his father's comrades. Yet, in this moment, even the younger Aspala displayed strength that eclipsed his own. Raditz, at last, felt a profound shift within him, a tumultuous awakening. I understand now, father. It is my fault. Raditz murmured, his head bowed. As long as you recognize your mistake, that's sufficient. For the time being, you shall not return to Vegeta's team. I will petition King Vegeta for a year's leave for you. Focus on your training with Aspala. And remember to heed his words, Bardock remarked with a slight huff. Indeed, Raditz opened his mouth and ultimately nodded in agreement. Raditz is a complex individual. As a lower-class warrior's offspring, he possesses the evaluation of an upper-class warrior, a fact of which he has always been proud. Perhaps in an effort to conceal his lineage as a lower-class warrior, he places great importance on his status as an upper-class warrior, deliberately adopting the attitudes and behaviors of those more powerful than himself. In the original narrative, it was due to his prolonged interactions with Vegeta, particularly with Nappa, that his principles and conduct closely mirrored those of Nappa. However, that was in the original story. Presently, although Raditz's personality remains somewhat unlikable, it is merely unlikable, not excessively malevolent. Thus, after Bardock's request, Jiangchen pondered for a moment and agreed. Beginning the following day, Jiangchen took Raditz under his wing. Bardock had also specifically retrieved a tenfold gravity training device from the logistics center. Aspala, for the time being, I entrust Raditz to you. I must head to the assembly, as I believe we will soon embark on a mission. Bardock spoke softly. I understand, Uncle Bardock. Jiangchen replied with a smile and a nod. Raditz, I have already requested a year's leave from King Vegeta for you. During this year, focus on your training with Aspala and remember to heed her guidance. If upon my return you have not improved, you shall be sent to Planet Vampa. Seeing Jiangchen nod, Bardock let out a sigh of relief, then turned to Raditz with a serious expression. I understand, father. Raditz shivered at the mention of Planet Vampa. He had heard tales of the desolation that characterized that planet. I am leaving, Bardock spoke once more, entrusting everything to Aspara and Raditz. After Jiangchen responded with a smile, he soared into the sky. Raditz, set the gravity device to twice its strength. Watching Bardock depart, Jiangchen turned to Raditz with a grin. Raditz smirked but promptly began to make the necessary adjustments. However, the gravity device had just begun to illuminate. With a resounding thud, Raffi stumbled and suddenly collapsed to the ground. How heavy? Raditz exclaimed, his pupils dilating in disbelief. In that moment, he felt as though every cell in his body was on the verge of exploding, his veins nearly bursting under the pressure. With great difficulty, Raditz managed to rise to his feet, yet his body continued to tremble, each step proving to be an arduous challenge. Are you, too, experiencing this double burden? Raditz struggled to articulate, casting a look of incredulity towards Jiangchen. No. Jiangchen shook his head. Upon witnessing this, Raditz couldn't help but release a sigh of relief, though his relief was soon overshadowed by a surge of irritation. Yet, before he could fully express his anger, Jiangchen's voice resonated once more. I have recently ascended to 3 times the gravity. The words were uttered with a casual air, yet their content caused Raditz's pupils to constrict sharply, an expression of astonishment dawning in his eyes. He could barely withstand 2 times the gravity. The thought of 3 times was beyond his imagination. The utterance slipped from Raditz's lips, and in that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Brother Raditz, for this month, you should acclimate to the double gravity. You can attempt to control your body under this increased weight, just as I do. Jiangchen paid no heed to Raditz's astonishment. Having promised to aid Bardock in training Raditz, he was determined to fulfill his commitment. On the open ground, Jiangchen resumed his own training while simultaneously instructing Raditz. He also began to further master the technology of the artificial moon. His aptitude for learning was indeed commendable. By the 3rd month after Bardock's departure, he had fully grasped the technique of the artificial moon. Although the duration he could maintain it was still rather brief, his longest attempt lasting barely 15 minutes, this was merely due to the current inadequacy of his energy. As time passed and his energy continued to grow, the duration of his control would undoubtedly improve. In addition to the artificial moon, Jiang Qin's strength was also markedly increasing. Particularly after he turned 6, his power was visibly on the rise. When Bardock had just left, his combat power was a mere 220 points. Yet, after the 1st month, it escalated to 235 points, a notable increase of 15 points. In the 2nd month, his combat power reached 260 points, rising by a substantial 25 points. By the 3rd month, his combat power officially surpassed 300 points, reaching 310 points. At this rate, Jiang Qin estimated that within a year, his combat power could breach 500 points, or perhaps even sooner. Moreover, Raditz, due to his age, was also advancing at a commendable pace. Initially possessing a combat power of 210 points, he broke through to 220 points in the 1st month. By the 2nd month, his strength had reached 250 points. And by the 3rd month, his combat power had already attained 270 points. This was despite Raditz's relatively short training period. Otherwise, his strength increase would have been even more pronounced. However, in contrast to his combat power enhancement, Raditz's progress in mastering the artificial moon was rather sluggish. After 3 months, his advancement was even less remarkable than Jiang Qin's initial efforts. It was evident that Raditz's learning aptitude was not particularly robust. This became apparent in his control over his energy. While Jiang Qin's grasp of energy was haphazard and comprised only a few scattered insights, Raditz had yet to even reach the basics after 3 months of training. Nonetheless, these challenges were not insurmountable. As long as Raditz endured, there would be ample opportunities in the future to refine his mastery of energy. For now, the priority lay in enhancing their strength. As the two trained diligently, time quietly slipped away. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qin had now been living on planet Vegeta for a year and was 7 years old. Raditz had also turned 11. This year undoubtedly marked a period of remarkable growth for both of them, even without further increasing the gravity. Jiang Qin's strength had surged from 220 points to an impressive 675 points. Raditz, too, showed significant improvement, elevating his combat power from 210 points to 413 points. Although his increase was slightly less than Jiang Qin's, such combat power at their age allowed him to rival some slightly inferior elite warriors, surpassing the standards of most upper-class warriors. After all, a Scion's combat power typically begins to flourish around the age of 18, reaching its peak by 50. For an average upper-class warrior, reaching a combat power of 500 before the age of 16 was a formidable challenge, let alone at 11. Boom. On the vast plain, two figures collided in midair, unleashing a formidable force that spread through the surroundings. In the next moment, as they exchanged blows, both figures were pushed back. Jiang Qin plummeted from the sky while Raditz managed to stabilize himself, albeit with some difficulty. Aspera, is that energy of yours truly so vital? Why is it that even with 3 times the gravity, I am unable to catch up to you? Raditz lamented, a hint of frustration and despondency etched on his face. Over the course of a year, his previous arrogance had dissipated entirely. Initially, he had been taken aback by Aspera, a lower-class warrior by birth. It was said that his battle power was merely 5, rendering him nearly a disgrace among the Scions. Had it not been for his brother, Aspera would undoubtedly have been the Scion with the lowest battle power, without exception. Yet, to his astonishment, Aspera's battle power exceeded his own by 10 points. After acquiring Aspera's training methods, Raditz brimmed with confidence, believing that by adhering to this training regimen, he, with his superior warrior talent, would soon surpass Jiang Qin. However, he soon realized that he was still unable to keep pace. As the year progressed, his pride had been almost entirely shattered. It is of utmost importance, Raditz, above all, you must maintain a tranquil state of mind. Your impatience is still evident. Jiang Qin remarked with a smile. Indeed, the cultivation of one's temper is not to be trifled with. Kakaro's remarkable ascent on Earth can largely be attributed to that fateful bump on the head. Along with the guidance of Sun Wukong, Master Rashi, Korin, the Elder Kai, and others, all of which have enabled him to sustain a serene heart. However, the mastery of temperamental cultivation is undoubtedly a crucial element in this journey. Understood, Raditz replied with a slight curl of his lip, yet he nodded in agreement. Over the course of a year, he had come to harbor a certain respect for Jiangchen, setting aside all else. His current combat power of 400 points was something he had once deemed unimaginable. The prospect of enhancing his capabilities by 200 points in just a year left him in a state of incredulity each time he reflected upon it. At his current rate of progress, he firmly believed that within a decade, his combat power could potentially exceed 3,000, and astonishingly, he would still be in his youth. Upon reaching adulthood, his strength might soar to 6,000 or 7,000, or even as high as 8,000. Such prowess would mark him as an elite warrior. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he couldn't suppress a surge of excitement, and any lingering contempt towards Jiangchen dissipated entirely. In fact, he found himself instinctively inclined to heed Jiangchen's words, regardless of the latter's youth. By the way, Raditz, are you planning to return to Prince Vegeta's squad soon? Jiangchen inquired, as if struck by a sudden realization. Yes, Prince Vegeta and Nappa returned to planet Vegeta 3 days ago. I should still be able to remain here for another fortnight, Raditz replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding. When you return, conceal your training. Do not let it slip out. As for your strength, you may choose to suppress it or let it show. If Prince Vegeta asks, simply attribute it to training from your father. Jiangchen said after a brief pause for contemplation. At present, he felt his own strength was insufficient, and he wished to avoid any significant alterations to the narrative, for such changes could easily lead to unforeseen consequences. Very well, I understand. Raditz replied with a hint of hesitation, yet he nodded in agreement. Upon joining Vegeta's team, one could venture to Frisia's headquarters to forge a superior gravity bracelet, though it is imperative to ensure that it is devoid of any listening devices. Moreover, do not neglect your training. A battle power of 400 is insufficient. Uncle Bardock, as a low-class warrior, has achieved a battle power of 10,000. Surely, as a high-class warrior, you cannot afford to be weaker. Observing Raditz's acquiescence, Jiangchen spoke once more. Upon hearing Jiangchen's renewed words, Raditz instinctively opened his mouth, intending to remark that his father's strength was inferior even to that of elite warriors. However, after a moment of contemplation, he chose to remain silent. Given Asper's potential, it is conceivable that he might indeed surpass his father in the future. If Aspera can surpass him, perhaps Raditz truly has the capability as well. With this thought, Raditz felt a surge of inner fervor. All right, let's reactivate the gravity bracelet. Sustained gravity is essential, Jiangchen stated. As Raditz had completely deactivated his gravity bracelet during their recent battle for testing purposes. Very well, Raditz nodded, preparing to continue. However, at that moment, two figures casually approached from a distance. Hey, Raditz, there you are. Their loud and teasing voices echoed. Both Raditz and Jiangchen instinctively turned their gazes towards them. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Jiangchen's brows furrowed slightly, while Raditz felt a moment of instinctive tension. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, the anxiety on his face dissipating in an instant. Prince Vegeta, Raditz called out. Raditz, you truly know how to shirk your duties. This recent invasion has cost us considerable effort. Do enlighten me on how you intend to compensate. Nappa's voice dripped with malice as his eyes narrowed menacingly at Raditz. As a member of the esteemed Scion lineage, Nappa derived great amusement from tormenting Raditz, and at this moment, he was evidently delighted. What do you mean, Nappa? Raditz retorted, initially taking a step back, then seemingly recalling something that ignited his anger. What do you mean? I demand the contribution points from the next 3 missions. Consider it compensation for me. How about that? I trust you have no objections, Raditz. Nappa sneered, his hands cracking ominously as he spoke. Impossible. Raditz's expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. What a joke. After 3 mission contributions, even if he received the least, there was no way he would abandon it. This was not something for you to decide. Nappa sneered, and in the next moment, his figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Raditz. With a fierce punch aimed directly at Raditz's abdomen, Nappa's face contorted into a sinister grin, envisioning the moment Raditz would be knocked down by his blow. However, in the next instant, Nappa's expression froze in disbelief. With a resounding thud, his right hand abruptly collided with something as unyielding as steel, coming to an abrupt halt. Raditz, unbeknownst to him, had turned around at some point and effortlessly caught Nappa's fist with one hand. How could this be? Nappa's pupils widened in disbelief, his expression tinged with astonishment. His assault had been thwarted. It is worth noting that his combat power was a formidable 500, while Raditz only possessed a mere 200. In the distance, Vegeta too exhibited a look of surprise, his right hand instinctively activating the scouter. Ding! The detector swiftly activated. Soon, a new set of figures emerged before him. 413. Beep. 413. The numerical fluctuation caused Vegeta's pupils to involuntarily constrict, revealing a rare expression of astonishment. As if struck by a sudden realization, Vegeta hastily adjusted the settings on his scouter, directing his gaze towards Nappa. Beep. 503. The familiar number emerged once again. Vegeta turned his gaze toward Raditz anew. Ding. 413. The numbers flickered once more, revealing the same value. Indeed, it is 400. Is it Bardock? Vegeta murmured softly, yet his heart stirred with tumult. He was well aware that Raditz's father was a legendary warrior among the Saiyans, possessing combat prowess that nearly rivaled that of his own father, King Vegeta, despite being a low-class warrior. Bardock had requested a year's leave for Raditz from King Vegeta a year ago, a fact he knew all too well. However, he had not anticipated that within merely a year, Raditz's strength would have surged so remarkably, almost catching up to Nappa. It is worth noting that although Raditz is a high-class warrior, he does not stand out significantly among his peers, being rather on the lower end of the high-class spectrum. In the Saiyan evaluation system, those born with combat power below 30 are classified as low-class warriors, those between 30 and 100 as mid-class warriors, and those exceeding 100 as high-class warriors. Raditz was born with a combat power of just over 170. Under normal circumstances, reaching 3,000 upon adulthood would be commendable. Yet now, he has already attained 400, drawing nearly level with Nappa, an elite warrior from a prestigious lineage. And he could potentially grow to possess combat power exceeding 5 or 6,000 in the future. In this moment, Vegeta's initial indifference wavered. If Raditz were to max out at 3,000, he would hardly care. However, if his potential soared beyond 5 or 6,000, it would undoubtedly assist him greatly in his ambitions of claiming planet Vegeta and conquering other worlds. Contemplating this, Vegeta was about to speak, but at that very instant, a resounding thud echoed through the air, and in the next moment, a figure was sent hurtling backward. Vegeta's words abruptly ceased, his expression tinged with surprise. Raditz, you seek your own demise. Nappa's voice boomed with fury, his eyes nearly ablaze with rage. A tremendous aura erupted from him, fueled by his unbridled anger. At this moment, Nappa was incensed. He had been struck down by Raditz, whom he had always regarded with disdain. His fury clouded his judgment. Nappa, cease this at once. Yet, before he could act, Vegeta's cold voice resonated, commanding authority. Prince Vegeta. The sudden address startled Nappa, causing him to halt in disbelief and cast a bewildered glance at Vegeta. You worthless fool. Raditz possesses a mere battle power of 400, yet you, with your 500, have proven to be no match. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Nappa with a wave as he approached Raditz. Prince Vegeta. As Vegeta neared, Raditz's earlier pride and exhilaration transformed into apprehension, prompting him to speak instinctively. It seems your father has provided you with considerable training. Previously, I spared you out of respect for him. Now, you have finally earned the right to join my squad, though it is merely a right. Prepare yourself. 3 days hence, we shall embark on a mission to a medium-level planet. Vegeta spoke with an air of calm authority. I understand, Prince Vegeta, Raditz replied promptly. Vegeta nodded and then turned, striding away into the distance. Prince Vegeta. Nappa instinctively called out, casting a malevolent glance at Raditz before hastily following suit. Throughout the encounter, neither Vegeta nor Nappa had deigned to acknowledge Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled softly, unperturbed by the events, and only stepped forward once the two had departed. How are you? Jiangchen inquired with a smile. He was not surprised that Raditz managed to defeat Nappa. Despite possessing a combat power of 500, the inability to fully harness that strength posed a significant challenge. Moreover, Raditz had been training and learning alongside him for some time. Although it was merely superficial knowledge, it undeniably contributed to his combat prowess. It was indeed improbable for a brute like Nappa to emerge victorious. Ha ha ha, that fellow Nappa is no longer my match. Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Raditz snapped back to reality, his excitement palpable. Since joining Vegeta's team, he had constantly been overlooked by Vegeta, while Nappa had persistently bullied him. As the weakest member, Raditz felt nearly invisible. Yet, at this moment, he had actually triumphed over Nappa, a renowned elite whom he had previously deemed insurmountable. He had effortlessly crossed that threshold. What is there to it? Uncle Bardock's combat power is nearly on par with King Vegeta, surpassing many esteemed warriors. Observing Raditz's exhilaration, Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's remarks, Raditz' expression suddenly stiffened. Ha ha ha, all right, let us go. Aunt Jine must have prepared the meal by now. Let us return for a hearty feast. Jiang Qin's smile grew wider as he patted Raditz on the shoulder. In the next instant, he soared into the air. Raditz's lips twitched, but he followed closely behind. Over the course of a year, Raditz had undergone a remarkable transformation through his training with Jiang Qin. Although his temperament had yet to fully shift from its previous harshness, Jiang Qin had forcibly guided him back. Perhaps in the future, he would evolve further, but at least at this moment, Raditz was moving towards a more positive direction. This was also the reason for his significant increase in strength over the past year. 15 minutes later, the two returned to Jine's home. She had prepared a meal. And with Jiang Qin and Raditz's rising strength, their appetites had also grown considerably. Fortunately, Bardock, being an elite Scion warrior and second only to King Vegeta, ensured that Jine's household was never lacking in provisions. Do indulge in more. Ah, Aspala, she exclaimed, her gentle smile gracing her features as she gazed at her son, while a look of bliss illuminated Aspala's face. The transformations in her son during this period had filled her with joy. Mother, today Prince Vegeta came to see me. I am to embark on a mission in 3 days. Raditz relished his meal, seemingly struck by a thought, and turned his gaze towards Jine, speaking softly. 3 days? So soon? Jine was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing her face. Yes, father has taken a year's leave, and that time has already elapsed, Raditz murmured. I understand. Please be cautious and do not overexert yourself. After all, you have Prince Vegeta with you. Indeed. Sated and refreshed, Jiang Qin once again took Raditz under his wing to commence their training. Although only 3 days remained until Raditz was to undertake his mission, Jiang Qin had no intention of halting their endeavors. On one hand, he himself needed to hone his skills. On the other, any enhancement Raditz could achieve would be beneficial. For the future remained uncertain. At that very moment, deep within the heart of planet Vegeta, where the Scion Royal Palace stood majestically, an unsettling scene unfolded. Instead of King Vegeta occupying the throne that symbolized the pinnacle of Scion authority and strength, a figure with bluish-gray fur, a deep complexion, and a robust physique, exuding a chilling demeanor, sat in his stead. Beside this imposing figure stood another, characterized by flowing white hair, a delicate visage, and a gentle complexion, wielding an enigmatic staff. Meanwhile, King Vegeta found himself prostrated upon the ground, paralyzed with fear, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. It was a terror beyond imagination, a dread more profound than that which he felt in the presence of Frieza. Crash! In the next moment, King Vegeta felt a heavy pressure on his head as a foot was firmly planted upon it, even rubbing back and forth upon his noble crown. At that moment, King Vegeta dared not utter a sound. He could never have anticipated that the most powerful and enigmatic god of destruction would descend upon planet Vegeta. As a scion of an ancient lineage, despite the scions having endured a great extinction, Vegeta was acutely aware of the formidable might of the god of destruction. He did not dare to exhibit even the slightest negligence. However, it was evident that the god of destruction, Beerus, was not pleased. Are you attempting to insult me? King Vegeta, do you comprehend what I desire? His chilling words echoed, as the destructive purple light flickered within his eyes. Lord Beerus, I beg for your mercy. I assure you, I have already dispatched someone to procure the finest pillow in the universe for you. Please, just wait a moment. 3 months? No. It will only take 1 month. King Vegeta exclaimed anxiously, his body trembling as fear inevitably spread through him. At this moment, he felt no humiliation, only an overwhelming dread, as if he were on the brink of death. No, it was not merely a feeling. King Vegeta understood clearly that if he failed to satisfy the god of destruction, Beerus, he would surely meet his demise in the next instant. Regret consumed him. Do you take me for a fool? With a resounding explosion, the palace trembled and ultimately collapsed. The figure of King Vegeta was firmly embedded within the crevices of the stone. With a swift motion, Beerus materialized, seizing King Vegeta by the head. His eyes, glinting with ferocity, were fixed upon the visage of King Vegeta before him. At that moment, the tremendous commotion instantly roused the guards. Thud! A sudden, urgent sound pierced the air as an elite Scion warrior hastened forward. Yet, before he could draw near, he collapsed to the ground in an instant. I commanded you to seek the most comfortable pillow in the universe. I care not for how many lives you took in the process. But you reserved the finest for yourself and left only the second best for me. Do you wish for death? A chilling voice resonated. as the destructive purple aura thickened ominously. Beerus did not even glance at the fallen elite Scion warriors. His gaze remained fixed on King Vegeta. "Stop!" a voice suddenly echoed. At that moment, a figure emerged from the distant entrance. However, with a resounding thud, the figure burst forth only to be abruptly struck down to the ground. An overwhelming sense of oppression rendered him utterly immobilized, as if his very form had been embedded into the earth. Vegeta's pupils widened in terror. He had never fathomed the existence of someone so formidable. It was a tremor that emanated from the depths of his soul. The king of the Scions, Vegeta, found himself in a pitiful state, for even a mere child possessed more courage than he. "Whis, I am weary," exclaimed Beerus with a gentle flick of his wrist, sending King Vegeta hurtling away. "Very well, Lord Beerus," Whis replied with a smile, promptly pausing his staff. A gentle radiance enveloped Beerus and Whis, and in an instant, their figures transformed into a streak of light racing towards the heavens. They swiftly vanished from the planet Vegeta. In the vastness of space, a beam of light encased Beerus and Whis. "Lord Beerus, our next destination is planet Tartar, which will require approximately the duration of a brief animated feature. You may take a moment to rest." Whis's soothing voice resonated. "Is it really that long? By the way, isn't Frieza nearby? I shall pay him a visit. I wish to ascertain the progress of his mission." Beerus yawned, seemingly struck by a thought, and his voice resonated. "Indeed, it should take approximately 3 minutes to arrive," Whis replied with a smile. In the next moment, a flash of light surged into the depths of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, nearly an hour after Beerus's disappearance, a commotion within the royal palace soon captured attention. A significant uproar erupted within the palace, with numerous Scion warriors hastily rushing in. However, the moment they flooded into the palace, a tremendous explosion reverberated once more. Subsequently, news emerged. The Zafarans had allied with extraterrestrial beings to launch a surprise attack within the palace, attempting to assassinate King Vegeta, resulting in chaos within the kingdom and the demise of 3 elite Scion squads. Fortunately, King Vegeta acted decisively, eliminating the marauding Zafarans. Upon the dissemination of this news, the entirety of planet Vegeta trembled. In quick succession, a multitude of Scions mobilized to investigate their surroundings. Before long, Zafarans collaborating with aliens were dispatched. King Vegeta was attacked by the Zafarans. The following day, upon the plains, as he listened to Raditz' account, Jiang Qin's expression betrayed a hint of peculiarity. Indeed, it was said that today, the Pabujan squad had annihilated an infiltrating alien team. Regrettably, they failed to capture any Zafarans. Those individuals were akin to rats scurrying in the sewers. Raditz nodded vehemently, his tone laced with malice. The Scions inherently harbored animosity towards the Zafarans, and Raditz was no exception. Particularly in recent years, the turmoil instigated by the Zafarans seemed rather considerable, intensifying their disdain. As for the fact that planet Vegeta was originally Zafura, the Scions held no regard for such matters. Zafarans, the palace. Jiang Qin paid no heed to Rithiz's words, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Unbidden, memories of his initial landing flooded his mind. The same Zypher aliens, the same explanations, the imagery was nearly indistinguishable. Amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, a colossal spacecraft loomed, reigning supreme as the undisputed monarch of the starry skies. Indeed, it was the sovereign of the entire northern galaxy, wielding formidable authority even among the 4 great galaxies, for it was the harbinger of destruction. Inside this immense vessel, upon a baby carriage, sat a figure with a serene smile. "Mr. Dodoria, I require an explanation as to why planet Patel has not been secured." Frieza's smile remained intact. Yet upon witnessing this expression and hearing the words, Dodoria felt an icy chill creeping up from his feet. "Lord Frieza, this was merely an unforeseen circumstance. A year. No, just a month. I will personally handle it and guarantee results within a month." Dodoria spoke hastily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Ah. Then I shall await the good news from you, Mr. Dodoria. Please do not disappoint me." Frieza's voice rang out with a light chuckle. "Yes, Lord Frieza." Dodoria quickly nodded. And in the next moment, his figure swiftly retreated. Soon after, several elite warriors entered the room. "My lord, the arrangements concerning the Scions have been completed." A respectful alien spoke. "Ah, the Scions truly serve as useful tools. By the way, Tenabula has yet to be conquered, so let them handle it," Frieza said with a smile. "Indeed." The alien responded with utmost respect. However, in that fleeting moment, Frieza's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. The next instant, a wave of panic surged through him. He swiftly rose to his feet and, To the astonishment of his soldiers, prostrated himself on the ground. Lord Beerus, I sincerely apologize. I failed to notice your arrival. Frisia stammered, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his brow. Behind him, his soldiers hurriedly followed suit, bowing low to the ground. It seems you have performed your duties adequately, Beerus's languid voice resonated. Initially, I intended to obliterate you before returning to my slumber. However, since you have done well, I shall spare you for now. Additionally, take care of those savage monkeys on planet Vegeta. Upon hearing those words, Frisia was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and exhaled in relief. Yes, Lord Beerus. I shall attend to it immediately, Frisia replied hastily. Yet, as soon as his words faded, silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a lengthy pause, he cautiously lifted his gaze, only to realize that Beerus's presence had vanished. This revelation allowed Frisia to breathe deeply once more. He promptly stood upright and directed his attention towards his soldiers. Great, Almighty King. We. It seemed to sense impending danger, and the extraterrestrial instinctively attempted to speak. However, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. A myriad of crimson blossoms erupted as extraterrestrial bodies were obliterated. Mr. Sabo. Frisia licked his lips and spoke in a deep voice. Soon, a figure entered. Your Majesty, Sabo knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing. By your command. The plan shall be executed ahead of schedule. Those savage monkeys must be dealt with. Frisia's voice emerged, deep and resonant. Indeed, my lord. Sabos bowed respectfully. In the next moment, messages swiftly emanated from the Frisia headquarters. The plan for the annihilation of the Scions was officially set in motion. However, at this moment, Jiangchen remained unaware of these developments. His figure was still amidst the expanse of planet Vegeta. Around him, Raditz continued to mumble incessantly, while Jiangchen's brow furrowed slightly. As a sense of unease began to wash over him, something felt amiss. The turmoil within the palace mirrored the earlier chaos of the incubation chamber. The king's assertion of an invasion by the Zafir people was met with skepticism. He believed not a word of it. According to the narrative, such palace unrest could only signify one thing: the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus. If Beerus was indeed present, and Broly was not by Kakarot's side, it indicated a potential alteration in the storyline. Yet, the prior invasion of planet Kanesa by Bardock was an undeniable reality. All of this seemed to suggest a divergence from the original tale, intensifying the perplexity etched upon Jiang Chen's countenance. Raditz. A sudden thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind as he directed his gaze towards Raditz. What is it, Aspera? Raditz, who had been mumbling to himself, instinctively inquired upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. No, it's nothing. Let us continue our training. These matters are not for us to concern ourselves with at present. Jiangchen opened his mouth, initially intending to suggest that Raditz inquire about Vegeta, but after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. As previously mentioned, whether in its old or new form, it held little significance for him at this juncture. What mattered now was to adhere to the predetermined path of his training once more. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated having another year. By that time, Kakarot would already be 2 years old, and he would need to make his departure. Oh. Very well. Raditz nodded eagerly upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. As time gradually passed, 2 days swiftly elapsed. This day marked the impending departure of Raditz. In the room, Janae meticulously prepared supplies for her eldest son. Mother. These are unnecessary. The logistics center will provide them. Mother. Raditz uttered softly, feeling somewhat distressed. The provisions from the logistics center were certainly not as well prepared as those I could have arranged. What is this, Raditz? Are you expressing disdain for the offerings your mother has prepared for you? Came Kind's voice, laced with dissatisfaction, prompting Raditz to fall silent. Over an hour later, Raditz emerged, carrying a considerable load. Upon the emergence of Aspera, Raditz immediately spotted Jiangchen. Exercise utmost caution, Jiangchen gently urged Raditz, and do not forget to train with the gravity bracelet. Once we enter outer space, it is imperative to maintain the current gravitational conditions. I understand. Raditz fell silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. Jiangchen waved his hand, and Raditz immediately soared into the sky. Aspera, Raditz should be safe, right? A soft voice emerged, filled with concern from Janae. Rest assured. And Janae, brother Raditz is accompanied by Prince Vegeta. He will be fine, Jiangchen gently reassured her. This was not merely a comfort, for regardless of the version, Raditz survived until the onset of the main storyline. Under normal circumstances, this event would not yield any significant surprises. Let us hope, Heine murmured softly, her expression tinged with concern. Jiang Qin could only offer further reassurances. With Raditz' departure, it was anticipated that they would have little opportunity to interact for an extended period. After all, Jiang Qin would only remain on planet Vegeta for another year before he had to depart. The likelihood of Raditz returning during this year of mission was quite low, and even over the next 2 years, the chances seemed scant. It was noteworthy that Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa had managed to evade the recent cataclysm that befell planet Vegeta. Time passed quietly. The solitary endeavor of cultivation was both monotonous and straightforward. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. During this period, Jiang Qin had immersed himself entirely in his training. Whether it was the outcome of prolonged practice or the rapid proliferation of the S cells within him, he had witnessed a remarkable transformation. His combat power surged from over 600 to nearly 800 points. The goal of reaching 1,000 was drawing ever closer. Yet, in this moment, Jiang Qin could distinctly sense an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. First, the scions at the logistics center began to exhibit a gradual increase in their activity. Secondly, the overall ambience of planet Vegeta seemed subtly askew. A resounding explosion echoed as a burst of energy detonated in the distance, its formidable force radiating outward. Jiang Qin found himself gasping for breath. Ding! 853 points. Has it only increased by 63 points? Jiang Qin murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. In his recollection, the Kamehameha was capable of elevating one's combat power by several tiers, not to mention the devastating spirit bomb. In contrast, the enhancement provided by his ki blast was almost negligible. However, this was quite understandable. Typically, most extraterrestrial beings could only harness a fraction of their inherent combat potential, often failing to unleash their full capabilities. Earth and Namek were indeed exceptions, particularly Earth, as a planet with relatively low combat power, had maximized its potential to achieve such results. It was exceedingly rare for other locations to reach similar heights. It is time for action, Jiang Qin murmured as he glanced at the sky. With that, he soared into the air, heading towards the distant logistics center. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the logistics hub. Soon, he located Phil. After several years, Phil had now risen to the position of a moderately significant supervisor. Ah, Aspera. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, Phil was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly approached. Phil, I am preparing to apply as a combatant. Could you assist me with the process? Gazing at the individual before him, Jiang Qin pondered for a brief moment before speaking. Combat personnel? Phil expressed his surprise, as the individual before him had, due to Bardock's influence, spent the past year as a logistics officer, entirely devoid of any duties. He never anticipated that this moment would bring forth a sudden request to transition to combat status. Yes, let me make a quick change. There should be no issue with that. Jiang Qin nodded and provided further clarification. This is not a problem, but an application is necessary. It should be completed within 3 days. However, Aspela, are you certain? As a combat personnel, one is required to undertake a mission every 3 years. Phil nodded but spoke with some hesitation. I am certain, Phil. Do not forget, I am still a scion. Jiang Qin chuckled softly. Indeed, I almost overlooked that. Very well. I will assist you immediately. Phil slapped his forehead and nodded with a smile. Thank you. Jiang Qin nodded in appreciation. No need for that. I will take care of it for you. Just wait for the news. I believe it will be resolved swiftly, Phil replied with a smile. With that, as Phil proceeded with the application, Jiang Qin returned home. What followed was a period of anticipation. Indeed, the application for combat personnel was remarkably straightforward. Nearly a day later, the process was completed, and Jiang Qin's status transitioned from logistics personnel to combatant. Despite this change in designation, Jiang Qin's daily life remained largely unaffected. He continued his routine of diligent training day in and day out. The only distinction was the newly added option to check on missions. As a combatant, he would undertake a mission every 3 years, barring death. As the foremost enforcer of the real estate tycoon Frisia's Legion, the Scion's singular task was to conquer planets. Although Jiang Qin contemplated departing for any random planet, he intended to select one that met his criteria, ensuring it was suitable along the way. As he embarked on this quest, time quietly slipped by once more. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. During this period, his combat power officially surpassed 1,000. Should this remarkable strength be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a stir among the scions. It is noteworthy that Jiang Qin's current body was still under 9 years of age. Achieving a combat power exceeding 1,000 at such a tender age placed him exceedingly close to Prince Vegeta, surpassing nearly all other scions. Of course, with his gradual mastery over ki, coupled with the effects of gravity, Jiang Qin while still unable to conceal his ki as flawlessly as on Earth, could nonetheless suppress it to a degree. Currently, the combat power he exhibited was merely around 70 to 80 points, not significantly exceeding that threshold, thus escaping notice. It seemed that missions were becoming increasingly scarce. Is it about to begin? Jiangchen mused, gazing at the rows of tasks within the logistics center, lost in thought. Indeed. He reflected, something seemed amiss. Over the past few months, the number of tasks had noticeably dwindled. Perhaps sensing Jiangchen's contemplation, Phil nodded and, with a hint of surprise, spoke up. These past 3 months? Jiangchen paused momentarily, directing his gaze towards Phil. Yes, precisely during these 3 months. What is the matter? Upon hearing Jiangchen's inquiry, Phil instinctively responded, his expression imbued with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, Phil. Please assist me by registering this particular planet. Nirma, Jiangchen gently replied, shaking his head. Certainly. I will attend to it immediately, Phil acknowledged, not pursuing the matter further, and promptly set about his task. Moments later, Phil had completed the registration. Aspera has been duly registered. You may embark at any time within the next 3 months. I have also verified that it is merely a low-tier planet, and one that is of particularly weak standing among such planets. So the resolution should not prove too troublesome, Phil remarked with a smile. Thank you. Phil, I remember you are from the Philonelia Star, right? Jiangchen felt a spark of realization and inquired. Yes, what is it? Phil responded with a hint of surprise. I heard from Uncle Bardak that there has been quite a disturbance on Philonelia Star. It has been invaded. Although the intruders were repelled, the losses were significant. If you have time, perhaps you should consider returning to check on things. Jiangchen spoke hesitantly. The thought of the invasion weighed heavily on Phil. His pupils widened, revealing a flicker of anxiety. Indeed, I am not fully informed about the specifics, but you do have a 3-year leave. So this would be an opportune time for you to visit, Jiangchen gently suggested, shaking his head. Very well. Thank you. Phil quickly expressed his gratitude. The first issue pertains to the login process. One first enters a world through capture and subsequently logs in. Naturally, random logins are also possible. Generally speaking, the time within the logged-in world remains fixed, while the spatial aspect is not. For instance, if one logs into the world of Naruto during the 48th year of Konoha, then all individuals entering will find themselves in that same temporal context. However, it is not the same world, but rather variations across different times and spaces, unless special events occur, which I will elaborate on later. The second issue concerns the identity upon logging in. In theory, any identity or race that exists within the world can be accessed. However, the character's power must align accordingly. For example, if the protagonist possesses an external combat strength of 5, and thus is above the level of an ordinary person, then the scion he logs into will also only have a combat power of 5, rather than hundreds or thousands. He cannot select characters such as Frisia, Majin Buu, or the gods of destruction, as there simply are no weak versions of those characters. Similarly, in the Naruto world, one can choose from the Otsutsuki clan, but must find an Otsutsuki with a combat power of only 5. By the time of Konoha's 48th year, it seems that only 2 Otsutsuki remain on the moon, and one cannot assume that their power is below 10. The third issue revolves around the speed of progression. This does not imply that the narrative can conclude within just 2 or 3 chapters, given that the title is Dragon Ball. It cannot simply wrap up in such a brief span, especially considering the expansive nature of the anime. The speed of progression is attributed to the protagonist's familiarity with the plot, allowing him to navigate through it with ease, while for others, he serves as the swift guide. The fourth issue involves the primary world. This is not merely fan fiction. It resembles a semi-fan fiction. The main world will undoubtedly incorporate elements of the original plot, and for now, most of it will consist of Dragon Ball narratives. I will strive to minimize the inclusion of main world storylines. Fifthly, there are concerns regarding the protagonist's sister in the issue of secrecy. Some matters are best left undisclosed. In this universal login scenario, revealing one's inadequacy in power could be perilous. As for his sister, she typically would not log in until the age of 16, while she is currently only 14, having been granted an opportunity by the Great Xia Academy. The protagonist learns this later and is unaware of it initially, so he does not express any concern. To him, it seems premature. Once he discovers the truth, he promptly shares the information with his sister. Regarding Orochimaru, it is crucial to note that he is not a mindless killer, and his sound village is not devoid of inhabitants. As long as there is value, Orochimaru would not harm the protagonist's sister. Furthermore, Given that she is a special recruit of the Great Xia, she possesses certain protective measures, alleviating any need for anxiety. The worst-case scenario would be the downfall of the Naruto world, but there would always be opportunities to draw his sister into the realm of Dragon Ball. Jiang Chun returned home, his demeanor marked by a solemn expression. Compared to others on planet Vegeta, his precognitive awareness of the unfolding narrative allowed him to perceive the unusual nature of recent events almost immediately. The Scions, as the most formidable operatives of Frisia's army, held a role even more significant than that of the Jinyu force. After all, how many were in the Jinyu force compared to the vast number of Scions? Even as a minority, the Scion population reached several tens of thousands. Moreover, due to their ability to transform into great apes, which grants a tenfold increase in power, the Scions are unparalleled in their effectiveness during planetary conquests. Even a low-ranking warrior can achieve a combat strength of 400 at maturity, with the least capable reaching 2 or 300. Under tenfold amplification, that translates to 2 or 3,000, or even 4 to 5,000 in combat strength. More than sufficient to annihilate the indigenous inhabitants of a planet. It could be said that Frisia merely needed to cast Scion infants onto various planets, then await their retrieval. This is even more true for mid- and high-ranking warriors. Generally, Frisia's forces would eagerly utilize the Scions, rendering it nearly impossible for them to find leisure. Yet, at this moment, they found themselves at leisure, not merely for a day or two, but for several months. Given this time frame, the implications are evident. Has it begun? Jiang Chun murmured softly, glancing at the starry sky with a hint of gravity etched upon his features. For him, the destruction of planet Vegeta was undoubtedly of paramount importance, surpassing all other matters. This event not only pertained to his future achievements, but also represented the pivotal factor in determining whether his plans could be realized. Any caution in this regard was entirely warranted. Thus, in the ensuing days, Jiang Chun embarked on swift preparations. Meanwhile, Frisia's scheme had indeed commenced as Jiang Chun had anticipated. To prevent the Scions from discovering his intentions prematurely, and to eliminate them decisively in order to fulfill the task assigned by the god of destruction, Beerus, Frisia opted not to strike immediately. Instead, he began to reduce the tasks assigned to the Scions on planet Vegeta and concurrently initiated the recall of those Scions who were deployed elsewhere. Consequently, several months prior, the missions on planet Vegeta had gradually diminished, particularly among the elite squads. Now, the number of Scions gathering on planet Vegeta had increased significantly. Yet this was accomplished so discreetly that no one had noticed, not even King Vegeta himself. In fact, due to the influx of Scions, especially elite warriors, King Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. He had always aspired to rebel against Frisia and ascend as the new ruler of the universe. Yet he had never found the opportunity. Although he believed his strength was on par with Frisia's, the Scions had been scattered throughout the cosmos since the beginning, making it difficult to unite them entirely. However, an opportunity had now presented itself, with a vast number of Scions congregating on planet Vegeta, including over 7 or 8,000 elite warriors. Within the royal palace, King Vegeta sat upon his throne, while below him knelt a Scion, presenting a report. If members of Frisia's army were present, they would observe that the assembly of 40 to 50 Scions consisted entirely of elite warriors, each possessing a battle power of at least 5 or 6,000. With the strongest reaching an astonishing 9,000. Is there no news from Bardock? King Vegeta's voice was low as he directed his gaze towards a figure at his side. My king, according to information relayed from Frisia, Bardock has received orders to conquer planet Chiller and has only just set out, replied a Scion respectfully. Planet Chiller, is it? That should not be too far from planet Vegeta, King Vegeta remarked. Indeed, my king, planet Chiller is approximately a 3-month journey from planet Vegeta. Making the round trip at most half a year, the figure responded with deference. Is it half a year? Enough. Frisia was indeed foolish to gather all the elite Scions from planet Vegeta. King Vegeta spoke with a cold smirk, his expression radiating excitement. In less than a few months, planet Vegeta had amassed over 40 to 50 elite warriors among the Scions. Now, they merely awaited Bardock's return, with Bardock's battle power nearing 10,000. And upon transforming into a great ape, he would wield a formidable 100,000 battle power to challenge Frisia. Furthermore, if he transformed into a great ape, alongside the over 100 elite warriors from planet Vegeta also transforming, they would have the opportunity, no, the absolute certainty to vanquish Frisia in one decisive strike. Once Frisia was defeated, he would ascend as the new emperor of the universe, a day he had long anticipated. "My king, I fear Frisia may not grant us such an extended time frame," remarked a scion below, frowning. "He will not give us time. We must make do with what we have. Inform Frisia that we have discovered a super-large advanced planet and require additional forces to gather. For the next 6 months, we shall temporarily abandon certain ordinary high-level planet missions." King Vegeta replied in a somber tone. Indeed, the figure replied respectfully. Soon, the scions on planet Vegeta began to take action. A report swiftly reached Frisia's headquarters. "Oh, such delightful little monkeys, now they even wish to serve me." With that thought, Frisia smiled and agreed to their request. "Indeed, great king," the alien responded with utmost respect. With Frisia's approval, King Vegeta was undoubtedly filled with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that everything would unfold so seamlessly. Frisia had, astonishingly, consented to his gathering a multitude of elite scions. During this period, King Vegeta indulged in visions of the moment he would ascend to become the sovereign of the universe. Simultaneously, on planet Hyrule, half of the sky had succumbed to an inky darkness, a beam of light soaring towards the heavens. "Oh, who summons the eternal dragon? I can grant you one wish, any wish you desire." A resounding voice echoed through the air. "Please return Bardock to his homeland." Along with the voice, beneath the majestic dragon, the voice of an ancient Namekian resonated. "This is quite simple, yet it must align with the will of the individual." The voice of the dragon proclaimed. "Very well." The Namekian nodded nervously. Meanwhile, in midair, two figures were relentlessly clashing, their formidable auras permeating the surroundings. Bardock, battered and bruised, felt his energy beginning to wane. Even though his battle power had just officially exceeded 10,000 following a recent healing, it was still insufficient. The scions were indeed a formidable adversary. However, this ends here. A piercing scream echoed as, in the next moment, Bardock's tail was brutally severed. Immediately following, a powerful fist struck directly against his abdomen. Boom. Ugh. Bardock retched violently, and before he could react, a figure struck him from behind. In the next instant, he plummeted to the ground. "Bardock, I shall return you to your planet. Do you consent?" As Bardock painfully rose to his feet, ready to ascend to the heavens, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated within his mind. "Who are you?" The sudden voice startled Bardock. "I am the Eternal Dragon. I can grant any wish. Monate has requested that I return you to your planet. Do you accept?" The peculiar voice resonated once more. Bardock finally grasped the situation. It was indeed marvelous. A dragon capable of fulfilling any desire. "However, dragon, there is no need to send me back. I still wish to defeat this foe. If possible, I would like my child to grow up safely." Bardock spoke softly, his breath heavy, yet his spirit remained resolute as he gazed defiantly at the figure in the sky. Of course, the voice of the divine dragon faded away. In the next moment, the dark clouds in the distance shattered. "What are you muttering to yourself, wild monkey? You are incapable of transforming into a giant ape now." Jas's formidable aura erupted, and at that moment, his potential was unleashed to its fullest extent. The battle intensified. Compared to before, Bardock was undeniably in a more pitiful state, utterly unable to lift his head. "Surrender, for victory is beyond your reach." Jas's ferocious expression bore a hint of madness, his overwhelming presence suffocating the surroundings. Boom. The next collision occurred, and this time, Bardock's figure was hurled into the distance. The overwhelming aura he emanated caused the mountains to tremble and crumble. Knowing victory was an impossibility, yet still choosing to fight on, was it for revenge? Jace approached step by step, his gaze fixed upon Bardock. Meanwhile, Bardock struggled to rise, enveloped in a faint, shimmering light. It was evident that in this life-and-death struggle, thoughts of anything other than victory were futile. All he sought was to defeat you. A smile graced Bardock's lips as he spoke, and in the next instant, his figure surged forward with newfound vigor, an inexplicable power surging within him. What? Boom. Jazz's expression changed dramatically, yet it was already too late. His figure was forcefully propelled backwards. "Impossible! You scions possess such formidable strength beyond just your great ape transformation?" Jazz roared as he charged forward once more. A colossal energy blast hurtled directly towards Bardock. "There is nothing impossible, it is merely that you are unaware. Each time a scion surpasses their limits, they evolve." Bardock spoke calmly, and in the next moment, a similar energy blast erupted forth. Boom. Boom. The energy blast collided midair. In the explosion, Jace was thrown back, his consciousness slipping into a deep haze, while Bardock staggered for a moment before collapsing to the ground. It was indeed a thrilling battle. Just as Bardock fell, a light, mocking laughter echoed through the air. a figure emerged. Cough. Who are you? A member of Frisia's army? Bardock struggled to rise, casting a furious glance at the newcomer. Anger filled his heart. All of his comrades had been dispatched by Frisia's forces during this mission. With this figure's sudden appearance, Frisia was the first thought that crossed his mind. Business is often deceptive, isn't it? Are you unaware of Frisia's true machinations? The figure chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in their tone. What do you mean? Bardock's mind raced, recalling the recent events, his expression shifting slightly. Nothing of consequence. It's simply your time to die. The figure laughed softly and, in the next moment, produced an energy gun. Clash. The energy gun discharged, and in the next moment, Bardock's figure was hurled towards the edge of the cliff. Truly foolish, a fitting display for a band of wild monkeys. A light chuckle escaped his lips. Yet just as he was poised to step forward and deliver a finishing blow, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Boss, Frisia's men are drawing near. Indeed, that was swift. A figure remarked, and in the next moment, he swiftly lifted Jiaz, firing a shot towards the cliff before his silhouette vanished rapidly. Meanwhile, Bardock, who had plummeted towards the precipice, was on the verge of losing consciousness. Fortunately, a faint green luminescence enveloped him. An enigmatic Namekian, having arrived unbeknownst to him, was fervently administering healing. Days later, a spacecraft soared into the heavens, departing from the planet Hyrule. Frisia. Bardock's eyes blazed with fury, an anger that was inescapably spreading within him. The images replayed vividly in his mind, particularly the words of the figure on planet Hyrule. A streak of light traversed the cosmos, swiftly returning to planet Vegeta. At this moment, there remained 4 months until the destruction of planet Vegeta. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, Jiang Chun, after 2 months of preparation, was finally ready to embark on his journey. The protracted timeline was primarily due to his need for a gravity chamber and a large spacecraft. Initially, as a low-ranking warrior who had only just applied for combat status, he lacked the qualifications for such resources. However, during this period, it became widely known that he had a close connection with Bardock, who had generously bestowed upon him a significant number of contribution points, sufficient for redemption. The only remaining obstacle was a matter of time. Lord Aspala is ready. Your position is in Zone 3, Door 107, a respectful extraterrestrial from the Logistics Center announced. I understand, Jiangchen nodded, glancing into the distance before taking a deep breath and proceeding towards his destination. Moments later, he arrived at the third area indicated by the extraterrestrial, where the 107th hatch was located. Soon, under the arrangement of the alien, he stepped aboard the spacecraft. This vessel was notably larger than the simple personal ships typically used by the Psiots. It offered considerable space, though it did not quite compare to the ship that Sun Wukong boarded on planet Namek. Nevertheless, it was approximately half its size. More importantly, it contained a gravity room. Of course, Jiangchen had no doubt that this spacecraft was equipped with Frisia surveillance devices, but that was of little consequence. After all, this situation would only last for a limited time. Time to go, he murmured softly. In the next moment, the spaceship ignited. A flash of light surged into the vast sky. The spacecraft soared into the cosmos like a streak of brilliance. In merely 20 breaths, it had already breached the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. Through the window, Jiang Chun could distinctly perceive the silhouette of that azure planet gradually manifesting, only to begin shrinking away. Gazing at the planet he had inhabited for nearly 5 years, a complex expression crossed Jiang Chun's face. Over the passage of time, he had contemplated many things, even considering whether to save planet Vegeta. Ultimately, however, he relinquished the idea. Regardless of the version, it was evidently a formidable task. The original timeline required no elaboration. Frisia was resolutely intent on annihilating the Psiots. Unless he could triumph over Frisia, the prospect was nearly impossible. The new timeline presented even greater challenges. As per the decree of the god of destruction, Beerus, planet Vegeta was destined for destruction. Not only was it unlikely he could vanquish Frisia, but even if he could, hope was scant. After all, he was not a match for the god of destruction, Beerus, after years of training. Moreover, it was crucial to note that his ties to planet Vegeta were tenuous. The Psiots were not particularly noble, and he saw no reason to sacrifice himself for such a planet. After countless reflections, he ultimately resolved to depart alone. He even temporarily chose to abandon Kin and Bardock. Frisia had already initiated his plan. Fewer individuals meant greater opportunities. As a low-ranking warrior, he surmised that he would remain unnoticed. However, the presence of Bardock and Kin would alter that equation entirely. Bardock, being one of the elite Psions second only to King Vegeta, was already marked by Frisia. If he brought Bardock along, it would be a perilous endeavor. In the current uncertainty of whether to follow the original or new timeline, no one could ascertain if Bardock was the catalyst of history. Disrupting the narrative recklessly was not a prudent choice. As for Kin, Jiangxin had initially intended to take her along but ultimately chose to abandon that plan. As Bardock's spouse, it was unclear whether Frisia or King Vegeta had taken note of her presence. Bringing Kin could potentially jeopardize their escape. Rather than take such a risk, it was wiser for him to depart quietly. If he could reach Namek or Earth, utilizing the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect or transport everyone would be considerably easier. This was the primary reason he left without bidding farewell to Kin, aiming to minimize complications. Next, he would head for planet Tartarus. He estimated that he could arrive within 6 months. With a gentle sigh, he gathered his thoughts and stepped into the gravity chamber. Simultaneously, on planet Circa, Frisia had long since arrived at one of his bases. Within the vast facility, Frisia sat comfortably in his diminutive spacecraft. The Scion Elite team has returned, half of them, while the remainder will be back within 6 months, he mused. A sinister smile gracing his features. All elite missions have been suspended, and the tasks of lower-ranking warriors have been reduced. At this rate, everything will come to a halt in half a year. An alien reported respectfully, "Oh ho ho, how obedient they are. I almost feel reluctant." Another low-ranking Scion has departed from planet Vegeta, destination planet Nirma, classified as a mid-tier planet, with a maximum combat power of 5,700. Quite close to being a high-tier planet, another alien quickly relayed after Frisia spoke. "Oh ho ho, my poor wild monkeys. It seems yet another life is about to come to an end," Frisia remarked with a chilling delight. "Mr. Chio-E," Frisia chuckled, then turned his gaze towards an alien being on his right. "Your Majesty," Chio-E hurriedly knelt on one knee. "Please allow someone to handle the situation. Those wild monkeys serve this king and cannot simply be dealt with in such a manner." Frisia spoke with a smile. "Indeed, my lord." Chio-E replied with a respectful nod, and then he swiftly retreated, his demeanor reflecting not the slightest hint of negligence. Mr. Sabo, awaiting Chio-Yi's departure, Frisia cast his gaze towards another figure beside him. "Your Excellency Frisia, please give your orders." Sabo knelt on one knee, his demeanor respectful. "It seems that the Sithar organization has been rather unruly of late. I have no desire for uncooperative partners." Frisia spoke with a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Yes, Your Excellency Frisia," Sabo responded with utmost reverence. "Oh ho ho. It had been quite some time since fireworks had been witnessed." The voice of Frisia resonated with a smile. Within the confines of the base, the aliens could not help but lower their heads. Meanwhile, Jiangxin remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. He was completely oblivious to the fact that the so-called low-level planet, planet Nirma, was not merely an inferior sphere, but rather a medium planet that rivaled high-level worlds. The combat power present there was not just a mere few hundred points, but an impressive 5,700 points. Of course, this was not solely about planet Nirma. As the overlord of the Scions, Frisia's army held dominion over all intelligence and data. It would be exceedingly simple for Frisia's forces to manipulate matters to their advantage. Although Frisia opted not to act directly for the sake of long-term gain, he chose to gather information before proceeding. However, this did not imply that he would refrain from taking action against the Scions executing the tasks. By merely adjusting a few inconsequential data points, low-level planets could be transformed into medium or even high-level ones, rendering it nearly impossible for the Scions deployed there to return. This would alleviate a considerable amount of trouble for Frisia, who had no intention of allowing those low-ranking Scions to remain. Beneath the vast starry sky, Jiangxin's spaceship surged swiftly towards planet Nirma. Inside the gravity chamber, he resumed his daily routine of arduous training. Time passed imperceptibly in this manner, and before long, 5 months had elapsed. During this period, Jiang Chun had immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. At this moment, his spacecraft was less than a month's journey from the transit station, planet Tatar. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on planet Vegeta grew increasingly tense. The assembly of elite warriors on planet Vegeta had nearly reached 100, indicating that the majority of elite fighters had returned. At the current pace, it was anticipated that all elite Scions would be back within 3 months. In the royal palace, King Vegeta furrowed his brow, his expression betraying his unease. "Has Bardock not returned yet?" he inquired. "Your Majesty, we have lost contact with Bardock and are currently unable to establish a connection," a Scion cautiously replied. "Fools." King Vegeta could not restrain himself from exclaiming. His countenance darkened. He had anticipated that Bardock would return within 3 months, yet unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Now, 5 or 6 months had elapsed, and there was still no word from Bardock. Is it possible that something has befallen him? It seems that Celebi and Toma have perished. A cautious scion ventured to speak from below. Humph, all of them are worthless. What has become of Nappa's squad? King Vegeta snorted disdainfully, then turned his gaze toward the scion who had spoken. Lord Nappa's team has returned. They should reach planet Vegeta within a maximum of 5 months. The scion responded with utmost respect. 5 months, you say? The king of Vegeta let out a cold snort before commanding, send a message to Nappa, urging him to return to planet Vegeta at the earliest convenience, ideally within 3 months. Indeed, the scion respectfully replied. As this particular scion departed, King Vegeta furrowed his brow in concern. The incident involving Bardock necessitated alterations to his plans. In comparison to Bardock, Nappa, though a trusted subordinate, possessed a mere power level of slightly over 8,000, falling short of 9,000. King Vegeta harbored uncertainty about whether this would achieve the desired outcome. His gaze shifted to a formidable elite warrior below, whose eyes glimmered with a chilling light. At that moment, no one could discern the thoughts of King Vegeta. Planet Vegeta remained as tranquil as ever. During this period, the Zenkai race seemed to have ceased their disturbances. The only conflicts arose among the Scions themselves. It appeared that everyone was waiting for a particular moment, a moment they desperately needed. Frieza was waiting, and so was King Vegeta. Meanwhile, amidst the vastness of space, aboard a spacecraft, Bardock found himself in a wretched state, blood trickling from his lips, his face increasingly contorted with rage. Frieza! The roar echoed through the cosmos. Meanwhile, in a distant expanse of stars, Jiangqin's spacecraft finally arrived at the planet Tatar. This planet, meticulously chosen by him, not only lay on the crucial route from planet Vegeta to planet Namek, but it was also a technologically advanced world that had yet to fall under the dominion of Frieza's army. Although Frieza's legion was heralded as the cosmic overlords, they had not fully conquered the entire galaxy. Particularly at this juncture in the narrative, Frieza's control over the northern galaxy remained quite limited. Tatar was the very vacuum of power that Frieza sought to fill. For Jiangqin, this was of paramount importance. To evade the surveillance of Frieza's army, relying solely on his current spacecraft was utterly inadequate. He needed to procure a new vessel. Otherwise, should he be discovered in his escape, Frieza's forces would certainly dispatch agents to hunt him down. With just over 1,000 combat points, and even with his transformation into a great ape only amounting to a little over 10,000, he might be deemed formidable in the vastness of space. Yet within Frieza's ranks, he was merely average. Jiangqin had no desire to take such risks. At this moment, a technologically advanced planet that would not attract the attention of Frieza's army was undeniably crucial. The spacecraft descended onto Tatar, landing swiftly at the spaceport. As the hatch opened, Jiangqin emerged. To avoid drawing attention, he had altered his attire, no longer clad in the standardized uniform of Frieza's army, and had concealed his tail. He appeared as an ordinary child. Stepping into the spaceport, he observed the bustling crowd and could not help but marvel at the vibrancy of this planet. However, his admiration was fleeting. He was not here for sightseeing. He quickly approached a Tatarian, conveying the purpose of his visit. Good sir, are you interested in purchasing a new spacecraft? And perhaps selling your current one? The Tatarian inquired courteously, similar in appearance to humans. The Tatarian had 4 ears and stood at a modest height of about 1 meter 20, with a notably large head, seemingly a result of prolonged cerebral evolution. Indeed. Could you direct me to where transactions can be conducted? Jiangqin nodded. Certainly, it is quite simple. Please follow me. The Tatarian responded with a smile, promptly leading the way. Thank you. Jiangqin expressed his gratitude and promptly followed the Tatarian individual into the distance. Soon, the two boarded a hovering vehicle. After half an hour, the Tatarian led Jiangqin to a magnificent structure. Upon entry, a new Tatarian approached with a respectful demeanor. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? The courteous voice inquired. I require a spacecraft and wish to sell my current vessel, Jiangqin replied, nodding towards the Tatarian who had initially guided him, reiterating his request. This is quite simple. Please follow me. We possess the most advanced spacecraft in the entire northern galaxy, as well as the most detailed star maps in the cosmos, which will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction, the Tatarian responded, his eyes brightening with delight. Under his guidance, Jiangqin soon beheld a series of remarkably new spacecraft. The Tatarian was not exaggerating. The technology here was indeed highly advanced, potentially rivaling that of the Frisia headquarters. Moreover, Jiangchen was further pleased to discover that his large spacecraft held significant value, allowing him not only to purchase a smaller, advanced spacecraft but also to retain a considerable profit. Without hesitation, Jiangchen acquired a combat power detector and a comprehensive star map of the northern galaxy. Once he had secured his purchases, he wasted no time and swiftly launched into the starry expanse. After all, having sold his spacecraft, he could not afford to linger. Should the Frisia force discover his absence, he would find himself trapped on Tatar, which would be quite the predicament. It was imperative to make his escape. While the Frisia force may not concern themselves with a minor player like him, one could never be too cautious. His primary mission remained unfulfilled, and Jiangchen was determined to avoid any careless missteps. Clearly, his decision was prudent. Sarka planet. What? Chioe furrowed her brow, her expression shifting dramatically. My lord Chioe, that spacecraft has come to a halt on planet Tatar, and a scion has sold it. The extraterrestrial spoke cautiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Damn that monkey. Quickly, send someone to planet Tatar at once. I demand further information. Chioe exclaimed in a fit of rage. Bang. Useless. All of you are worthless. A scion child. And you tell me we've lost track of him again? How many times is this? Inside a colossal spaceship, Chioe's furious voice echoed, his eyes glinting with malice as he glared at the muscular aliens before him, their faces betraying their discomfort. Over 2 months ago, he received an order from King Frisia to handle matters concerning planet Nirma, only to discover that the scion who was supposed to be sent there to meet his demise had sold the spaceship halfway and vanished from their surveillance. This revelation caused a swift change in his demeanor, prompting immediate action. Fortunately, he was quick to respond. Within 10 days, he managed to track down the new spaceship through certain means on planet Tatar. He then dispatched his most capable subordinates to deal with that wretched scion monkey. With his forces boasting combat power exceeding 7,000 or 8,000, he believed the task would be effortless. However, unexpected complications arose. A month ago, his subordinates located the spaceship, only to find it docked at an unknown desolate planet, while the troublesome scion had once again disappeared. Thus, Chioe was compelled to conduct another search along the route. This time, luck was on his side, and he uncovered some traces. Yet, the outcome seemed unchanged. The spaceship had vanished once more. That blasted ship was yet another abandoned vessel. Search. Find it. His roar reverberated within the spaceship. The aliens, beads of sweat forming on their brows, quickly began their operations. As the military force of the Cosmic Emperor, the Frisia force was known for its capability and efficiency. After another half-month of relentless searching, they finally discovered new leads. Armed with this information, Chioe swiftly took action again. Yet, it was evident that his efforts were destined to be in vain. Jiangchen, in his attempt to evade the Frisia force's surveillance, had not merely changed ships twice but had done so 5 times in total. Unlike the first instance, each subsequent change involved directing the ship toward a specific trajectory. Even if the Frisia force were to search, they could only locate the spacecraft that had flown off, while he had already boarded another vessel, heading in a different direction. By the time the Frisia force pinpointed his location, he had already made another switch. Thus, within a mere 2 months, he had changed ships 5 times. As for the sources of these ships, some were acquired through resources he had prepared on planet Vegeta, while others stemmed from the combat power of over 1,000 he possessed. Although 1,000 was not particularly high, it was by no means weak in the vast cosmos. Obtaining a ship or 2 was not a challenge. As for the question of morality, when faced with the choice between his life and principles, Jiangchen decisively chose the former. It was precisely because of his resoluteness that he completely vanished from the Frisia force's radar. Had he hesitated, the present outcome would likely have been drastically different. The grand spectacle meticulously arranged by Frisia was not so easily escapable. Within the original narrative, excluding the movie version of Dale's and the special episode featuring Vegeta's brother, Tarbell, the surviving scions consisted solely of Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, the protagonist Kakarot, Broly, and Broly's father, Paragus. The former need not be elaborated upon, as Vegeta's team was deliberately left behind by Frisia, while Kakarot was endowed with protagonist privileges. As for Broly and Paragus, they had already departed by the time Frisia initiated his destruction. Aside from these exceptions, no other scions survived. It is worth noting that even when Frisia commenced the annihilation of planet Vegeta, there were still scion children who had recently embarked on missions. Yet, even then, they could not escape their fate. Theoretically, Jiangchen would not be an exception. However, due to his decisiveness and a series of preparations, survival became a possibility. In the tranquil expanse of the starry sky, There remained only 1 month. Inside the cramped spaceship, Jiang Chun gazed at the star map before him and whispered softly. Despite the multiple ship changes, his trajectory remained unchanged, still directed toward Namek. Now, only a month was left until arrival. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for Namek. Initially, his intention was to venture toward either Namek or Yardrat. Namek, renowned for its Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder capable of unlocking potential, promised a significant enhancement to his strength upon arrival. Yardrat, equally enticing, was a uniquely special planet, housing not only the technique of instant transmission but also various incredible abilities. When it came to mastery over ki, Yardrat was nearly divine, surpassing Namek in that regard. Ultimately, however, he had to relinquish that idea. The reason was simple. The current Frisia force, including previous locations like Planet Tatar, had yet to pinpoint Yardrat's position. Finding Yardrat was almost an impossibility. In such circumstances, only one choice remained, Namek. With his eyes glinting, a flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Chun's mind as the spaceship he occupied streaked through the cosmic expanse, rapidly approaching Namek. Time flowed swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching a certain planet, Yi gazed at the shattered spaceship, his expression boiling with rage. Moments later, boom, boom, a brilliant firework erupted against the starry sky. Inside the spaceship, Yi, filled with trepidation, reported to Frisia. "Ah, Mr. Yi. This is indeed rather unpleasant news for me. Are you implying that the wild monkey has vanished?" With a signature chuckle, Frisia's gaze fell upon Yi, his smile seemingly growing ever more pronounced. "Lord Frisia, grant me a moment. 1 year, at most a year. I assure you I will locate that wretched wild monkey." Yi prostrated himself on the ground, his voice trembling as he spoke, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Such a trivial matter. Yet he had managed to botch it. He could scarcely fathom the repercussions. Truly a clever monkey. 1 year, is it? A year from now. I shall eagerly await your good news, Mr. Yi. Oh ho ho. Unexpectedly, Frisia did not explode in anger, but instead chuckled softly, speaking with a significant undertone. Indeed, indeed. Yi exclaimed with delight, promptly responding. At this moment, Jiang Chun was oblivious to the scene involving the Frisia force. As for Yi's promise to locate him within a year, had Jiang Chun been aware, he would have retorted dismissively. After 5 changes, the chances of finding him, initially slim, had diminished even further. This was a vast expanse of the North Galaxy, not merely a garden or even a single planet. Locating a person was nearly impossible without the aid of Dragon Balls or divine intervention. Unfortunately, neither the Dragon Balls nor the gods were within the possession of the Frisia force at this juncture. Amidst the cosmos, a fleeting light streaked across the void. As a month passed, a verdant planet emerged before the spacecraft. This was the 4th planet in the 27-star system of the Lyra constellation, with atmospheric composition and surface gravity akin to that of Earth. Surrounding it were 3 suns, casting a greenish hue upon the sky, devoid of night. Namek experienced but 130 days within a year. Upon beholding this planet, Jiang Chun could not suppress a surge of excitement in his expression. "Namek," murmured Jiang Chun, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In his grand design, the journey to Namek was undoubtedly a pivotal step. This realm not only harbored the most extraordinary Dragon Balls in existence, but also held the secrets to mastering ki. The former requires no elaboration. To achieve his ambitions and objectives, the Dragon Balls are indispensable, despite their inherent limitations on Namek. Nevertheless, their significance to him at this juncture remains monumental. The latter is what he urgently seeks. Although he had stumbled upon some methods of ki cultivation during his explorations on planet Vegeta, they were disparate and lacked coherence, offering little in terms of substantial aid. In contrast, should he grasp the techniques of ki cultivation from Namek, it would undeniably set his training on a more structured path, if not superior to the earthly methodologies. The Earth's training systems, be it the martial arts of Master Roshi or the Crane School, are indeed profound, yet they are constrained by their theoretical frameworks. For him, establishing a proper training regimen is paramount, overshadowing all other pursuits. To elevate his powers swiftly, he requires an orthodox approach to training. Relying solely on the innate traits of a scion may not suffice. He aspires to achieve feats far beyond those of Bardock, a destiny he refuses to accept. The contours of the planet loomed larger through the window as the spacecraft hurtled towards its surface. An hour later, boom, a tremendous roar echoed through the valley, as the ground abruptly caved in by over 100 meters. With a resounding thud, the hatch swung open. Jiangxin inhaled deeply and slowly stepped out into the open air. How delightful it felt! He let out a soft murmur as he stretched his limbs. After more than a year of constant flight, the moment he touched down brought him a profound sense of comfort. However, just as he finished his stretch, a figure materialized in the sky, swiftly approaching him. Beep. Above his right eye, a brand new detector flickered rapidly. Soon, a numerical value manifested before his eyes. Is it 18,000? Jiangxin furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity shadowing his expression. Amidst his solemnity, a figure materialized above him. As his gaze focused, Jiangxin discerned the appearance of this being. The visage was familiar, devoid of body hair, with 2 antennae on its head and green skin, embodying the quintessential likeness of a Namekian. Esteemed guest, the Grand Elder requests your presence. Upon descending, the Namekian spoke in a gentle tone. Is that so? Then please lead the way. Jiangxin nodded slightly, his expression revealing no significant surprise. The highest ruler of Namek, the sole survivor from the last near extinction of his kind, is not only the father of all Namekians, apart from Piccolo, but also one of the most ancient and enigmatic beings in the universe. While the Grand Elder of Namek may not possess overwhelming strength, his influence is beyond imagination. His arrival could hardly escape the scrutiny of others. Jiangxin had mentally prepared himself for this encounter. Indeed, his primary purpose for arriving on Namek was to meet this esteemed individual. Only by encountering him could he hope to obtain the Dragon Balls and achieve his aspirations. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Upon hearing Jiangxin's words, the Namekian nodded slightly and then soared into the sky, with Jiangxin hastily following suit. Along the way, Jiangxin learned the name of this Namekian, Zeno. Like Piccolo and Dind, it is also a name derived from snails. Zeno currently serves as the Grand Elder's guard and is a warrior-type Namekian. Recognized as the strongest among all Namekians at present, it is evident that Nail has yet to be born. However, this is quite normal, as there are still several decades before the narrative commences, and the birth of Nail is clearly not decades away. It is highly probable that the Grand Elder sensed a crisis looming over Namek, compelling him to forcefully bring forth an offspring. This would explain why Nail's power exceeds that of ordinary Namekians, and why, when fused with Piccolo, the latter's strength experiences such a significant surge. These thoughts lingered in his mind as the two conversed, and they had not been flying for long, approximately 15 minutes, before they arrived at a colossal structure. Esteemed guest, the Grand Elder is already awaiting you within, Zeno spoke softly. Thank you. Jiangxin expressed his gratitude, then took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by an unexpectedly bright atmosphere. His gaze immediately fell upon the towering figure of the Grand Elder of the Namekian race, seated upon an immense stone throne. It was impossible not to notice such a grand presence. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. The Grand Elder's gentle voice resonated as Jiangxin acknowledged him. I am Apala, and I humbly seek your forgiveness for my audacious visit. Jiangxin offered a slight bow, a hint of apology in his tone. He understood the importance of showing due respect to such a venerable figure. The honor is ours. Your arrival is a privilege for Namek. The Grand Elder replied with a warm smile, shaking his head in modesty. Jiangxin, eager to respond, found himself at a loss for words after his initial greeting. Directly asking for the Dragon Balls felt somewhat inappropriate, and he was not well versed in the nuances of etiquette. The carefully crafted words he had prepared now eluded him. However, after a brief pause, the Grand Elder's voice rang out once more. Dear guest, I presume you have come seeking the Dragon Balls? Startled by the Grand Elder's immediate insight into his purpose, Jiangxin's eyes widened. Despite his prior awareness of the Grand Elder's extraordinary nature, he had not anticipated such directness. Indeed, I earnestly request your assistance. I am in dire need of the power of Purunga. Jiangxin took a deep breath, slightly bowing in reverence as he spoke with utmost respect. I understand. The guest, your sincerity resonates with me. The power of Polona can be bestowed upon you. But might you agree to one condition? The Grand Elder spoke with a smile. Please, do tell, Grand Elder. Jiangxin inhaled deeply, then nodded in agreement. It is thus. I sense that in the near future, a cataclysm of unprecedented magnitude will befall the planet Namek. I have glimpsed only fragments of this future. It appears that Namek may survive this turmoil, yet I still wish to request that you, should your abilities permit, extend your protection to my kin. The Grand Elder's voice was soft, his misty eyes seemingly piercing through the fabric of time, glimpsing the shattered Namek. Rest assured, Grand Elder, if I possess the means, I will certainly watch over Namek. Jiangxin spoke with a solemn expression, his tone earnest. Thank you. Zeno. The Grand Elder chuckled and nodded repeatedly, then called out towards the door. Soon, the Namekian who had previously escorted Jiangchen entered the room. Great Elder. Zeno bowed respectfully. Please inform the second Elder and the third Elder to gather the Dragon Balls. The Great Elder spoke gently. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Zeno was somewhat taken aback. Go on. The Elder waved his hand. Although Zeno felt a twinge of confusion, he bowed and withdrew. It was not until Zeno had left that the Elder's gaze returned to Jiangchen. Dear guest, I possess a unique ability to enhance human potential. I can sense the immense potential within you. Do you require my assistance? The Elder spoke again, his smile growing ever more radiant. Thank you, Elder. But I believe I do not require it just yet. My cultivation has only just commenced, and I have not even begun to grasp the basics. Jiangchen continued. If it is convenient for you, might I request guidance on my cultivation of qi? As he listened to the Elder's words, waves of tumultuous emotion surged within Jiangchen, and he found it difficult to contain himself. The advantages possessed by the mech star were not solely the Dragon Balls, they also included the Elder's ability to unlock potential. In the original narrative, Krillin and Gohan had their potentials unlocked by the Elder, skyrocketing their battle power from a few thousand to over 10,000. Although they did not reach a tenfold increase, it was nonetheless a remarkable 7 or 8 times, given his current battle power of over 1,000. Should his potential be unleashed, an increase of 7 or 8 times would suffice to elevate it to 7 or 8,000, perhaps even nearing 10,000. Coupled with the Great Ape transformation, that would approach 100,000 points. As long as he did not encounter Jinyu, he would be nearly invincible. However, such thoughts were swiftly suppressed, and he ultimately chose to decline. The Elder's enhancement and the Kaioshin's potential unlocking were not comparable. The Elder could merely draw out the maximum battle power attainable at the current level of cultivation, while his strength had indeed seen significant improvement during this period. He was not akin to Krillin or Gohan, who underwent systematic training. Even if he were to unlock his potential, the enhancement might not be particularly pronounced. Rather than squander an opportunity, it would be more prudent to complete systematic training first, followed by potential unlocking, thereby maximizing his gains. As for requesting the Elder's assistance for a second enhancement, he certainly did not have the audacity to do so. Is that so? It's indeed a commendable choice. The guest is likely to remain on Namek for a while longer, so I shall have Zeno offer you some guidance. Zeno is undoubtedly the most exceptional warrior of our Namek. The Elder nodded with a smile. Thank you, Elder. Jiangchen could not help but feel a surge of joy and quickly expressed his gratitude. He had not anticipated that everything would proceed so smoothly. Many of his intended remarks had gone unspoken, and he had already accomplished both of his essential objectives. Meanwhile, as Jiangchen achieved his goals on Namek, a battered spaceship plummeted directly into the logistics center on the distant planet Vegeta. With a resounding crash, the hatch flew open, and Bardock emerged, his complexion ghostly pale, his demeanor dismal. Lord Bardock, are you all right? The sight of Bardock ignited a flurry of activity within the logistics center, as numerous extraterrestrial beings hurried towards him, cautiously regarding his presence. Yet Bardock paid them no heed. He surged forth from the logistics center, hastily making his way towards the nursery. I must hurry. I must be swift. There is still time. Bardock's mind raced with urgency as he accelerated his pace. In mere moments, he arrived at the nursery. Lord Bardock, what is your intent? Get away, barked Bardock, his voice filled with fury. An alien was swiftly cast aside. Bardock hastened into the nursery, quickly locating his son, Kakarot. Kakarot. He murmured softly, gazing at the scion child within the nursery. Bardock's expression softened momentarily. However, this fleeting tenderness quickly gave way to steely resolve as he gritted his teeth and swiftly removed Kakarot along with the incubation pod. Bardock, what are you doing? Several scions rushed over, bewildered by the scene before them. Yet, Bardock paid them no heed. His figure soared skyward, carrying the incubation pod and a small spacecraft he had seized without a second thought. The onlookers exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It appears that Lord Bardock has taken his son, Kakarot, one remarked. Indeed, it seems so. But isn't Lord Bardock gravely injured? They murmured, their expressions reflecting their confusion as they struggled to comprehend Bardock's actions. Meanwhile, high above planet Vegeta, a massive fleet had assembled, heralding the arrival of Frieza, the cosmic tyrant. Ah, the fireworks are finally about to commence. I have waited long for this moment. A planet of such magnitude will surely yield the most splendid display. Frieza's laughter echoed within the confines of his spacecraft. Bardock, are you truly going to proceed with this? On a distant plane, Jine anxiously glanced at her husband, then at their child within the spaceship. Frisia intends to annihilate planet Vegeta. We must send Kakarot away. I have confirmed that the planet known as Earth is indeed a low-level world, and Kakarot will be safe there. Bardock spoke softly, his gaze towards the scion child in the spacecraft now imbued with a newfound tenderness. Very well. I understand, Gnei said, reluctantly nodding her head. Bardock, no longer hesitating, unleashed his formidable aura, enveloping the spacecraft, and then, with a sudden surge of over 10,000 combat power, he erupted forth, with a resounding roar. The spacecraft surged forth into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Well, in the confines of the spaceship, Kakarot was abruptly awakened, gazing at the receding figures of his parents. And he burst into tears. However, the distance continued to stretch further away. Jine, you stay here for now. I will go in search of Aspera, Bardock said as he sent his son away, immediately turning his attention to Jine. Very well. Go ahead, Gnei nodded hastily. Bardock's figure was about to soar into the sky. Yet, at that very moment, a fleeting image flashed through his mind, and he sensed a formidable presence descending from the starry expanse above. Damn it! Frisia! Bardock's eyes widened in astonishment, and in the next moment, with a fierce roar, he gritted his teeth and soared into the starry sky. At that very moment, a colossal spaceship had completely encircled the planet Vegeta. My lord, we have detected a spacecraft departing from the planet Vegeta. Should we engage and destroy it? Sabo's respectful voice inquired. Ah, is there a scion attempting to flee? Truly, a loyal servant indeed. Frisia's voice resonated with a sinister smile. The combat power is it too. Targeting Earth, a lesser planet, Sabo respectfully reported. 2 points? Frisia was taken aback. Ha ha ha, 2 points. How could a scion possess such feeble power? Ha ha. One of the extraterrestrials present was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a thunderous laughter thereafter. Ah, how delightful, exclaimed Frisia with a voice laced with amusement. How pitifully weak. Let him pass. It would be quite convenient to reclaim a planet, wouldn't it? Indeed, Lord Frisia, replied Sabo with utmost respect. Come along, Mr. Sabo. For now is the most splendid moment for fireworks. With a cheerful tone, Frisia maneuvered the baby carriage, soaring from the spaceship and emerging into the vastness of space. A host of extraterrestrial beings, capable of thriving among the stars, followed closely behind. Before long, Frisia and his entourage gathered above planet Vegeta. Just as they materialized, a figure surged upward to meet them. Frisia. Bardock's voice echoed with fury. Ah, it appears a wild monkey has made its presence known. How audacious indeed. A smile graced Frisia's lips as he responded, and in the next moment, he delicately raised a finger. A fiery red energy sphere swiftly materialized atop his fingertip. Subsequently, the crimson orb expanded rapidly, achieving the size of a planet in an instant. With a mere flick of his finger, Frisia sent the energy sphere hurtling towards Bardock and the distant planet Vegeta. The colossal energy orb engulfed everything in its path. A powerful sense of oppression bearing down upon Bardock. Frisia, Bardock roared, an overwhelming aura surging rapidly around him. His right hand was unleashing a formidable energy. And in that moment, his battle power ascended with astonishing speed, soaring from 10,000 to 12,000, then 20,000, 30,000, 100,000, and finally 200,000. In the blink of an eye, his battle power skyrocketed to 200,000. Yet, it was all in vain. The crimson light engulfed everything, instantaneously overshadowing his energy blast. His very form was consumed, and the fiery energy orb continued its relentless descent unabated. Above planet Vegeta, a radiant sun appeared in an instant. At this moment, countless scions looked up in awe, their expressions frozen in disbelief. On the plains, Chilai's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as she was taken aback, a voice resonated in her ears. Chilai, would you be willing to relocate to Namek? The unfamiliar words caught her off guard momentarily, but soon a familiar voice followed, urging her, Aunt Chilai, please agree quickly. I will ensure your safe transfer. The voice was filled with urgency. Is that Aspala? Gnei was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Gnei, please agree. The familiar voice rang out once more. Very well. Gnei instinctively nodded. In the next moment, a radiant beam enveloped Gnei's figure. In the blink of an eye, Gnei vanished from planet Vegeta. As she disappeared, boom, a resounding explosion reverberated, engulfing the entirety of planet Vegeta in an instant. At that moment, the planet transformed into the most resplendent display of fireworks in the cosmos. Ah, what a marvelous spectacle it was. Frisia's mocking laughter echoed across the stars. Days later, a piece of news swiftly circulated throughout the Frisia force. Planet Vegeta had unexpectedly suffered a catastrophic impact from a massive meteorite, resulting in its total annihilation. Of course, that was a tale for another time. On Namek, just a few hours prior, under the command of the Grand Elder, the second and third elders hastily gathered the Dragon Balls. As the second elder spoke, the eternal dragon Porunga materialized in the skies above Namek. Guest, you may now make your wishes. You are granted 3 wishes. The gentle voice of the second elder resonated. Thank you. The second elder. May I request that my first wish be to transport Bardock and Jine, currently situated on planet Vegeta, to Namek. Jiangchen pondered for a moment before speaking. Very well. The peculiar language of Namek echoed, resonating with a sharpness that was strikingly unique. This wish is quite simple, yet it must adhere to one's own volition. The voice of Porunga emerged, prompting Jiangchen to hastily interject. Porunga, could you convey my voice? The second elder swiftly reiterated his words. Very well. The voice of Porunga resounded, and in the next moment, his eyes gleamed with a crimson light. However, the radiance extinguished almost instantly. I sincerely apologize. But Bardock is unable to teleport. He is the architect of history, bound by his own mission, and this dragon possesses no capacity for such transference. Porunga's voice echoed once more. Mission? Jiangchen's brow furrowed. Your wish cannot be fulfilled. Please articulate your first desire once more. The voice of Porunga resounded again, offering no further explanation. The gaze of the second elder then shifted to Jiangchen. Porunga, convey my voice to the transmission princess. Taking a deep breath, Jiangchen refrained from further inquiries, as he instinctively understood the reason behind it. Thus, he directly amended his wish. Certainly. Under the reiteration of the second elder, Belunge's eyes once again glowed with a crimson light. After a brief moment, a flash of brilliance flickered, and Jine's figure abruptly materialized before Jiangchen. Aspera, is it truly you? Upon seeing Jiangchen, a flicker of excitement inevitably appeared in Jine's expression. And Jine? Upon seeing Jine, Jiangchen could not help but smile. Aspera, Bardock. Jine appeared to recall something, her expression subtly shifting as she spoke with urgency. Aunt Jine, Uncle Bardock seems to have a mission and is unable to teleport here. Jiangchen let out a wry smile and gently offered an explanation. Jine's expression involuntarily changed. Jiangchen opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before softly addressing the second elder. Esteemed second elder, I wish to inquire about the nature of Bardock's mission. Although he had his suspicions, he felt compelled to voice his question. On one hand, it was to seek confirmation, and on the other, it was to ensure that GNEI was fully aware of the situation. Very well. The second elder nodded and swiftly relayed the words. Bardock. He is the architect of history, traversing a millennium to forge the legends that belong to the annals of time. To convey such tales back is beyond the capabilities of this dragon. The voice of Porunga echoed. Indeed. Jiangchen nodded slightly, and at that moment, there was no doubt left in his mind. 1,000 years ago, listening to Porunga's words, Jincheng was momentarily taken aback. Please state your third wish. Porunga's voice resonated once more. I wish to acquire the ability to teleport to King Kai's planet or Yardrat. Jincheng replied after a brief contemplation, his expression shifting. He had long considered this desire. Teleportation is undoubtedly one of the most remarkable abilities within the Dragon Ball universe. I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be fulfilled. The power of King Kai is beyond my reach. And the teleportation of Yardrat is a divine skill that cannot be granted through your wish. To acquire it, you must journey to Yardrat or train on King Kai's planet. Porunga's voice echoed, leaving Jincheng momentarily stunned. The realization that teleportation could not be obtained through the wish of the dragon was disheartening. Please state your third wish. The dragon's voice resounded again. Jincheng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him before speaking again. Please allow me to transform into a great ape without losing my sanity, he requested. This was one of his prepared wishes. Since he had not acquired this ability during his time on planet Vegeta, he naturally turned to the dragon for assistance. The second elder will soon revive. This is quite simple. However, I will need to enhance your bloodline, Porunga's voice announced. As Jincheng nodded, a moment later, a beam of red light enveloped him. Instantly, he felt as if every cell in his body ignited, and waves of immense power began to surge from within. Beads of sweat began to seep from his skin. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Eventually, when the image of the dragon Porunga vanished, transforming into radiant orbs that fell like shooting stars, the darkness of the sky receded. Jincheng's eyes widened in astonishment. A glimmer of delight emerged in his pupils as he instinctively clenched his fists, immense power erupting from within him. With a crisp sound, the joints crackled. As a thought flickered across his mind, Jiang Chun instinctively activated the detector. Ding! The detector's readings fluctuated rapidly. In a mere moment, a brand new figure appeared before him. 2,700 points. Had it truly increased by 1,200 points? Murmuring to himself, Jiang Chun felt a surge of excitement. He had never anticipated that merely acquiring the giant ape transformation would result in such a significant boost in combat power. Moreover, he sensed that the potential of his body had seemingly escalated further. 1,200 points was undoubtedly not the pinnacle. As long as he continued his training, he should be able to extract even more. The enhancement of his bloodline appeared to have triggered a substantial transformation within his physique. Meanwhile, Jinei, who stood nearby, widened her eyes in astonishment. Even without a detector, she could distinctly perceive the formidable aura emanating from Jiang Chun. "Ah, Aspera," she instinctively exclaimed. "Dear Andy." Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Chun regained his composure and responded with a smile. "Ah." Jinei instinctively glanced around, hesitating momentarily as if to speak. "And Jinei." "Please hold on for a moment," Jiang Chun promptly interjected, expressing his gratitude towards the second elder. The second elder nodded with a smile. "Come along. The Grand Elder has already arranged accommodations for you. Please follow me." After thanking the second elder, Zenuo stepped forward and addressed the two individuals. "Thank you." Jiang Chun smiled and nodded, then led Jine to follow Zeno to a dwelling on Namek. Along the way, Jiang Chun recounted the entire situation to Jine. As she listened, Jine's eyes widened in astonishment. "Aspera, do you mean you left quite some time ago?" she instinctively inquired. "Indeed, Aunt Jine. I was initially prepared to embark on a mission. But en route, I discovered Namek and learned of Frisia's intentions towards planet Vegeta. Therefore, I resolved to summon you and Bardock using the Dragon Balls of Namek." Jiang Chun explained softly, nodding in affirmation. "How truly remarkable," Jine remarked with a sense of wonder. "Aunt Jine, rest assured. The Dragon Balls require only 180 days to cool down. By then, I can summon Raditz as well. We can then set out to find Kakarot." Jiang Chun continued, seemingly understanding Jine's thoughts, and spoke with a smile. He had not utilized one of the 3 wishes to bring Raditz here. As he wished to avoid complications, Raditz bore a scouter, and to remove it would necessitate at least 2 wishes, a considerable waste. Thus, he resolved to postpone that endeavor. As for Kakarot, Jiang Chun was reluctant to disrupt his developmental trajectory, even if it appeared he had already taken on an older form. Yet, that was merely an assumption. Who could truly know? After all, the Dragon Balls also encompass probabilities from a multiverse perspective, and altering the course of history significantly could have unforeseen consequences. If a Kaioshin from another timeline or a Super Saiyan 4 Goku were to appear, it would certainly escalate into a grand farce. Esteemed guest, this is the room arranged for you, where you may reside. Furthermore, the Grand Elder has informed me that during this period, I shall instruct you in your training. Zeno spoke softly. The group then descended to their destination. "Thank you." Jiang Chun expressed his gratitude. He was exceedingly content with this locale. 2 modest houses stood nearby, and not far away lay an expanse of open space, sufficient to meet his daily practice requirements. "Do not mention it," Zeno replied, shaking his head. He then arranged a time for training with Jiang Chun for the following day before taking his leave. Jiang Chun subsequently began to organize daily life with Jinei. Upon learning that both her husband and son were well, Jinei completely relaxed. Especially with Jiang Chun's promise to invite Raditz next time, her anticipation grew. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun began to devise plans for the days ahead. With nearly 6 months remaining from this latest arrival, he had no intention of squandering this precious time. As he was preparing for his forthcoming endeavors, the familiar mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his ears the next morning. Main Quest 1 has been completed. World matching in progress. Main Quest 2 has been initiated. Would you like to open it immediately? The mechanical voice resonated, and in the next moment, a series of golden characters unfolded before Jiang Chun's eyes, presenting a scene visible only to him. The surrounding time and space seemed to freeze in that instant. Open. Observing this scene, Jiang Chun felt a surge of excitement, took a deep breath, and then spoke. The world matching commenced anew. Match complete. Main Quest 2. Eliminate Frisia. Success. Gain an additional login slot. Failure. Lose 90% of combat power. The golden characters pulsated once more, accompanied by a mechanical sound. Lines of fresh content re-emerged. However, upon gazing at this information, Jiang Qin's brow instinctively furrowed. Yet, before he could react, the frozen time and space around him swiftly restored, and the golden characters promptly vanished. By the heavens! In the open space, gazing at the dissipating golden characters, Jiang Qin finally reacted and couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Good heavens! This second main quest had thrust him into a realm of near impossible difficulty. The challenge was evidently more formidable than the first main quest. The first task merely required him to escape the destruction of planet Vegeta, which did not necessarily demand any exceptional prowess. However, the second main quest was an entirely different beast, as it necessitated the defeat of Frieza. Good heavens, Frieza's combat power was an astonishing 120 million, while his own was merely a little over 2,000. It felt as though he was being sent to face a titan with nothing but his bare hands. Even if he transformed into a great ape, his combat power would only rise to a little over 20,000. When compared to 120 million, it was utterly laughable. Jiang Qin found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps the only silver lining was that this main quest did not impose a time limit. This meant he could accomplish it at his own pace. If he could delay until he transformed into a Super Saiyan, perhaps it would not be an insurmountable task. Yet, contemplating the golden Frieza and black Frieza from Dragon Ball Super sent a shiver down his spine. Clearly, this notion of postponement was not without its constraints. In the end, he might not even be able to achieve it. With a wry smile, he shook his head. It was evident that completing this second main quest would not be a matter of mere days, even though the rewards were exceedingly tempting. He would have to temper his ambitions. For now, focusing on his training remained paramount. He had not come to Namek solely for the Dragon Balls. The primary purpose was to cultivate his abilities. He intended to stay on Namek for a year, and he was determined not to squander that time. As the morning sunlight cascaded down, Zeno soon arrived at the location. Jiang Qin followed Zeno to a nearby clearing. Dear guest, may I inquire how much you know about Qi? Zeno hesitated for a moment before addressing Jiang Qin. The hidden energy within every living being, along with righteous energy, malevolent energy, courage, and vital energy, all encompass what we refer to as Qi. Qi enables the physical body to surpass its limits. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment before responding, You speak truly. This is indeed Qi. And since all living beings possess it, the question is not whether to condense Qi, but rather how to guide and wield this force. Behold, Zeno exclaimed. A hint of astonishment evident in his expression, for he had not anticipated that Jiang Qin could respond with such precision. Yet, despite his surprise, Zeno's words and actions remained unimpeded. He gently raised his right hand, and in the next instant, a small stone soared into his grasp. With a resounding crash, a white mist enveloped the scene, and in the next moment, the stone was reduced to mere powder. What's this? Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback. His expression tinged with astonishment. He discerned that it was not a formidable force that had directly crushed the stone, but rather a strand of energy that had shattered. Follow me. Perhaps there exists a place more suited for you. Zenuo, noticing Jiang Qin's astonished gaze, pondered briefly before speaking, his figure soaring into the air. Very well. Jiang Qin nodded eagerly, promptly following suit. The two soared through the air, soon landing one after the other by a magnificent waterfall. Do not exert your strength. Instead, harness that energy within you to part the waters here, just as so. Remember, the rocks must remain intact. It is sufficient to merely divide the flow of water. Clear your mind of distractions and concentrate all your power at your fingertips. Zeno instructed, and in the next instant, with a swift motion of his right hand, a radiant light flickered, causing the waterfall to part while leaving the surrounding rocks unscathed. I understand now. Thank you. Jiang Qin acknowledged with a slight nod, expressing his gratitude once more. There is no need for thanks. The Grand Elder has instructed that should you have any uncertainties, you may seek me out at the Grand Elder's location, Zeno replied, shaking his head and subsequently adding a final remark. After Jiang Qin nodded in understanding, Zeno departed. As Zeno's figure faded from view, Jiang Qin commenced his meditation. However, only a brief moment had passed. With a resounding boom, the rocks shattered and the water surged backward, drenching Jiang Qin completely. He shook his head in resignation, adjusted the waterfall, and resumed his training. Time, in its quiet passage, flowed gently onward. 6 months slipped by unnoticed for Jiang Qin, and the countdown to the end of his second login had begun. During this half-year, his combat strength saw only a modest increase, rising from over 2,000 to 3,000. However, his mastery and cultivation of Qi gradually fell into a steady rhythm. Although he was not a prodigy like Vegeta, His innate talent surpassed that of Nappa and Raditz significantly. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, as the login continued, Jiangxi's endeavors had already commenced. A year had elapsed in this realm, during which Jiangxi familiarized herself with this unfamiliar world. Thanks to her connection to the Hyuga clan, even as a branch family member, she acquired a wealth of intelligence about the world, including insights into the ninja system. This knowledge was far more detailed than anything she had gleaned during her time at the Great Xia Academy. Ninjas, chakra, shadow, the bloodline limit, the sage of six paths. Does this world truly harbor celestial beings? Within the confines of the room, Jiangxi murmured to herself, a trace of bewilderment etched upon her expression. Yet, amidst her contemplation, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Xiaoxi. A familiar voice resonated from outside the door. Jiangxi promptly gathered her thoughts, hastily rose to her feet, and opened the door. Uncle Nichiha. Upon seeing the visitor outside the door, Jiangxi respectfully spoke. Little Shi, in 3 days, the clan's memorial service will commence. Nichiha's voice was soft, yet his words faltered midway, unsure of how to continue. The annual memorial of the Nichiha clan signified the emergence of a new set of individuals destined to be caged like birds. This time, Jiangxi would not be an exception. Previously, the delay was justified by the fact that he and his elder brother used Jiangxi's undeveloped Byakugan as an excuse, but half a year ago, Jiangxi had awakened his Byakugan during a clan competition, rendering that excuse untenable. I understand. Uncle Nichiha, Jiangxi replied with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Nichiha's hesitation. Take good care of yourself in the coming days, little Shi. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek me out. Nichiha sighed softly before speaking again. I understand. Uncle Nichiha, Jiangxi nodded with a smile. After Nichiha reiterated a few matters, he departed from Jiangxi's room. As Jiangxi watched Nichiha leave, the smile on her face gradually transformed into a serious expression. Is it about to begin? She whispered softly. Jiangxi then returned to her room, feeling the chakra surging within her. In the next moment, a series of techniques were swiftly completed in her hands. Bang! As the sorceress completed her incantation, her right hand made contact with the ground. A cloud of smoke enveloped the surroundings, and in the next moment, countless sorceresses dispersed in all directions. Subsequently, Jiangxi's figure transformed into a wisp of white mist, vanishing from her original location. In the hidden leaf village at the root base, within a clandestine laboratory, the summoning sorceress emerged as the white mist swirled around her. You are quite punctual, Shi. A sinister voice echoed, as Orochimaru, who had been engrossed in operating the instruments, lifted his gaze. Lord Orochimaru, the family ritual is about to commence. Have you devised a plan to assist me? Jiangxi inquired, her brow furrowed, her words marked by a distinct lack of courtesy. Though the figure before her was a shadow-level entity, and in the main world, at least a Tier 3 existence. As a specially recruited student of the Daxia Academy, Jiangxi possessed her own means, rendering her relatively unafraid. How impatient you are, Shi. Just look at these marvelous results. Orochimaru replied with a grin, seemingly unconcerned. In this world, some place their faith in hard work, others in lineage, yet only he, Orochimaru, believed in science. As Orochimaru spoke, Jiangxi advanced forward, soon noticing the striking white eyes within the petri dishes. Have you succeeded? Upon seeing the roll of the eyes, Jiangxi was momentarily taken aback. But her eyes soon sparkled with curiosity. Ah, I must say, the information you provided is truly remarkable. I am intrigued as to the source of your knowledge. For the Hinata clan possesses none of this wisdom. Orochimaru licked his lips, speaking with a notable curiosity. Lord Orochimaru, should you continue to regard me with such eyes, next time, the confinement of my soul will not be a matter of merely 3 days, Jiangxi replied, her tone laced with a semblance of a smile. She reminisced about the first encounter between them, her smile becoming increasingly pronounced. Upon hearing her words, Orochimaru shuddered, and the sinister grin that had graced his face faltered. Haha, Jiangxi, that was merely a jest. I have prepared the items for you. They are located in the second cabinet on the left, he announced. Jiangxi nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the second cabinet. However, upon casting a glance inside, her brows slightly furrowed. For within, there existed a being that bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. Jiangxi, this copy of you will suffice to accommodate the caged bird. No one will ever detect the difference. Of course, if you desire a more permanent solution, I could always pay a visit to the Hinata clan. I trust they would be more than willing to indulge me. Orochimaru's voice echoed, tinged with a sinister undertone. Are you certain? The third Hokage may not be so willing to allow you to do as you please, Jiangshi remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Master, he has grown old. Even the windmill of Konoha, he can no longer turn. What can he do if he is unwilling? Orochimaru replied with a light chuckle. Orochimaru, it seems you are preparing to depart. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiangshi chose not to dwell on the previous conversation, but fell into a moment of silence before speaking abruptly. Oh, you are truly astute. How did you discern that? Orochimaru responded, surprise evident in his voice. That is of no consequence. Orochimaru, I believe it is essential for you to remain in Konoha for now. Jiangshi shook his head and softly spoke, directing his gaze towards Orochimaru. Why is that? Xie? Orochimaru gazed at Jiang Xie with keen interest. He found himself captivated by this member of the Hyuga clan. Despite being merely 5 or 6 years old, she exhibited an unexpected maturity, possessing not only astonishing knowledge but also a unique ability to counteract and engage with souls. Were it anyone else making such claims? He might have been indifferent, however, coming from Jiang Xie, his curiosity was piqued. The Hidden Leaf Village undoubtedly harbored an abundance of resources, did it not? Moreover, Orochimaru was particularly intrigued by the Sharingan and Byakugan, especially the Sharingan. It was likely that, in a few years, Orochimaru would acquire a substantial number of these coveted eyes. Jiang Xie spoke slowly, her expression imbued with a sense of earnestness. How many years? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with surprise. Indeed, it was uncertain whether Lord Orochimaru would be willing to wait for several years. Jiangshi spoke with a light laugh. I must admit, you have piqued my interest. However, my teacher must have already uncovered certain information, and once discovered, I shall have no choice. Orochimaru replied with a subtle smile. My lord Orochimaru, you are being overly modest. Is there not someone more suited for this task? Is this not inherently theirs? Jiangshi chuckled softly. 3 days swiftly passed, marking the commencement of the Hyuga clan's memorial service. With the conclusion of the rites, a new batch of the Hyuga clan's branch family members were confined like caged birds. And Jiangshi was no exception. Consequently, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hizashi came to visit Jiangshi. They were astonished to find that Jiangshi displayed no unusual behavior and appeared remarkably composed. Of course, at this moment, Hayashi and Hizashi remained unaware that the Jiangshi present was no longer the same individual they once knew, but rather a clone devoid of independent consciousness, entirely under Jiangshi's control. With the biological technology introduced by Jiangshi, Orochimaru's techniques had undoubtedly experienced a remarkable advancement. The cloning technology, which was initially slated to be realized during Boruto's era, had already been completed. Naturally, aside from Orochimaru and Jiangshi, no one else was privy to this development. During this period, Jiangshi had been diligently training alongside Orochimaru at the base. It is undeniable that Orochimaru is indeed one of the legendary Sannin. Although the Sannin may not possess the pinnacle of strength within the ninja world, their pedagogical prowess is arguably among the highest. This is evident from the rapid growth of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura under their tutelage. While Naruto and Sasuke are exceptional cases, even under the guidance of a novice, they are likely to attain great heights in the future. However, the same cannot be said for Sakura. Achieving the level of a Hokage at merely 16 years old under Tsunade's mentorship is indicative of her extraordinary talent. Similarly, Orochimaru's teaching has proven effective. Within just a year, Jiangshi felt her strength had ascended to a new level, reaching a standard akin to a Chunin in the ninja world, and not just any Chunin, but one of elite caliber. More importantly, Jiangshi was elated by Orochimaru's advancements in researching the Byakugan. As the war was still ongoing, Orochimaru had access to numerous Hyuga clan cells. Despite the difficulty of acquiring the Byakugan due to the caged birds, Orochimaru's biological technology allowed him to obtain sufficient cells. In just over a year, Orochimaru had cultivated dozens of pairs of Byakugan. Deep within a dim cavern, Orochimaru gazed at the petri dish before him, where 2 pairs of Byakugan were intertwining, his eyes shimmering with excitement. What a marvelous bloodline limit. It truly can be fused, Orochimaru murmured, his gaze toward the dish radiating an unprecedented fervor. In fact, he had abandoned all other experiments for the sake of this one. Beside him, Jiangshi's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as well. Orochimaru's progress was immensely beneficial to her. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to the words her brother had spoken before his departure. My brother was indeed right, Jiangshi whispered to herself. Please retrieve the Byakugan from Petri dish number 2. Orochimaru's voice rang out, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, Jiangshi nodded, and swiftly approached the second petri dish. Soon, a new pair of Byakugan was brought forth. Orochimaru immediately resumed his endeavors. In that moment, his eyes were solely fixated on the Byakugan with an obsessive fervor. He had once believed he had reached the pinnacle of his research on the Byakugan, yet now he realized that his exploration was far from complete. His attention had even shifted from the Hashirama cells. Within the cavern, the experiment persisted. Jiangshi practiced diligently while assisting Orochimaru with the research. The study of the Byakugan progressed remarkably smoothly. A multitude of Byakugan fused together, gradually forming a pair of resplendent, translucent eyes within the depths of the cave. Even though it was merely a pair of eyes, they seemed to harbor an extraordinarily pure chakra. This was the result of over 500 Byakugan merging, including Jiangshi's own. The fusion was not at an impasse. Rather, it was a reflection of the limits Jiangshi could endure, having reached her utmost capacity. At that moment, she lay supine upon the surgical table, while Orochimaru deftly commenced the procedure. For him, the transplantation of eyes was merely a minor operation, executed with ease. In a brief interval, as the sage technique was invoked, Jiangshi felt an immense surge of chakra erupting from her eyes, intertwining with her being. The chakra, once characteristic of an elite Chunin, rapidly escalated. In the blink of an eye, it transcended the elite Chunin level, reaching that of a Genin. And it showed no signs of abating, continuing to amplify. After an indeterminate passage of time, the torrent of chakra gradually subsided. Jiangshi slowly opened her eyes, experiencing an unprecedented clarity of the world around her, accompanied by a subtle, enigmatic sensation that was not overtly pronounced. How remarkable, such pure Byakugan. This is my first encounter with it. Orochimaru's voice resonated with a smile. My chakra should have amplified tenfold, yet I sense an additional layer. As if the purity of the Byakugan is still inadequate, Jiangshi mused thoughtfully before speaking. Is it tenfold? Such astounding power indeed. As for the purity, there is no need for haste. You have only just begun. The overwhelming strength of the Byakugan is not something you can bear at this moment. Orochimaru's voice, laced with a light chuckle, echoed. Jiangshi slightly nodded. However, at that very instant, her brows furrowed in concern. Orochimaru seemed to sense something as his gaze abruptly shifted to the distance. Jiang, it appears that your clone has perished, he remarked with a smile. The moment Orochimaru spoke, a mechanical voice resonated. Main Quest 1 has been completed. World matching in progress. Main Quest 2 has been initiated. Would you like to open it immediately? In the next moment, lines of golden characters began to materialize before Jiangshi's eyes, a scene visible only to her. The surrounding time and space appeared to be suspended, while Orochimaru's expression was frozen in place. Is it finished? Jiangshi was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the fact that the main quest had concluded with the demise of her avatar. Commence. Despite her momentary daze, Jiangshi swiftly chose to embark on a new beginning. The world matched once more, commencing anew. Matching complete. Main Quest 2. Successfully survive until the Chunin Exam of Konoha in the 60th year. Quest success. Earn an additional login opportunity. Quest failure. Death. A new character is outlined, and a new main quest is promptly initiated. Completed. The lines of golden characters danced before him. Jiangshi momentarily froze, caught off guard by the information displayed before him. Yet, just as he was lost in thought, the golden characters shattered, and the previously suspended time and space resumed their flow once more. In a dim corner, a small snake emerged with a rustling sound. Orochimaru crouched down, allowing the little serpent to slither into his being. Sensei Sarutobi, time has truly taken its toll. He mused with a hint of a smile as the snake coiled within him. Lord Orochimaru, has something transpired? Jiangshi inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Nothing of great consequence. Merely that the fourth Reikage from the Cloud Village is becoming rather impatient, he replied, a light chuckle escaping his lips. It appears you will no longer be able to officially appear in the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, turmoil engulfed the Hidden Leaf Village. That very night, ninjas from the Cloud Village attempted to abduct Hinata, seeking the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan amidst the ongoing peace negotiations. Hinata's brother, Hayashi, retaliated with the Byakugan, successfully eliminating the Cloud ninjas and rescuing Hinata, plunging the village into chaos. Fortunately, the Umbu swiftly intervened, quelling the unrest. However, the following day, the Cloud Village's envoy openly provoked the Hidden Leaf, claiming that the latter had attacked their delegation and killed its members. They demanded accountability and the surrender of the culprits, warning that failure to comply would be tantamount to declaring war. This ignited fervent outrage throughout the Hidden Leaf, with many yearning for renewed conflict with the Cloud Village. Yet, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow in deep concern. The Hidden Leaf had barely recovered from the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine-Tails incident, suffering significant losses among its elite ninjas. With only one of the legendary three remaining, the village was far from its former strength. In contrast, the Cloud Village had not endured such severe damage. Despite the death of the third Hokage, its overall power remained intact. Thus, Hiruzen sighed, contemplating the delicate situation before him. In an instant, he vanished from sight. On the third day, the Hidden Leaf chose to compromise, offering up Hayashi's younger brother, Hinata Hayashi, as the representative for this delicate matter. This action was conducted in secrecy, known to only a select few, and did not stir significant unrest. For Jiangxi, however, these events held little influence over her life, which continued within Orochimaru's laboratory. Engaged in training and assisting with his experiments, she had transitioned from being known as Hinata Jiangxi to simply Jiangxi, now one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Her identity had been fabricated, portraying her as an orphan retrieved by Orochimaru. As one of the legendary three, Orochimaru found such a ruse effortlessly achievable. Although he should have defected from the village a year prior, he remained entrenched in the Hidden Leaf. As for the human experiments, he had long since relinquished that pursued over a year ago, thus evading any scrutiny from the third Hokage. Simultaneously, in another location, the abduction of Hinata was being plotted. In a spacious chamber, several ninjas from the Cloud Village conspired as part of the negotiating team. Beneath the facade of diplomacy, they harbored intentions to gauge the true state of the Hidden Leaf Village, seeking to ascertain the extent of their losses from the Nine-Tails incident. The Hokage has just issued orders for us to attempt to seize a member of the Hyuga clan, the leader of the Cloud delegation whispered in the dimly lit room. Indeed, upon hearing the leader's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Within the confines of Konoha Village, abducting a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan was tantamount to a death sentence. Notably, the complexion of the last woman turned ashen in an instant. From what I gather, the Hyuga clan's petite princess passes through the narrow street every evening. That is where we shall execute our plan. Wang, Lin, you shall assist me in diverting the Hyuga clan's attention. Xia, your task is to secure the extraction. The leader, unfazed by the apprehensions of the others, spoke in a somber tone. But boss, Xia is merely a genin. One could not help but interject. A genin is indeed the most suitable choice. We shall proceed as per my strategy, commencing today. The leader waved his hand dismissively and swiftly issued the orders. Indeed, although a few individuals felt a surge of anxiety, they swiftly responded in unison. The evening glow gradually enveloped the surroundings. Several figures cloaked in black stealthily approached the Hinata clan. What manner of person is this? A voice echoed, swiftly capturing the attention of the Hyuga clan. Simultaneously, a figure stealthily approached Hinata Hyuga, delivering a swift blow that rendered her unconscious. Lu Qingxia, without a moment's hesitation, quickly scooped up Hinata and bolted away into the distance. In mere instants, she vanished from sight. However, just as she rounded the corner, stop! A figure emerged, bearing an expression of icy indifference. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Qingxia's countenance, concealed beneath her mask, transformed instantaneously. In the next moment, she felt an excruciating pain in her chest. The character had perished. Login completed. Returning. Please wait a moment. Countdown. 19, 18, 17. The familiar mechanical voice echoed within my mind. As the countdown approached its final moments, a resonant hum echoed as a radiant beam, visible only to Lu Qingxia, descended from the heavens, enveloping her in its luminous embrace. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself at the very heart of the realm, surveying the desolate expanse around her. Lu Qingxia's complexion drained to a pallid hue. I have failed, she murmured, her body nearly surrendering to the ground beneath her. Meanwhile, in the academic office, a teacher sighed. Another failure? Luo Qingzhu cast a surprised glance at the figure on the screen before quickly averting her gaze. In the pursuit of world conquest, success inevitably invites failure. Even those who manage to enter high school are deemed prodigies, yet there exists no decree that guarantees their triumph. Failure is the norm. Within the vast expanse of the Great Xia Federation, while numerous individuals may continue to strive for conquest each year, such successes are but a fraction of the colossal base from which they arise. The observers, well acquainted with Lu Qingxia's disposition, remained largely unfazed by the unfolding events. They had witnessed the trials of both Lu Qingxia and Jiang Shi countless times, and Jiang Chun, at this moment, was oblivious to their circumstances. He bore little concern for his sister. Even after recommending the perilous presence of Orochimaru to her, he was confident in her possession of a unique dimensional technique imparted by the esteemed Great Xia Academy. As a specially admitted student, she was indeed exceptional. Endowed with a formidable soul power that granted her access to a technique specifically designed to counter Orochimaru. This was precisely why Jiang Qin urged Jiang Shi to seek him out. After all, the world of Naruto is distinct from that of Dragon Ball. In the Dragon Ball universe, even those who are not protagonists or lack extraordinary talents can still ascend to greatness through various means, be it through androids, Dragon Balls, or divine training methods. In contrast, the Naruto realm presents formidable challenges. An individual's potential is often predetermined from the outset, shaped not merely by their birth, but by ancestral lineage. The closer one's bloodline aligns with Kagaya Otsutsuki, the greater their potential. Why is Hashirama Senju revered as the god of shinobi? Why is Madara Uchiha known as the Azura of the ninja world? Why is Naruto Uzumaki celebrated as the strongest Hokage of all time? And why can Sasuke Uchiha awaken the Rinnegan? It is not merely a matter of their effort or opportunities. They are all reincarnations of Azura and Indra, after all, for the average person striving in this world. The pinnacle is merely that of a Kage, and even that is a stretch. Most cannot even attain the level of Jonin, let alone reach the realms of Sage or beyond. The only viable path lies with Orochimaru. In the Naruto universe, some place their faith in power, while others in spirit. Yet, only Orochimaru, who comprehends the essence of life, recognizes that knowledge and science are paramount. His research permeates the entirety of the Naruto world and extends into the later series, Boruto. Orochimaru stands as the singular entity capable of transcending the confines of fatalism. This is evident even in the later narratives of the Naruto saga. As the sun's rays cascaded over Namek in the Dragon Ball world, the dawn of a new day began. Jiang Chun uttered a soft exclamation, and in the next moment, his right hand swiftly descended. The aura surrounding him erupted instantaneously. As his movement culminated, the immense waterfall before him was utterly cleaved apart. Remarkably, akin to the demonstration previously exhibited by Zeno, the rock face behind the waterfall remained untouched. After a brief moment, Jiang Chun reigned in his aura, and the once split waterfall resumed its flow. With a splash, the water surged forth. Yet at this moment, Jiang Chun had no inclination to pay attention to such matters. With a deep exhale, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. After months of arduous training, he had finally completed his cultivation. His innate talent was not insignificant. Indeed, it far surpassed that of Raditz. Yet, it still required a considerable amount of time. Reflecting on the original narrative, he couldn't help but marvel at Vegeta's astounding aptitude. Excluding Broly and the protagonist Goku, Vegeta undoubtedly ranks as one of the most gifted individuals in the Dragon Ball universe, if not the most gifted of all. Upon his arrival on Earth, he swiftly mastered the manipulation of ki after minimal exposure. His subsequent acquisition of instant transmission and the divine techniques of the Yard Rats was equally rapid. Such talent was nothing short of extraordinary. In terms of learning aptitude, only the likes of Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu could compete with him. However, after a brief moment of admiration, Jiang Chun quickly reined in his thoughts. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware that his own talent could not be compared to these prodigies, nor did he wish to. For him, the greatest advantage lay in his familiarity with this world, a quality that most individuals lacked, and which rendered any further endeavors unnecessary. The end is near. In just 2 days, he would seek out the Grand Elder to ascertain the extent of his power enhancement. Gazing into the distance, Jiang Chun's expression reflected a sense of anticipation. He had previously restrained himself from urging the Grand Elder of Namek to unlock his potential, biding his time for this very moment. Although his battle power had already surpassed 1,000, the nearly 5 years of diligent training undoubtedly harbored significant latent potential. However, whether this potential could rival that of Krillin remained an open question. This was no trivial matter. It was a possibility of considerable weight, despite being merely an earthling. Krillin had undergone a rigorous and systematic training regimen. He had trained under Master Roshi since childhood, received guidance from Korin, and faced formidable foes during the Saiyan invasion, all of which had cultivated his extraordinary potential. The results of his awakening by the Grand Elder spoke volumes. Prior to his awakening, Krillin's battle power likely hovered around 3,000. Afterward, it surged to an astonishing 13,000. In contrast, Son Gohan, widely acknowledged by Vegeta as the most talented Saiyan, experienced a leap from 2,800 to 14,000, a gap that was not insurmountable. In comparison, Jiang Chen found himself at a considerable disadvantage. It was conceivable that his battle power might not even triple. Rather than squander this opportunity, he deemed it wiser to allow himself some time to accumulate strength. Now, after several months had passed, his abilities had been revitalized by the dragon's blessing, elevating his bloodline. Following months of cultivating his energy, although his battle power had only increased by a mere 100 or 200 points, his potential had experienced a remarkable leap. Additionally, as he was now prepared to take action, there was no need for further delay. With a thunderous roar, a surge of energy erupted as his figure shot towards the heavens. Minutes later, he descended upon the residence of the Grand Elder. As he landed, Zeno emerged, softly proclaiming, "Aspera, the Grand Elder has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." "I comprehend. Thank you." Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude, and his figure soon entered the room. It wasn't long before he encountered the esteemed Elder from Mike Star once again. "Great Elder." Jiang Chen respectfully bowed. "Come forth, distant guest." The Great Elder's gentle voice resonated. Jiang Chen nodded, inhaling deeply, stepping forward amidst a swirl of trepidation and anxiety. As he approached, the Great Elder did not hesitate. His broad palm enveloped Jiang Chen's head in that very moment. With a resounding thud, a hand descended upon him, and in the next moment, Jiang Chen felt a powerful force surging forth from the very depths of his being. His vital energy began to stir with rapid intensity in that fleeting instant. After a brief pause, with a resounding boom, a formidable aura surged forth in an instant. His combat prowess began to ascend rapidly. Do not underestimate Clan. As the mightiest human on Earth, his talent and potential are no mere jest, particularly in the early stages, where his potential may well rival that of an ordinary scion. With a resounding roar, a torrent of energy surged forth from within, and in that moment, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented strength expanding relentlessly. The energy enveloped his entire being without his conscious awareness. "All right," the Elder from Namex spoke in a gentle tone. "The guest has concluded. Your potential is extraordinarily powerful, and in consideration of your well-being, I have only temporarily guided a fraction of it." At this moment, Jiang Chen finally regained his senses from the overwhelming aura surrounding him. "Thank you, Elder," Jiang Chen said, slightly bowing to express his gratitude. "You're welcome." The guest. "I have instructed the second Elder and the others to prepare the Dragon Balls anew. You may utilize them at your convenience." The Grand Elder shook his head and then spoke again in a gentle tone. "Thank you very much, Grand Elder." Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude once more, before bidding farewell to the Grand Elder. Upon exiting the room, Jiang Chen eagerly activated the detector. Beep. The numbers began to fluctuate rapidly. In just a brief moment, the values before Jiang Chen jumped to a level that filled him with immense delight. 15,000 points. Gazing at the figures, even though he had anticipated this outcome, he could not suppress the surge of excitement within him. Although, following the Namex saga of Dragon Ball, a battle power exceeding 10,000 points might seem trivial, barely qualifying as a mere foot soldier, that was in the context of the Namex saga. In the current era, without the impending transformations, a battle power of 10,000 could indeed be regarded as belonging to the elite echelon of the universe. Moreover, a score of 15,000 was sufficient to surpass the majority of top-tier warriors. Aside from the Frisia force, nearly no one in the outside world could boast such power. For Jiang Chen, what held even greater significance was that he had transcended the limitations of the scions. Typically, even the most powerful scions hovered around 8 to 10,000 points. Surpassing 10,000 essentially meant breaking through a boundary. This was akin to unlocking a certain physical constraint, paving the way for a smoother journey ahead. Furthermore, at this moment, he retained the capacity for rational thought while in his great ape form. With a battle power of 15,000, he could almost equivalently regard it as 100,000. Despite possessing some inherent flaws, such power undeniably positioned him among the most formidable beings in the cosmos. "Congratulations." Zeno approached, offering a soft, congratulatory remark. "Take some time to familiarize yourself with this level. We shall spar in a few days." "Thank you." "Very well." Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. He did not decline Zeno's challenge, even though Zeno's strength surpassed his own. Although he was a newcomer, he was also a scion, and he could feel the insatiable thirst for battle coursing through his veins. "Let us proceed. The second Elder has been waiting for quite some time. I shall proceed first." Zeno softly nodded, then called out to Jiang Chen, his figure soaring into the air. Jiang Chen hurriedly followed suit. Moments later, the two descended upon a residence. Zenuo and Jiangchen promptly paid their respects. Esteemed guest, the Dragon Balls are prepared. Do you wish to utilize them now? The second elder inquired, gazing at Jiangchen with curiosity. Indeed, second elder. Jiangchen replied with a slight nod. Please wait a moment. The second elder spoke, and then approached the 7 colossal Dragon Balls. He invoked the eternal dragon using the language of Namek. Boom. Rumbling. The sky was suddenly enveloped by dense dark clouds. Subsequently, 7 colossal Dragon Balls erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, their light piercing through the heavens, momentarily breaking the cloud cover, revealing an immense green dragon that ascended into the sky. State your wishes. Any desire I can fulfill, up to 3, proclaimed the dragon Purunga, prompting the second elder's gaze to shift towards Jiangchen. Second elder, for my first and second wishes. I wish to annihilate all the devices on Raditz and transport him to Namek. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiangchen articulated his desires in response to the second elder's scrutiny. Compared to the Earth Dragon, the Namekian dragon adhered to much stricter regulations, leaving no room for loopholes and devoid of prefixes. Thus, he could only utilize 2 wishes to bring Raditz over. As for whether these 2 wishes were excessive, that notion was utterly absurd. In the world of Dragon Balls, fearing the waste of wishes was simply ludicrous. The Earth Dragon Balls appeared once a year, while the Namekian Dragon Balls were summoned biannually. In addition, there existed the Dragon Balls of Planet Cereal and the Super Dragon Balls. If one possessed sufficient power, acquiring wishes was remarkably effortless. Jiangchen felt no remorse in using 2 wishes to summon Raditz. Fully Gwali Lippy Cc. The peculiar language of Namek echoed. In the next moment, the voice of the dragon Purunga resonated. This is rather simple. The dragon's eyes gleamed with a crimson light at that instant. Meanwhile, on planet Salta, 3 figures had just completed their mission and were seated together, indulging in a hearty meal. Yet, at this moment, the dynamics among the trio had evidently shifted since their earlier encounters. Although Vegeta remained a leader, the one now positioned behind him was not Nappa, but Raditz. Nearly 2 years had passed, and Raditz had undergone significant transformation. Firstly, in terms of power, Raditz, who had originally reached over 400 points under Jiangchen's training, had officially surpassed 1,000 in battle strength over the past 2 years, while Nappa had only managed to achieve a battle power of 700. Still shy of 800. Let us depart. Our next destination is a high-level planet. Nappa, if you remain this useless, you might just perish there next time, Vegeta declared, rising with a dismissive snort. Why yes, Prince Vegeta, Nappa stammered, hastily getting to his feet, a hint of panic evident on his face. Beside him, Raditz similarly rose in silence. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, he had become particularly taciturn. However, just as he stood up, with a resounding crash, the detector on his body shattered instantaneously. The sudden explosion startled all 3 individuals. Even Raditz was taken aback for a moment, but soon a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. Who goes there? Vegeta snorted coldly. Yet, before he could react, in the next moment, in an instant, a radiant beam enveloped Raditz. To the astonished gazes of Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz's figure inexplicably vanished from the spot. Vegeta. Nappa instinctively rubbed his eyes, his gaze involuntarily drawn towards Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, and he soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings. Yet, no matter how diligently he searched, he could find no trace of Raditz. Your wish has been granted. Now, please state your third desire. The voice of the eternal dragon, Purunga, resonated. A brilliant light enveloped the area, and in the next instant, Raditz's figure materialized before him. Aspera, is it truly you? As the light dissipated, Raditz looked around in bewilderment, soon noticing Jiangchen ahead. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "It is I, Raditz." Jiangchen nodded with a smile. You are indeed alive. A hint of exhilaration pierced through Raditz's previously stoic demeanor. I was fortunate to have narrowly escaped. Raditz. Wait a moment. I will take you to meet Aunt Gina shortly, Jiangchen said with a cheerful nod, then gently addressed Raditz. Mother is unharmed. Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Raditz became even more animated. During the destruction of planet Vegeta, his heart had been heavy with sorrow, though he had not shown it. Now, not only was Jiangchen safe, but his mother was also unharmed. He instinctively wanted to speak but paused at Jiangchen's remark, his gaze drawn forward. Soon, he noticed the immense Purunga in the sky, and his pupils constricted sharply. Elder, for my third wish, I desire to acquire the instant transmission technique of the yard rats. Is this possible? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiangchen spoke up. Very well. The second elder nodded, swiftly reiterating in the Namekian tongue. I am afraid this wish cannot be fulfilled. The divine technique can only be performed in places imbued with the essence of deities. The art of instantaneous movement cannot be transmitted. The voice of the dragon Purunga resonated, prompting Jiangchen to shake his head in resignation. However, he had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. Within the entirety of Dragon Ball, aside from the unique Urdratians and the Kaioshin attendants, only 4 individuals possessed the capability of instantaneous movement: Son Goku, Cell, Bu, and Vegeta. Son Goku and Vegeta mastered this ability on Yardrat, but never attempted to teach it to others. As for Cell, his situation was evidently incongruous from a narrative perspective. It was a forced plot device to incapacitate the protagonist, which could be tenuously justified by his possession of Goku's cells. Bu, being an ancient demon, was inherently not inferior to deities, so it was hardly surprising that he learned by observing Goku's execution of the technique. Relying on the dragon to obtain this ability seemed to indicate that only the eternal dragon could suffice. Second Elder, I shall amend my third wish to the coordinates of Yardrat. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangchen promptly revised his third wish. This wish was straightforward. As the second elder recounted it, the voice of the dragon Purunga echoed once more. In the next instant, a beam of crimson light enveloped Jiangchen, and a set of coordinates materialized within his mind, those of Yardrat. The wish had been granted. The voice of Purunga resonated again, and as his words faded, the thick clouds dissipated, with Purunga's form transforming into 7 radiant orbs that descended gracefully. Jiangchen opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. A smile unconsciously graced his face. Having acquired the coordinates of Yadalat Star signified that he could embark on a journey to Yadalat Star at any moment. It is worth noting that Yadalat Star offers not only instantaneous travel but also an array of wondrous secret techniques. Indeed, at this moment, one might even refer to them as divine skills. The mere thought of the formidable power of these divine skills filled Jiangchen with a sense of exhilaration. Let us go. And Janae must have prepared the meal. Taking a deep breath, Jiangchen smiled and spoke to Leitais. Oh, all right. Leitais regained his composure, glanced into the distance once more, and nodded eagerly. Subsequently, Jiangchen bid farewell to Elder 2 and the others before soaring into the air with Leitais. In mid-flight, the 2 figures glided gracefully. Leitais wore an expression of inner turmoil, hesitating several times as if words were on the tip of his tongue, which amused Jiangchen greatly. Leitais, if you have something to ask, feel free to inquire directly, Jiangchen encouraged with a smile. Aspera, what was that back there? Can he truly fulfill any wish one might have? Leitais could not help but ask. Absolutely not, exclaimed the divine dragon, who could grant wishes within certain limitations. Jiangchen shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips as he spoke. Is it really possible? Upon hearing Jiangchen's assertion that it was not, Raditz couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. However, he soon found his spirits lifted by the subsequent words. Raditz, it is highly probable that you will not be able to. The inhabitants of Planet Meat would likely not lend you their assistance. Observing Raditz's fervent expression, Jiangchen could not resist dousing his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. The reason he could utilize it was due to the absence of any malevolent aura within him. It was evident that Raditz would be incapable of such usage. The denizens of Planet Meat would certainly not permit it. Why? Raditz suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. You exude an aura of malevolence. The Namekians are a race devoted to peace and would never consent to your intentions. Furthermore, do not underestimate the Namekians. I must remind you that many possess combat powers exceeding 5,000, with the strongest among them reaching an astonishing 18,000. Jiangchen spoke, his tone laced with incredulity. 18,000? Is that a jest? How could a Namekian possibly reach such a figure? Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief, the words escaping his lips involuntarily. 18,000, a number of staggering magnitude. King Vegeta barely surpassed 1,000, and even his own father was nearing that threshold. How could a mere Namekian attain such an extraordinary level? Nothing is impossible. We have arrived, Jiangchen remarked, shaking his head, and then his figure descended directly. Raditz hurriedly followed suit. Within the dwelling, it seemed as though the arrival of someone was sensed. Gnei opened the door, instinctively about to speak. Her expression shifted to one of surprise upon recognizing the figure standing outside. Raditz. The words of Jine echoed as she dashed forward, enveloping Raditz in an embrace. Raditz instinctively attempted to break free, yet soon relented and surrendered to the moment. Mother, Raditz softly uttered, a gentle expression gracing his features. He was merely in his early teens now, unlike at the onset of this narrative. Particularly after spending time with Jiangchen, Raditz' temperament gradually became more serene. Even after 2 subsequent years alongside Vegeta, he remained largely unchanged. Jiang Chun smiled, choosing not to intrude upon their moment, and quietly retreated into his own chamber. Time flowed slowly. Raditz's arrival made Jian's smile increasingly radiant. As for Raditz, upon stepping onto planet Namek, he was enveloped in astonishment. First, there was the Dragon Shinran, followed by the formidable combat prowess of the Namekians, and then his mother. Yet, this was not the end. Jiang Chen's battle power astonishingly reached 15,000, leaving him utterly bewildered. Thud. How much? Raditz's voice was tinged with stammering astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Chen. Just take a look. Jiang Chen casually tossed the detector in his hand over to Raditz. In a flurry, Raditz hurriedly caught it and began to fumble with the controls, nearly dropping the device in his panic. After a considerable time, he finally managed to position the detector atop his head. Beep. The detector was activated. Raditz swiftly opened it. Beep. As soon as the detector was activated, the values on its display began to fluctuate wildly. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 15,000. Raditz exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the final, frozen figure before him. His speech was no longer stuttered but trembled with astonishment. Even though Jiang Chen had previously informed him of his combat power reaching 15,000, Raditz was still profoundly impacted by the sight before him. As mentioned earlier, the mightiest warriors on planet Vegeta barely exceeded 1,000, and his father, Bardock, the legendary Scion warrior, was close to achieving 1,000 as well. Yet here's to Jiang Chen, having surpassed all Scions on planet Vegeta with a staggering 15,000. Raditz had thought that his own 2-year training, which had elevated his power from 400 to 1,000, was remarkable. It is worth noting that even the elite Nappa was no longer his match, and he was merely a slight step behind Prince Vegeta. However, Prince Vegeta was recognized as a prodigy among the Scion race, possessing a combat power that surpassed all other Scions from birth. Now, he had attained a level of strength that even some superior warriors might struggle to achieve. Aspera, have you become a Super Scion? No. Could it be that you are the legendary Super Scion? Suddenly, a thought struck Raditz, and he gasped in astonishment. How is that possible? Upon hearing Rithy's exclamation, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly recover and respond with a bemused smile. Is it not? Then what about you? Raditz inquired, taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Chen. Do not overthink it. This is merely the result of my cultivation, aided by the esteemed elder of Namek. Jiang Chen replied slowly, revealing little. As Raditz absorbed Jiang Chen's words, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had sensed something extraordinary about Namek when the Dragon Shinran had appeared, but he never anticipated that there would be so much more to uncover. Not only did Jiang Chen possess profound cultivation techniques, but he could also unlock potential to enhance combat prowess. At this revelation, Raditz could scarcely contain his excitement. If Jiang Chen could reach a battle power of 15,000, Raditz thought to himself, he need not aspire for much. 10,000 would suffice, or even 7,000 to 8,000 would be acceptable. Enough daydreaming. Focus on your training. Jiang Chen chuckled, observing Raditz's eager expression. During this period, I shall instruct you in the ways of Qi cultivation. As for potential unlocking, we shall address that once you have mastered your Qi. Very well, Aspera exclaimed. Let us commence at once. Raditz nodded eagerly, showing no inclination for dissent. Though he felt a sense of impatience, he recalled Jiang Chen's earlier words. Only upon completing his training could his potential truly be elevated, and thus, Raditz remained resolute. Following Raditz's agreement, Jiang Chen proceeded to impart his training guidance. In the blink of an eye, another day had elapsed. As the countdown drew to a close, his time for landing was swiftly approaching its conclusion. The second landing has now concluded. Making a triumphant return. Please wait a moment. Countdown. 19, 18, 17. The familiar mechanical voice resonated in my mind. As the countdown approached its final moments, anticipation hung in the air. A resonant hum reverberated as a light, visible only to Jiang Chen, descended from the heavens, enveloping him in its ethereal glow. In that moment, he felt a heaviness weigh upon his head, quickly followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. After a brief interlude, his vision blurred. When clarity returned, he found himself once again in a vast, white expanse. The initial login had concluded, and data synchronization was underway. Matching complete. A mechanical voice resonated. In the next moment, beams of radiant light swiftly converged before Jiang Chen, culminating in the appearance of a phantasmal card. Name, Aspela Identity, Scion Combat Power, 15,000 points Ding. The mission card has been updated. The mechanical voice continued. Detection indicates that the strategist has completed the initial main quest, and world rewards are being distributed. As the mechanical voice echoed, lines of text materialized before Jiangchen, accompanied by the familiar card he recognized so well. Surrounding him was an expanse of white. His figure once again transported back to the space where he had initially entered the world. Reward distribution complete. Congratulations, you have been awarded the title of World Strategist. Rewards received, character matching. Note, utilizing character matching will gradually integrate your essence with that of the card's character. The mechanical voice spread once more, and at the instant it concluded. Buzz. The golden card instantly radiated a gentle glow, gradually enveloping Jiangchen's figure within its warm embrace. A soothing sensation began to spread throughout him, while a stream of information surged into his mind, elucidating his current situation. With the completion of the main quest, he had officially ascended to the status of a world conqueror. Unlike before, when he could merely be regarded as an apprentice, possessing only temporary abilities. He now existed in a formal capacity. The most significant advantage of being an official entity was the complete acquisition of the abilities of the characters he would embody. Although the process of integration would require some time for world alignment, the distinction between the temporary and the permanent was no mere conceptual difference. Furthermore, as a world conqueror, he was granted the privilege to traverse other realms, entering them as long as he held the requisite access, and he could carry all of his powers with him. In contrast to his previous status as an apprentice, prior to becoming a world conqueror, even if he had obtained the necessary permissions, he would not have been able to log in unless the character from the initial world had perished. While this might not seem particularly useful at present, its significance would be monumental in the future, especially the ability to bring his full strength along. The implications of this were beyond imagination. At this moment, Jiangchen's eyes gleamed with excitement. His body trembled with anticipation as the card's soft luminescence continued to permeate him, subtly altering his physique, transforming him toward that of a being from the Dragon Ball world, Aspera. Time passed. How long, he could not tell. Amidst the vast whiteness, Jiangchen finally sensed the warm current within him gradually subside. Then, he felt a pressure against his trousers. A sudden realization struck him, and in the next moment, his pants tore open at the back, revealing a furry tail. Although his appearance remained largely unchanged, his physique had become notably more robust, with bulging muscles that clearly conveyed the immense power they harbored. Indeed, Jiangchen could distinctly feel the overwhelming strength coursing through his cells. With a mere thought, he leaped into the air, raising his right hand slightly, and a sphere of energy formed instantaneously. It was powerful, unimaginably so. While it did not match the astonishing force he had when he first logged in, it undoubtedly surpassed his previous capabilities in the main world. Reminiscent of the moment he first activated the card, no, even stronger. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he glanced at the list before him. Name, Jiangchen Identity, First Tier World Conqueror Combat Power, 220 points, assessed by the world upon login. The data list appeared, and Jiangchen's eyes sparkled with delight. A combat power of 220 points confirmed his strength exceeded that of his initial login. After his first entry, his combat power had been just over 190 points. Now, it had risen to 220. Moreover, this was merely his current status. As he absorbed the power of Aspera, his strength would continue to rise, potentially reaching its zenith by the time he logged in for the second time. This would not take long. Perhaps he would fully realize it before his third login. Imagining the combat power of Aspera at a staggering 15,000, Jiangchen could not contain his excitement, even though he was still unfamiliar with the hierarchical structure of power within this world. He could discern from realms such as Naruto and One Piece that a combat power of 15,000 was no trivial feat. Even if it did not surpass the 7th tier, it would certainly place him within the 5th or 6th tier. In the grand scope of the Great Xia Federation, such individuals were already considered formidable. While he might not be able to stride confidently through the world, he would certainly hold his own. To put it bluntly, even if the main character from the Dragon Ball world had perished, he could remain unfazed in the main world. It could be said that he had genuinely achieved a leap in his capabilities. How could this not fill him with exhilaration and anticipation? Drawing in a deep breath, he swiftly exhaled the stale air. Jiangchen then focused his thoughts, and in the next moment, his figure was gradually enveloped by a radiant light. As the brilliance spread, his silhouette vanished into the vast whiteness of the world. In the external realm, at the dimensional center of Shao Xin City No. 8 Middle School, Jiangchen was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of sounds, prompting his eyes to flutter open involuntarily. As his vision adjusted, the familiar yet potent sensation washed over him, intensifying the smile upon his face. At this moment, within the dimensional center, beams of light cascaded down, and figures began to materialize. Most of the individuals appeared visibly relieved, while others bore expressions of dejection, the results unmistakably evident. Clearly, if there had been a semblance of luck during the initial arrival, then by the second, over 90% had embarked upon their primary quests, with many even advancing to the secondary quests. Compared to the primary missions, the secondary quests posed a greater challenge. Even with some foundational experience, the inevitable elimination of a portion of participants was unavoidable. In this moment, many individuals lowered their heads, gritting their teeth, their fists clenched tightly. Some left the dimensional center with a sense of despondency, while others broke down in tears. Jiangchen shook his head, preparing to gather his thoughts and depart, eager to gauge his own strength. However, before he could take his leave, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Shinzi, ha ha ha. I passed. I really passed. As the white light dissipated, Yu Yang's figure emerged, and upon his arrival, he immediately sought out Jiangchen, excitement evident in his voice. Congratulations! Jiangchen exclaimed with a smile. Haha, Shinzi, you have no idea how close I came to failure, but fortunately, I acted wisely. Just as you said. I truly met Luffy's grandfather. He really is Rear Admiral Carp, and now he is taking us to the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Yu Yang nodded, glancing around before speaking in a hushed, excited tone. It seems you are quite fortunate. You must put in your best effort from here on out. The world of fruits can indeed lead one to the 4th tier. Jiangchen felt a stirring in his heart and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I have even given up League of Legends. No one can obstruct my path to nobility. Yu Yang pounded his chest, his voice resounding with conviction. But how long I can maintain this resolve is known only to the heavens. Jiangchen continued his conversation with Yu Yang, while others engaged in their own dialogues. The melancholic sounds of departure echoed around them. Some sighed, others dismissed it nonchalantly, and a few were visibly distressed. Yet, no one paid heed. This world is inherently cruel. Those who cannot obtain what they desire are destined to be estranged from this realm. Even Jiangchen could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy amidst his reflections. His brow furrowed slightly as a familiar voice approached. Thank you. Lin Shiyan approached and spoke softly. As she walked in, Ye Yang instinctively fell silent. It seems fortune is on your side. Jiangchen raised an eyebrow, his gaze drawn to the pale irises of the other. I owe you a debt of gratitude this time. Jiangchen, my father wishes to invite you for a meal. Lin Shiyan spoke with a hint of nervousness. There's no need. This is merely a transaction. Come on, Ye Yang. Jiangchen shook his head and then called out to Ye Yang. Very well. Ye Yang nodded eagerly and followed suit. As she watched Jiangchen depart, Lin Shiyan couldn't help but stamp her foot, yet ultimately lacked the courage to pursue him. Meanwhile, the departing Jiangchen, after a brief conversation with Ye Yang, chose to disregard the matter, engaging instead in other discussions. What need does a woman have for Dragon Balls? Jiangchen was not inclined to dwell on such trivialities. Rather than squander time here, it would be more prudent to contemplate the upcoming landing and strategize for world conquest. Shinzi, are you not logging in as a human? How could you possibly have a tail? Moreover, this tail seems strangely familiar, Ye Yang remarked, casting a curious glance at Jiangchen's tail as they walked together at the entrance of the dimensional center. Indeed, it is humanity. Jiangchen retorted with irritation. How did you acquire your foundational knowledge? Countless dimensions exist, and humanity is not limited to just our kind. What significance does an extra tail hold? There are even beings with an additional head. Haha. For a moment, I completely forgot. Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Yu Yang couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Indeed, he had scarcely absorbed any foundational knowledge. Had Jiangchen not mentioned it, he would have entirely overlooked such matters. This diversion shifted the topic, and Yu Yang ceased to ponder the familiarity issue. Instead, he resumed recounting the events he encountered upon his arrival. In stark contrast to Jiangchen, Yu Yang's experience in the world of One Piece was undoubtedly much simpler. He merely mingled with Luffy and his companions, occasionally engaging in skirmishes with pirate crews, ruffians, and thugs. The most perilous incident he faced was merely a case of arson at the terminal. However, this event paled in comparison to Jiangchen's harrowing encounters with the destruction of Planet Vegeta and the relentless pursuit by Frisia's army. Naturally, Jiangchen did not wish to dampen Yu Yang's spirits. Thus, they continued their conversation as they made their way towards the classroom. Yet, just as they reached the classroom door, before they could step inside, an irate voice echoed behind them. Jiangchen, stop right there. The abrupt outburst caused both Jiang Chun and Yu Yang to halt, drawing the attention of those around them. Lu Qingxia, will you ever be done? Yu Yang turned to face Lu Qingxia, his voice tinged with exasperation. Jiang Chun, you scoundrel. Are you upset about my interactions with Wang Tingfeng? I told you. We are merely friends. I never expected you to be such a person. Lu Qingxia, consumed by anger and profound disappointment, directed her ire solely at Jiang Chun. Disregarding Yu Yang, Lu Qingxia, I don't understand what you're implying. First of all, your relationship with Wang Tingfeng is none of my concern. Furthermore, what is the issue? I believe I have done nothing wrong. Jiang Chun halted his steps, frowning as he spoke. He had never anticipated that she would approach him in such a manner. What is wrong, Jiang Chun? Are you too cowardly to admit that you provided me with false information, leading to my main quest failure? Do you realize what that means? You owe me a spot at the academy. Lu Qingxia's fury intensified at Jiang Chun's words, her heart swelling with injustice. She had done nothing wrong. Why was she subjected to such treatment? It was only because she had refused Jiang Chun's demands that he treated her this way. Tears began to well up in her eyes. This scene drew whispers and glances from the surrounding onlookers. Amidst the murmurs, a figure stepped forward. Jiang Chun, you are despicable. You have framed Lu Qingxia. Are you even human? The boy with yellow hair spoke with indignation. Xie this has nothing to do with you. Jiang Chun shot a cold glare at the interloper. Humph, it indeed does not concern me, but I cannot stand by while you frame a fellow student. Is that a problem? With a thunderous roar, a fierce aura erupted from the yellow-haired youth, his muscles swelling rapidly as a primal scent began to permeate the air. In an instant, he lunged forward, launching himself directly at Jiang Chun. Having been toyed with repeatedly, Xie was now eager to reclaim his dignity. This time, having completed the main quest and ascended to the first tier, he could already envision Jiang Chun begging for mercy. Yet, his moment of triumph was fleeting. In the next heartbeat, he felt as though his chest had been struck by a heavy truck. With a resounding crash, under the convergence of numerous gazes, Xie towering form was propelled through the air, hurtling away with great force. He soared for over 100 meters before finally coming to a halt in the distance. Thud. Observing this scene, as the figure crashed down, someone could not help but swallow hard. Their eyes, filled with astonishment, were fixated on Jiang Chun. At this moment, however, Jiang Chun paid no heed to them, steadily advancing towards Lu Qingxia. Bang! Bang! Faced with Jiang Chun's approach, Lu Qingxia instinctively recoiled. What do you intend to do? Her words trembled with apprehension. Lu Qingxia, let me reiterate, who you are and what you seek is of no concern to me. So please do not disturb me. As for what transpired earlier, I did not conspire against you, nor was there any need to do so. You should be well aware of how precious a qualification to enter the hidden village world is, if I so desired. It could be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of star coins. Pray tell, do you believe you are worthy of such deceit? Jiang Chun's footsteps came to a halt, his voice resonating with a somber tone. Each word, though devoid of breath, made Lu Qingxia feel her entire being quiver. Internally, she could not suppress her embarrassment. Jiang Chun showed her no semblance of respect. You must provide me with an explanation, Jiang Chun, for you have wronged me. You claimed that Chunin village would be the strongest ninja village after 48 years of Konoha, yet I perished shortly after entering Chunin village. How can you assert that this bears no relation to you? Lu Qingxia's body trembled, yet her heart remained defiant, unable to suppress her fury as she spoke. Is that an explanation? Then allow me to provide you with one. Jiang Chun scoffed. Bang! Lu Qingxia's pupils dilated as, in the next moment, her figure was sent flying. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present. Many widened their eyes in shock, and Yu Yang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Jiang Chun took a step forward, approaching once more. Not far away, Lu Qingxia, with terror etched upon her face, continued to retreat. What do you intend to do? This is school. Lu Qingxia stumbled back, her expression filled with terror. Although Jiang Chun had not used any of his energy in that strike, it nearly shattered her entire being. What shook her more profoundly was the turmoil within. She could scarcely fathom that Jiang Chun had acted so directly against her. Shock, disbelief, and fear surged within her. Explain yourself, Lu Qingxia. Do not treat everyone as fools. From this day forth, it would be wise for you to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will restrain myself next time. Jiang Chun spoke coldly, turning on his heel and striding toward the classroom, disregarding her entirely. As Jiang Chun departed, whispers erupted around them. Many began to point fingers at Lu Qingxia. No one was a fool. Initially, The crowd might have been oblivious, but with Jiang Chen's words, they began to piece together the situation. In that moment, the collective attitude towards Lu Qingxia inevitably shifted. Under the weight of countless gazes, Lu Qingxia felt a burning heat creep across her face. Yet, amidst these scrutinizing stares, another gaze lingered not far away. Luo Qingzhu had merely come to reassign classes. Yet she found herself witnessing this scene. However, she did not take it too seriously. Youth is often impulsive, and as long as it remains manageable, there is little cause for concern. The crucial issue, however, lay in Jiang Chen's current state, the undulating tail that caused her pupils to constrict in an instant. Today is Monday, and this reading is exceedingly important as it pertains to next week's recommendations. I beseech all the nurturing guardians of this book, please turn to the final page. Currently, we stand at 37 on the new book chart, considering that the data for fan fiction is halved for the new book ranking. Otherwise, we should have already been in the top 15, perhaps even the top 10. But worry not, we can strive further. I long to witness the splendor of the top 10. If possible, I will release an additional 10,000 words upon being published this month. Inside the classroom. Compared to before, the number of students had undoubtedly dwindled once more. It was evident that in the second round of entries, many had been eliminated. The first 2 rounds of world exploration are notoriously high in elimination rates. Even though the main storyline tasks had not yet commenced in the first round, the second would inevitably initiate them. Due to the world's will, the majority of first main storyline tasks were essentially death missions. Failing to land also signified death. There were no other possibilities. Lu Qingxia was not alone. The other students faced the same fate. The only distinction lay in the differing probabilities of death in the main tasks. As the two approached, many eyes were drawn to them, especially Jiang Chen. The commotion outside the classroom had not gone unnoticed. While some may have been unaware previously, this time, many were acutely aware of the situation. Each gaze cast upon Jiang Chen brimmed with intrigue. They had never anticipated that Jiang Chen would relinquish such a rare opportunity in the 4th-tier world. Morning. You didn't really give that 4th-tier world to Lu Qingxia, did you? A classmate inquired with curiosity as he settled down. Xiaoqin, where does your curiosity stem from? Yu Yang shot a glance at Jiang Chen before responding with irritation. I'm simply curious. How intriguing. A classmate remarked with a smirk. Just as Jiang Chen was about to respond, a figure entered through the door. The moment the figure appeared, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Congratulations, everyone, for successfully completing the main quest. From this moment on, you have all become 0-level world strategists. This marks your first step, echoed Luo Qingzhu's voice. In the classroom, excitement surged among the students. A world strategist, at this instant, they had attained that title. Even if they encountered failures in subsequent endeavors, merely logging in would still affirm their status as world strategists, endowed with extraordinary powers. The prospect of entering prestigious academies in the future seemed promising, and securing a respectable job would be relatively effortless. Moreover, should they manage to achieve further success within the world, their chances of entering an academy would significantly increase. Gaining admission to such institutions could herald a transformative shift in their lives, even representing a leap in social class. This prospect filled everyone with hope. As time passed gradually, Luo Qingzhu focused on elucidating the role of world strategists and the forthcoming learning process. Unlike the previous world, high schools in this realm typically engaged in systematic teaching prior to world entry, encompassing survival skills, practical combat abilities, and various techniques, all designed to enhance the survival prospects of world strategists in alternate realms. This was the very reason Jiang Chen's combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Once they entered the login world, the school resembled a mere entry point, offering only minimal assistance and experiential guidance, allowing for a relatively free exploration of knowledge. The class concluded swiftly, and the school announced a holiday, one that spanned a total of 7.5 days. Classes would resume after this brief interlude. As for the third login, it necessitated a waiting period of 1 month. Typically, the second login occurred after a fortnight, the third after a month, the fourth after 3 months, followed by a 6-month interval. After a year, the 7th login and beyond would entail a uniform waiting period of 1 year. Let us depart. Upon returning, if my father were to find out this time, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and Yang's cheerful voice resonated. At this moment, he was still enveloped in the exhilaration of having completed the main quest. Let us proceed. Jiang Chen nodded, promptly tidying up his belongings before rising. However, just as the two were about to exit the classroom, Jiang Chen's phone began to ring. momentarily taken aback. He retrieved his phone only to discover it was a call from Jiangxi. Without hesitation, he answered the call. "Brother, have you completed your primary mission?" As soon as the connection was established, his sister's voice resonated with a blend of excitement and anxiety. "I have finished it. What about you?" Jiangchen inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "Hehe, do you even need to ask who I am?" "Of course, there are no issues." Jiangxi responded playfully. "By the way, the information you provided was indeed accurate. Although Orochimaru is somewhat eccentric, his teaching prowess is remarkable. I feel as though I am on the verge of reaching the second tier." Her voice brimmed with enthusiasm. It took a moment for Jiangxi's exhilaration to subside. She then conveyed some news to Jiangchun. She was preparing to return home and had already set off today. She was likely to arrive by evening. As the call ended, Jiangchun pondered. Has Xiaoxi also succeeded? Isn't she only 14? How has she embarked on world conquest? Yu Yang exclaimed in surprise, his head instinctively leaning closer. Indeed, the opportunity granted by the Great Xia Academy. Jiangchen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. TSK, as expected of a special recruit. Arriving so much earlier than us, Yu Yang remarked with a hint of admiration. Jiangchen shook his head with a chuckle. The two departed from the school, engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way home. Meanwhile, within the confines of the school, in the teacher's office, Luo Qingzhu gazed intently at the video before her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Could it truly be him? The initial login, the initial task card. Luo Qingzhu murmured softly, her focus fixated on the footage of the recent dimensional incursion. More precisely, it depicted Jiangchen in combat against the Great Serpent. Her gaze lingered on the undulating tail of Jiangchen, as memories of that earlier scene echoed within her mind, stirring her emotions. If this figure in the video were indeed Jiangchen, she could scarcely fathom the extent of his strength or the nature of the world he inhabited. In typical realms, the task cards obtained during initial logins merely pertained to the characters within that world, offering no additional rewards. If it were true, it would signify that Jiangchen's prowess had already transcended the third tier. The third tier, indeed. Many world strategists, upon completing their quests, may never even reach the third tier, let alone surpass it. For the majority, the fourth tier represents an insurmountable threshold, a barrier that many spend their entire lives striving to breach. Yet here was someone who had already crossed it during the initial login. If this were the case, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the entirety of the Great Xia Federation. Random login, murmured Luo Qizhu, her eyes flickering incessantly. At this moment, Jiangchen remained oblivious to her thoughts. As for the potential exposure of his abilities, he harbored little concern. His current strength was far superior to what it once was. With the passage of time, his combat power could ascend to an impressive 15,000, and combined with the artificial moon and his transformation into a giant ape, his prowess would reach a staggering 150,000. Such formidable power, though its exact tier in this world eluded him, could at least be classified as level 5 or even 6. An entity of this caliber would undoubtedly rank among the elite within the vast expanse of the Great Xia Federation. There was little reason for apprehension. Moreover, the mere exposure of one's strength would not pose significant issues. The Great Xia Federation was vast enough to accommodate a multitude of geniuses, especially in these times of dimensional invasion, when the Federation desperately sought extraordinary talent. Jiangchen and Yu Yang parted ways to return home, and he soon found himself back at his residence. To his surprise, both of his parents were at home today. Upon hearing that he had successfully completed the main quest, the smiles on their faces were impossible to suppress. Previously, Xiaoxi had called to inform them of her own success in the main quest, and now, with Jiangchen's achievement, it was indeed a momentous occasion for the Jiang family. Come, let us celebrate with a feast. Your sister will be home shortly. Let us go pick her up, Jiang Huaqing exclaimed with excitement, a flush of joy evident on his face. The couple had taken a day off specifically to await news of their children, and the outcome was nothing short of delightful. Not only had their daughter officially completed the main quest, but their son had done so as well. For a couple from an ordinary family, nothing could be more exhilarating than this. Understanding the elation of his parents, Jiangchen smiled and nodded, not wishing to decline their enthusiasm. He could comprehend their excitement. Completing the main quest represented a significance far greater than gaining admission to prestigious universities in a previous life. It was a genuine leap in social status, especially since they had previously held little hope for Jiangchen. The tremendous transformation he had undergone during this period made their excitement all the more palpable. The family set out together and soon arrived at the station to greet his sister, Jiangxi. Brother, father, mother, Upon spotting Jiang Chun and his companions, Jiang Shi eagerly rushed over. The moment Jiang Chun beheld the transformation in Jiang Shi's appearance, his eyes involuntarily flickered with surprise. At that moment, the most striking change in Jiang Shi was her eyes. From previously ordinary eyes, they had unmistakably evolved to resemble those of the Hyuga clan. Even without the activation of the Byakugan, one could sense a profound difference. Come, your father has truly splurged today, reserving an extravagant feast at the Tiandu Hotel. Yang Lihua remarked with a warm smile. Really? Upon hearing her mother's words, Jiang Shi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Of course it's true, let's go. Yang Lihua replied with a smile, her joy unabated. For parents, the achievements of their children hold greater significance than anything else. It is evident that both of her children have brought her immense pride. Wonderful, Jiang Shi exclaimed joyfully. Soon after, the group boarded the car and set off towards the Tiandu Hotel. Inside the Tiandu Hotel, the family indulged in a delightful feast. Even the typically frugal father and mother momentarily set aside their restraint, reveling in the joy of the occasion. After satisfying their appetites, the family departed the Tiandu Hotel and made their way home. By the way, in a few days, we plan to host a banquet and invite our relatives for a meal. What do you think, Xiaoxi Xiaochen? Yang Lihua remarked, glancing at her two children with a look of inquiry. Of course, you may decide. Jiang Shi pouted, about to decline, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Jiang Chun. He was well aware that his parents wished to boast extravagantly in front of their relatives, and under such circumstances, Jiang Chun naturally would not refuse. All right. Jiang Shi pouted slightly, but nevertheless nodded in agreement. Hearing their children's words, Jiang Huaqing and Yang Lihua breathed a sigh of relief, their smiles growing warmer. After Jiang Shi acquiesced, her attention swiftly shifted, her gaze sparkling as it fell upon Jiang Chen's fluffy tail, truly a marvel. Brother, what world did you land in to have a tail? Jiang Shi inquired with curiosity. A world called Dragon Ball. Its tier is likely significantly higher than that of your ninja village, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Is it really higher than the ninja village world? Could it be tier 5? Jiang Shi's eyes lit up with astonishment. Brother, you're amazing. You managed to complete the main quest in a tier 5 world. After her initial surprise, she expressed her admiration. I was rather fortunate. By the way, how was your landing experience, Xiaoxi? Share it with me. And I'll offer some guidance, Jiang Chen said, nodding with interest. He was genuinely curious about his sister's experience in her world. The lack of signs of a caged bird on her forehead further piqued his curiosity. After all, although he had provided a solution, it might not necessarily work. His lack of concern stemmed from the fact that the primary world had means to resolve such issues. If need be, the caged bird could be dealt with there. Hehe. Brother, you have no idea. The ninja village world is truly extraordinary. And that Orochimaru is simply a pervert, not to mention the Hyuga clan. With Jiang Chen's inquiry, Jiang Shi became animated, speaking passionately. Jiang Chun listened intently, while their parents chuckled amiably until they reached home. By then, Jiang Chun had gathered a fair understanding of his sister's landing situation. It seems you were indeed lucky. Orochimaru actually helped you, but do exercise caution. He is not easy to deal with, and now you effectively have no retreat. There is no returning to Konoha. Jiang Chun remarked, surprised that Orochimaru had genuinely supported Jiang Shi. And the plot had shifted. The traitor who was supposed to flee the village had stayed. Don't worry. I have the dimensional technique my teacher taught me. Soul Fire. Jiang Shi replied with a smile. How about this? Next time you land, release some information to Orochimaru. However, you must also strive to enhance your strength. You could attempt to secure a Dragon Cave contract from him. It would be best if you could enter the Dragon Cave to cultivate Sage Mode. That is a powerful ability. Once mastered, you'll be truly invincible, Jiang Chun suggested after some thought. Although his sister possessed a dimensional technique, he believed it prudent to ensure double security. Orochimaru was an evident mad scientist. If he could provide more direction, it would lessen the scrutiny on his sister. Of course, all of this hinged on strength. Otherwise, providing more guidance might backfire. Sage technique? What is that? Jiang Shi asked, puzzled. You'll find out in due time. Let us just say it is among the most elite powers within the ninja village world. Jiang Chun mused before speaking again. With Jiang Shi's return, the ensuing days were filled with familial warmth. Even during a family gathering, everyone appeared particularly joyous, devoid of any melodramatic incidents, allowing Jiang Chun and Jiang Shi a rare respite. During this time, Jiang Chun conveyed numerous tales from the Naruto world, while Jiang Shi elaborated on the intricacies of higher educational institutions. This world differed vastly from the previous one. In the past, education followed a tiered structure from elementary school to university. Entering college was less about securing a brighter future and more about delaying employment, consuming the excess savings of society. In contrast, in this world, educational institutions genuinely possess the power to forge one's future. Transitioning from middle school to high school, only those with exceptional talent would be selected as candidates for world conquerors, where they would acquire fundamental survival skills and strategies for world conquest, ultimately achieving preliminary world landing. Upon successful completion, they would qualify for admission into educational institutions. Once admitted, the experience would be utterly transformative. The most critical aspect was the detailed education for world conquerors, followed closely by landing qualifications. Indeed, landing qualifications were paramount. World conquerors could not limit themselves to a single world. After binding to one world, advancing further necessitated acquiring landing qualifications for other worlds. Failing that would require a new selection of worlds, with the landing qualifications held firmly by the educational institutions. The higher the institution's tier, the more formidable the worlds it governed. Failure to enter a higher educational institution not only implied a significant loss of landing opportunities in other worlds, but also meant they had only one chance to err. Should the bound character perish or the world reach its limit, their path forward would inevitably be obstructed. Jiangchen, however, was not overly concerned about such obstructions. After all, the Dragon Ball world was vast, and with his foresight, he anticipated few major issues. Furthermore, whether death in the Dragon Ball world truly signified landing failure remained uncertain. After all, the Dragon Ball world allowed for resurrection, as long as one was not obliterated by a destroyer or erased by the Omni King, theoretically not counting as true death. Of course, he could not ascertain specifics at this moment, and recklessly attempting to find out would be foolish. Failure would indeed mean failure, with no room for regret. It seemed prudent to visit a higher educational institution. With a quiet resolution, Jiangchun decided to pursue this path, not for anything else, but purely for the opportunity to land in new worlds. After all, while the Dragon Ball world was undeniably powerful, he was certain it was not the most potent. Moreover, its limitations were significant. To mitigate the shortcomings of Dragon Ball and ascend to greater heights, entering a higher educational institution was essential. Only then could he obtain the landing permissions for other worlds. Certainly, at that time, brother, you should apply to the Great Summer Academy. Make sure not to attend the Academy of the Magic City. Hearing Jiang Chen's soliloquy, Jiang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly spoke up. Is it the Academy of the Demon City? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Shi. Indeed, the Academy of the Demon City is filled with lunatics. If you go there, brother, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. The Jiangnan Academy and the Northwest Academy are somewhat different. Your best option is certainly the Daxia Academy. Jiang Shi nodded, speaking through gritted teeth. Did you get beaten by someone from the Academy of the Demon City? Looking at her sister, who was clearly seething, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're the one who got beaten, Jiang Shi exclaimed, indignant. How could I possibly be? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Shi couldn't help but jump up, her voice rising in protest. If you weren't beaten, then why the hostility? Jiang Chen replied, exasperated. Humph. It's because of the last joint examination at the Academy of the Demon City, where they utterly trounced our Daxia Academy. Sister Lu even had an arm broken. She is such a beautiful woman. How could they be so ruthless? Jiang Shi said, her voice filled with indignation. Are you? Jiang Chun cast a peculiar glance at his younger sister, feeling a sense of oddity. Brother, you should definitely heed my advice. Joining the Great Xia Academy is undoubtedly the right choice. I can arrange for the teachers to grant you an additional world login. In due course, you will possess access to 2 realms, enabling you to soar to great heights and send those rascals from the magic capital flying. Jiang Shi remained oblivious to Jiang Chen's gaze, her voice fierce as she continued to speak. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, instinctively preparing to respond. However, in that fleeting moment, he raised his brow, his attention abruptly drawn to the distance. What is this? The words were murmured, accompanied by a hint of perplexity in the speaker's expression. Brother. Jiang Shi was initially filled with excitement, even beginning to envision her brother's unparalleled triumphs. Over the past few days, she had witnessed the formidable strength of her elder brother, instilling her with absolute confidence. However, as she spoke, she noticed Jiang Chen's gaze drifting into the distance. A voice tinged with dissatisfaction emerged, as if a new dimension had descended. At the very moment Jiang Shi's discontented voice resonated, Jiang Qin's voice abruptly broke the silence. A new dimension has arrived? Jiang Shi couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Jiang Qin nodded. Quickly, let us go at once. This is a rare opportunity. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's affirmation, Jiang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze seemingly shimmering with the glint of gold coins, her focus instantly diverted. Jiang Qin gave a slight nod, then swiftly grasped his sister's hand, propelling them forward with haste. Concurrently, in the Great Xia Federation, within the capital's Ministry of Education, a sudden surge of commotion erupted. The piercing sound of alarms reverberated throughout this pivotal institution of the Great Xia Federation, announcing the imminent arrival of a Level 1 event. The target point was being confirmed, and it was soon established as Shaoxian City in Jiangnan Province. The intensity of the arrival was currently under evaluation. Assessment completed. Currently, the arrival levels are classified as first and second tier. It is a dual arrival. Contacting the local garrison. Detecting the dimensional arrival occurring in Jiangnan Prefecture. The intensity of the arrival is under evaluation. Mechanical voices echo throughout the Ministry of Education in Daxia. Countless individuals are hurrying back and forth in a flurry. Shaoxian, the city lord's mansion. What? Another secondary descent? Xiong Kou abruptly stood up, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. Indeed, my lord. The message from the Ministry of Education has arrived, indicating a dual descent, one of which is a second-tier descent. However, its level is lower than the previous occurrence, seemingly only a nascent second-tier arrival, while the other is merely a first-tier descent, reported the captain of the guards, Wu Hao, with utmost respect. A nascent second-tier and a first-tier, you say? Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Xiong Kou could not help but exhale in relief. The last descent had genuinely terrified him. Facing another peak second-tier arrival, he was uncertain of his ability to withstand it. As for hoping that the one would intervene again, who could say if that individual still remained? Immediately, send out the notification. Commence action. With a deep breath, Xiong Kou swiftly issued the command. Simultaneously, in the southeastern and northwestern regions of Shaoxin City's West District, invisible ripples spread out, enveloping these areas entirely. Illusory images began to intertwine continuously, and as the scenes unfolded, chaos erupted throughout the West District. Fortunately, the city lord's mansion responded with remarkable alacrity. Troops of the city guard swiftly mobilized to evacuate the populace from both locations. In midair, the figures of Xiong Kou and the two esteemed deans arrived quietly. Has the situation been confirmed, my lord? Dean Li inquired in a low tone, casting his gaze towards Xiong Kou. Dean Zhang, standing nearby, mirrored his concern. The recent wave of arrivals had left them apprehensive. It would be prudent to seek assistance early if circumstances seemed dire, as good fortune does not always prevail. It has been confirmed. There will be no unforeseen incidents this time, Xiong Kou reassured them. The entities that have descended are few in number and of relatively low rank. The strongest among them is merely a novice of the second tier. Xiong Kou nodded in affirmation. That's wonderful. Dean Zhang and Dean Li both let out a sigh of relief. I'll take care of the second tier. You two can assist with the first tier. Xiong, robust and imposing, nodded and then gestured for the two to speak. Good. The two exchanged a glance and promptly nodded in agreement without hesitation. The arrival of the first stage posed little challenge for them. As they conversed, ripples began to spread through the dimensions, distorting the surrounding rules and laws while obscuring the forces emanating from the realm of reality. Much like dimensional invasions, once a dimension descends, the principles of reality are cloaked. Except for extraordinary powers, no other forces can prevail within. This constitutes a significant reason for the peril associated with both dimensional descents and invasions. Fortunately, the blue star of today is far removed from its former state. With an increasing number of world conquerors, they have become adept at navigating these circumstances. Vivid scenes started to unfold in the sky as the laws and principles intertwined. The three remained in tranquil anticipation, while those below swiftly withdrew. Yet, in that very moment, a sudden surge of energy erupted in the distance, startling the three individuals who instinctively turned their heads. To their astonishment, two figures had already materialized before them. As they discerned the identities of these newcomers, the pupils of the trio constricted sharply, particularly those of the robust Xiong. His gaze fixated intently on the tail that trailed behind Jiang Qin. Brother, you truly can fly. How exhilarating. Jiang Shi's voice resounded with excitement. Flight, a privilege reserved for those of the second tier, was something Jiang Shi had always known her brother was formidable. Yet, She could scarcely believe that he could truly soar through the skies. In that moment, her little face flushed with a hint of crimson. What's that? Jiang Qin paid no heed to his sister, instead directing his gaze toward the distant scene in the sky, his brow slightly furrowing. The familiar sight, everything that felt so known, led him to immediately deduce the dimension that had descended this time. The striking bridge and the two elusive figures were sufficient to convey the answer. The land of waves, is it no longer Zabuza? He murmured softly. Brother. What are you saying? Jiangxi paused, her curiosity piqued. Shaoxi, this time it should be the world of the ninja villages. With the appearance of the ninjas from the hidden mist, why don't you give it a try? Listening to his sister's words, Jiangxin turned to Jiangxi and spoke abruptly. World of hidden villages? Fog concealing ninja? Jiangxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, do you dare? Jiangxin nodded. Humph. Brother, you always underestimate me. There is nothing I cannot face. Jiangxi let out a cold snort, her gaze shifting toward the distant dimensional rift, brimming with anticipation. Well, both of you, this time the arrival is of the second tier, Director Zhang remarked, observing the two, particularly focusing on Jiangxi, who was being held by Jiangqin. His brow furrowed in concern. It was evident that Jiangxi had not yet reached the second tier. And facing a second-tier arrival without that level of power was nearly impossible, prompting him to speak up. Indeed, let us handle this ourselves this time. Director Li quickly added. A dimensional arrival presents a splendid opportunity, and he certainly did not wish to squander it. You were the one from before. In contrast, Xiong Kuei took a deep breath before turning to Jiang Chun, his tone tinged with hesitation. Indeed, the lord of the city, may I trouble you to grant this dimensional opportunity to my younger sister? Jiang Chun nodded slightly, neither denying nor dismissing the request. At this moment, he no longer needed to worry about revealing any issues, and there was no necessity for concealment. In contrast, this was a rare opportunity for his younger sister to gain experience, and he certainly did not wish to let it slip away. Certainly, Xiong Kuei's pupils contracted momentarily, a sense of astonishment coursing through him. However, he quickly took a deep breath and nodded in acquiescence. Lord of the castle. Both Dean Zhang and Dean Li turned their attention towards the imposing figure of Xiong Kuei. Dean Zhang inquired, do you recall the last encounter? Xiong Kuei softly responded. The last time? The two deans exchanged puzzled glances, but soon their attention was drawn to Jiang Qin's tale, causing their pupils to constrict in shock. They nodded in understanding, choosing not to elaborate further. After conversing with the three, Jiang Qin's gaze shifted to another area of arrival. However, he found himself perplexed, as this particular arrival was unfamiliar to him. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. With countless dimensional worlds, each vast in its own right, it was only natural for him to encounter the unknown. He could not possibly be acquainted with every single one. After all, he had not transported his past life's computer into this realm. There would inevitably be gaps in his knowledge. You two must be formal world conquerors by now. I wonder which academy you hail from. Dean Li mused, curiosity etched upon his features as he inquired about Jiangxin and his companion. Hehe, my brother hasn't graduated yet. Jiangxi chimed in with a playful smile. And Dean Li, do you not recognize me anymore? Who are you? Dean Li initially exhibited a momentary contraction of his pupils, but he quickly regained his composure. You must be Jiangxi, correct? He exclaimed in astonishment. Naturally, he was familiar with Jiangxi, as she was the first specially admitted student from Shaoxing City's #1 high school in 3 decades. It was merely a fleeting moment of confusion. It's me, Dean Li. By the way, this is my brother, who is currently still a student at #8 high school in Shaoxing City. Jiangxi replied with a smile, then added with a hint of mischief. A student from #8 high school? Dean Li was momentarily taken aback. You are a student at our school. Dean Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. At that instant, even the imposing figure of Xiong Kuei was astounded, drawing the attention of those around them. Both Dean Zhang and Dean Li were left with their eyes widened, unable to fathom that the two individuals before them were connected to their institution, one being a top-tier genius already specially recruited by the prestigious Daxiao Academy, and the other still a current student at #8 high school. Particularly for Dean Zhang, his breath quickened with excitement. To think that a student could attain the second tier, Dean Zhang found it difficult to imagine just how vast Jiang Qin's potential future might be. This was nearly a guarantee of entry into a prestigious institution. Moreover, it was not merely any ordinary spot at such an esteemed academy. Historically, while those who gained admission to higher learning institutions were indeed prodigies with notable achievements in global endeavors, reaching the second tier was a rare feat. Such individuals were considered elite, even within the esteemed Jiangyan region. The fact that Shaoxing City S.No. 8 High School had produced such an exceptional talent left Dean Zhang's face flushed with excitement. He stepped forward, preparing to speak. However, at that very moment, boom, thunderous roars. A colossal sound reverberated throughout the entire world, soon causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Commencement, Jiang Chen murmured, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the horizon. At the moment his words fell, the other individuals present tightened their expressions. Directors Zhang and Li, disregarding all else, swiftly directed their attention to the distance. A resounding roar echoed from afar, reverberating through the atmosphere as the entire scene began to transform at an accelerated pace. In contrast to previous occurrences, this descent from another dimension was undeniably quicker. From the onset to the present moment, a mere 2 hours had elapsed before the dimension had already materialized. Ahead, houses vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by a dramatically altered landscape of forests, trees, and a grand river that coursed through the environment. Upon a bridge, a figure emerged quietly. It was a silhouette of approximately 15 or 16 years of age, adorned with an enigmatic mask. Long, dark hair gradually came into view. Even without a clear visage, one could surmise that it was a young girl. "Brother, is that her?" Jiangxi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she beheld the emerging figure. "Indeed, but you must exercise caution. There should be another," Jiang Chen replied, nodding slightly. "Very well. With that, I shall first address the matter at hand." Jiangxi nodded, and as Jiang Chen released her hand, her figure gracefully descended. "My lord, the city lord, and esteemed deans, it would be prudent to first resolve the situation over there. We can manage this here," Jiang Chen remarked, gesturing towards the distant arrival of the dimension. "Very well." The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ultimately, none of them voiced any objections. Soon after, they swiftly vanished from sight. Jiang Chen cast another look into the distance, realizing he could not ascertain which world it was. And thus he relinquished his desire to investigate further, instead focusing his gaze below. The entity that had descended was one he had nearly confirmed. Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza's strength was commendable, likely equivalent to that of an elite CH Nin, but still considerably distant from the level of AJ Nin. His younger sister should be capable of handling it. However, Zabuza demanded caution. After all, he was an elite J Nin, his power having reached the second tier. And his sister might not be a match for him. He needed to remain vigilant. His attention converged. A battle had erupted below. Zabuza wielded the power of ice release, while Jiangxi engaged with basic ninjutsu and the Byakugan. Zabuza's prowess was undeniable, having overwhelmed the newly minted Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, it was clear that this was merely a one-sided affair against two freshly graduated genin. Facing Jiangxi would present an entirely different scenario. Jiangxi had been rigorously trained by Orochimaru, and with her enhanced Byakugan, Zabuza soon found himself at a disadvantage. Had it not been for Jiangxi's relatively limited combat experience, the battle would have concluded swiftly. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, his brow soon furrowed, and his gaze darted towards the distance. His figure stirred, yet after a moment's contemplation, he restrained himself. Meanwhile, in the far distance, rumors, 64 palms. With a light exclamation, Jiangxi's arm, imbued with chakra, struck fiercely against a shard of ice. Within the crystalline structure, a graceful figure's expression shifted dramatically. But there was no time for a response. The figure was sent hurtling through the air, crimson blood scattering amidst the descent. Jiangxi, slightly breathless, propelled himself forward toward Mizuki with a swift step of his right foot. However, at that very moment, a thick mist began to envelop the surroundings. A chilling voice, laden with malevolence, reverberated through the fog. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, clavicle, kidneys, and heart, choose which vital point you wish for me to strike. The voice echoed from all directions, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly bearing down upon Jiangxi, halting his movement, his face turning ashen. Then, "I shall accept the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan." The voice resounded once more, and the figure of Zabuza silently emerged, his executioner's blade sweeping menacingly toward Jiangxi. "Move. Move." Jiangxi's delicate face was beaded with sweat, her body desperately yearning to move, yet the terrifying aura of death rendered her as if paralyzed. In the next moment, the executioner's blade was poised to descend, threatening to cleave her in twain. Return to heaven. At the very moment the executioner's blade descended, Jiangxi's figure finally stirred. With a resounding crash, the executioner's blade struck fiercely against the heavens. Beneath an impenetrable defense, the colossal sword was repelled. and Jiang Shi's figure was forcefully ejected from the celestial realm, staggering backwards. Impressive. Jiang Shi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression tinged with gravity. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, she still felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Her Byakugan clearly perceived the arrival of Zabuza, yet her body failed to respond. It was too swift. Is this the prowess of a Jonin? Jiang Shi murmured to herself, her mind inadvertently drifting to Orochimaru. If her memory served her right, her brother had mentioned that Orochimaru was of Kage level. Kage level is evidently far superior to that of a Jonin, and if a Jonin is already so formidable, to what extent must a Kage be powerful? Excellent defense, but how long can you sustain it? The next strike will be aimed at your heart. Zabuza's cold voice resonated. In the next instant, his figure vanished. In response to Zabuza's disappearance, Jiang Shi swiftly began to lock onto him with her Byakugan. To the right, she softly commanded. Her movements instantly set in motion. Gossip. Boom. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Jiang Shi found herself compelled to alter her strategy. Return to the heavens. A soft exclamation. With a resounding clash, the beheading blade struck once more against the returning heavens. The figure of Zabuza vanished again, as two silhouettes continued their relentless confrontation. Gradually, Jiang Shi began to transition from a state of disarray to one of composure. Her mastery of the Byakugan, now increasingly refined, granted her extraordinary insight. Every movement of Zabuza was discernibly captured. Her body began to acclimate to the oppressive aura of killing intent, and for a moment, Zabuza found himself at a disadvantage against Jiang Shi. Yet, in that very instant, shards of ice began to spread forth, as Mizuki quietly launched her assault. Not good. Jiang Shi, initially immersed in the enhancement of his own capabilities, suddenly sensed an imminent threat, causing his complexion to change dramatically. However, it was too late. Mizuki Bai and Zai Buzhan had silently completed their encirclement. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Shi braced himself to withstand the impending confrontation. At that moment, there was no alternative. Yet, in the next instant, boom, the beheading blade was abruptly halted. A figure appeared stealthily beside Jiang Shi. Brother, Jiang Shi exclaimed with a voice full of surprise. You just take care of that fellow. I will handle this matter for you. Jiang Shin spoke, and in the next moment, within Zabuza's widened eyes, a sphere of energy swiftly coalesced in Jiang Chen's hand. With a thunderous roar, the energy blast surged forth, enveloping the figure of Zangetsu in an instant. In but a fleeting moment, he vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a colossal shockwave swept through the air, obliterating the entirety of the bridge of waves in the distant kingdom of waves. A vibrant light surged from the distance, instantly penetrating Jiang Chen's consciousness. A wealth of new information materialized, showcasing vivid scenes from the world of Naruto, particularly the Land of Waves. Among these images was the striking moment when Naruto unleashed the power of the Ninetales. There is something of utmost importance to announce, and it bears repeating. The launch is imminent, expected at midnight. Let us first address the matter of updates. I had previously assured everyone that the author would fulfill their promise, delivering at least 20,000 words on the first day, followed by daily updates of 10,000 words for a month. Future developments will depend on performance and my writing condition, which will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Now, regarding this book, the primary world is an original creation, and I have included substantial content from the main realm at the outset to classify this work as original, thereby lowering the requirements for recommendation data. Unfortunately, last week, it was classified as fan fiction, resulting in a staggering 60% drop in data, causing the new book ranking to plummet from the 40s to beyond the 100 mark. Thankfully, due to everyone's support, it has since surged back into the top 30 of the new book rankings. Had the data not decreased by 60%, maintaining a position within the top 15 would have been feasible, with the top 10 spot almost assured. This is merely the nature of the platform's regulations, and there is little that can be done. I can only strive to produce an exceptional narrative. The forthcoming story promises to be even more exhilarating, with the world gradually unfolding. The Dragon Ball universe is vast, and the dimensions of the primary world are sufficiently expansive, providing ample opportunity for the author to showcase their creativity. I kindly ask for your continued support. In terms of additional content, the captain will receive 1 extra chapter, while the alliance leader will receive 3, with each chapter starting at 4,000 words, which I believe is quite generous. As for monthly votes, given that the word count typically amounts to 2 chapters, 300 monthly votes will yield 1 additional chapter. As this month draws to a close, I humbly request your monthly votes. Just 3 or 4 dozen more are needed to reach 1,000. 1,000 votes will enter you into a lottery for a $100 prize. Your support is greatly appreciated. Several days have passed since the fusion of character cards, and Jiang Qin's strength has soared from 200 to an impressive 2,000. Facing merely ordinary elites, a month has quietly elapsed within the confines of the school without causing much turbulence. However, an exasperated voice broke the silence. Raditz. Why are you so slow? Jian's smile remained unwavering as she spoke. Raditz, along with Vegeta's two subordinates, seemed indifferent. After all, one possessed a combat power of merely a few hundred, while the other was only approaching. Boom. Within the confines of the spaceship, an extraterrestrial was propelled outward with force. Sabo's expression was notably grim. The three guests had been located. The voice of the deity, Piccolo, resonated, instantly capturing the attention of the trio. Thus, Jiangchen and his companions temporarily took residence in Baozi Mountain, with Jiangchen showing no urgency to depart. Although he had sent Jian and Raditz to Earth, he remained. Divine being. Jiangchen greeted with a smile as he observed the approaching deity, Piccolo, a guest from afar, unaware of the purpose of your visit this time. On the summit of Baozi Mountain, Jiangchen gazed curiously at the scene below, where two figures were engrossed in their training. One was Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, that diminutive figure, at the headquarters of the Frisia Force. The dialogue between Frisia and Cooler was unbeknownst to Jiangchen, as his spaceship traversed the western expanse of the North Galaxy, subsequently entering its central region. Boom. The colossal spaceship soared into the clouds, vanishing in an instant from the presence of the Kintal planet. The news spread like wildfire. Surely, this must be a jest. After a long pause, Celiba stammered out a response, her gaze shifting towards Toma. Indeed, following the battles with Dororia and Sabo, Jiangchen's Scion cells were activated, and through extensive training, he attained an astounding combat power in a brief period. With over 10,000 points of combat power, he possessed the capability to effortlessly obliterate a planet, reaching a staggering 40,000. Even a mere collision would suffice to disrupt the entire planet's atmosphere. The immense spaceship surged forth from the Delhi star system. During the journey, Jiangchen performed several adjustments, completely overhauling his spacecraft. The conflict between the Grand Cosmic Emperor Shrag and the Cosmic Emperor Frisia erupted, plunging the entire North Galaxy into chaos during this tumultuous period. Youthful spirit. I yearn for a more youthful physique. The Dragon Balls, if I locate them, I shall fulfill my wish and attain an everlasting youthful form. The training on the planet Adrat was not overly monotonous. Rather, it resembled a profound mastery of Ki at a higher level. For Jiangchen, it was precisely a means of further. Surprised, are you? I share the same sentiment. After all, in this world, few truly comprehend the reality that lies beneath the surface. As for Lord Orochimaru, it appears he has acquired something of significance. Witnessing Orochimaru's expression, a subtle smile emerged on Jiangxi's face. Jiangxi's second login had concluded, while at this moment, Jiangchen, situated in the Dragon Ball realm, had only experienced one-third of his third login. Aunt Janae, I would like to invite Goku to my home for a visit, if that is permissible. Bulma spoke softly at the dining table. Time has passed in West City. Now, Vegeta's power level has reached 16,000. A mere 2,000 short of the 18,000 battle power that heralded the Scion invasion in the original narrative. Simultaneously, Jiangchen's combat strength has soared to over 130,000, nearing 140,000. Yet he still finds himself at a considerable distance from the formidable creature before him. Boom. The colossal spaceship traversed the starry expanse. During the ensuing journey, it encountered naught. Over the course of 3 months, the god of Science, revered as the savior of the Science, ascended to a divine realm through the enhancement of his inner energy. Perhaps it was due to Jiangchen's transformative influence on his life, or perhaps it was the opportunity bestowed upon him to surpass elite warriors, even transcending Prince Vegeta. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Gak arrived in a state of urgent distress. Gak, what troubles you in such a flurry? The figures of the Galactic Patrol soared into the heavens, while a torrent of thoughts swirled through Jiangchen's mind. Undoubtedly, the god of Science represented the greatest assurance he had granted himself. What is Qi? It originates from life, manifesting as the spiritual energy generated during respiration and movement. Known as Qi, each individual possesses their own unique essence. In the western expanse of the North Galaxy, elite members of the Galactic Patrol are swiftly gathering at the very heart of their headquarters. As dark clouds disperse, witnessing the 7 Dragon Balls transform into shimmering light that vanishes into the sky, Raditz cannot help but exhale in relief, having utilized the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. A tremendous aura erupted within the temple, heralding the presence of the god of Science. Such a formidable essence. The air trembled with an overwhelming resonance, as colossal thunderous roars reverberated throughout the vast expanse above. An unimaginable force of impact continued to spread as Super I. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the divine being Bic found himself momentarily frozen, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his face. Yet, such feelings were inconsequential, transforming into the god of science. Jiang Chen had anticipated this outcome. After all, even the likes of Son Goku and Vegeta, two prominent figures within the Dragon Ball realm. The third landing has concluded. Data matching is currently in progress. Matching complete. You have obtained a temporary character card. At the center of the realm, the intense radiance recedes. And in the next instant, Jiang Chen's figure materializes. Accompanying this manifestation, a cacophony of sounds promptly floods his perception. Here it comes. In the midst of conversation, Jiang Chen seemed to sense something and softly murmured. His gaze instinctively shifted towards the distance, towards Jiangdong Base City, a secondary base city. Suddenly, a formidable presence surged forth. An indescribable power enveloping the entire secondary base. In this realm, combat power below 120 points is classified as the first to third tiers, while those ranging from 120 points to 10,000 points fall into the fourth tier. The fifth tier spans from 10,000 to 1,000,000, and the sixth tier from 1,000,000 to 100,000,000. The seventh tier surpasses 100,000,000. Do not mistake this for weakness. Even Super Saiyans and Dragon Ball are not deemed particularly strong, and within the multiverse, they do not rank among the elite. To clarify, the fourth tier encompasses combat power from 120 to 10,000 points. The realms below 120 points are not worth discussing, as they are akin to the era when the Demon King Piccolo first emerged in the original Dragon Ball series. When we consider combat power exceeding 120 points, the peak combat power in One Piece hovers around 70 to 200 points. The series remains ongoing, so a definitive conclusion cannot be drawn. In Naruto, the pinnacle of combat power exceeds 200 points, likely surpassing 10,000 points, especially when considering the Otsutsuki level, where the average Otsutsuki possesses several hundred to a couple of thousand points. In Bleach, it is highly probable that combat power exceeds 10,000 points, particularly during the 1,000-year Blood War, involving the Soul King and Yamwatch at the level of creation. Digital monsters and Pokemon, possessing various creative attributes, range between the 6th and 7th tiers, and similarly, One Punch Man operates in a comparable realm, with Saitama transcending worldly boundaries. Saint Seiya, Dragon Ball, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, and Marvel Comics all belong to the 7th tier and beyond. Indeed, there are numerous other worlds, and updates will continue as usual. My apologies. Very well, classmate Junction. The enrollment agreement has been duly signed. Are you ready to accompany us to the Great Xia capital? Teacher, I wonder if I may exchange a complete path of 4-tier evolution for a place in the Great Xia capital. In deep contemplation, Jiangxi seemed to ponder. A colossal divine tree stood majestically in the desolate world, while a figure floated serenely in mid-air, clad in a white robe, with hair gathered atop the head, leaving a. The dimensional incursion was resolved, and soon the surrounding space-time returned to normal. The spaceship ascended once more, and this time, the journey to the Great Xia Academy encountered no further obstacles. With a resonant hum, a ripple spread outward. Two beams of light enveloped the figures of Jiangqin and Jiangxi, causing them to vanish in an instant. The world of Naruto. With a resounding boom, a gentle lavender aura unfurled, and Jiangxi, who had been seated in meditation, abruptly opened her eyes. In the next moment, the soft violet chakra enveloped her. The winds and sand swirled, and Jiangqin swiftly located the dragon vein. However, upon his arrival at the site, he could not help but raise his brow in surprise. For at that moment, he was confronted with an unexpected force. Temporal and spatial error. Temporal anomaly. The voice of the noble phantasm plow echoed, emanating dark smoke. Naruto, do you desire to wield such power? Jiangqin inquired with a smile, his gaze inadvertently shifting towards Uzumaki Naruto, his expression revealing a hint of concern. Hey. Is it malfunctioning? Uncle Sasuke. After careful tinkering, within the base of Orochimaru, the middle-aged Naruto and Sasuke have arrived. Oh, Sasuke, it truly is unexpected that you. Jiangqin began, soon arriving at the location of the deep pit. Moments later, he extracted a mass of mud, revealing Otsutsuki Ishiki. At this moment, the aura of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Infinite Tsukuyomi, a wide-ranging genjutsu within the world of Naruto, is regarded as a world-ending technique, only capable of being activated by one possessing the Rinne's Sharingan. Ding. The main storyline of the world has been completed. The initial world conquest is underway. Loading. The Dimension's descent has persisted for several centuries, with the majority consisting of low-tier worlds of the first, second, and third ranks. Achieving a fourth-tier world is already commendable, yet, unable to query fifth-tier power? Not even a fourth tier? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. 5 beams of light shot into the sky, isolating the entire realm and completely enveloping the 4 major second-tier base cities along with the main urban area. At this moment, countless individuals looked up, their expressions. In the high sky, a figure appeared with a trace of confusion, while 4 somewhat unsteady figures approached. The condition of the 4 was not ideal, with 2 of them having, amidst the spreading black mist. The capital of the Great Xia showed signs of chaos at this moment. Alarm. Recently, it seems that many have expressed dissatisfaction with the narrative. Indeed, the main world was not crafted with the utmost care. Some elements were overly assumed and rather rushed. Nonetheless, the overarching story has been articulated. The main world, the descent of dimensions, and the invasion of dimensions, encompassing the first, second, and third-tier primary worlds, the fourth, fifth, and sixth-tier intermediate worlds, and the seventh, eighth, and ninth-tier advanced worlds. The protagonist ascends to the 7th tier, triggering the second dimensional descent. It is understandable that many wish to witness the protagonist's heroic efforts to salvage the main world. There exists a misconception that with a combat power in the hundreds of thousands, the protagonist is invincible within the main world, especially with the backing of the god of science, who could possibly stand against him. Furthermore, as he is the catalyst for the second dimensional descent, it is only natural that he should be the one to resolve it. However, the strongest being in the main world is at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, having merged with countless worlds. The Great Xia Federation possesses a degree of confidence in handling certain 7th-tier threats. Regardless of the outcome, they maintain a semblance of assurance. The protagonist's combat power, despite its magnitude, does not classify him as a true powerhouse. In Dragon Ball Z, a power level in the hundreds of thousands does not denote the pinnacle of strength. Thus, why should it be regarded as such in the realms of myriad dimensions? Regarding the issue of dimensional descent, would the second dimensional descent not occur in the absence of the protagonist? Certainly not. As long as someone breaks through to the 7th tier, the second dimension will descend, as evidenced by the recent breakthrough of Zhang Tao to the 7th tier. Even without the protagonist, the second dimension would still manifest, albeit perhaps a few days later. Moreover, while the second dimensional descent poses a crisis for the Great Xia Federation, it simultaneously presents an opportunity. Absent this descent, the Great Xia Federation, and indeed the entirety of Blue Star, would find it impossible to progress. The protagonist merely opens a threshold, allowing others the potential for advancement. As for the content itself, I acknowledge that my descriptions may be somewhat verbose. I admit that I occasionally indulge in redundancy, yet to assert that my work is solely the product of AI is a bit excessive. In all honesty, what is AI? I assure you, I am far from being an AI creation. Concerning the pacing, apart from perhaps a few descriptive sections, the plot has not been diluted. I have progressed through Naruto in a mere dozen chapters. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the power has surged directly to that of the god of science. If such rapid progression and tension are deemed excessive, then perhaps only presenting an outline would suffice to be considered devoid of substance. Of course, if the narrative does not meet your expectations, I accept responsibility. Should there be issues, please feel free to point them out, and I shall endeavor to amend them. The author is diligently committed, producing over 1,000 words per hour, maintaining a steady output of 12,000 words daily without fail. Apart from the recent incident where my wife was injured, I have not taken a single day off. Even on challenging days, I ensure an update of at least 8,000 words, requiring nearly 11 hours of uninterrupted writing. My aim is to present a more captivating story to all. Lastly, I would like to clarify that theoretically, the worlds of Dragon Ball and Saint Seiya are of the same caliber, with the celestial breakthrough being slightly elevated. As for the One Punch Man universe, I previously classified it as a 6th-tier world. However, due to Saitama's unique nature, being an existence that transcends limits, his strength likely reaches the 7th tier, though it does not extend to the 8th. Saitama can be likened to Super Saiyan 2, a rumor that undoubtedly has gained considerable traction. Naturally, if one were to complete the initial conquest of the One Punch Man world and acquire the power to transcend limits, it would indeed be possible for Saitama to surpass the 9th tier. Who am I? Such a question bears little significance. Jiangchen spoke calmly, a subtle silver-gray aura intertwining with the crimson energy surrounding him. This marked the onset of the Dark Era, following the first dimensional descent, where the entire world was engulfed in shadows. It was these elite warriors, gradually emerging from Blue Star, who safeguarded this planet. Could it truly be? As they absorbed Jiang Qin's affirmative words, Li Jiang and Ping exchanged glances, their hearts stirred with tumult. Well, your father and I have reached this age without any innate talent. Otherwise, we would not have failed back then, Yang Lihua quickly added. In 3 distinct realms, Jiang Huaqing, Yang Lihua, and Jiangxi embarked on their respective quests, armed with the strategic guidance bestowed by Jiangqin, ensuring their endeavors proceeded with relative ease. Damn it, that fellow has entered the northern galaxy. That is the domain of King Frisia. Damn it. The air around Jiangchun was suffused with a silvery gray divine aura. And in that moment, the faint crimson essence within him was swiftly tainted. At this moment, impossible. How could there exist such a profound aura of divinity? This presence surpasses even that of the Supreme Kai. After a brief moment, Jiangchen slowly opened his eyes, his heart filled with astonishment. Even a mere brush against it allowed him to sense the immense power contained within this emblem. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. In the vast expanse of white, silhouettes began to materialize, and Jiangchen found himself completely enveloped within, one after another. Upon the divine temple, the heart of the deity Bik trembled. During this period, he sensed that the tumult within him was greater than it had been over the past several centuries. Moments later, guided by Nilu, Zeno arrived at the location of the Grand Elder. Great Elder, did you seek me? The news of Dragon Balls quietly spread, casting a dense layer of ominous clouds over the entire Namek. The arrival of Frisia, which was originally expected to be delayed by several years in the original narrative, now loomed imminent. Boom, boom, boom. On the planet of North Realm King, 2 figures continuously collided, their auras intertwining incessantly. With a resounding crash, an ethereal tide surged forth, the power of time facilitating instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 2 vanished from the temple's presence. Please state your second wish. The voice of the dragon Purunga resonated once more, the gaze of all converging upon Jiangchen. As for King Frisia, since this planet holds little value, upon locating the Dragon Balls, it would suffice to obliterate it. After all, there is no spaceship in sight. It was indeed surprising that the Namekian possessed such formidable strength. A figure abruptly materialized, causing the previously swift-moving Bik to come to an abrupt halt, his demeanor radiating an intense vigilance as he gazed at the newly emerged presence. No. Remarkable. Is this truly the Super Saiyan? As he murmured to himself. Raditz' expression was filled with astonishment. At this moment, resolved. Wonderful. The scoundrel Frisia has finally been vanquished. In that instant, Jiangchen's gaze was captivated by an object enveloped in a radiant golden light. What is this? The voice echoed. Let me see what the strongest combat power on this planet is. Dre spoke with a hearty laugh, his right hand activating the detector. Beep. With a resounding crash, the tide surged forth, and in the next moment, the power of time enveloped Raditz and his companions, causing Jiangchen and his group to vanish instantaneously from the temple above. With a resounding crash, the tide surged forth, severing the fabric of time and space. And in that fleeting moment, battle erupted. The potent magical aura enveloping Mira intertwined with the very essence of the universe. It seems that this is indeed no easy feat. Observing the ravaged bodily tissues, number 21 exhibited little anger. The metamorphic Super Saiyan state, which approaches the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, amplifies power by approximately 20 to 30 times, elevating Sun Wukong's battle prowess to unprecedented heights. Within the realm of the Supreme Kai, after deliberation between Jiangchun and the East Supreme Kai, they ultimately resolved to reseal Majin Bu within the Supreme Kai realm. Nevertheless, Jiangchun would. Is this the true power of a Super Saiyan? What an overwhelming sensation. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with fervor, and he appeared remarkably. The training within the Temple of Time was both simple and monotonous, while Jiangchen engaged in relentless combat. He also contemplated the temporal energies and the Book of Time contained within the temple. Amidst the open space, a multitude of figures bore expressions of astonishment. None could have anticipated that the youth before them hailed from the future and was, in fact, Vegeta. With a swift motion, Jiangchen emerged from the realm of time, and upon reappearing, he had already arrived at the planet Adrat. At this moment, the artificial beings on Adrat had been dealt with, and Jiangchen took a moment to assess his surroundings, initially intent on locating the presence of Sheru. However, after a brief period of perception, even utilizing the power of time for inquiry, he found himself unable to detect any trace. The starry expanse surrounding the planet Hyrule had likewise succumbed to oblivion. It seemed as though not only Hyrule but the entire surrounding cosmos had vanished completely. Boom. Boom. The imposing figure of the colossal ape emerged, and in that fleeting moment, Jiangchen had already undergone his transformation into the giant ape, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. On August 1st, the work was launched with nearly 3,000 initial subscriptions. Over the course of a month, the author has been garnering an impressive 12,000 views daily, resulting in an approximate total of 370,000 words thus far. To date, the performance has been commendable, with a high subscription nearing 20,000 and an average subscription of 7,900, just a step away from 8,000. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering support from all of you along this journey. Although I acknowledge that the narrative of the main world has not been executed as well as I had hoped, your continued encouragement means the world to me. And I am immensely grateful. I assure you that in September, I will strive to present even more captivating stories. The updates will not disappoint, and I hope to maintain your support in the pursuit of reaching an average subscription of 10,000. Additionally, at the conclusion of Chapter 153, there is a small gift. Those interested may claim it as a token of my appreciation. At this moment, Jiangchen's form had been entirely transformed, with crimson fur enveloping the majority of his body, while his hair began to grow, cascading messily over his shoulders. With a resounding boom, a formidable aura swept through the air, its golden essence pervading the vast expanse of the sky. Accompanying this phenomenon were waves of malevolent thoughts, repeatedly launching their assaults across the fabric of space. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as an immense wave of terrifying energy, akin to that of a star, instantaneously enveloped the malevolent thoughts in the entirety of the surrounding space. With a resounding splash, the ethereal tide cascaded, and in the next moment, Jiangchen, accompanied by Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks, vanished into the void of this surreal expanse. The fourth landing has come to a close. Returning. Please hold on. Countdown. 19, 18. Minister Zhang, what has happened? Jiang Chun felt a pang of anxiety, unable to restrain himself from speaking. On the other end of the line, Minister Zhang paused for a moment. Boom. Darkness enveloped the heavens. Yet, in the next moment, a colossal golden blade of light descended from the firmament. Jiangchen strode towards the very heart of Death Queen Island. High above, the battle between Yi Hui and Zhang Tao raged on, the tremendous commotion resonating throughout the entire island. Jiangxi engaged in combat, and amidst the invading dark mist of dimensions, Jiangchen found himself at the center of Death Queen Island, shrouded in a gray haze. His perception sharpened as shadows darted past. Soon, a multitude gathered at the heart of the sacred domain. Looking up, one could behold the distant, majestic golden palaces, where countless apprentice and reserve saints converged, likely exceeding 1,000 souls, and this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the sacred domain. Morning, I'm on my way. Ioria felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His eyes. Boom, boom. The arena echoed with the relentless expansion of battle. Within the sacred domain, thousands grasped the essence of the microcosm. A silent explosion birthed time and matter within mere milliseconds. Quarks and photons began to coalesce. These primordial particles would eventually contribute to the cosmos. The grand tournament of the sacred domain came to a close. With 36 slots determined, Jiangchen had anticipated that the next step would be to ignite the resonance of the sacred armor and descend as a glorious saint. Mount Lu was immense, not just in size but also enveloped by an invisible barrier. It was this very barrier that time flowed silently by. Beneath the cliff, youths ascended like industrious ants, tirelessly climbing. These children. The power of the microcosm surged forth, and Jiangchen stood firm, surrounded by the astonished faces of Saga, Shaka, and Iolos. Boom, boom. The roar of the waterfall echoed, as the terrifying microcosm unleashed a force potent enough to rend the earth asunder. 3 years passed. The sacred domain remained tranquil, unchanged since Jiangchen and the others had departed. If one were to insist on a change, beneath the pitch-black sky, the zodiac shone brilliantly. At that moment, apprentice and reserve saints, even official saints within the sacred domain. The Serpent Palace vanished from the sacred domain, and Ioria and others searched earnestly. Yet, the Serpent Palace seemed to have disappeared entirely, leaving no trace. The mythic era, how many years have elapsed since then? Time has long since eroded countless memories, and humanity, amidst repeated cataclysms, has forgotten its origins from myth. Half of the sky within the sacred domain turned pitch black, dotted with twinkling stars. At that moment, innumerable saints gazed upward towards the heavens. With a sudden rush, several figures materialized amidst the astonishment. Arutaba of Taurus, Shaka of Virgo, and Kappa of Aquarius. Boom, boom. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. There's no need for thanks. This time, I must express my gratitude to you. I never anticipated that the creation of the sacred armor would involve such a journey. As the figure of Merkaba departed, so too did the holy warriors from the sanctuary. On the earth, within Athena's sanctuary, in the realm of Poseidon's sea warriors. Mr. Jiangchen! Mr. Jiangchen! The three exclaimed in unison. Their gazes converging upon Jiangchen. It seemed, oh, how delightful, the demise of the foolish Qiuliang. Yolo Creek! Beta Hira! Frisia! Exclaimed the diminutive figure. Scoundrel! Frisia roared, only to be met with a devastating punch to his abdomen. As his body fell, at home. Jiangchen began narrating the forthcoming landing details to his parents. Compared to other realms, in the Dragon Ball universe, success merely hinged on selecting the appropriate race. The underworld is a realm crafted and governed by Hades. Living beings who enter this domain are bound by its laws, transforming into souls akin to those who arrive post-mortem. Excited voices echoed beneath the heavens of the sacred domain as figures clashed relentlessly upon the colossal arena, enveloped in a terrifying aura of small universes. The words of Jamil resonated, his gaze shifting towards Jiangchen, a hint of a smile gracing his features. The successful creation of the heavenly temple saint robe allowed him to witness once more. Amidst the starry sea, Jiangchen appeared to be suspended within the cosmic expanse, surrounded by swirling celestial bodies, his consciousness completely immersed in this celestial tapestry. In midair, golden liquid cascaded downward, resembling a droplet that encapsulated an entire universe. No, it was not merely encasing a universe. Apollo. Moments later, the voice of Zeus echoed, accompanied by his voice. In the next instant, a radiant sun emerged abruptly. The 88 constellations were utterly perfected, intertwining with one another, and at this moment, his microcosm reached an astonishing zenith. Yearning to continue, Jiangchen felt the breath of the underworld at this moment, stirring emotions within him, while in the distance. The ferryman had already approached before him, originating from the sacred realm. Boom. A resounding boom reverberated across the vast expanse of the sky, echoing from the higher dimensions of the underworld, heralding a terrifying battle. With a resounding crash, the illusory tides flowed, marking the conclusion of the war led by Hades, the lord of the underworld. Jiangchen, without a moment's pause, departed from the realm of the dead, accompanied by Zeus, the king of the gods, and Poseidon, the god of the sea. Hades made his move, drawing in various divine factions. Unnoticed by any as the Olympus pantheon silently seized the advantage. Within the void, Jiangchen's presence became entirely enshrouded in silence. He attuned himself to his own microcosm, simultaneously sensing the intricate connections of Athena's 88 star systems. I shall leave this to you. The power of Omega may very well be your singular opportunity this time. However, how you proceed must be left to your own discretion. The Chronos, the timekeeper, wielded the power of the Lord of the gods, stretching across the infinite void, ensnaring Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades in an eternal cycle. The echoes of voices reverberated within his mind, and in that moment, Jiangchen resolutely committed himself, his consciousness fully immersed in the emptiness. 3 droplets of golden blood manifested at that instant. The battle erupted in an instant. With a formidable assembly of 20 divine beings descending, a number surpassing even that of the Golden Saints, their weakest members still exhibiting remarkable strength. Boom, boom. In the void of space, a cataclysmic battle erupted, a formidable aura sweeping across the realm. In this very moment, in the external world, within the fabric of time and space, with a resounding splash, an illusory tide surged forth. Apollo's countenance turned ashen, his figure slowed. As he opened his eyes and sensed the profound stillness of his own microcosm, Jiangchen could not help but shake his head. Even though he had long anticipated reaching this juncture, he found himself somewhat taken aback. In the Ministry of Education, Jiangchen engaged in further discussions with Zhang Tao before taking his leave. As he stepped away, time flowed beneath his feet, and in an instant, it felt as though an eternity had passed. As time gradually unfolded, after nearly a day of deliberation with Yu Yang, Jiangchen finally returned to his abode. In the ensuing days, he began to prepare for the upcoming login affairs. Boom. As consciousness touched the book of time, a resounding echo reverberated through Jiang Chen's mind, followed by a torrent of information flooding into his consciousness. The starry sky erupted, and the legends of history were inscribed in that very moment. Bardock emerged as the hero of Planet Plant, and he began to gradually acclimate to the present reality of Plant. With a resounding crash, an illusory tide surged forth. And in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen vanished from the spot, accompanied by the figure of Bardock. In the 7th universe, the Dragon Balls are not infinitely producible. Even with a fragment of the power of the Dragon God Salama at his disposal, the creation of additional Dragon Balls is unfeasible once a set has already been manifested. What is this? As Jiang Chen drew his long sword, a hint of curiosity appeared in Jiang Shi's expression, her gaze assessing the formidable weapon before her. What? Lord Beerus has actually fallen? At this moment, listening to Jiang Chen's words, Beerus could hardly remain composed. Hearing the words of the old Supreme Kai, Jiang Chen smiled softly and refrained from speaking further. Just as the old Supreme Kai had stated, he had indeed assisted this particular timeline of the 7th universe. After nearly a year of training, Jiang Shi finally completed the apprenticeship related to the Supreme Kai's teachings. And Jiang Chen then proceeded to bid farewell to the old Supreme Kai. A resounding boom echoed as an overwhelming aura surged forth. Baby's colossal golden fist was halted by a diminutive hand, revealing the figure of Jiang Chen. On the summit of Baozi Mountain, Jiang Chen, alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta, gradually grew accustomed to one another. While they were astonished by the temporal realm Jiang Chen occupied and the existence of other worlds, the mention of Dragon God Salama left them in a state of perplexity. Mr. Aspera, unaware of the significance of Dragon God Salama. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens as the disciples diligently engaged in their training within the sacred temple. Even Bra and Xiao Feng were no exceptions to this relentless pursuit of mastery. The immense cacophony reverberated throughout the cosmos. On Earth, Android 17, alongside Hell 17, faced formidable foes. Goku effortlessly vanquished Frieza and Cell, yet his essence remained ensnared in the underworld. Fortunately, with Piccolo's arrival and the combined efforts of Dandy, they ultimately triumphed over Super 17. Peace gradually returned to Earth, and the tumultuous entities from the netherworld were systematically restored to their rightful place. Goku. With a swift motion, the group vanished from the temple. They found themselves in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the highest echelon of the universe. A wave of emotion surged within them. Lord Old Supreme Kai, are you going to release that individual? Jiang Chen could not contain his curiosity and asked. The voice of the Old Supreme Kai resonated, and in that moment, a palpable gravity enveloped the surroundings. Even Vegeta and Sun Wukong wore expressions of solemnity. Boom. A furious aura swept through, and Sun Wukong's figure, guided by the tempestuous power, caused the entire world to sway uncontrollably. The king of the realm. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a powerful aura. Countless dark essences began to converge towards Jiang Chen, alongside Sun Wukong. The barrier that had shrouded the entire universe had vanished, and Jiang Chen likewise lifted the seal of time power. In the realm of the King of Worlds, the events that had just transpired left everyone in awe. The assembly in the temple was in an uproar. No one had anticipated that even with the restoration of the Dragon Balls, they would be unable to initiate their own recovery. Each individual exchanged perplexed glances. Rendered speechless in this moment, with a swift motion, several figures emerged. Jiang Chen, GT Son Goku, GT Vegeta, along with a group of Dragon Ball Z warriors. The battle between the two in the Kaioshin realm commenced swiftly. Goku, you must exercise caution. Your counterpart in this world is exceptionally formidable, Jiang Chen proclaimed. A powerful aura surged forth as Vegeta's energy continuously escalated. I am determined to surpass Vegeta. A voice, filled with fury, echoed. You cannot possibly be from our universe. Can you? A calm voice resonated as Beerus cast a glance at the descending Son Goku, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. A formidable aura enveloped the entire sky as Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 5, elevating his power to unprecedented heights, a manifestation of the Super Saiyan legacy. The battle intensified, with the overwhelming energy permeating the entire God of Destruction realm. At this moment, the clash between the two was undeniable. A presence emanated from the depths of the universe, initially sensed by the Angel Whis, followed closely by Beerus, and subsequently felt by Jiang Chen, as well as GT. Kampa and Vados began their search for participants in the martial arts tournament, while on the other side, God of Destruction Beerus and Whis deliberated on potential combatants from this side. At this moment, the scions of the 6th universe were overtaken by astonishment and disbelief, as their strength was undoubtedly among the most formidable within their universe. All present stared in shock at the unfolding scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. While Kampa's side erupted with excitement. After a series of defeats, they finally. Kampa's imposing figure radiated a colossal and malevolent aura that instantaneously enveloped the surroundings. A violent energy surging forth, crushing everything in its path. With a resounding swish, streams of vibrant, multicolored light cascaded down, accompanied by the shattering of the universe. At that moment, the expression of the cloaked figure was finally unable to remain composed. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, relentlessly attempting to break free from the confines of this forbidden space-time. Yet, the seal of the Book of Time scoundrel. The figure roared, yet before he could react, a terrifying wave of destructive energy enveloped him in the next moment. Your desires are rather simple. In that instant, a radiant burst of multicolored light pierced through layers of time and space, resoundingly descending upon Lord Beerus. I may have a candidate, Jiangchen remarked with a smile, observing Beerus's somewhat exasperated expression. Swish. With a resounding splash, an ethereal tide surged forth, enveloping all in a gentle embrace of theory. Shadows traversed the realm, and suddenly, a powerful aura swept through, as figures within the Spirit-Time House embarked on their journeys of cultivation. Raditz, how truly surprising. I had anticipated your descent into chaos. Observing the present state of Sun Wukong, Jiangchen couldn't help but express his sentiments. Just as, Frisia, an enraged voice erupted from Vegeta's lips. Boom. In the next moment, the entire sea surface erupted, heralding the imminent commencement of the Tournament of Power. However, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, an unforeseen event transpired. Oh, a delay? Observing the training period, straightforward yet singular, the Angel Whis undeniably stands as the preeminent master of the seventh universe. His guidance on the cultivation of divine energy and techniques has long been unparalleled. With a resounding crash, an illusory tide surged forth, momentarily intertwining the river of time, bridging the past and the future, extending into the boundless expanse of space. Jiangchun's silhouette stood amidst this extraordinary scene. At that instant, awe enveloped everyone present. None could have anticipated that within the original universe, there existed a realm dominated by the Psiots. It is worth noting that the current seventh universe, with a resounding crash, compared to the Angel Vis's teleportation, Jiangchen's power over time proved far more effective at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was transported from the devastation. A thunderous roar erupted as a golden aura swept through the air, elevating Frisia's presence to a terrifying degree. In his golden form, Frisia was not merely a force to be reckoned with. The very heavens trembled, and the fabric of time and space quaked under the weight of his unimaginable power, which reverberated throughout the void. A surge of energy ascended, its formidable essence permeating the entirety of Earth, undeniably showcasing the horror of Golden Frisia. Meanwhile, a bystander exclaimed, "Quickly, help me review my strategy for the Chunin Exam. The one marked as the 108th. Damn it, Orochimaru is terrifying. He is undoubtedly the strongest Hokage in history, and he has even slain others." Another interjected, "Yes. Yes. Furthermore, I am curious about how to swiftly usurp the position of Shanks and become one of the 4 emperors of the sea." A third voice chimed in, "I consider myself fortunate. I have devised a plan. If I challenge the 5th Division and defeat Sosuke Aizen, I shall become the captain of the 5th Division.